Salami.
That's actually a very important trait to have coming into this game. You know, don't overthink too much. They've been in the situations before, and they know how it is to make it to playoffs as well. I think it's gonna play in that if 9C cannot find momentum against Mongols, which is hard to find momentum when they really want to be fighting for all this map control, then it's gonna be a tough one for 9C. But I think that Mongols is still a team that is still in a developing process of finding themselves in this whole mix of not having Sensu, Cobra Zero in and everything. So a lot of questions still to be asked.
There's definitely a couple of players who needs to step up. Senior has been missing, 910 has been doing well, so there's both good and positives. Now, in order for us to have a game of Counter-Strike, first and foremost, Martin, we need to look at the maps. Is there anything in particular you think that could be interesting in this video coming up, or is it going to be straightforward?
I think there's an interesting thing with Anubis, especially because it's like a permaban for one team, but the other team is not banning it when it comes to like playing against the team that permabans it, so they're able to play it. Mongols therefore are forced to ban the Anubis, and that allows 9Z to ban the best map of Mongols, or potentially their worst map, their second worst map. So with the
9Z ხმაინც ახლა პიკემი გაგვიფუჭ და გავწუროთ 9Z რაღა აზრი აქვს, რავი, ნავი მენა გაგვიფუჭა პიკემ. არჩეთ სალამი. მოკა მისატკავე ფოჯენს მაიმენა. ყოველდღე უნდა გახსნა ხო დონაციები. არჩეთ ხელ. აი იმდენი მოგცეს ღმერთმა კარჩე რომ აი ესე რომ შემოხვიდოდი ყოველდღე აი ჩეკს აი იმენა ეგრევე რო ავსებდე რა.
Fair decider for both of the teams.
Quickly, Peter, I hear you saying that you think Mongols are going to show up today and be stone cold. Does that also mean that you think the Mongols are going to take this one and make it to the 4th playoff in a row?
I really think that if 9C can't find the momentum and some of that, you know, belief that they had in their series against Vitality and Spirit, they will not be able to have a chance against the Mongols, unfortunately. Whereas if they do get the momentum, I think they could take out the brawl against Mongols. But I have to go with Mongols 2-1.
The scene has been set. We know it's going to be Inferno, Overpass, and Dust 2. Should we need it, we're just about ready to get this game going between Mongols and 9C. Winner makes it to the playoff. The loser will go home.
მადლობა შეცხოდა ჩამოდით ხო მალტად. ერთ დღეს ჩამოვალ უეჭე. არის რამე კაი სანახავი ადგილები მალტაზე? Oh, Zim Mongols da versus 200 რაღაც 9Z.
Playoffs or a heartbreaking near miss. Some players spend their whole career without seeing the inside of the Lanxess arena. It's 9Z taking on Mongols. And 9Z have burned brightly here in Cologne, but it could very well end today. Sure, you've taken down some big names, but you're up against Mongols, and Aurora made light work of them yesterday. A lot of uncertainty. Desk siding with the Mongols. Looks like the bookies are too. We've got Chatty B next to me.
მე არა ნავი სამფუტე, კაროჩე რა როგორ გამისხა გუში ნავი 11-7 და როგორ წა.
They want to bring some energy into this.
That's the momentum perhaps. You know, you're going to start with some fights.
აი 9-ზე გავწუროთ მაგის
waiting for them. Tucked on Broom. It's all about that first headshot. Okay, now the fight is on. Easy for Blitz. Max overextending. No trade potential on that. Blitz has actually found a second as well. Awkward. Okay, well, the opposite of momentum.
როგორც იმენა ისე მოხდება რა, აი როგორც იმენა ისე მოხდება რა. 2-0-ზე იყვნენ ერთი რაუნდი აკლდათ პლეიოფში გასასვლელად და ვეღარ გავლენ პლეიოფში რა.
Zinho's coming around to cut him off at the pass. The bomber's just gone down. Remember, they went 5 sets of Kev, so he'll have to find these next 3 very quickly if he wants to win this one.
ეგრე ხდება ხოლმე ყოველთვის.
Looks like Zinho will have done enough.
ზეუს არავის აღარსო გაირიპა ჩვენი ფიქები მოჭ.
Well, this is the best pistol team in the
Now
major.
I'm gaგვიტროლა გუში.
7% win rate, 17-5 before that one right there, so we'll make it 18. At top of the charts, that's all 3 stages combined. Once about this second round conversion.
They didn't have to do anything. Whatever their game plan was, Blitz probably just said, let's wait and see, and they get 4 fights on their terms.
Yeah, and the Dusk was talking about momentum. I think today is all going to be about the intangibles for 9Z. They've played some good Counter-Strike. They've turned heads here in Cologne, but it's the emotional hangover. Now they're still ruminating on what could have been. Match points on 2 maps to close things down against Spirit.
And that's still going to be rattling მაინც მონღოლებს მხელა გამოცდილება აქვს რომ ამათ გადაატარებენ რა. სპინთან ხოდი ქონდა და მთელი ხოდი დატოვეს.
After a game like that.
Going into this mid stack right now, there's 4 players for 9Z on the force, so this is going to be a blended top middle. Who's going to come out on top of the trades?
Let's find out. Techno on his carding. Does clash with the MP7. Cobra only the one. Back was turned. We kept level thanks to Mazinho onto Wassau, but it's Mayan. Caught out. Was worried about Boiler. Mazinho's removed him, so now they can scoop up that bomb.
Blitz, this is crazy.
Smoke walk. Yeah, he just gives it away.
What the fuck?
Anticipated them to have reacted to the action on A. Max stuck to his guns, and now it's a 2-on-2. Not where you want to be for a fight with a 5-7. Luchov stands his ground. Mazinho has to run him down. He knows he's low. One bullet would have done it. Luchov gets the info. Looks like Mazinho is going to prioritize drawing him into the fire. Max last seen on B.
All right, birthday boy, what do you got?
This would be one hell of a fire starter. No pistol, no problem. If Max could from Mazinho leaves with a quad kill to save Mongols from that second round slip up.
If they were looking to brush away what was a landslide loss yesterday, and that what was a very, I would say, was the best series of the major so far. They've really brought in punch and aggression within the early stages. So not getting what they're looking for. As Cobra lets out a little chirp there. First major for him in the Mongols jersey. Last time round he was with the Huns. Now he gets to play with the household names of his country. And 9-10, he's been the best player for the Mongols in this major campaign. If he gets going, he's hard to stop until we swap sides. We've seen some capitulations for the Mongols up until this point.
Now him to move დღეს პირიც ხდებაო ვაიმე
opportunities against the likes of Betboom and NAVI.
Play-off-ში შურს იძიებს NAVI მერე.
That's not a very convincing resume, whereas 9Z's
მამეთ NAVI-ს გასვლა NAVI რო გავიდეს უფრო კაი play-off-ი გვექნება, ამიტომ NAVI-ს არ მეწყინება არა უშავს გავიდრე, შემეცოდნენ
I think this is the tough part, right? Because everyone's just going to look at the results of the major so far and they're going to come into this and say, oh, 9Z should be the favorites. They beat Vitality and they were close to beating Spirit, but you've got a bunch of major rookies in the server.
And Mongols are looking for their 4th consecutive major playoff.
That's it, right? So ice cold, and I think the desk sentiment about Mongols taking this, it's 9Z who have to do the convincing.
And Cobra Zera as well. Like, let's not forget that they'd be doing it without Senzu here. You know, that is a big change.
Salami.
It's not just a one-for-one replacement, right? If people take a look at the Mongols and the maps that they're playing, the positions, they've kind of shared the responsibility that Senzu once had across some of the more experienced names. Your Technos and your Mzinhos getting more responsibility on other maps. It's been curious to see what Mongols wanted to come in with a pick today. In that 4 best-of-3 so far, they picked a different map every single time. So now for number 5, it's the only time we've seen them pick the same map twice, and that being Inferno. For 9Z, it was always going to be Overpass or Nuke. Picked Overpass 3 times. This is the 4th. We did see Mongols play a game against Bait on that very map a little bit earlier in the tournament, and it was a it was a 13-3 owning, right? But that's a weakness for Bait. DGT will get himself a kill. It's all the consolation.
გადავ, ვაიმე, იქ რა play-off-ი გაიჩითა. ანუ როგორი play-off-ი გვექნება, იცი, ქვემოთ რო ისინი არის, ხო იცი, დორბლიანი პატრიკები, ხო იცი, ქვემოთა ბრეკეტში დორბლიანი პატრიკი გაიჩითება და ზემოთ იმენა ის ტაქტიკურის რომ მიდის, ერთმანეთს ჯოხებს ურტყავენ, ხო იცი? იქ გაიჩითება, ზედა ბრეკეტი იქნება, წარმოიდგინე, ნავი, ვიტალიტი, სპირიტი, ფალკონსი, რაღაცა ეგეთი და ქვემოთ
Si somos realmente el 9 contra Vitality hace 2 días, porque parece que fue hace una semana, pero le ganamos al mejor equipo del mundo hace 2 días, muchachos.
Max trying to remind them what they've achieved in recent history. Stage 2 team, they're going to start feeling all the days of play now.
Techno, fast half wall. Duchov should be set up to succeed, and he is. Did catch a lot of damage for it, but
still coming through.
And yeah, wow, stubborn through the smoke. Max is there to stand his ground. Defends the B-side Sona.
I think the fact that you see Cobra there as well, it tells you that this is a bit more of a shove from the Mongols. Normally it's going to be your likes of your Techno and your Blitz. Cobra usually working towards Boiler. Combination with Mzinho, but they've got the banana control still at a great sacrifice. They've got the util to set up for and execute, and currently nobody playing sight side for 9Z.
So as that CT smoke
might catch the rotation of Coffins.
Yeah, Max has got to be careful. It's a hard shot for Blitz. He's not pre-aiming this, not anticipating, and he actually got jumped just as he got hit the scroll wheel.
Oh, my
God, a no scope straight through.
Can you pick me up? Matchman's billet. How much? Mission billet. Still
left his hands.
Have to be converted
now. How much?
Oh, he has locked this in.
Yeah, this is really only one way forward for Mongols. So Mayan, Luchov, and Max can batten down the hatches on B. Huasao has the way back, and in a 2v4, this is a must convert.
ჩავატარე თუ არა ჩატის გიორგის rage break first.
Max does get forced up wide. Has plenty of support though. This is supposed to be NAVI's first round.
10 seconds, they could just run him when the bomb's getting planted.
Yeah, he'd have to provide immaculate cover.
Oh, they're giving him space.
They're giving him the plant. This gets weird now. You get your AWP set up in the dark position. You don't have util to flush him out. He's pre-aiming for Huaso's walk on banana. This could be a 2v2 real quick. Just looked away. Huaso nails the headshot, and that is 9C on the board.
Oof, okay, that could have been the continuation of that sunk cost to spare right there. If you lose that, so the fact they hold on massive work. They didn't want to play through the smokes, didn't want to give them a chance. The time was against the Mongols. Best of the bomb going down out of that, and you'll see the buys coming in once more. And they just chasing down Blitz and 9C. A good shooting and a stabilizing round now for 9Z. Consecutive rounds is what they're looking for to start slathering on a few of their own to see if they can tie this up 3-3. Just going to chip away Man over towards B to help assist Max and Luchov with the control.
Looks like Max wants to boost up Luchov, get him on the half wall early. With the deep banana smoke, it's a choice to be made. They'll go for a smoke break, so that forces the CTs into a more defensive stance. They've won out the initial battle.
Control now, the combination he's already up on his own. So they've got that space. Next will need to be brackets. Once you understand there's 3 fighting for banana, you know that you have a little bit of wiggle room.
DGT and Max will be smoked off on the arch side. Luchov's come over as well.
It's a conversation being had, but they are in the right place. Max cheats into the site to assist that of Huasa with this crossfire. But this doesn't have to be the finish.
You might get a little bit of vision as the smoke's depleting, but he's actually just going to elect to jump, spot nothing. That information relayed, Mayan primed and ready to pick up one, doesn't hit it. Spots the numbers of 2.
And draws the rotation back of Luchov.
That nade hurts, leaves a mark on Mayan.
He's being very stubborn with this, but maintaining a lot of information.
Will he be able to find that opening kill? Sticking around,
Wobbly.
You really needed that one.
Now they erupt.
Starting to accelerate, Mayan needs help. Luchov will be there in time. Crossfire established, but fragile. Not anymore, it's not. Cobra Zera down to Luchov, he gets
Rotation's
proactive.
on the way.
They've got to hurry this up, 25 seconds. Mongols on the back foot now. Mayan, this time, has to hit. Has to hit. Mazzinho's found him. Luchov on the edge of the smoke, does control the spray for 1. Exposed on the smoke break. Still into the site is 9-10. Bombs made it across in time. Blitz tasked with the plant. Covers required. Wasso spotted out by the AWPer. He's playing with his food. Distracted enough. The Ruins player as well. Oh, puts him in a box.
This is tough.
Super uncomfortable with Blitz pull. It's up to Techno to win this duel cleanly versus DGT. And he hasn't been able to do it. Good find from DGT. This is that 2 consecutive we were talking about. Just want to get past Blitz.
High intensity round, the good stabilizer for 9Z. These are the signs you want to see early for a competitive series today. It's not easy rounds to win, and you're shoving a lot going into that. We know how tough it could be on Inferno with these retakes. Just 9-10 being stuck between a rock and a hard place. This owner, Luchov, in just before the smoke plumes, chips away 1. Mazzinho with some solid shots early in this map. The trade's back.
Play-off 17-ია უკვე. ერთი დღეა შესვენება. რატომ მეგონა რომ 2 დღე იქნებოდა? 18-ში არ არის play-off-ით მომეს გაფიცებ თუ მე მეშლება.
They pull off the retake, they humble the finances of the Mongols, and they put themselves in a strong position now to tie things up 3-3.
ხო, 18-ია, კაცო, რა
With a
17.
couple of rounds where they've had good opportunities, they've kept the threat level high. Now they're just looking to make a dent.
17-18 გული გამიხეთქა, ჩემი 17-ში რაღაცა მაგ დაგეგმენ უნდა გავიდე ქალაქიდან.
Starting strong banana this time. More focus from 9Z towards A. Mayan's AWP long, joined by DGT in trash. Swasao anchoring as usual. Zinho and Cobra have been able to get the halls and boiler control with the digs, but they're going to have to hit scorches if they want to make this possible.
გამარჯობა, მაკმან. ენის ხახო გუშინ კომენტარებს რო შლიდი.
Unforced error on the incendiary.
რო აღიარე შენი
There's going to be a lot of conversation about pressure today, especially in our next game coming up. Boom taking on foot. A lot of major rookies in the server there, and a bunch in the server today with this one as well.
მაგრამ ძალიან ტროლი პიკები უნდა
If
დავწერო.
he goes too wide on this, these flashes are meant to help his teammates set up in middle. He spotted the half-wall boost. They want to try and clamp down on this. Max throws out a smoke at the 50-second mark.
Okay, well, that will serve its purpose.
9-10's across, so they know that there's two banana. They can try and pounce into a favorable fight on A.
Yeah, nothing brackets. They're keeping him at arm's length.
აი გამოსვლა ქონათ, მაგრამ არ ეყოფათ გამოცდილება. ყვილად ადგილს დაიკავებენ პლეი-ოფში რა, ანუ მართლა აზრი არ ექნება ამათ პლეი-ოფში გასვლას. ყვილად გატროლავენ და ჯობია რომ კაი გუნდი გავიდეს მართლა. შეჭიდებათ გამოცდილება, იმიტომ რომ ისეთი რაუნდი გატროლეს, რომ ეგეთ რაუნდს არავინ არ გატროლავდა რა. 3-2-ზე მირაში ბირი takes უაგებ. 12-11-ზე.
Mara stone face, whether that's the rules or that's the man. No cause for concern just yet.
Bit of both.
A bit with a reported sleepless night the other night, and I'd say that would have gone for the entire team. That's why we're talking about, are they able to reset? Yesterday,
Diamond რო იყო ყველა უნდა გააწე, კი მოგებულიც უნდა გამბოიცა.
9Z are just hoping to wipe that away, forget about it, and remember the highlights of their campaign in Cologne so far.
That's what Max was doing on the listening.
Play-off-ი რო დავსვა გოლს ავიღებთ კი.
It's only a couple of days ago. They were taking on the big wigs.
Now Mzinho and Halls. I'm curious, do they continue to push or do they just set up for Boiler and Halls? It looks like the setup is what's in play, so they're going to have the information short.
Play-off-ში რასაც დავწერე, ის დაწერებილა შეღოთ უკუღმა.
Defaulting through, so that might free up the rotation of May, and he's going to
get smoked off. ბიჭო, რა გალახვა გეწყინათ. კაცები არა ხარ.
Nice from Luchov. He's really delivering. He's got another one that potentially softens up.
ხუბობენ ტიპები და ხან ერთი წემს, ხან მეორე რა. გადააყოლეთ კამანდა მე ნამწაგებას ჩემ.
Hiding out behind the new box, just looking for that head-to-head duel. Mori doesn't flush him out, but can't control the spray.
წაგებაში ტირი კარგი უნდა ეძებო ყოველთვის. წაგება ხანდახან ბევრად კარგი არის ვიდრე მოგება. ბევრ რამეს სწავლობ უფრო წაგებით ვიდრე მოგებით.
He goes looking. Oh my gosh.
Просто ლამაზი ქოინია რა, რეირია რა, რო არა ყველას.
I believe they're going for this.
Giving it another go. So far it's worked
out
for them on these retakes,
უიმე
but
კარგი ხარ კობრა.
not in round 7.
მაგრამ მე იქნებ მის შეგროვება მინდა და დაიმონდ ქოინების შეგროვება მინდა და აი მაიძულებენ რომ ვერ ავიღო დაიმონდ ქოინი ან თუ არ ვიცი არაფერი.
Maybe emboldened by the retakes in previous rounds. But the game plan is quite clear early. Mongols really want to harass this B site. Looking at Max, the in-game leader, is a little bit of a weakness alongside a Luchov, who is their high flyer with DGT. Similar problem that 9C have on their Dust 2 with their B site. Something that Spirit exploited to great success. So it is just a one-round gap. But 9C need to hold on here or they will lose the bank balance with it. Luchov great on the opener, but he's marooned. They're not expecting the timing and tempo on this. And they just trade out efficiently into the site. So casual stuff from the Mongols. 1900 loss either way into the next. So an important one for 9Z more so than the Mongols. They've got a bit more residual cash to work with. Orp starts towards A this time.
Flow
state. They press up in towards Halls again. Banana control being taken once more. But this is where that forward setup is nice, right? It gives you a bit of a buffer. You're not too concerned with scampering back because you have this front line of Mayan. This time hits the shot. Another opening kill.
მე ერნეკი არა, კარგი, აი ეგეთი ტიპი ავეპეშნიკი რა, ვიღაცას ყავდა. თავგადაპარსული პროსტო სათვალეებიანი და ვერ იხსენებ რომელ გუნდში იყოტო. ბრაზილიელი ან რაღაც ეგეთი, კაროჩე, არგენტინელი თუ რაღაც ეგეთი.
Sound cues.
Yeah, they heard that, but Max goes swinging. Max can't believe it. He just got owned. Okay, just the one for Luchov.
Max, I mean, patara troll.
Double
HE spotted it. The bomb will be
ახალი გუნდია, რავი, დღეს ასეთ ისე მაინც კარგად ითამაშეს. ცუდი არა, ცუდად არ უთამაშიათ რა. ალბათ ისინი უფრო დიდი ხანი ერთად თამაშობენ და მომზადებულები იყვნენ აშკარად უფრო და. ეხლა ამათ ერთი კვირაც არ ქონდათ რომ მომზადებულები. მოიხოდებიან.
Down by 9-10. Spots them both as well, Huasao and DGT. Looks like they're trying to back away now.
Yeah, just play the bomb at this point. Mongols know they have it. 9Z need to back off. That's Mongols finding 5. And again, another round where they give up the opening pick. This time the trade potential was not there. Just the response and staying stubborn with B. They're getting caught off with these timings, 9Z. So 2-round gap manifest. The save was mandatory. And we need to take stock to discuss the buy. Huasao, he can drop the AWP to main. Luchov can buy a rifle as well, and Bit's getting on the mic to have that conversation.
მე ბასლაიქს ავიდეთ აბარემ და ლაიქით სტრიმი ვისაც არ გაქვს
See what comes
დალაიქებული.
next.
And my question is about this B site. You know, it does seem like a clear game plan from Mongols is to just keep abusing Max's bomb site. He's having a tough game, and this one was another example. Blitz, they hear him coming, the incendiary's there, he hears the sound cues, gets caught in the open by a wide swing.
Mongols, what we know this team for is shooting hard, right? If the mantra was ever going to get translated into English, you'd take the dossier from Mara and his coaching career. It's shoot. That's it, right? It can just be down to one word.
Yes.
Obviously got a level of polish to compete with the world's best, but they put their individual prowess on display. And it can be quite stunning when they do land some of those bangers, but that site crumbles. And the 30 seconds done, we're back into play. Max will be on an MP9, that's the low end of the buy. They have been able to get rifles for the rest.
ანუ მართლა გეუბნებ იმდენჯერ მაქვს წაგებული ცხოვრებაში, რომ რეაქცია აღარ მაქვს უკვე წაგებაზე. არავის წაგებაზე აღარ მაქვს რეაქცია, იმიტომ რომ იმდენად ნორმალურად მიმაჩნია წაგება. ანუ არ მაქვს მაგაზე რეაქცია რა. ჩვეულებრივი ცხოვრების პროცესი არის ეგ, რომ წაგება აუცილებელია. უნდა წააგო აუცილებლად.
You do want to cheat over towards
the side. Essentially, it's a game of
karierულად და რა, ყველა ბევრ რაღაცაში. Set in.
ავარია ფსიქოლოგიურად იყო ძლიერი ადამიანი და მეტი არაფერი არ ჭირდება ცხოვრებაში. ამ დროში მაქს კარგი. ვა, გადარჩა ტონეიდ მარატია. აუ, მაქს იმენა შესულია თო.
Finally, DGT removing Mazinho, finishes off the job, puts Cobra into an uncomfortable 1 versus 3, and he's faked it to try and catch DGT on that corner, on the jump back, does damage. Tap away a Huasao, but not far off. Pushing, oh, gets denied and destroyed. Mayans next up, he's actually making this look winnable. He's got 30 seconds, he's not in a hurry. With DGT at 7 HP, this could be the clutch. 20 seconds, hoping to try and isolate that onto May, and that's why they've grouped up Ruin side.
K9
GT, next challenge, suddenly a 1v1. Can Cobra pull this one off? 9 and the clock as May catches his back turn.
Skittish there from Cobra, a lot of damage done. Mara takes the time out off the back of that. He had a good crack at it, but you could see he was never really confident. It was always sketchy in the fights. And then loses track of what could have been. So 9Z continue to keep this one close.
Vitality's და Spirit-ს რომ Spirit-თან ჩათვალე მოიგეს რა, ანუ Vitality's და Spirit-ს უგებ წარმოიდგინე, Spirit-ს 2-0-ს რომ მოუგებ წარმოიდგინე ახლა რა. 2-0-ს რომ მოუგებ Spirit-ს, Major-ის ჩემპიონები უნდა შეიძლება გახსნან ტიპები რა.
This is the
Germany
attrition between the both of them and just holding on to tight scenarios like this.
Incredible output from Luchov. Still got close. Happy to see his hard work converted upon.
Yeah, well, he's got some making up to do. People might remember Austin. Hard to not feel for players when situations like that are out of their control. You do the hard qualify and then it gets taken away because of visa issues.
Yeah.
Second wave of util for this banana control looks like
Luchovi ძალიან მაგარი მოთამაშე ყავთ, აი სერიოზულად მაგარი მოთამაშე არის. შეიძლება დაიტრიოს ვინმე.
So he gets proactive, starts
with it.
Gets really weird. Molotov, look at the health on Mongols.
Luchova და DGT ყავთ ძალიან მაგარი მოთამაშეები ამათ. კარგი ინდივიდუალურად კარგად არიან რა.
So not only are you beaten.
არ გაიტროლოს დღეს და კაი დემონსტრაცია წამო. რები გაკავამაჩმენ კიდე გასაწორი მითხარი შენ.
And money for Mongols is going to be tough down the stretch.
Huasao with some proactivity as well.
I guess he's just considering all these B plays. Doesn't match the tail. Oh, there's the bomb. Spotted.
Spotted the bomb. That's a lot of info. DGT will burrow forward. Huasao going to be active as well.
Tracking him down here.
Off you got DGT.
Putinavis მესამე მაპები და აქ მოგება მონღოლების. Huasao პიკი რას გუშვება ნახე? Huasao. არა, აიმი ძალიან კაია აქვს მას. I'm მართლა კაი აქვს.
30 seconds. Techno might just have to hold on to this again. Reminder about the lost bonus.
უასო პიკი მენე ქართულს
1900
გავშემ.
for them going into the next. So
Violinoze რო დადის ეგეთი
egeti
ტიპია.
into the next, at least it can give them something to have a conversation about. Sketchy spam at range.
ეს თუ ესე ისურს დაგვერხათ.
Gives up his position and 9Z let off the leash. They all just started to pivot off of that info. Looks like they're going to think better of pressing the issue. This is good stuff. From the South Americans, they've definitely done enough now to humble the Mongols on their map choice. We'll tie things up 5 apiece.
Yeah, this is a really good sign that we're going to have a competitive series here, as you'd hope, when it is, you know, playoffs or heartbreak. Those are your two options today.
Okay, I don't know about this call from Blitz. It's classically Mongols, as we see the wreckage that Hwasant leaves in middle.
That just fills me with such confidence to see him taking these kind of moves with the stakes and the pressure this high.
More of that.
Oh, sad konda bicho kheli gacეული to. Kheli klavi როგორ უნდა
I can't believe they've shoved. Techno's given the AK to the boss man.
Ai ესე idო kheli იმენა, ai ესე თამაში.
Opening kills are few and far between for Mongols in this half so far. Again, it hasn't cost them in every case, but they've only got 2
თამაშობ ეგრე. Ძალიან ხელი გიდევთ იმაზე.
Broken and battered by. The next will resemble something a whole lot like this if they can't convert with 4 pistols and a saved AK-47. They've shoved for this.
It's a really ballsy call.
Yeah, you'd love to get the bomb down at a minimum.
We haven't really seen them try and finish on A.
Hansi have done well with withstanding the storm. They're out on top of the opening kills, and Mongols have the pistol. That's how we find ourselves in the lay of the land right now. But the setup looks like they've read the scenario correctly. Techno just selling a bit of a fake on B. Now hedge back to join the boys. Spotted top mid, DGT under pressure. Util's in the air, the fight's on the way.
Going to be the short side. Hwaso throwing out an incendiary. It's very well timed. He's even got some info as well on his little jump spot. DGT could be well timed. Or in the open, booked by DGT, dips back into sight, maintains that crossfire, trying to apply pressure as Cobra, kept at by Bay by the flames. It's DGT for number 2. All this investment and you get absolutely nothing. That hero rifle, the only man standing.
ვიძახდი რაღაც დამავიწყდა თქო, მაგრამ
Fundamentals of Inferno's A site on display and just harassing constantly as DGT. He looks very active. This boy, he knows what it's like to get to the major playoffs. Did that with Pain. 9Z to Pain and then back to 9Z and looking to take 4 other gentlemen with him to the Lanxess. So here it is again. Another more of the same from the Mongols.
Boiler
progression has been stalled down by that incendiary.
Oh, it's a tapasnie. Xameti like-იც მივარტყათ მე. ავიდეთ ასე ბარემ.
Techno spotted on
Full HD resolution, Dave.
DGT's got a lot of work to do.
Hard clear.
Opa. Давай, მონღოლების მოგება გვინდა.
Stunning start to the round. Maybe they can make it work with the pistols after all.
Opa,
Hwaso
9-10.
swinging into the Deagle of 9-10.
Got to deal with the AWP now.
Okay, Mayan swinging, sweeping. Mazzinho spotted, misses his shot. Has to hit it on the 5-7, getting very hectic. Stands his ground, but stabilizing for just the one. From Blitz and no around the smoke fade. Was not prepared for Cobra's forward position. Mongols rectifying their mistakes in the previous. A clutch available for Max, but he's got to do things quickly.
No, Kobim
way you break 9-10 as well. It's an easy pick for Cobra Zera. Flushes him out with the incendiary. Does manage to make it a 1v2. Got to move quickly here. Smoking a kit. Bait the AWP shot. It's Techno, the insurance policy, hanging out towards the back. Gets him out, forcing fights. 6-6. 9Z fighting strong on the CT side.
Hwaso pika DGT და ლუჩოვა ძალიან მაგრები არიან. 3 დღე წესი რომ დამძინებია ჩემი ამ major-ის გადამტკიცება და აი ის კიდე. Governments. ეს ურუგვაელი ყოფილა, მე მეგონა ეს არგენტინელი იყო. რამფე მინური ტიპია, ხო? სახეს. Commerce. ახალი ბენგერები აქ ესეც. რა კომბოა, აი მე სამხრეთ ამერიკელები არის. უშუკ ბაიარ 19 ბანზრაგაч. Ayush Batbold. Tragze Batboldi არის. Batboldi, ანუ ტრაკზე არის ტიტული. ის მელოდი. ტრაკ მელოდია.
Stage 3 coming to a close, but it's do or die today. Both teams, the 2 wins, 2 losses, and the first half under our belt on Inferno. 9Z taking on the Mongols. Swapped sides, it's going to be up to 9Z on the T side now. And Mongols already picked up a pistol, found themselves 6 on their attack.
Yeah, reminder of the Mongols' pistol stats so far, the best in the major.
Okay.
For today, 77% win rate, 17-5, well now 18-5. Let's see if they can find lucky number 19.
Those strong starts.
That's a lot of info.
Oh, wasn't ready for the off-angle. Max has adopted early, and he's lucky to get away with his life. His techno.
All right, that goose should be called, and that will likely help the finish for this round.
You can see the quick retooling from the Mongols just off that small exchange of information and damage, and peeking into mid. Yeah, DGT gets the fight from 9-10.
Another road now, that to the tally.
This is brilliant. Such good awareness already on this T pistol. Haven't even had to use your nades yet.
Blitz still has full banana control. He can't get pushy because they're down a man. Just needs to hold on to the line. Still no clear finish for 9Z, even with the goosh and the open kill. But with the smoke, the molly, the flashes, they could just smoke off Moto. Molly back pit. Team some flashes in. DGT with a fake sound cue. They're going back to B.
At least Blitz will be that early warning system, the trip wire at the top of banana. Oh no, he starts to walk in. Had to get that, but had to get out, Mayan. Very important.
They'll be in and set up. There's nothing that Cobra can do about this. He'll be smoked off.
Turns tail. Has he been called off? What was that? They get it, make it across. Straight bullet through the smoke, but yeah, you're right. The bomb will go down uncontestable.
Techno and Mzinho very late
No,
to
it's
this.
Techno
doesn't have Kev. Cobra and Mzinho could hold on to theirs. And Mzinho, now he cheats over. They're so worried about a late lurk. Cobra looking for a fight.
It's so hard to envision a world where Cobra can play this.
Time's the biggest issue.
It's ticking away. He's not getting any of the fights he hoped for. Not one overstep. This is restraint from NAVI, ensuring that this pistol goes their way. We can split the pistols down the middle. And DGT onto Techno, finishes one max. Started the start of this round. Cobra on the way out.
He's not getting away with his Kev.
I don't think so. Neither does Massa.
ამის მერე აღარ იქნება თამაშები 2 დღე. 18-ში დაიწყება, მე უკვე play-off.
9Z in this one. 4 opening kills for Luchov, 4 for DG.
მეც 2 დღე დავისვე.
გასასვლელი ვარ. Their major campaign, they're continuing to deliver right now.
It was reminiscent of the first pistol where, you know, the fight just happened on Banana and Mongols just killed 4 people as they were trying to push down Banana on the CT side. This time they hold their crosshairs and they get the fights.
Let's get caught there. It was a nice shot. If he gets away,
yeah,
different conversation. 9Z take the lead. An aggressive move.
These can be those pesky second round conversions where that pistol was all for naught.
Look at the room, right? The T-Stairs players are so passive. They're expecting this. Max is going to sweep and deal with the push easily.
910's not going to get anything. Okay, looking good. Oh, Huasao and Max. Techno winning out to DGT something, but with Cobra Zera just crouch committing to that clear. Should signal the end of the round. Mzinho, long range burst to their head on Huasao. Luchov had the bomb, gets spotted and down to 4 HP, but Techno, he's got 4 of his own and he's not interested.
Unlikely that Techno is able to jump on whatsoever. Techno's loud about this.
ანუ არ გაიტანი არავინ ხო ყოჩახ.
Get blindsided and this is the start that 2 round gap soon to become 3 and it feels like they know exactly the way that Mongols want to approach these rounds. They want to bludgeon you to death. They want to take the peaks when you're least expecting it, when you're pulling out your nades, when you're setting up for fights. They're the ones who want to spring the trap. Well, right there, playing heads up, Counter-Strike, 9Z ready.
რა მოხდებოდა? გუშინ ნავის არ წაეგოთ 11-7-დან.
It's a tough way back into this game for the Mongols now. 910's AWP is going to be distant memory. We'll see how long it takes before he can get it out on the CT side. He's been the most impressive member for me in this major campaign. He's, well, like in some of these games, he's doing it all, at least in the first halves. He's not nuclear right now. Overpass up next, CT side. He'll have an opportunity to do so. 9Z are handling the pressure. USP is going to try and creep in after this. DGT aware of the possibility. He's going to throw a nade. At that point, if you don't swing, you feel like you lose your chance. Very well handled from DGT. Huasao now looking to make a 10. And this eco.
Yeah.
The face of 2 is enough to draw the rotation. And it's a free B bomb site. That smoke, the penny will drop. And I feel like they can't really make the right play at the moment. Yeah, seeing them pick 4 different maps over 4 different series, now Inferno being twice, it tells you that Mongols don't even really know what the strength is in their map pool, right? What was traditionally a Mirage and an ancient heavy team has been changing over the tail end of this season, not finding the results that they've been looking for, so in search of a home map.
ბიჭო, ერთი ის არის, აფერისტი ტიპი არის, შეპირდა ნავის მაიკას გაჩუქებო რა. აი, ტიპი რა ვიცი, კაცს აფერისტობა არ უხდება, ისე რავი, არაფერი. ველოდები გამოგიწერეო რა ზომა ხარო, მეთქი ემი თქო რა, ეხა უკვე ელი ვარ, ანუ ის მაიკა რომის გამომიწერო საზრი აღარ აქვს რა. მაშინ ემი ვიყავი და ეხა ელზე რო გადავედი. Inverse
to that is Mongols do leave it through. 9Z pick it. You know, well, we didn't actually prack it, and you get wrecked.
Yeah.
So at least this way you're going out on maps.
ნახოთ. არა, ფალკონებით გასვლა უეჭველი მინდოდა მე.
Yeah, and you've ironed out your fundamentals and your procedures.
გამოგიწერე გზაში. აუ რამ ხელა fake info გაადრო ტიკმა კიდე ჩემი ძმებო დასკრინეთ ეს რომ მე ვაჩვენოთ რო თქვა რომ არ მithkomso. მადლობა დანაციის სილი. მაგხუთილარით ის გაგედაგეხადა გამბაჟება თუ გამოიწერე რაღაც მიდონატები.
Cobra will be that rotating rifle up. 9-10. It's also a rotating piece in Mzinho, the A anchor. So setting up for a heavy.
ტურნირი იწყება ხოლმე major იწყება ზოგადად play-off-დან, მანამდე არ არის major-ი ჩათვალე არაფერი რა. სიამოვნება თუ გინდა მიიღო, ხალხი რო დაიწყებს ხრიალს, აი ლანქსეს არენაზე. მე იმენა.
Applies pressure to Mzinho.
Bicho, Verstappenis საწვიმარი გამოგიწერე, რა გინდა მეტია. აუ, ერთჯერ ნავის მაიკავე ხო Verstappenis საწვიმარი, კაროჩე.
That's a big headshot back. Cobra trying to pick up the slack, swings on in, catches him jumping.
Pressure on Mzinho.
Ana მე არ მეყიდია ისე 800 ლარი რეს 850.
Pachukas amplified has them support of Techno and Cobra. And that HG already has their ears ringing. DGT Mzinho set up to succeed and he defends his side
perfect.
From Mzinho, Mongols a must-win round converted.
You see the thought process there and a great shot from Hwasao. Orp identified over towards
B.
Okay, let's try and take this focus along those sight lines. We can actually take favourable duels. And he smashes an opening shot. The fact that they were playing 4 heavy, 3 players able to deal with this after Blitz goes down. The cavalry. Well, they gallivant in. They make mincemeat of this short pounce. That was a bonus. Guns back in, 9-10. Is he going to keep swinging for picks? Take him over man on the AWP every day of the week. We'll see how audacious the man wants to be.
Investment
from 9Z. They've been able to get the control of half wall. Max and Luchov have the tail. It's all 5 here and 9-10 sweeping back over. Is it just going to be a nade dump or do they really feel the commitment on this side of the map so early?
Duelში ვერ მოუგებენ, იმიტომ რომ duelში სპირიტი დაჩაგრეს ტიპებმა ბიჭო. ძალიან მაგრად ისვრიან.
A little bit of room to work in the corridor.
კაი ტაქტიკურად თუ მოუგებ ამათ როგორც ავი შიროს იმენა ძალიან მაგარი თამაში რო არ ქონოდა ალბათ გავიდოდნენ 3 თრონს. შიროს სასწაული თამაში ქონდა სპირიტი. სპირიტი თამაშებოდნენ ესე.
And at the minute mark, smoke molly combo to take back Car. Resurge forward. This time a little bit more controlled with the pace 9Z. DGT set up a bracket with him, Max.
Probably დაიწყება წესი საღამოს ცოტა ეს 5-6-ისკენ.
Trying to set up a B split possibility here. Library smoke, arch.
Salam,
I'm going to go through the arch smoke into a B split.
I think you might be right.
But დაანებეთ მაუ კაცები არ ხართ ანუ ყოველთვის შეიძლება რომ ეგეთი რაღაცა მოგივიდეს ანუ არაფერი ჩათვალე არაფერი არ მომხდა და ჩოულებრივი დღე არის ეგ რა როგორც რომ მოიგებ და ჩოულებრივი დღე იქნება და ისე რომ წაგო ჩოულებრივი დღეა სო არაფერი არ არის ანუ შეცვლილი როგორც ტიპი მაგარი მოჩხობარი იყო მანამდე ისე იქნება მაგარი მოჩხობარი მერეც ანუ არაფერი არ არის
Immediately returning to their winning ways off of that one CT round from the Mongols.
From everybody there. The fact that 9-10 was even committed to sandbag.
თუ იცი რომ вообще ანუ ეგეთი ის ხარ აქვს მაგარი ხარ ვარ წაგებ вообще ვаше არაფერი არ გაქვს ანერვიულო რა არავინ არ არის ეგეთი ყველა წააგებს вообще მაშინ იცი რა უნდა ქნა აი ხა თრო ის რო ქონდა 17 მოგება რო მქონდა სო ეთქვა რომ მე წავედი სპორტიდან და სო აი შეინარჩუნებდა თავის ნოლიენს მაგრამ აი ეგ ციფრების დედავატირე ბიჭო თავარია ტიპი იმაშება რა ქვია ქართველი არის თეთრ სახში იჩხუბა ტიპმა ანუ ეგეთი რაღაცა მე მგონი პირველი ქართველია ვინ თეთრ სახში იყო ჩემ მე ეგეთი რაღაცა ისტორია დაწერა ტიპმა არ გავარტყი წაგება მოგებას ჯერ იმაში რა საიდა 3 მილიონი ნახევარი ვარ 4 მილიონს ძლივს უკაკუნებთ რაღაცა ჩემი და იმას ტიპი წავიდა თეთრ სახში იჩხუბა მაგაზე დიდი მიღწევა რაღა გინდა წაგება მოგების დედავატირე მე გადავებით
Do we see them go back to similar motions?
Აკიდულია, გამოყიდულია, იმას დოპინგი ქონდა, უკვე არა აქვს მაგას არანაირი მნიშვნელობა. So, მოჩა ბაზარ.
I think your learnings from there was that 9Z are ready. They are focused on the crosshair and if we do
თუ არ დაბრუნდება ბიჭო, სუსტი ტიპი არ არის მენტალურად, ეგრევე ეთყობა რა. თვითონ ხდებოდ, თვითონ ყოველთვის იცის. ნორმალური ამბავია რომ წააგო შეიძლება მაგ სპორტში. ვინც არ აგებს მაგ სპორტში წინ ვერ წავა, ვერანაირად. ჩათვალე ეგ წაგება ბევრად ძლიერს დააბრუნებს, როგორც მერაბს დააბრუნებს ძლიერად უფრო ეს წაგება. ყოველთვის ბევრად მეც სწავლობ წაგებიდან, ბევრად მეც, იმიტომ რომ მე ყურადღებას მეტ რაღაცეებს აქცევ. მერე უფრო და უფრო ჭკვიანი იჩითები.
9Z will just roll over them.
ყოველგვარი გამოცდილებაა, სუმოგებით ვერ გავითარდება.
You'll be one map away from elimination. You will not make 4 consecutive majors. As far as the playoffs are concerned. 9-10 starts the orb short side.
Again, Blitz is just constantly copying early damage from these AGs.
არა, მორჩა მე გადავ 28 წლისა დაბრუნდება და დედას უტილებს ყველას და ყველაფერს. მე კი არაფერი არ არის კაც. აგება იმენა საჭირო.
Way downtown.
And 9-10 has control from short side with the orb, so they still have the information.
Ekman's getting cheeky. If they try this, he's in a position to do some
damage. არ არსებობს ეხლა. არ არსებობს ნეიდიც ვერ მიაყვა. არ არსებობს რასისვრიან ბიჭო, რასისვრიან. DGT-ს რომ სროლელი ყავს, ჩემი იმენა გიჟია ტიპიტო. მთელი ტურნირი აქ ქერავს ამ გულში.
It's been a team effort so far. Mongols, the players aren't hitting.
So uncomfortable for you now.
Always posizione da Blitz.
Hanging out in this off angle. Yeah, you're expecting a maximum.
Magmoloto sagazria.
Hoping to flush them into his
Smoky tag, double blocker.
Still holding on to his smoke, which is admirable.
Double blocker, so.
We'll throw it out with a HE in combination. Ouch.
Nice. Darchi tazy.
Just went to rotate. Now smoke at the perfect time. Mzinho in pit literally has to do it all. There is no support. It's a 1v5 on A.
Okay, Mzinho. You're used to these situations. Pressure on. Bodies on your screen. Multiple bodies charging in. Mzinho's got to do it all. For him, he can't spray him down.
ერთი კაცი რო ყოფილიყო აქ crossfire-ზე რაღაცას იზავდა.
Take up to 11 and Mongol's chances of running thin.
Salam.
DGT pick onto 9-10. He's had some rough deaths as 9-10.
Yeah, these last couple of rounds just getting caught. And that was similar as to how 9Z lost a couple of rounds on their CT side as well. It was just that press up through banana, subverting the expectation, taking timings that they weren't ready for. You get caught with nades in your hand, you get caught repositioning. Mongols are taste their own medicine right now. $7,000 guns again. Max is keeping on a tight leash. They're not hunting this aggressively at all.
More than happy to leave with an 11th round on your opponent's pick.
You've got a really tough choice right now if you're Mongols. And the way that their buy pattern was on the T side, they might just shove. You get 3,400 into the next round. So the 2,900 cash injection for Cobra and Blitz does allow them to drop 2 guns. But we see a lot of teams in this type of situation just go with the 2 safe rifles, have some light upgrades on everybody else, and then they'll full buy into the next. They'll kind of shove on this one. And this is essentially for the map. If they don't win this, sure, they'll get the loss bonus. Sure, we might see a couple of saves, but they're not even really in the game right now. This is a 1-round CT hold. And most of the rounds converted for 9Z have not been close at all. We're talking 1 or 2 casualties. So 9Z continuing that class. Not letting the occasion get the better of them today, at least so far. Just the timings, the output, it's not there for Mongols right now.
Yeah, the trades are happening so consistently as well. It's hard to see Mongols, providing a multi-kill. Which, after conceding these opening deaths, is a necessity.
They're extremely light on in that department, the multi-kill department. Handful of players with 2. Techno yet to get 1.
Ooh, an opening. Blitz has removed Max from the pack immediately, throwing bullets down banana.
Oh, they needed that to alleviate a bit of pressure.
It's far from a guarantee, though.
Techno's been having a tough go in that department. He's 0-7 with the opening, so if he can avoid giving away any more for this map, assuming they can convert this number advantage situation, there might be a chance. 9-10 and Mzinho pit side. 4 up the mouth and relatively unannounced. It's long smoke, but they're not making steps. They're not throwing flashes. They're lining up the second wave of utility now. Moto smoke, but they are going long.
Test for Cobra Zera. He's been caught out sometimes. This is a big fight. He gets caught by Mayan on the jiggles. Equalizing frag provided. Library now smoked off. There's so much uncertainty in the ranks of the Mongols. Blitz tends to CT. They're going to exec from the long side into the A site. 9-10 and Mazzinho need to step up. Oh my god, he's been mollied mini pit. Super uncomfortable for Mazzinho. Has to stand around the flames, tap ahead. Can't do it. Huaso's removed him. 9-10's a dead man. Just starts shooting at the boards. Helpless. As this beautiful procedural round takes shape. Doesn't matter if Blitz provides an opening. 9Z looking like the better team.
And no doubt about that. This is class. And they're looking comfortable. They're looking poised. I'm a bit happy with that. They remove another gun, which means they remove another threat for what will be the final round of play coming up next.
Aurora mamotena, მაგრამ კარგები არიან, კარგები არიან.
To their tally.
ორ პასი მათი პიკია თან.
Look at the draw there as far as the seeding's concerned. We know that they've been having a tough time, but still
დიდი არაფერი არ
been able to take down Paravision, right? You think, okay, maybe that's a 50-50 of a game. They upset Vitality, they have the barn burner against Spirit. We'll forget about the
რაღაც ისე გამოიყურებიან, რომ ესენი მომგებები არ ჩანან და რავი.
You gotta sleep, you gotta prep, you gotta emotionally dump the baggage. So they've been able to do that today. And this is comfy.
Oh, ამათმა რომ მოიგონ მეიჯორი ბიჭო.
Confidence building as well for 9Z to be able to prove to themselves that they can shake off that.
ბიჭო, ისე რა ვიცი, გადაობა რა არის, იცი? სამი მეიჯორია. სამი მეიჯორია, კაროჩე. 3-0-ზე გადიან. NAVI ფურია. ბოდიში, სპირიტი ფურია გადიან 3-0-ზე, 3 მეიჯორია. და 3-1-ზე გადის ვიტალიტის. ეგ სამივე მეიჯორია და სამივე მესამეც რომ ამათმა მოიგონეს.
They're so light on.
And they're supposed to be the experienced ones. It's 9Z that you expect the pressure to be getting to.
Yeah, the fact that they're handling this today.
Playoff-ის ვიტალიტი მაგარი საშიშები კი არიან ეს. უეჭველი ვიტალიტის ვინერზე რამ კიდია რა რომ წააგონი. რა წააგებენ, უეჭველი მოიგებენ, ჩაიდებენ მეოთხეს. Apex მეხუთე majors გადაჭიმავს.
It hasn't even been their openings that have been concerning. It's the fact that they are not shooting hard enough.
And some duels are imminent. Pressure applied towards brackets. You've got that library side smoke. If anyone dares to jiggle out CTB.
Apex შეიძლება მინდა 5 რაუნდი.
Info top mid. I understand you have the brackets control, but if you just get executed on the other side of the map, then you're retaking. Pass out, spots the leg.
Ooh, he gets the information. Zinho has been spotted, compromised now. They're set up.
It's a fake. It's a fake.
It's like it's a fake. You're not seeing Cobra make too many moves. It's Huaso that's hoping to profit from this. And now Mazzinho's still there on his roost. Has to find a multiple output.
They're leaving B. They have to go A. The bomb's down top mid. You have to go A.
Have to try that into 9.
Why me, allo.
Main's just going to have to commit to this. The MP9 running at him. He should be able to get this frag. Does I don't know, but it's not planted for him. Then maybe he can get the eliminations. They have no idea. Backs a turn. An opportunity for Lucha, but he just doesn't have the bullets. Blitz picks up the gun, hit the shot.
He's got the kit.
He picks up the kit now. 5-second defuse.
You just sit it.
That's going to buy time.
Just sit it.
Going to have to run with his knife out. Going to round this corner. He's faffing around with his nades. Not enough. Second guess.
Why me?
He brings his gun through.
Why მესეთი რაღაცების როგორ მჯერა იცი?
Building round for Mongols. That simply maybe extends the pain.
9Z know they should have had him right there and then. Tricky round to finish, thinking the moment was going to get the better of the Mongols and over-rotate. The moment is getting the better of Cobra. His aim in these last few, it's just to isolate him, but the Mongols in general, mechanical failure.
And just, committing to that fight. Not a necessity either.
Yeah, that duel is full nerves, right? You can see it. Mongols have been doing it the hard way throughout their major run. If they come into stage 3 and the only scalps they take are Monty and Bay. It's a miserable end to the season. A fall from the team that was in a major final this time last year. Sure, the bracket got down in that department.
Juju, logitech Chipro Superlight ხო გაკდა როგორ გავხსნათ
mainstay.
They've lost their X factor and trying to get it back.
USB ჩაერთებდა ის USB-ს მეორე თავი რაც აქვს, უნდა დადო ახლოს მაუსთან. რაშიც ის პატარა ჩიპი ჩადის.
Brackets control you to lobbed in.
ჭირდება, ეგ უნდა იდოს ახლოს მაუსთან, რომ აიო.
This guy keeps hitting.
Oh, that's a fight I believe DGT could have definitely found the headshot. Mazinho given a second lease of life.
They always have so much room to set up these executes.
Siot,
Cobra get a chance right now on this A setup
Boats
to
are in the sky. Moto Smoke, block on DGT. It's Max on the warpath.
They can
Kept
wait
at
this
bay
out.
by the incendiary. Mazinho on the low HP doesn't want to swing. He just wants to have them looking the other way onto Cobra or 910.
Both
Inside, here we go. This is the fight. No, they're collapsing. 910, only the two of them. It looks like 9Z are taking Mongols pick, folks, with Blitz and Techno on their way back in. Maybe Huasso goes down to the incendiary. He's got a safe haven. Now you're staring at a smoke grenade. And 9Z have played these post plants by the book consistently. Very rare to see them make a misstep once that bomb is ticking in their favor. It's going to have to be perfect from Techno. A quiet inferno from him. Flash and go. Chaos, hope for some misses, but these kids ain't missing. And that's 9Z taking map one. Mongols territory. And 9Z find their form. Their confidence may have wavered, but they found it when they needed it.
Overpass, their map choice coming up next. And Mongols' mechanical failure throughout. This team needs to find their aim because right now they look to be getting sent home one step away from the playoffs.
9C finding their footing in the moment they needed the most. Backs against the walls after having lost 2 games in a row at IEM Cologne. They pick up the map pick of the Mongols to put themselves up 1-0 in this series. Martin, that was a game that had, I would say different faces. The off to a good start is 9C. Mongols come back and then we switch sides and it feels like 9C is in control. But then again, you have this feeling that if Mongols is just stepping up a little bit, it could get close again. I guess the best way to describe it is it felt a bit nervous.
It felt nervous. It felt a little bit too uncomfortable for both of the teams. Actually, first half, I think Mongols went 6-6. In my opinion, they should be happy with the half, how it went. They had a clear game plan, which we're going to be discussing a little bit later on. But I do think that this game was a pure skirmish, pure brawl. And this is the best way how to describe these two teams going head-to-head.
How did you see it, Pina? And how did you find it? Was it exciting or was it too nervous for your taste?
No, I think it was exciting because it is just this very brawly style where they all want to be fighting. They don't want to give each other too much space, so they do really fight for the map control every single inch. And we know how Banana always works in that regard, but that's where you really want to be fighting. But it was I think that the T side, that's what stood out to me as we've talked about coming into the game, that is where both teams have their weaknesses. And the Mongols netting 6 rounds on their tees, I think that was enough to close it out. But once they turned to CT side, you could see the flaws in their individual performance just not showing up. And I think 9-10 to me spoke with you know, a little bit of a guy that
აბნუხარო დღეს რო აღარ გვაქვს. იქით რო გადასვლა რო აღარ შეგვიძლია მეორე თამაშებს. ადრე მახსოვს რომ რაღაც სტრიმზე გაქვს ნათქვამი რემატჩი ბევრად რთული. ეგრე არის ზოგადად. რემატჩი როცა მე ზოგადად როცა მიწევდა ხოლმე რა ვიღაც ტიპებთან რემატჩი რომლებმაც მომიგეს, ბევრად ხოდით ვიყავით და ვიცოდი იმათი ფსიქოლოგია უკვე როგორ უნდა ყოფილიყვნენ რა და შესაბამისად იგივენაირად ვიყავი მე ტიპებს რომ მოუგებდი და მე რომ უწევდათ ჩემთან თამაში ცოტა ისე ვიყავი რა, ანუ შედარებით არ ვრისკავდი რაღაცებს, რასაც მანამდე გავრისკავდი რა. ნაკლებად ისე თამაშობ. ფსიქოლოგია ყველაფერი მაგიტო გეუნები. ფსიქოლოგია რა ფსიქოლოგიის დედავატირე კაცო. ტვინში, короче, რაც გინდა დაუძახეთ, გინდა ფსიქოლოგია დაუძახეთ, просто არ მევასება იგი მინა ფსიქოლოგია და რაღაც ფსიქოლოგები და ეგეთი რაღაცები არ მევასება იმენ. ოკეი, არ უყურო მე კაცო, მე ხო არ გაძალებს, ვისაც გაუსწორდება ის უყურებს. არა, 2-1 დავმარცხდით სამწუხაროდ დღეს მილენიუმი. 3-0-დან და გაეგრძელებინათ რა მაგარი რაუნდები ტროლეს მონღოლებმა. მე 150 ლაიქს ავიდეთ. ქართველები რო იყვნენ, ვიცი რა ასწორებდა, მაგრამ ბუთკემპიც მომენატრა, მაგრამ დასწორებდა ბუთკემპიც. ჩაიჯვა. გუში ნავიმ ჩაგვიჯვა პიკემში კაკრას. გამოექანა და ჩაგვიჯვა იმენა. პირველი მაპი მაგარი პირატესობით მოვიგეთ, მაგრამ მეორეში და მესამეში მაგრად გაგვიჭირდა. ჩვენი პიკი წავაკეთ და მე ნიუში გადაგვიარეს, რასაც ქვია ტისაიდიდან. დარბოდნენ და გვაჯობეს. დაიმონდი გაემაზა დაიმონდი გაიბაზა, მაგრამ გოლდი ავიღო. დაიმონდს რა ვიცი, ვინ აიღებს. დავჩებ, ამის მერე რაც გავაკეთებ ხოლმე, იცი? ვიყიდი 2 პიკემს ხოლმე. ან 3 აკაუნტზე ვიყიდი პიკემს. და 3-ვიდან დავწერ ხოლმე. ერთგან ხომ მაინც ავიღებ დაიმონდს. ერთგან იმას დავწერ გამარჯვებულს, ერთგან იმას და იგი იქნება რა. ვაფშე როგორ დავწერ, იცი, რენდომის ღილაკი რო აქვს, მაგას დავაჭერ და მიდი შენ ჭამეში. ჭამე იმენა. ეს რა ლამაზია იმო. დავი 3-ვემ თუ გაასხა, მაშინ აღარ ვიყიდი არასდროს და იგი იქნება. პირველ სტეიჯზე მასერა და ერთი დასმა. თუ რანდომით არ მუშაობს, ხო? გადაობა რა იქნება, იცი, ერთში რო ერთი სტეიჯი დასვა, მეორეში რო მეორე სტეიჯი დასვა, მესამეში რო მესამე სტეიჯი დასვა, მე პლეიოფი რო დასვა რა, მაგრამ აზრი აღარ ექნება ეგრე. Six minute. ეს ტიპი ვინაატო? ფურია და სპირიტიც, ორადიო, ნეგთქვი. მესამე მეიჯორია 3-0-ზე გადის. მესამე მეიჯორია სპირიტი და ფურია 3-0-ებზე გადიან. ვიტალიტის 3 მეიჯორია 3-1-ზე გადის. წინა 2 მეიჯორი მოიგო ვიტალიტიმ. და მე მგონი მესამესაც უმის. ასიტყვი ორადიო მოიგებს ვიტალიტი მეიჯორს. აბა დამიწერი. კი ან არა. ახი არ მიწერს არაფერს. ამ პალი ბაუჩია. უთი წუთი დაგჭირდა დაახვიეთე. იმას როგორ ეთყობა რომ არგენტინელია შეხედით. დავაი მონღოლებმა წამოიღონ ხა 60% აქვს. იმას 11 ოვერპასი აქვს რა თამაშები.
I'm very grateful to be here, to have the team I have. I'm very happy with the guys, the coach, with the analysts, the CEO, it's here with us. So yeah, a lot of people from Argentina, it's cheering for us and wait this moment for 4 years because our last major was in 2022. So yeah, I'm very excited to be here. The best moment in my career, it was definitely my qualification to the Antwerp Major. That was legendary for Sudan.
იცი ვის გავს ის ტიპი?
Beside us.
NQZ-ი გავს, NQZ-ი გახსოვთ? მე მგონი ფენში იყო. ამათი ავეპე გავს NQZ-ი სათვალეებით აი.
For the major. So yeah, it was historic for.
თუ ამას ყავდა NQZ-ი გუნდში და მაგიტომ.
Will be with me all my life. I think the person who inspires me more, I will say Fallen, and is the obviously one, but I want to say another one, and he's with me in the team right now, who is Bit, who is a legendary player from Brazil, and now is our coach again. So yeah, I'm very happy to work with him. I want to achieve a lot of more majors, but I will say a playoff major. Yeah, that's my goal, my real goal, because yeah, I want to win a major, but I want to be realistic at the same time, so I will say, yeah, playoff major.
რო გაიპრეფე მაგაზე?
I want to ask as well.
Whenever
you do the veto, you usually pick one of those two maps, right? Recently, they've not been as good. Do you have any feelings about why this is?
On Mirage, I think we just changed our positions, tried some new things, And
which position has changed?
like
მოიცა როგორ გადაახვი ანუ
Or is this secret
ლაივი
information
გადაახვი
maybe?
გუშინტელი ჩანაწერი გადაახვია და ანუ ჩათინახე თუ რა
From T side, I'm going to mid, and Cobra's going to apps.
კაცები გეოსება
And like the star rifler role is kind of changed on Mirage, and that was suck. Then we lost. Yeah.
So you swapped it back again.
Yeah.
no, it's not
So what were you saying? So Mirage is kind of you've changed some positions
and yeah, that's because of the changing position on the ancient. I think it's lack of practice, maybe.
yeah.
And every
Back to
other
back
team
in.
is adapting, and
They're focusing
Agar
on you as well
kamu
because they know
kiwatch.
that you're picking, right?
because like our play style is very easy to read. Like okay, they're just doing the same things, so they adapted it. So yeah, we're trying to figure out and changing our styles.
Yeah.
So-
I know in the past experience that
შეცვალო,
sometimes, like, you
გოჭო.
have a map you're struggling on, right? And you focus a
აი
lot
მე
on the
რანაირი
weaker map.
გოჭი
And your
გეილიას
good
აგებაზე
maps,
რას
you don't put focus
არა
on the
ფიქრო რა
weaker
უნდა
maps. Do
ვიფიქრო
you think that maybe
ნორმალური
happens
ამბავია რა
a little
წააგო
bit
და
as
სო
well?
Yeah, like sometimes we
გულდასაც ყვეტია საწყენია
was kind of our bad
მაგრამ
map,
that's life
but we focus on nuke.
კაკას კაცებად ეგ გვაქცევს რომ წაგებაზე
Kind of okay for us, but
არ უნდა გქონდეს
at
მაგხელა
that
ეგეთი
time we
რეაქცია
didn't
რა
try this ancient or
ზედმეტად
Mirage,
ემოციურები არ უნდა
so
გაგვხატოს
yeah,
წაგება
some kind of
It makes sense.
momentum.
ხდება ყველაფერი
Lost.
ცხოვრებაში
Our
წაგებაც
picking map is become
ნორმალური ამბავია და საჭიროა
It's
ხანდა
weird how that changes, right? You work
რაღაცები
becoming a
შევცვალოთ
best
ჩვენს
at stuff like
ცხოვრებაში
that.
თავარია გაანალიზო ასე ყველაფერი იქნება შეიძლება 17 ზემოდან კიდე მოიგოს და მერე წააგოს კიდე ერთი და მე მაგალითად
It's
მირჩევნია
time to find out if this fairy tale has got a
დიდი
happy
სიამოვნებით აი 20-0-ზე რომ მქონოდა რეკორდი და ერთი წავი რომ ითქვა რომ ერთი წააგეო ეხლაო და აი ანუ ერთი წააგეო ეხლა რა ჩაწყობით გავიძახე ანუ წააგო ეხლა ერთიო და მე კიდე 20 მოიგო გაწყობსო კი იმეთი გავაგზარია რა იდეა წაგება ვაფშე
playoff bound team.
ეგრე იქნება ზუსტად 17 კიდე ზემოდან მოიგებს დარწმუნებული ვარ
Max to block short and all pressure
მადლობა
on
დონაცისთვის
Cobra.
დათო
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, and he's got a flash in his face. Will be spotted out on the barrels, has his bell rung. Needed that from Mazinho. He's removed Guasso peak. Luchop going to be looking to claw
კარგი ხარ
but it's Mazinho
მიძინიო
with
ებო
double on the output. Is that
აუ
enough,
აუ
though? Is that enough when DGT's in the server? Finds
DGT
three
რა
response.
სისხლის ბიჭო
Hectic
ვერ
19
არის ეს
goal.
ბიჭი
DGT
ავად
gets a
მყოფშე
win. Looking for the ace, he takes it. Crushes Mongol
რა
spirits and
სისხლის
takes
ბიჭო ეს
19
პატარა
towards
დონკა
the
ყავთ
playoffs.
DGT, the digits, he just gave them the finger right there. That is one way to kick off your map choice. T-side overpass, you got the pistol, and you just keep compounding that pain. Blitz, Techno, they didn't leave their chairs. After map number 1, they stayed. Blitz was practicing nades on this very map. Techno was shooting some bots. Mzinho stayed as well. Cobra at 9-10 and the coach went outside, but this one's going to get away from you damn quick. CT side of Mirage, and if you can't bounce back with the force, you're going to be in a hole. We just went from the most played map in the Major so far to the second least. And this has been one of 9Z's picks. DGT looking ready to rip off more heads. 9-10, can he catch the timing?
Showing good restraint here.
They're rotating back to A.
Door opens, it pulls him away. He does very well to find anything.
ეგრე ხდება ხოლმე ზოგადად მეც
10 down to
ჩემ
DGT.
ჩემნაირი ის გაქვს რა
Spotted
ქვია
the toes of Techno.
ამ თამაშებში
On the
ეგეთი ის
smoke right
მაქვს მეც
now,
ბედი
doesn't
რა
know
მე
what
რო
lies on the
ვიმეზე
other
ვდებ
side. It's one
გუშინ
from
ფალკონება
base
თამაში
teammate,
ისწავლეს
spot for
მაგალითად
Blitz.
0-დან
Spots out just the one.
To replenish off the monster smoke
ანუ
available as well.
კარი განამ რავი ლაიფ
Other master.
კოლები გაადრო და რაღაც სტაკები
Maybe
და
will
ის
get to work from the grave after conceding an opening kill.
Okay, powerful position with the best gun
პირიტი
they've got.
თამაშობს 18-ში ან 19-ში
If they try and pivot back to A, Mazinho's got them dead.
Oh, the composure in 9Z is something I've been very impressed with. The fact that they're not just running around the map like headless chooks, they're staying to their guns on B.
And this is admirable. You've got 20 seconds, though. You aren't going to have to run into this stacked site. No other options. It has to be brute force.
All up
Guasso
short,
peak to
nobody
lead
through
the
monster.
charge.
ოლა ოლა
Short centric.
ოლა
Cobra can't find the lethality. The Blitz can. Needs another. Guasso peak down after one. Techno needed that. 8 seconds, just enough time, and DGT's found the necessary frag. Mazinho's going to be their hero, but it's DGT once more.
DGT men არ არის ადამიანს.
Saving them from red faces.
Desperation there from Zinho, thinking if I can just deny that plan, I'm going to win the round, but covering fire. Denied once more. This is class.
Uruguayli donkey, I mean.
Cobra not up for the task, is he? Hard to fill the void that Senzu left.
So impressive that they handled that with such poise.
Because they got rumbled and then blocked multiple times, it's easy to just start running back, thinking, oh, we're going to take some space elsewhere. They just went, okay, has anyone pushed con? That means we still have the option. Someone has to stay towards A. Is just going to throw bodies at the problem now is Blitz. This man tends to throw his frustrations in the server with aggression.
9-10,
They haven't been sticking the landing on these plays, trying to catch 9Z on timings.
And these guys are dialed in.
არა, გამორიცხული ჯი თუ კარგად გამოიყურება. არა, გამორიცხული რომ მოიგონ.
9Z going to be going to a raw.
Просто ჯითუ გუშინ ვისთან
discussing this team.
მოიგო გუშინ ეგას.
Take to the server.
ჯითუს მაგარი რთული მოწინააღმდეგეები შეხვდნენ
isე. With the way the aim's been, I'm not filled with too much confidence. So that's a kill back, but it's still essentially the eco with these light upgrades. Cobra will have to do more.
პირველი თამაში ფალკონებთან ქონდათ. მერე ვისთან ქონდათ?
Yeah, looks good for it. Toes exposed, easy pickings. Cobra Zera just booked by Mayan.
And now you know that AK is no longer a threat, so whatever site you've got a huge advantage. The Deagles are going to have to sing.
არა, მონტესთან არა.
Unable to hit that first bullet. DGT's been hitting everything.
He's a monster right now.
He is.
მეორე თამაში ვისთან
7-1 opening duels on that first map. And he's going 9-0 to start off proceedings in this do-or-die affair on Overpass. For the Mongols, it's the opposite of what you just talked about, what you wanted.
Again, this is a team, right? When we had our first series of them in the server, I was discussing them as an enigma. We never really know if they're practicing, if there's any value in the practice. Cologne last year, they came into the event, they didn't practice. They still made it to the playoffs, but they were like, nah. Oh, okay, it's just one of the most prestigious events in literally Counter-Strike history, but...
პირველი დააგეს ფალკონებთან, მერე დააგეს მაგას.
As well for this year.
Might come back to bite them this time round.
ფუტებს მოუგეს ბიჭო. აღარ მახსოვს თო, მე გამოვშტევდი რა. ფუტებს მოუგეს, ხო?
Two-man setup on B and then
აურორასთან დააგეს მერე. რა მოხდა?
The individual ability in this series has left a lot to be desired, Mongols.
მე stage-ზე იყო მონტესთან ხო ბესტ-1 მირაჟი.
Right now and 9Z look calm.
Parallel between these two is that they're from underrepresented Counter-Strike
regions.
And in Latin America, watching as 9Z are going on this major journey. They're getting a lot of support from
regional revelations.
Top gundebtan ra, Falcon-tan da imastan.
They're taking base level map control over towards
Aurorastan. Aurora magal formation turkema შეიძლება გაჭიმონ ეგრე.
Mačmenas towards T-spawn to start setting up for
a gadenergos kompania.
And I'd continue to hit Cobra's site as well. Both Zinho and Cobra still have smokes at the 50-second mark. No point taking those into the next round. When will they block? Once the smoke lands, and they're going to play through this. Max to erupt on the flash. Flash missed.
Needs it. Perfect. Turns it. Needs a double. Finds DGT for his first death, but Luchop through the smoke does avenge.
Flash
forward is a test for Cobra Zera. You have to get that. Gets the info on Luchop short side. Missed shot from the losing out to the double. Okay, Mongols are on the board.
Nice.
Well, 9Z have already set the table on the T side. They're ready for dinner, right? The 3 rounds, anything that they can add on top of this is just going to be an extra course to the meal.
Oh, დღეს ღამე რომ დავწები გავითიშები უეჭველი, იმიტომ რომ თან ცოტა მეწინა 3-4 საათი მეძინა. ეხლა 8 საათი უნდა გავსწრე 7 საათი.
Zinho does exactly what he has to do.
Daje 12-ზე ხო გავსწრებე 2 საათი ნახევარი იმის თამაში. Millenniums. ეხლა კიდე ზემოდან 1-7 საათი პლუსი მიწევს გასწრება.
A little bit ropey for 9Z in this one.
Flash Ryan Techno's face, that's a full duration white screen. They'll think twice about the questions and they'll think twice about boosting ever again. Significant damage inflicted to the B defense. Look at the blast for where.
That's enough to maybe tether Blitz to this site for longer than he'd like to be. 9-10, the early warning system with the AWP over towards long. Techno jiggling divider. So at least they have info. Nobody's crawled up con just yet. They need to worry about the slip potentially into bathrooms. There's a flash to announce the presence. 9-10 rattles off the shot. And Max continues to path the way forward. Starting to look like a setup into an A execute now. Blitz still over towards B.
გარანტიას არ მაძლევენ ზღირს, იყო 8300 რო ვიხდიდე და ვინმე გარანტიას არ მაძლევდეს, საერთოდ არაფერს არ ვიყიდე.
Oh my god, okay, Orp fires off a shot.
Now you should rotate.
You're going to need some support here. 20 seconds, they are rotting that clock. It's going to have to go. Luchov lingers. Techno's more likely to overlook it. Blitz well positioned with 9-10.
Bicho, Techno რა გჭირდო. Techno ძალიან გაბოტდა, არ ვიცი რა ჭირდო.
Picked up and scavenged by Luchov. Nate might find him, does avoid it.
Techno ძალიან გაბოტებულია.
Just the two of them, Cobra Zera and the Mazzinho, to try and find a way back in.
A kid on these two. Times against them, and Luchov playing the round perfectly. He can toy with them from bathrooms as default plan.
They're in so much trouble. Wow, so big, such a powerful angle. Seems guaranteed to get a back turn and a tap to the head. Look at this angle. They literally lined up for him. The Orp misses his shot, but time ticking away. A 10-second defuse. Cobra's got no hope, and now he's got no head. Luchov's Orp sees it done. Guaso with 3 kills, huge contributions.
That's that late piece that deals with Techno, right? So you understand the CT setup with a double rifle bathroom, and then the bathroom entrance towards the site. But they get out long. 9-10 can only hold them at bay for so long, and it felt like he was heating up to hit everything. But the elevation of Guaso, that's the difference maker. And then the move into bank is the guarantee. Insurance policy taken out by Luchov. Ready to play the clock, and Max lets out a roar. They know that they're doing it now. Free T-side round is going to be so much closer to this victory.
On T-side overpass.
Yeah, you win this, there's no money for Mongols, and they're already in strife. So heavy B lean, highlighted by the Obs team. TGT ready for this? Pick at your own risk.
Oh, just he thought he was caught out. You're wrong.
აბა ესენი თუ გახსოვთ play-off-ში რო გავიდნენ 3-0 რომ მოიგეს მანდაც ჯგუფიდან 3-0-ზე რო გავიდნენ. მაშინ რა ქვია? ჯითუმ რომ მოიგო ტურნირს TV 2K რო ყავდათ დამატებული, მაგ play-off-ში იყვნენ ესენი, თუ გახსოვთ ეს კამენი.
Save the ult.
Save.
Groband თუ რაღაცა წერა.
Does get a couple of kills on the way out, but that bomb will be going down. Luchov makes it so.
12 days of group play and
all. გავარდნები დაიწყო, დღეს ყველა ვარდება ვინც წააგებს. Back to home.
Not arrived in Cologne for their 2-2 match.
IEM Dallas-ში იყო მე მგონი თუ არ
And for 9Z, they are doing this.
არა ისვიან კი, კაცო, აბა სპირიც ისე ვერ გაუკაჩავდნენ.
When I use the word casual, I don't mean that this is easy for them, right? Everyone is locked in. They understand.
Просто გუშინ აურორამ აშკარად აჯობას როლაში, იმიტომ რომ აურორა უფრო ალბათ მყოფები არიან.
This guy. The engine room of 9Z right now. But you're not seeing any mistakes on their side.
არა, გადმოწევენ ცოტა.
In some of these early stages, maybe some retakes on Inferno, you could have said, okay, do you really want to give that a go? But all in all, they're looking like the better team by levels today.
გუნდებს
Major even have to adjust into that. He's ready for it.
ყველაფერს Majoris Majors ვინც ატარებს ეგ ორგანიზაცია უგზავნის ყველაფრის ფულს. პლუს სასტუმროსაც ზემოდან. სასტუმროს ჯავშნიან, კაროჩე, რამდენი დღეც უწევთ ჩამოსვლა, მერე თუ გაგრძელდება, თუ მოიგებს ეგ გუნდი და გადავა შემდეგ stage-ზე, მერე კიდევ უმატებენ დღეს. DGT შეხედე, ბიჭო, რა ყვერებით გასიმენა, მოწეს გასა.
Whether or not that was an intentional miss monster smoke so that Orb could take a pick, it doesn't look nice when the line that he's trying to pick is actually smoked off by your own piece of utility there, so this goes from bad to worse for the Mongols.
Blitz is super committed to this. If there's diligence, as we've grown to expect from 9Z, he
Arthur Shiros ძალიან მაგარი თამაში ქონდა, აი ძალიან.
Good luck, Blitz. Good luck, Blitz. Just finds the head. Oh, and he's found a second ultimate. That's big output. The trade is still coming, though. Luchov, good for it. Puts him into a 4-on-3, but don't forget about the compromise on the weaponry. Oh, good timing. Mazinho knows there's another. Knows Luchov was nearby. Starts to backpedal. And again, Luchov, these belated trades. So composed, so calm. He's just going walking with his eye to the scope. Luchov's behind the rock. He spots the backpack. Needs to hit it. A necessary contribution at this stage in the game.
He might catch Cobra with back turned again. Right? They know the DGT anchoring outside B. He's pivoted into this, and Cobra, your chance to silence this. The info's there. The frag is
He's
not.
Terrified. Absolutely terrified. He just doesn't want to go down, doesn't want to give DGT a way back in. But Mongols will post their second, and you need a whole lot more of that before any confidence grows in the Mongols and seeing a third map.
This is about recovery of the half here. The fact you've already given over 5, likely should have been 6. So that's one of the type of rounds that Mongols need to start converting. You have humbled the money of 9Z. They've decided to take the eco, even though Luchov has 4.9. Next round, the 1900 loss will get everybody in the range. But how much damage can you do? It's just 5 Glocks, but the way the Mongols have been looking, maybe they'll concede a kill or 2, maybe even the plant. On a rifle-heavy setup, I don't think they would be expecting the eco just considering the flow of the rounds, so that doesn't mean they shouldn't just farm them up. There's one. Still looking labored. Cobra, a chance to build confidence there. They've got 2 kills on the full eco.
It's DGT. No Kevlar and no head. Blitz makes it.
Still,
I mean, even that one is not going to fill you with confidence. Just a couple of Glock headshots.
Luchov has enough money here to drop the AWP for Mayan, so they will have the full buy to get their map control. Mayan will be very happy to get that into his hands.
Daily dose of fun. Fun dad, Thomas. Daily dose of fun.
How many consecutive rounds can be posted on this CT side? It's their
T-Stairs
block smoke, the playground molly. But this time they're going to walk through Monster.
There's an opportunity for Mazinho. It is solid as a rock. Repels the walk through the smoke. You're going to need a whole lot more of that.
It looks a little bit foolish, but I do like the chances being taken from 19 around like that, because you already have 5 to your name. Right, if you just wanted to default every round and you're just getting silent, this is a play that can be made. And the way that they've been hitting, understandable for Max to back that. Now it's about putting as much damage as possible for 9Z up against the 5 Mongolians.
In the absence of DGT,
ძალიან იდეალური მაგიტა, აი, მენა სწორი არის, არაფერი ისინი არა, აგვჯრები არა, აქ იმენა 4 ფეხი და გაბრტყელებული ისდევს, თუსო, იდეალური იმენა. მეტი რო არ გინდა რა, ეგეთი მაგიტა რა, იდეალური.
Into this, the rotation from 9-10 will be the closest. Techno will not be able to assist, so essentially a 3v3 on B for the round.
It's super necessary. They have someone sitting anti. If these flashes are well timed, Cobra's going to be blind. He is completely booked. Oh, still gets it though. Important from Cobra.
They're going to call it off now and hope for the save. Next round, they only get the 2400 loss. So these guns are going to be the spearhead.
Давай, камбэки, давай, შუდი 5 მინი და პისტოლი.
Withstand, they make it 3 consecutive.
Piti მინა გაუვარდათ რაღაცა.
Luchov and Man should be able to get away with their lives here. This is the temperature that you traditionally get on an overpass. Slow and steady as bit. We'll take the timeout.
Latin
American squad looking to make history today. Major playoffs and major trophies as far as we're talking about the continent. Looking to make history today. Unless Mongols can pull off a crazy comeback. That's for the series, not just for the map. Sure, they're down now just by 1. Does look like they are shoving behind the saved AWP and the AK. Max is in with a Mac 10. Not using all the nades at the disposal right there, but still trying to set up for this entry. You could look comical.
He certainly was vulnerable.
It's a good attempt considering they lost those two openings immediately. So it's going to be a Tech 9, Mac 10, and a Galil to complement the saved AK and the AWP. A bit more punch, a bit more pace needed in this as the AWP trundles quickly through connector door, not blown off. CT's actually giving them the comfort of that cover.
Powerful vantage point in the map, full connector control for the T side. Cobra swings through short water with nothing to report, but now the door swings open, and you've got to be careful on that jiggle because there's no looking for you. Cobra does bait the shot.
I do like the fact that they are allowing the AWP to look for picks, right? This is nice. You're not just having the gun throw the nades, you're allowing him to search. So they've just laid out Con. They need to get bathrooms control next, and that's if they want the A finish. Blitz on the boost.
Does get spotted out by Lucho. Still unable to provide that opening kill.
A love tap there from Cobra onto the boss man of Blitz. Cobra.
Do they have their finger on the pulse of where that bomb is going?
No, Blitz has just rotated back towards A, just leaving Cobra and Mzinho over towards B on their own here.
They're looking susceptible to this, what could be 5-man commitment into the B site.
Yeah, the rifles on A are actually playing forward. So this is all on Cobra and Mzinho. They have to shut this down.
Misread. It's going to have to be another one of these on the B site. A whole lot harder now with a lot more room. Wow, Mzinho on the opening, straight into the head of Wasso. Close. Mzinho starts to unload just very, very well. Blitz and Techno ensure it.
Nice.
Cobra takes the last one.
Very important moments from him towards B so far. He's at the top of the table right now for the Mongols. 11 kills.
I mean, he's playing. He's absolutely, even on Inferno, he was doing his very best. Hasn't had much in the way of support, though.
And a reminder to everybody that 5 rounds on the T side, 90 know that is enough to convert the map and get this done in a 2-0 fashion. I think for them it was not going to be the intangibles of that pressure that we've discussed multiple times starting to mount on the CT side. That's where you might start seeing some mistakes and frustrations start to form. So a partial buy. Another play, likely mounting over towards B. Wasau and DGT will play monster late. Max and Luchov get connecting. Control man is the late piece on the fade of the smoke. Cobra starting to search. So man selling something on this side of the map just to give some room. It's a lurk smoke. 9-10 is ahead of this, so maintains the line. Blitz actually rotating up to A. Cobra in such a susceptible position.
Forward position.
Oh, მინიარები მეც გინდა, მაგრამ არ ვიცი რამდენად მომეწონება ეგა საქმე მაქვს ერთი თან. მინიარები, მაგრამ მირჩევნია მინიარებს რო იყიდი უნდა დაიწვიო ისიც კლაუდორები, HyperX-ის რო should dirty gadamqani gkondes.
Feeling the pressure now. Yeah, Blitz is going to scarp her over to lend a hand.
9-10's hit 2. 50 seconds, still plenty of time for this. Another heaven smoke.
Nothing incendiary to block for another couple of seconds. These Tech 9s are going to flood in. Max with that recovered M4. He's got Cobra's weapon. He's going to try and use it against them. Continuing to defend his site. He's doing so admirably. There's the entry from Max. 9-10 finding Luchov short.
monitorში შესული კაცი როგორ ყავს და გაუტარე რა.
It's getting sketchy. Max 3 kills deep into the round. That bomb ticking 5 already felt quite condemning. A 6th on the menu. Techno and 9-10 trying to find a way back in. That smoke on site's going to really get that clock low. Mayon's just hiding in the smoke. Max trying to play time around the monster pipe. That's the fight you needed. 9-10 removes the low HP, but Mayon's in the smoke, and you needed that from Techno.
Mongols,
they are on the brink, just fighting to have something into the next half of play.
Yeah, they're going to need the lead, and sure, it's the smallest available on the half, but if they can grab this 7th right now, that's going to mean a 6-round run to close the half. That could be the shift in momentum. DGT, he clocked in early. I don't think he's going to clock out with the CT side around the corner, but he got the hard work done before lunchtime. Double orbs. Techno attempting to spam here. Late to that. Nothing will be found, and I think he'll trade that out for a rifle. More conditioning. Zinho keeps catching those with his face. .910, very risky up close towards connector. Long control conceded. Hwasao is quite quick on this timing.
This is madness.
And Techno needs to support the back line. Max is wrapping around that corner now. Techno has to hit the shot or 910 goes down.
Okay, Party. It's going to have to be an adjustment on that insta headshot if Max goes swinging. And Max will. 910 ducks into connector, commits to the forward position.
Luchov heard the scope. He knows he's in con.
Exactly what's up. 910's not ready for this. Luchov's booked him, still finds output onto Max. Into the 4-on-4. Territory being gained. Hwasao into Techno. An important duel, and he nails it. Now they've got the leg up.
Gonna have to go for a gamble right now if you're the Mongols. Do you believe it's gonna be a late B, or do you try and help blitz on A? The bomb is long. The commitment feels certain.
And it won't be Mazinho. He saved you time after time on that B side, but it has to be someone else. Blitz and Cobra. Hearing the steps on long from Mayan. Informs his teammate.
Zinho's coming over now.
Right spot.
Wow. Rasistorian bicho, შეუძლებელი. კარგი ხარ კობრიკო. კარგი ხარ კობრიკო. კუტკუნა ბიჭი ბავშვი. კარგი ხარ კუტკუნა ბავშვი.
I tell a lie. He still manages to find contributions.
Brazera right there, finding a little bit of form at the tail end of the first half. The second map, do or die.
Dun. Pistoli dai gačvenija. Qavlen monqolები შენი აზრით? აბა ნახოთ პისტოლს თუ წამოიღებენ და ამბავს თუ წამოიღებენ. დასთორში რაღაც აუ დასთორია ბოლო მაპი, მაგასაც მაგრად უბერავენ ესენ. დონ. ო, კარჩა ლუჩოვა არის, ეგრე გამოდის star player-ი რა. დონკას როლი ამას აქვს. მაქსი არის როტაცია. Digiti არ არის არა. ამ map-ში არ არის ყოველ შემთხვევაში. Digiti რა არის, როტაცია იქნება digiti. არა, ბიძე თამაშობს. ბიანკორია რა, ესე ცელფერია ბიძე. აბა რა გინდა ერთი. აუ. ეი. 429 არის. მარაკშია. სალამი გუშინდელის მერე კაი ათიკოში გითხარი. გავამოდის. კუში რო ვიცოდე ძმა. მაქსი აიჯერ. არა, წავაგეთ გაჩიკ. 2-1 წავა. კარგად დავიწყეთ, მაგრამ ვეღარ დავაფინიშეთ.
One single half of Counter-Strike is all that stands between 9Z and making history for their region. For Mongols, consecutive major playoff runs might end in sync with the departure of their superstar Senzu. They're in trouble. Already 5 rounds on the T side of Overpass, setting 9Z up to collect that spot in the playoffs and to make that history for Latin America. Argentina, Chile and Uruguay represented. And taking a look at some of the comms from 9Z. Coach Bit just affirming that's a pretty good T-Haul.
Yeah, it is indeed. So they did the hard work early. Zinho trying to do his best DGT impression, applying a bit of pressure over towards B. It's a 2-3 split of the defense right now, and 9-10 combing up long. Man will take contact towards Divider. It's a tough clear for 9-10 onto Luchov.
9-10 got caught off by the dual Berettas. Thought he was jump spotting. Wow, headshot hit by the Glock of Mazzinho. Directing a boost. Mazzinho spotted the shoulder. They get the info, that's all they wanted.
Glock's at range, trying to take fights with his USPs.
Luchov's repositioned since his first frag.
And Techno, he's been struggling.
He has, and Luchov reacts so quick. That's this first bullet.
It's going to force you into a B play now for sure. Cobra, I think he's tasked with trying to kick up a fuss on A, and then hopefully Blitz and Mzinho can just salvage a plant. It's a retake setup on this site now with DGT on the top of the boost. It's only a retake if he misses.
Yeah, if he gets that one tap, Mzinho's round is over. Wow, Goosh, long-range Glock. Cobra's trying to keep them planted. Stay alive, lad. Need to see that plant. Trying to wrestle something out of this pistol round.
Pistol ძალიან მაგრად ყომარობენ, ანუ წაგებაც არის და წაგებაც, მაგრამ ესენი ძალიანograd ყომარობენ.
Finding Max is a start. Needs a whole lot more of that. Don't forget those 2 Gooshes. Wasso low thanks to Mazzinho. How's he got the second onto Now just Cobra Zera. The rookie on low HP, up against 3. There's almost no chance for him in this one. Wasso's holding him at range. Just get him off the defuse, lad. 1 bullet would do it. He's still holding it. Cobra just sits by idle.
Why?
9Z will take pistol.
And you see that celebration from 9Z now. They know the death knock for Mongols right around the corner, and they're going to take this one in 2-0 fashion. The bomb goes down. It is going to look like a whole juicier of an investment than what could have been. This is snappy. Techno absolutely unawares of the possibility, and Luchov, the gunslinger.
Yeah, Luchov's moving like a bit of a Huasso right now. Cowboy mode.
Okay, interesting. Highlighted here that it is Bit who opted to take the timeout. He understands the importance of this round. He knows with the bomb going down that they are going to opt for a force. So whether this is just a mental timeout to say, boys, lock in. They've been playing some great Counter-Strike up until this point, but this is the most important round of the series so far. We win this round, we deny them the force victory, we don't have to get in the force by wars. If they drag us down into the mud right now, it's their chance back in, but Marat looks anything but impressed.
Such visible signs of discomfort from the Mongols as well.
Again, it's this team that we don't understand their approach.
Yeah.
Their philosophy to Counter-Strike, but also the way that they opt to practice.
Or sometimes not.
Yeah, that's the point. Are they just content with being the best team from the region? Do they want something greater?
Well placed HG to start you off in this anti-force round.
And into 2-4s on long. They're about to get ripped.
That's the plan. You are dead men. Okay, surely you get the info off Techno's shoulder, and they will immediately back up. Cobra, how's your clears?
He's not clearing this.
D9, that's a perfect weapon for him. Max does well, removes Cobra Zera and accelerates forward.
I love it. Max, beautiful play. You've just shrunk the map. They feel that they can't go down calm, but they don't realize you're going to be sweeping in behind them. And Mzinho, he's been trying to put up some resistance, and the flames are heard. Luchov trying to track this one down.
Oh, the perfect HE as well, thrown out from backside. Mayan's making life miserable, just setting up Luchov to succeed. Mayan gets, a lot of info. Damage onto Blitz.
Luchov might go overlooked here.
I think you're right. Mazzinho's going to operate under the assumption it's clear. Little does he know, Luchov lies in wait to strike. Waits for the chaos to occur. Max is coming on a long flank.
Denied.
And denied. Mongols, your second round gets you nowhere. Beautiful from 9Z, the setup. Luchov continues to find output. Him and DGT rocking and rolling.
And Mzinho letting out some residual frustrations there, but that was their chance to get back in this. Now they have to take the save. 9Z a shoe-in for the 8. That's simple stuff, Luchov. Beautiful counter-strike on display today from 9Z.
He's got serious talent.
17 and 9. Him and DGT. Really giving it to them right now. Cobra has just messed his movement up, running through the incendiary and lost almost all of his health.
Oh, it gets worse for Mazzinho as well. Just a couple of bullets through the boards now, softened up for the HE. Max can dunk him. He'll turn tail. Outstanding.
This is very nice to see from a Counter-Strike perspective. My biggest concern today for 9Z coming into this was the moment being too much for them. They've played some great CS. Can deny the run that they've had. They've only taken down big names. Today, going up against the Mongols, who are seasoned vets at being able to make the majors in the last few outings. The playoffs is something that they've been calling a bit of a home. They made history back at Shanghai 2024. Just techno to find, and that should happen in a moment's time. Max pressed on the line, and he'll make it so. All 5 staying alive. This one isn't a brawl, it's not a battle. Sure, the scoreline is just 1 round difference, but Counter-Strike's a game of halves, right? We're not talking 50-50. Especially on a map like Overpass. Man has his. He's not having the best map, only 1 kill, but still getting the job done.
He's throwing all the nades.
It's only going to matter if you don't win the map.
გეხოცებით მეიერნა NTU-ს არ გავს ოპა მეორე კაცი მოკლა. მაგას უყურებდი კაკრას და ერთიანის მაგრად ორიანი რო დაეწერა გამიკვირდა. 18 ლაიქის მივარ კაც მე 200-ი ავიდეს. ოპა, ეუნები ვიღაცაზე ცუდ თუ ვიძახით იხოდება.
I thought Blitz might accelerate, but Huasao, he's taking the push through the smoke. 9-10, not ready for this, and Huasao hits hard.
You really have to hit the first bullet up against 9Z. The CSGO scoreline against Spirit, every map in the 3-map series going 16-something.
Yeah, they could have taken that every day of the week. Enjoy.
Spirit 9Z რა თამაშიც იყო, ეგეთი თამაში თუ კიდე გვექნება.
Afterwards they looked exhausted.
Magix was shell-shocked. 50 seconds left on the
highlight ნახეთ, კარიგანამ გუშინ დადო ძმებო, ნავის წინააღმდეგ 1-5-ზე მოიგო.
work with Huasao playing a retake position from heaven. So again, the bomb could be conceded.
ნახეთ, გუშინდელი თამაშით 8-8.
Max moves, the quicker he could be on the table. Clearing out short water. And then they have to worry about all the pokey holes on this B site.
Huge from Max.
His timing looks almost perfect. He's 1 second off the trail.
Anubis.
He's got heaven occupied by Huasao as well. Blitz triangulates their position, and now Max surely gonna have their backs turned. Yeah, Blitz was not ready, gets techno off the bomb. It's Max to close it down. You heard him in the interview, his objective is playoffs, and they're getting ever so close now.
First Mara timeout. It's partial by territory. Getting a few moments more to understand the reality of this situation. I discussed the Mongols' proficiency in pistols coming into this series today. They're at the tippy top of the major so far. Well, they've only got 1 out of the 4 played. This one right here, just not ready for the move, and I still love the fact that 9Z are making the moves in the chaos and then playing the percentages when they have that man advantage.
Back in the day, I used to think it was a platitude. You'd hear players say, play our game, and we are seeing 9Z truly playing their game.
მაგაზე მაგარი კლაჩი რავი, არავის არ აქვს დადებული დაჟე. დონკას 1-5 კლაჩი მირჩევნია.
The Mongols, they're dancing to the beat of 9Z's drum.
They didn't partial, they've shoved.
No surprise. Have to do it with very little util as well, so I guess brute force. Hope you can win some Jules May and is primed and ready if you swing without that flashbang.
The bomb's been picked up front. Zinho now. Cobra has cleared out.
Ati kill khonda da 1 ace khonda tips anu წარმოიდგინე რა ითამაშა.
A test from May. Quite overpass for him, but now CT Orb. This is where he can start to rack him up.
Oh, იმენა space-ას timing-ები აქვს. დღეს ქონა space-ას ესეთი timing-ები იმენა.
Eyes on the prize, blocked on toilets. Oh, what a shot onto Mazinho, just a little pixel.
Now as well.
Rotations arrived, 9-10 on the entry pathing, Luchov, only the one.
Wait a second.
But now the back is turned on the flank, DGT will activate, and now that bomb will not be planted. You've got some serious work to do. You know he's behind you, Huaso in front. Now it could be his turn, does he dare? Lets the bomb go down, looks to catch the back turn. Blitz has no idea, Huaso's right there. Hoping to catch DGT, but not the headshot he needed. It all falls onto the shoulders of Techno, or this is double digits for 9Z. For Latin America to keep the sheet clean on that CT side, and they keep racking them up. 5 consecutive, nothing from the Mongols.
They bought themselves another buy with the plan, but I think the body language is starting to tell the story. It was a run from Mongols on that CT side to give them the lion's share of rounds on that first half of play. DGT, that one right there is the knife in the back of Cobra.
That bomb
loose, you're surrounded, the smokes are fading, and Techno just peeks on in and gets deleted.
Ow. Will you be
able to mount any resistance to this if you're the Mongols? Dismantle the boost thanks to Mazinho's presence on the short side.
That's Tori.
Rebuilding it, reassembling it. And the flash in his face, he's been booked to the team as well. Subverts the expectation.
Record იმაკ 0-20, მაგრამ აი სერიოზული მოჭუბარი ვიყავი რა, просто არ მიმართლებდა ძალიან რა, სუხბაში მხდებოდა მაგდებდნენ ეგრევე, მაგრამ ვფიქრობ რომ წაგება ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია რა, მოგებაზე მნიშვნელოვანი წაგება.
That's your highest flyer in Mazinho gone.
აი არ ვაგებ ადამიანი. მაგრამ ეხლა გადაობის გარეშე რო თქვა, ჯვარაფერი არ მომხდარა, ეხლა ისეთი გასაოცარი ჩემთვის რა, რომ და დარწმუნებული ვარ, არც ილიასთვის არ იქნება ეგ რაღაც ძალიან შოკი რა. ჩვეულებრივი ამბავია. ხუბი არის, ხან ერთი იცებება, ხან მეორე, ხან ერთი მოიგებს, ხან მეორე, არა უშავს. ცხოვრება ჩვეულებრივი რა. გვასწავლის ყველაფერს ცხოვრება. მადლობა დონაციისთვის.
It's so close they can practically taste it. DGT
Franks combined. არ დამახსოვს რომ ისი გააკეთა 1-5.
It's not in the back and forth affair that was that.
აბა ჩაწერე, კარიგან 1-5 ace YouTube-ზე.
Against Counter-Strike's best player, you've got right now the Mongols who are looking like a shadow of the team that once were 2026. It hasn't brought them the same success as 2025. And they are just 2 rounds away from elimination. And one team looks like they're in it to win it, just to make up the numbers on the final day of play.
Certainly feels that way, doesn't it?
You can see that monster smoke.
Maybe a
little bit more pressure, sure. They haven't dropped a single round on their CT campaign.
More than enough.
You can
see the paranoia in this team.
Wow, Mongolia are giving
much very hard hitting 9Z player.
7 წელი არ დავდიოდი სიმღერაზე, 12 წელი დავდიოდი სიმღერაზე.
If anyone could do it, could be Mazinho. A contact play through monster. Man, here's them coming. Here's those boots stampeding towards him. It's a messy one. Mazinho gets We're looking like 12. What have you got, Mongols? No techno to help you out as well. You're surrounded. You need Cobra Zera to find something. A little chip in doesn't.
Hey, Blitz
is going to try it.
Okay, with 25 seconds, you can pull it off, but you have to be able to get past DGT. Oh, the wallbang dinged Blitz. They know what's up. They're ahead of the play. DGT's on high alert.
They won't even let you get to the site.
They are doing it so convincing. Continues for 9Z. Just one round away from history for their region.
They are dialed in right now.
NAVI
Absolute book, and any move you try to make, Mongols, it's all in vain. The blitz head tilt is never a good sign in the Mongols camp. The captain, the in-game leader, he took the spot back in the middle of the table. At 9Z, an impressive run. Looks to be capped off right here, right now, with a playoffs berth. 3 major rookies on their first time of asking the top 8.
And for it to be the Lanxess of all, a Cologne Major.
არიციან ჭადრაკში 12 წელი რო დავდიოდი. ჭადრაკზე არა, ჭადრაკში დავდიოდი 12 წელი.
Ai კი ვიყავ.
Look at this rotation. Immediately they get an opening kill and they
მომბეს და მე ბიჭო ძალიან მარტივად ვიგებდი ყველაფერს. ან ვაფშე ზოგადად დასაცხებს კიდე ყველაფერი მარტივად გამომდის რა.
22 and 9. They walk into his.
დავიღალე წამოვედი რა მივეცი ისინი რანი ჰამაცუკები და ისინი რო არიან თუ კამაცუკით რა ქვია იმ იაპონელს. მივეცი მეთქი წადი შენი იყოს მოიგეთ. იდეა ვაფშე იმენა ეგეთი რაღაცეები რა.
Into the open B site. Grounds for a little excitement for Mongols.
რავი არ ვიცი. სამი მაპი გაასწორებდა მან.
Damage onto Mazinho, cowering towards the jail. Bomb gets planted, Cobra loses control.
მეფეს რა უჭის კიდე დედოფალი რო არ ვიყავი მაგაზე მომენტ. ეს რა შევფიგენ ჩვენ.
It's all good to Mazinho.
კიდევ კაი, არა, ჯერ თამაში ვართ მე ბარო.
Clearly shaking. Can't seem to find lethality, but that is the first Mongols round. It has to be 5 consecutive.
A bit on the mic. Like he's saying, you got them right where you want them, boys. Just one round required. Don't sweat it. They had to work hard for that. They had to get fortunate for that. And they still almost dropped the ball. Round trying to will the Mongols into something to give us a competitive series to start off the day, but the writing, it's on the wall. That boom and foot gagging to get going for the next series of play. And everything from 9Z to shut it down this time. No issues in the buy department. There won't be for this one, there won't be for the next.
ისე ხომ ჯო ერთი მეფე და ორი დედოფალი.
Work smoke B site, ask questions, but if they've watched the demo, they know exactly what Mongols get up to with these.
არა, მეფე როცა ხარ ამდენი დედოფალიც გინდა ყავდეს.
Back to dig this out. It's not impossible. It feels like it might require a miracle for the Mongols.
აქ ვაკამბექებთ კაც 4 რაუნდი წამოვა ხა უოჭე. ეს გადაობით გონია რომ ვიძახი, მაგრამ ეს ნანახი მაქვს იმენა აი.
This one default by the ball.
ეს მეძინა 3 საათი და წინასწარ ხედავ ყველაფერს. ანუ ვაფშე იმენა. აზრია რა. ენერგია საიდან მაქვს არ ვიცი იმენა. ბანანი შევჭამედი და საერთოდ გითხარით არაფერი, წამოვა ეს რაუნდი მაინც. გონია კაცო. ესეთი რაუნდები მოგვიგია.
Back and forth.
დამოსული ეს რაუნდი გიჟი, ცალბერლები.
They're the ones who are meant to be dictating the tone on the T side, and now
სარგია ძმებო, აბა გადავწყვიტოთ რას ვაკეთებ.
The opening disadvantage, and you have 45 seconds to remedy it.
დათა გაუმარჯოს. აია მე თუ დაგაწყებინე ძმაო, ცესის ყუმარი, ბოლოს არ მაგინო მერე.
Now
Eso da
arriving in agony
matrebineo.
are the Mongols. They've lost their captain. They're losing this round.
Git
And they
khari
will lose their
tsamowatko.
streak.
აბა რა საო საო 9-10 გიჟივით.
And history being written before
პირველი major
eyes.
play-off.
Just 9-10 to 4. 9Z are off to the Lanxess Arena. History for Argentina. Chile.
პირველი play-off.
Sure, DGT's been there before, but that's a big one for all five. And what a birthday gift for Max.
Look at the celebration there, the emotions. It's the good kind today.
Bravo.
Will not be a somber day for 9Z. They have put on a show throughout stage 3, and this one is going to make them feel like they are on top of the world. Don't forget this man in the middle of the screen, Luchov, denied the opportunity back in Austin. Well, no visa woes this time. And 3 major rookies will step onto the Lanxess in a few days' time. The Mongols did not come today. They were not putting their best foot forward.
ბესტიაში იყო ვიზა რო არ მისცეს ამერიკელებმა?
And they have gone out with a whimper. Only Monty and Bait as scalps.
რანითა ვაი მე გოჭო გაგაგდეს.
9Z on the other hand.
ვაი მე საწყალი როგორ იყურებოდა ბიჭო.
What a game.
აი მე რა უქნე სამ საწყალკოჩს როგორი იდგა ეხა მაჭამა ბურგერიო კაი
For the first time in 4 majors the
ბარე მანდიდან ვაი მე რანაირი გოჭია შეხედე ბიჭო ამას როგორ უნდა მოუგო ამას არ შეაგინოთ ხოლმე გეხვედებით ასაყვალელია
blowing him out of the server. A whimper going the way of 9C. I do feel like there was no doubt in this game. I do feel 9C were by far the better team. I can't help to feel a little bit disappointed on behalf of the Mongols as well. I thought it was going to be more competitive.
რა უნდა ვთქვა არაფერი არაფერი არ არის საქმეს არის
We were painting
გოდა
the
მოჩა
picture
რა
of
პრობლემაა კაცო მაგაში დაგებაში არანაირი ვაფშე
to head duel that is kind of all about
ეგ წააგო შემდეგს
individuals, but
მოიგებს
there's truly only one team that really showed up today and it
29
is a beautiful story on behalf of
საჯე
9Z, but also a painful one on behalf of Mongols. It just wasn't even a big game, I should say, for Mongols.
That was a tough one for the Mongols. On the other hand, Peter, DGT and the boys from 9C, they came to play. Inferno was a bit back and forth, overpass. I think the scoreline was only close because they had to start on the T side. Overall, it was a dominant performance.
The better team clearly won. I think 9C once again showed what they can bring to the table, right? And I think the Mongols, I wouldn't say they underestimated, but they surely faced a team that were just better than them today. So it was rightfully so that they also clinched the victory. What will 9C bring to the table when they get to the playoffs? You know, they have made some I guess making playoff is just
Well, how about we find out? We're joined by Max here on the desk. First and foremost, congratulations on making it to the playoff. And second of all, congratulations with your birthday, I believe it is.
Now I'm to go. Uwecholi bencheba now we should get uwecholi. Now we should mena. Movida. Daba.
For me, it has been 6 years in NC, and it's the first major playoff, so yeah, for me it's a dream coming true.
I was just about to say, it must be the best day ever. Birthday, major playoff, you know, your team dominates the Mongols as well. You had such a good showing so far. Try to walk us through what you're feeling right now, because it must be one of those days that you probably never forget.
Yes, it's one of the best days of my life. Yeah, for me, I played this game
მე რო დავდიოდი იმენა MMA-ს 12 წელი მან მაგრად გამიფუჭეს ცხური თორე იმენა ძალიან საკაიფო ცხური მქონდა
show me the Counter Strike online, so yeah, 20 years after I am here playing major playoff, it's my best day of my life.
Yeah, in that case, thanks to your brother.
Yeah, it's a story of many pro players that older brother introduces us to the game. But I want to scope out a little bit on the journey that you've had this major so far. 1 week before the major, losing to Sharks. Now you're here in the playoffs, beating the best team in the world, Vitality, and then close game against Spirit. Now this one against Mongols. How is the team forward with every day passing by on this major? How are you evolving?
Yeah, I think this team learn very fast. Like we have problems during the year, but we talk a lot, we discuss the things, and we learn very fast, and that's one important thing in the team. So yeah, my guys hear me a lot, and yeah, that give me confidence for told them how we gonna play, and at the same time, I am a captain who listen to the guys. So yeah, beating Vitality, it was like a dream again, because it's not the first time. And yeah, and then we lost against Spirit. It was a close match. We had it in our hands, but we can't finish. And yesterday we can't show our CS or BCS because we were tired and maybe a little bit frustrated. And yeah, we discussed a lot yesterday to show up the best Counter-Strike we can today. And yeah, I think we did.
Now you've shown that you can play against the best teams in the world. You can even beat the best team in the world. And now you make it to top 8. You have a quarterfinal coming up. What is your expectations going to the playoffs now? Can anything happen if you just show up on the right day?
Yeah, the expectation is to play the best Counter-Strike we can, because when we are playing in that mood, we can beat anyone, but when we are not in a good day, we can lose to anyone. So yeah, we are looking for consistency in that way. And yeah, maybe now we can dream.
Dro როგორც არის ესე დაიწყება
match. About today's matchup, because you know I think there was a lot of mental thing going on in you guys. Said that you had so many chances of qualifying against Spirit. So what was the most important thing, do you think, that was talked about coming into this match today? What was the most important thing that your coach maybe said to you guys?
Yeah, I think it's the energy. Like yesterday we didn't have the energy up, and
სიმღერაზე ვაკეში დავდიოდი.
We need to communicate everything, like what I
ვაკეში დავდიოდი 12 წელი ვიარე მაგაზე სადღაც.
So yeah, that I think that's part of the game. The communication activates us to take better decisions and play as a team.
Max, I have to ask you as well, one of the big, I wouldn't necessarily say surprises, but one of the players we have looked at a lot and enjoyed watching play is Luchov. From your point of view, you know, as a teammate of his and as a leader for him as well, can you give us a few words on the obvious, which is a lot of firepower?
Yeah, he's a very confident guy, so he trusts a lot on himself. So yeah, I trust on him too. And I try to give more confidence to him, because when he's in the right mood, he can beat anyone and demolish every player of the world. So yeah, we as a team try to give confidence to him.
Now, Max, obviously there's still 2 games left today, so we don't know exactly who you're going to play in the quarterfinal just yet. But I can tell you that if Foot beat Bedboom and if NAVI beat G2, you will be facing off Aurora in a potential quarterfinal at a major playoff. Aurora that you played yesterday, I believe, where it didn't go too well. How does that sound for you? A rematch against Aurora in a quarterfinal? Is that something you'd like?
Yeah, we would like, because yeah, the Aurora guys, it's very nice people, but at the same time we want the rematch, because yesterday we can show up, and yeah, I think it will be cool. Yeah,
cool. You have some time to rest now. Obviously, get ready for the quarterfinal. Once more, congratulations making the playoff, and happy birthday. From our winners to a losing side, we had Trace catching up with the side of Mongols, losing this game.
Series was
and
in this moment it is the Mongols that have been eliminated from the Cologne Major in 2026. Right out of the gate, right now in this moment.
I don't know what to say. So it's been so tough and we are almost qualified every majors playoffs in recent majors, so this is that didn't qualify this time, so I'm kind of disappointed in myself. Also, I'm proud of my team, because they were fought to until their last. So
let's talk about some game-specific stuff here. 13-8 on Inferno. You guys get a 6-6 first half, and you lose that second pistol. And then I asked the question, where was the Mongols CT side on Inferno?
Actually, I think there was many ideas from the beginning, since the pistol round. So like I think we chose the wrong ideas. I think also didn't play it as good as individually.
Totally zai. Bitola როგორ უნდა გაყიდო? ვინმე სვაცემინო ბიჭო
That's why
თავი?
we lost on the Inferno. We were looking solid yesterday, but today is not our day, I think.
It's not a Mongols day. Look, Mongols went out in Budapest 5th through 8th. You guys had a run towards Vitality in Austin in a second place. You go out here in the third stage. Is there anything you want to say on behalf of the Mongols?
დავნიძრავდეთ დღეს რომ ნავი წააგებს?
Obviously, I'm proud of the part of this impressive organization, the national organization. So this time we were not enough yet to qualify the playoffs. We tried our best, and it didn't work out. We were also leading the game, winning the game at how to say that? We were winning the games, maps, and we lost them somehow and got comeback many times in recent tournaments. Yeah, that's so disappointing for me also. I was so bad recently in this season.
რა ნავი მოიგებს ხო მეიჯორს მაგას იწახი ხო?
Sorry.
No, I understand. Anything you want to say in Mongolian before I let you go?
Okay. За энэ үртэл дэмжижсэн хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Тэгээд энэ үрээд бидний аялал өндөрлөө. Тэгээд дараагийн сесснээр уулзцаая да. Улам илүү бэлтгэлээ гээд.
Რაც უდიენა ბიჭო რა არის ეს და.
Thank you, commiserations.
Unfortunately, not the major the Mongols would have hoped for, as said for the first time in 4 majors.
Wonder to moigo as Yajimanias, Kaketep streams, Gasgol tres. Cameras were out the piece as Asiajimani Rogawak to Asiajimanias is a Gawak at the Pupasut.
The lowest they've been at, but you know it's you could just tell from the get-go when they started the major run here that something was not in sync, and I think that's also why we see them eliminated before the playoffs.
The Mongols were unfortunately missing in this game, but what's not going to be missing is more quality Counter-Strike. This was just the first game out of 3 that we have on the cards today. The next one up is Bytelabs taking on the rookies from FUT. It's been interesting to follow both these lineups so far. One of them will go home, one of them will make the playoffs. And for you to find out, well, you have to stay on and hang around. We'll jump into a quick break. Once we're back, it's BetBoom taking on FUT.
Simulatori არის major შეგიძლია გამოანგარიშო მანდ. აი. ეს დაჭდა, короче. Wonder was a hard to reps, the cameras were to lips and to her. Aramadlopa. I 9 moigo, SRO dažde sachteba, ba playoffs. Vitality Falcons ijdeba. SRO მოხდეს. და აბა მეორენაირად რომ მოხდეს, ნავი და BetBoom რომ მოიგოს, როგორ ხდება მე? მაინც ისე ჯდება და ბოლოს აბა აქ რომ ამან მოიგოს და იქ რომ ნავი მოიგოს, როგორ ჯდება მე? მაინც ეგრე ჯდება და პირიქით აბა ესე მაინც ეგრე ჯდება. ანუ ყველა ვარიანტი ანუ რა ხდება ბიჭო? ზემოთ ჯდება, წარმოგიდგენ G2 რომ მოიგოს. პირიტი G2, Vitality Falcons-ი Uria 9-ი, Aurora BetBoom-ი, რა? ქვემოთა ბრეკეტი, რა საშინელებაა, ტო?
Yeah, so we're here to get this one underway for BetBoom. A big day in the office. A lot of Counter-Strike played for you guys up to this point. We're looking at 19 maps, 11 series, 387 rounds at the Cologne Major so far. Are you tired?
Especially me, not really. It was enjoyable spending of time, I would say. It's always nice when you're on the biggest tournament of the season and you're going that far, even we are playing not our lineup. So I think that feels great.
He started stage 1 demolishing the gaming gladiators.
ძალიან ცუდი ბრეკეტი ჯდება რა, ყველა კაი გუნდი ზემოთ ხდება და აქეთ ფურია გავა ფინალშიტო.
Here in Cologne.
I think we are gaining experience game by game. First stage was obviously much harder because we are facing the best teams in the world. Maybe it's some lack of our map pool at some point, but we are trying our best. I don't know.
Aside from the beating spirit gave you guys, have BetBoom met expectations for yourselves in Cologne?
I would say we don't have expectations at all because we are not playing even our lineup, so we are just trying our best. I think everyone would feel great about our stage 3. Even if we're gonna lose today, it's okay.
That's exactly what I want to ask this very last question. Stage 3. How hard is stage 3 compared to 2, 1, anywhere else? Why is it that you guys have come here and dropped 7 maps out of those 5?
Obviously, it's much harder because we are facing the best teams in the world. But especially for me, it's the best experience I ever had. I'm playing on the arena with the viewers versus best teams, even beating them. So that feels great.
Well, good luck, man. I hope the best for you today.
Thank you.
The team is Foot, the player is Lonks. And most importantly, today is the day of days. Lonks, I know that this has been a long time in the making, so let's get right down to the nitty-gritty of how important it is at a 2-2 game playing BetBoom today.
Wait, I didn't hear the last word.
How important is it today?
Oh, to play this game? I mean, it's very important for us, to be honest, especially because we came back from 0-2. And to be honest, it was a bit funny, right? Because we wanted to go 3-0 on stage 2. We thought we play worse teams, but in the end, we ended up playing Vitality and G2, which in the end, they're like one of the best teams in this stage, right? They have very good players, experienced players. And I think, yeah, we're grateful to be here. We are grateful we could keep up the emotions and push up until this stage, actually.
Yeah, you guys had played G2 already. You'd beat them 2-1, and then they get you this time around. They bring it right back to you. And losing that game. So you guys play Ancient, Nuke, Mirage. Let me just ask the question about beating Mouse. Did that feel good to you, Lonks? Did you enjoy that?
I mean, I think I always enjoy it, to be honest. It might sound crazy, but for me, every team who beat me in Cluj-Napoca, who kind of put me a step back, I will always look for them and I will always try to beat them. Because that Cluj-Napoca, for me, still to this day, it stays in my head. Yeah, it's full rent-free.
Full rent-free. Well, look, man, 7 series, 17 maps, 356 rounds played here in Cologne for Foot. You're the youngest team at this major. Are you going to do it today, and how?
I don't want to say we're going to do it and how we're going to do it, because usually when I say this kind of stuff, I jinx it. So we just take it step by step, round by round. We hype each other up. We keep the comms up. We will fight every round as we did before. And yeah, we'll see how it goes.
You want to say anything to him?
Just keep watching, guys. Keep watching. It will be fun.
That's Foot versus BetBoom.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of blood above! They're trying to go pyramid, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round, we go to overtime!
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's Lanxess or bust at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026. Only one of these 2 squads can follow in the footsteps of 90 earlier on today. From BetBoom in one corner, they started all the way back in stage 1, and they are now staring at their final lifeline. For Foot in the other corner, they arrived in Cologne as the youngest squad to be here, now have the opportunity to go where they have never gone before, the top 8 at a major playoffs. My name is Ferris Beers, joined by Yanko and Ash. But what is such a high-pressure situation? Ash, I'm sure you've been in this many a time before. Can you kind of give us some insight as to what these guys are probably feeling right now?
lots of nerves, but I think this is such a young team. They'll be more excited than nerves, but maybe it's a little bit different for BetBoom. I'm not quite sure anymore because it's such a mixed team. There's a lot of vibes going on there. Yeah, I think there'll be more excitement, I think, for FUT.
For FUT, they're rookies, you know, in the grand sense, or even if this was just Cologne and not the major, this would still be a bit of a big game for them. And BetBoom on the other side, like, yeah, you're one game away from making the playoffs, but you also have your stand-in. So how much pressure do you really feel in that scenario? It's a little bit all over the place when it comes to this.
I guess it's more so the opportunity that it's right there for the taking. And Ash, we look at these two teams coming into stage 2. The routes they've taken are quite different, right? And that must affect the mental too.
Yeah, I think FUT haven't really had the momentum. BetBoom have created it, but then BetBoom have lost it, and FUT have got it back. So this 0-2-2-0 dynamic, it's weird because I think also both teams are looking at each other thinking, wow, when will I ever get an opportunity to play a team at this kind of caliber to get through to the next stage? So maybe that's where some extra pressure could be created.
I think this is where FUT has the edge too, right? I mean, you're a team that's just won 2 games back-to-back. You're coming into this one like playing better Counter-Strike. You're having more confidence on your players. And BetBoom, even though they played some good Counter-Strike themselves, like they've had some tough opposition, right? And then losing back-to-back games, you know, having to play Vitality again, obviously not ideal. Played Fury in that 2-0 game, didn't go their way either. So even though this is a different level of opponent, like it's still going to be a bit difficult for them to really come into this game with a ton of confidence.
Does it have an effect on your mental? Maybe if you're BetBoom, Ash, you start off 2-0, you know, you have ample opportunity. Sure, it's against Fury and Vitality, no easy opposition for sure. But do you think that has an effect on the mental coming into today?
Absolutely. I've been twice, I think, 0-2 and made it through, and I felt like the biggest advantage we had is that we'd play against teams that have just lost their game, and we've just won our 2 games in a row, obviously. I bet we've lost 2 in a row, but it's just the fashion as well that they've lost. They've kind of been destroyed, and I think the game against Vitality wasn't even as close as maybe it looked. They won some weird low buy going on at 12-6 down. That could have been 4 potential blowouts in a row, and it will matter coming into this game today.
And on the other side, FUT was really tested. I mean, sure, their losses were close. They were 2-1, but the wins were also close against Bait in the O2 game, and then even against Mouse yesterday, another 3-mapper where they were able to come out on top. So building that resilience throughout the tournament is also really important. It feels like for them, you could hear Langs in the interview talking about, oh, we wanted to go 3-0 in stage 2, right? And then you get rewarded by playing Vitality in the opening game. So I think they'll feel really good about just getting to this point from being 0-2 down and then having an opponent like BetBoom. They have no reason to not feel like this game is very much winnable.
How do you look at that game versus Mauser, speaking of Ash? Because obviously in that, you know, it was very much the expectations were on Mouse. Are these young guys going to do anything? What effect do you think that had on FUT?
I think that was a great game for them to have in general. They needed a big test going into this one because it feels like they haven't really shown themselves that well. Then they beat Bait and they go into that game. And Mouse, like, they've changed players, but Mouse are really dangerous to play against. They're really good at putting that sort of team to bed. And what I loved about that game was that FUT showed something on Nuke where they've been pretty poor, but then on Mirage, it felt like the FUT that's been here for the start of the year. They had a terrible start and then they kind of built on that. And I thought, wow, this is a team. I actually think today, or whoever they would have played, I kind of had them going through on the back of that last month that they played.
Should we get into some specifics then from that series versus Mouse? You picked out a couple for us. What are we starting with?
Yeah, so I kind of want to go into how much they traumatized Mouse Sports, and I think this was kind of crazy that they could do this to a team like Mouse Sports. And weird smoke going on. I'm not quite sure what you're aiming at there, mate, but it lands top middle, so we've got a double top mid smoke. And I think here what happens is Lanx is the middle player, and he goes down to towards his AWP, and they're kind of overusing the information a little bit. So maybe this is by design, because Krabani we see on the radar is already going towards B, but the over-rotation from Mouse is ridiculous to the point where even the B player, the solo B player, without a smoke grenade blocking the apartments or anything, he rotates over as well. And FUT do a great job of just throwing every single bit of utility they have. I think they throw 3 Molotovs and say, guys, look at us over here. And Krabani goes into B. If we look at the timer right now, 1 minute 20 is about to go out to B. Let's see just how long, we're going to speed this up, how long B is completely open here for Mouse. And they have a man advantage, by the way. So when Brolin eventually does come back, it's been 30 seconds by the time he comes back. Krabani's probably thinking there's a server crashed or something, I'm not sure. So he's worried about this. He does a great job. Mouse is still really convinced it's A. I'm not quite sure. Maybe the smoke and the Molotovs. And then Symmetry, who had a fantastic series. It was nice seeing him be more involved. That's great awareness from him. He goes in and gets the kill. And this was one of many rounds in this game where MOUZ looked completely lost from 4-2 start, and they didn't win another round for a very long time.
Yeah, it must have been a communications breakdown too. I mean, yeah, Foot did show bomb on ramp, but he didn't go out. Like, he can always go back, and to leave it that open, and then even for Brolan on the way back, to not consider the possibility that someone did sneak out of B. You know, the map has been quiet for so long. It's just a mistake that ended up costing them a lot.
Yeah, communication or maybe underestimating the side of Foot. Let's go back a couple rounds though. Round 9, what does this display about Foot?
Well, I think this is why they reacted the way they just did, and they just got into so many weird scenarios. So it's a good adaptation here, taking the ramp, the nice control, and they actually have 3 extra players on A. So when Foot speed up, Xertion for some reason goes towards the ramp players, and I don't know about you, Anko. How many times have we ever seen Mousebots die in this way, where all kind of 3 of them are just shot in the back in the same position?
Not just Mousebots, but any team really. Like having 3 guys there on ramp, just sort of, you know, the Spider-Man meme is like, who's going to hold ramp? Who's going to hold abs? And actually, none of us is going to hold anything, and we're just going to get shot in the back. They opened 4A. Like they had the situation that they wanted. They had the read, but just the execution wasn't there. And you know, there's not a team out there, I feel like, who's going to say, oh, we like playing against Foot. Like, they just make you uncomfortable with their pace, with their aggression. They're very sharp individually, and that's what makes them dangerous to go up against.
And that's what I liked about them, watching them, because I think if they can bring that energy here, but not just here, to the playoffs as well, they could do some real damage, because this is MOUZ completely falling apart when they should be able to handle this. I really backed Foot after seeing this game. It was very impressive calling, good decision making, symmetry as well. I think we've all seen him a lot. He's quite defensive, but yesterday he was really aggressive with both the rifle and the AWP.
Yeah, great examples to kind of display what a confidence booster that was for Foot coming into this one. On the flip side, for BetBoom, what have you observed, Ash, about the way that they're kind of starting a lot of these series here?
I think we'll say a little bit slow. Okay. So these are all the starts in the last 2 games or 3 games. So 2-7 down, 1-4 down, 0-4, 1-6, 0-4-2. I mean, the problem is in MR12, you have a starts like this and the game feels like it's over. 27% they've won of the pistol rounds. Boomich has 2 kills in his pistol rounds. They were both in the first round of the stage 3, I believe, as well. So it's not going great as far as that goes, and you just give him momentum to the other team, and I think that's kind of why they're struggling a lot more.
Yeah, and we'll see. It's going to be really important against a team like Foot when BetBoom's on the CT side, right? To deny them those early starts, they're very dangerous, snowballing the game. But I'm very interested to see what the actual veto ends up being, right? Like, teams share a permaban here. I would say that both of them should veto something else and sort of let Inferno through, probably a nuke ban for Foot, a Mirage ban for BetBoom. Those are some of the obvious ones, but for me the key is going to be Anubis, because BetBoom is undefeated on it in the last 3 months on LAN, but they haven't played it in Cologne whatsoever in any of the stages. I was wondering where your mind is at. Like, it's a good map for them, but for example, I would always hate to have to play a map for the first time in a tournament, like in such an important game, right? Like, you feel more familiar with the maps that you already played, especially for them considering the stand-in situation.
Yeah, absolutely. When we nearly fluked our way to the Paris Major, the first time we played Nuke was the last map of the tournament against Vitality, and that's one of the reasons we didn't want to play it, is because, well, we haven't played it all tournaments. This is a weird one. It's a game of chicken today, because both teams ban Inferno, like you said, but they're both really bad on Overpass. So in theory, you could just ban the other team's best maps. For preparation, I have no idea as a coach how you would even approach this today. This is going to be a total mess, and all the maps are very close, except for, like you just said, Nuke, which if I'm Foot, I'm 100% banning Nuke today. I'm saying if you want to pick Inferno on your elimination lifeline for the Major, absolutely, you go for that. You have fun with that, and the same with Overpass. I just don't think it's going to happen there.
And I think that's why it becomes an option for someone like BetBoom, probably picking Dust if Nuke is the one that gets removed. And for Foot, it could be Ancient. I mean, BetBoom hasn't lost it, I don't think, in this tournament yet, but still, when we're talking about a 2-2 game to make the playoffs, you want your best, most played maps, right? And just where your players will feel the most comfortable. So it's going to be very interesting. There's a lot of things that can happen in this.
Okay, so you're thinking not Anubis to come out BetBoom. You're saying you don't want it to happen, but you think it still could?
It could. It depends on BetBoom. As I said, I don't know how they feel about it, like Boomage first and the coach in terms of like calling, and then also the players. Like, how many maps of practice did they play in these 2 weeks on Anubis? Do they feel like they want to go for it? Because it's definitely an option for them to pick or to at least leave in as the third map.
Okay, let's roll it. Let's find out. I am very, very intrigued to see where this one goes. Okay.
Okay, please do not ban Inferno or Overpass, please. Okay, nice.
They get rid of aim.
This is going to be weird because this is going to be like 3 best of ones on teams just on the 4th best map. So
yeah, for foot the easy one now is Mirage.
Yeah, and the Dust. I think Dust 2 higher down as well.
Yeah, it has to be for BetBoom. Just looking at how they played it at this event and finding some success. And now this second phase is
crazy. Right, this is a game of chicken again. What do you want to ban? So BetBoom don't ban either of their maps. It's going to overpass last map then. That's crazy.
Okay.
I love the approach there from BetBoom. This is going to be a real, like just a death match, I feel, on all the maps. But like I said yesterday, I think Foot played fantastic Mirage. This is a good opportunity for them.
Yeah, without a doubt. Starting on that T side, they can do a lot of different things. They're a very aggressive team in your face, and they're not without chances on Dust 2 either. But I think both of these teams probably feel like we'd love to win it in 2. You know, I don't think either of these teams really wants it to go to overpass. Like, if it gets to that,
that's going to be a nervy T-side plays there, yeah.
Obviously, speaking about the T-sides, that's what Foot are going to be starting on for the first map. But looking at BetBoom and their kind of T-side career in Stage 3, what's the story been, Ash?
Yes, I think this is kind of what it looks like when you are using a stand-in. You don't have much practice. Yeah, you can vibe it out in the first stage. Stage 2 is a little bit harder, but the win rate you see as they're going deeper in the tournament, Yanko, considerably worse on this T-side now and struggling a lot more.
Yeah, it's part of it is the standing situation. The other part is you're just playing really good teams, right? Like you're going up against the likes of Vitality, the likes of Furia, Falcons even, right? A strong CT-sided team.
I would mention their CT side is about the same as Stage 2. It's around the same. It's one of the best in the tournament. But T-side, it's a lot harder on T-side though, no?
Yeah, they've been much more fluid on the CT side, and all the players are very decisive. They don't hesitate. They go for information plays. You know, Zorti as well on the AWP on a map like Nuke that you won't see here, but very active, very mobile, and that has to be the name of the game for them. Like against Foot, you have to be willing to take the fight to them, right? Because otherwise they're just so aggressive in taking space. You're going to run out of options in rounds really quick.
Well, either way, we have BetBoom and we certainly have Foot ready in the server. It's time to find out who is going to be making it to the playoffs.
აკვარ. უბრალოდ უნდა ვჭამო და მეგელაპარაკებ. კაი თამაში წავა ესე.
Demon in a 1v3 and Setfield just runs into the line. Doesn't do enough damage. Oh, a second for Demon. You're at Alex. He's gone. They peek him one by one. Of course that they come into this one with.
ეზოში ვიძეთ ცოტა ხანი ჰაერი, თორე ამეძინება უეჭველი.
Down quad kill.
BetBoom versus Foot, you know the drill. Playoffs, or you're packing your bags and it's a near miss. It's thinking about it on the drive home. Ash has promised us deathmatch after that funky veto. What do you reckon, Chatty B? BetBoom Foot, you got a favorite?
I agree. There's a different tempo in this one than the previous. Expect a lot of swings to win as both these teams pack a punch. For Foot, 4 major rookies. For BetBoom, 1. Nerves will play a big part of this one today. BetBoom from 2-0 up, now in the 2-2. Foot from 0-2 down. One game away from the Lanxess.
One of them's getting reverse swept.
Boomich may have won a Cologne before, but not in the arena. That's post-pandemic, just.
You've got a bit of proactivity for Flammer, set up to succeed, and Longs, doesn't matter if he can't see, he provides the opening. Boomich trying to get something.
Sma როგორი უყურებ და წარმოიდგინე კარიგანა საინაინცებზე და ერთი ხუზე ამანო კარჩე ხა ფიქრობდა რა აი ამანო რანაირად მოიგო ერთი ხუზე ერთი მანახი.
It's Cemetery as well to the USP and Krabeni. Good luck, have fun. This CT side looking to start off better. Magnajez closes it down. That's 5 frags between the two of them.
I think
okay,
well, what are we going to do? He was blind. Still didn't feel like I had a chance, but Magnajez, he's been magnificent. Delivering throughout. No longer Donk's friend. This guy's making a name for his own here in Cologne.
Getting access to the Lanxess arena with this quote-unquote high-level pug. I mean, you are operating with a stand-in. You're up against Stage 3 teams. I'm not surprised your T-win rate's going down.
The brain trust. having to work together to piece together the approach. The flexibility, it's nice when you're going up against teams who are of lower ranks and your individual prowess a whole lot higher. Now that you're against the well-seasoned squads, it's a whole lot more difficult. And Foot, well, the four of them plus Coach Coolio, they're not an academy team anymore, but the amount of reps that these boys have together, absolutely insane.
Yeah, they've been an exciting prospect throughout the season. But to see, you know, so many major rookies so close to major playoffs.
And 9Z were able to do it with their 3. Let's see if Foot can hold on today.
Oh, we've got a nice opening. Boomich has been sat down by Jugsteeg. There's Demon. Second round conversion. Looking more and more difficult as time passes. Sorty's got an awful lot of work to do. Top of ticket. How's Krabeni done that? 2 bullets to the dome and he's gone. If they keep the sheet clean, there's all those M4s they could try and scavenge away, but let's focus on the bomb plant. Krabeni's getting it in.
And they might just be opting for the save. It looks like this round is already done. Ash there pointing out the slow starts in maps for BetBoom. Well, it might continue here if they can't win back the Force by Wars into the next. One of the worst pistol round teams at the major in the bottom 4. Foot. Their second round breaks in the top 4.
4-ავე პეკილიო გაეკეთებინა კარიკა. იკოზეც აი, იკოზეც შენ ეისი აქ ვაფშე გაკეთებული. 1-5 კლასში კაი, ძალიან რთულია, მაგრამ ეისი ექნება გაკეთებული.
Looking good at range there.
ეისი. არა, მაგრონჯეზები არ გადაობენ მაგარი გუნდია.
Can they retain the M4 and the Famous? And there is the
ესენი გაწურავენ ახლა ღრიალებს.
The smirk on their face. And if Foot continue the winning ways, you're going to hear a whole lot more of that throughout. We've got the headline of the day coming up next, NAVI versus G2. Household name will not be making it. Love watching this guy play.
It's like they just kind of queued each other up.
Yeah, going in sync, all right.
3-2-1 swing, 3-2-1 cheer. It's going to be a battle, though, for that economic supremacy.
სერიოზულია.
Not just going to roll over.
They're going for a bit of a DBZ fusion with that one right there. Give that for the nerds at home, but crawling up Cat. MagnaJez ready to block.
Gets his info, gets his smoke out, and baits into Zorty's Deagle. Necessary trade provided by Longs.
დღეს Falcon-ი არ თამაშობს. ამის მერე არის NAVI G2, რაც ძალიან მაგარი თამაში იქნება ჩემი აზრით რა. გუშინდელ თამაშს საჯობებს
dealing with any potential T-spawn pushes. Longs up in the vent room. There's a T-spawn push highlighted. So it does actually have a lot of room, but he's not to know that.
ყოფილები ეჯახებიან ერთმანეთს, Hunter-ა და
Cemetery and Demon coming over to join this. It's Boomich close ramp. Famous and MagnaJez clearing out mid, saying nobody's home.
კი უსაფრთხოა, bro. რა პრობლემაა?
He's going to go down for free. This is cheeky.
This is inspired. Longs a dead man, just booked. Flammers finds himself the kill and the upgrade. Now Boom with the CZ.
ამჩიზითი კაროჩე სულ კაც კლავს, სულტო. ისი არ მომხდარა, რომ კაცი არ მოეკლას,
Understandably, bomb on the back of Demon and they're surrounded now. That's good work and good pathing from Jugs. No one to contest the plant, so Demon and Jugs trying to pull off the 2-on-4.
Around the world from Boomich, understanding that they're going to be worried about Palace and Ramp. He's going to join Dilladez over towards middle and then MagnaJez through Ticket. They have the kit, they have the smoke. There's a chance for this.
Audible to Jugs. Here's them congregating. Does he count the numbers? 2 up con. Demon and MagnaJez. Oh, his back was turned. He just silently creeps onto the site, and it is that default plant, so should be round.
Dilladez can just stick this one now. Nothing Jugs can do about it. Okay.
Back and forth.
Yeah, a couple of cheeky moves there. That vent boost inspired to deal with Longs. And they're going to let out a roar of their own.
Here in
the Palladium. Wouldn't be the first time. So we're straight into what is essentially a full buy for both teams. This was cheeky. And then that presence of Boomich, that was the consideration. That's why I tucked in here to backside, just so worried about the Palace or the ramp league. Demon had to stay committed to that. Some really good heads-up counter-strike from BetBoom.
Cemetery removed
player
from the round. Irretrievable AWP, at least for now.
Demon wanted to search to try and draw one back over towards B, but stunted by the flames.
Well, Krabeni's going to be next on the naughty list here. Perfect angle management. Magnajez gets him very low. He's forced and trapped. Has to burn his smoke, but it's not safe. You're not guaranteed to get away. Magnajez in hot pursuit will mantle up, and Krabeni has caught this boys into a bit of a bebop. Diladez supported by Flammers, and it's nothing. Empty hands, 4 foot.
Давай,
Starting as they mean to go on. That's a lovely burst of aggression from Magnajez. Caught Cemetery off guard.
That's a shutdown right there.
ორადიონ შენ რომელი გუნდი გევასება ყველაზე მეტად?
Not in a position to be able to risk the investment.
Synchronized with that boomage flashbang. Lovely team play. And Diladez passing his test here.
Yeah, they've changed positions mid-tournament, and that's what you expect when the roster that you have at the Major was a mystery on the plane on the way in. Poor Siren could not be with the squad. Well, they're doing the best with what they've got. And what they've got is a 2-2 game for the playoffs.
Yeah, and it looks like Diladez has got his util down pat. A lot of responsibility on this position, although it's not the most glamorous.
Someone's got to do it. And he might get to farm them right here.
Yeah, he's got Magnajez in support as well. Oh, he just fell off. Diladez has to do the first.
Oh, shit.
Looking for 4. Diladez, can he leave with the ace? Jugs will deny, but the round is theirs. Bet Boom 4. It's a strong start.
არაფრით არ ჩამოვარდება ეს ტიპის
Contrast
სირენას
with
და
what Ash was
კარგად
discussing on the
გამოსულს.
desk. What does it mean when Bet Boom get off to a flyer?
Yeah, we'll see how long they can keep foot quiet. I understand it's 1 round, but through the force. Now we're back into the gun. Cemetery will not have his AWP into play this time. What's the opener? What's Krabeni going to call them in with? Standard opener. Window top cap. Krabeni selling mid, making it look like a default round, but they're going to pounce into A. That's going to put pressure on in-game leader Boomage. Major winner, Cologne winner. It's been a long time between drinks. This man disappeared off our radar.
He's built himself back up.
ვისი არჩეული მაპია ფუტების ნახე მარცხნივ წერია ლოგო.
Nice from Flammers. How's he
Flammers.
got clawback kill onto Demon. Now Cemetery tasked with re-smoking CT deep and getting that bomb planted. Long's got a decision to make. Do you want to stand in the smoke? Krabeni late lingering middle.
ეს საკმაოდ ველოდები ძმებო შევჭამ და ჩავთავ კამერას მე.
One and done. Jugs down. Important. Krabeni's patience not rewarded. He really needed that one. Diladez times it to perfection. They're both low. Winnable for Krabeni. The Crabman comes on in. Moves ahead of the first. Anticipate that. Thought he had a fair fight.
Bichos. ძმებო 250 ლაიქს გავიდეთ აბაბარე.
Some seriously good stuff.
Yeah, but we're getting that brawl, that death match that Ash has foretold. We'll have to be partial territory again, so this one's flying. 5-1, 4-round gap. Jugs sits Boomage on his ass. You see here just the pressure he's under on the execute. That cam really showing the pressure.
See that, straight through the boards. It is nice, Boomage is right.
And the veto, I'm glad that both teams called the bluff in the opening foray, right? Not banning out Inferno. Miss Smoke highlighted in spawn here, so a little bit of an unforced error. Krabeni will get one in, and that has landed. We get past this at Flammers.
That nade connects to all 5.
He's ducked away, and now they can set up a crossfire. Flammers and Magnajez turn mid into the meat grinder.
Has something out of Longs his dig. Magnajez down. Diladez has to go, and ooh, Krabeni didn't quite react to the info in time. Started his swing. Flammers goes probing middle, times it to perfection, catches him looking the wrong way. Flammers is in his A game right now. Oh, okay, Cemetery caught on the smoke, and they'll make light work of that one.
Okay. Oh, it's tough when you lose that opening pick, but a timeout has been taken from Coolio. Today is all about the occasion. On the precipice of the playoffs, pressure is paramount. And for these boys, they've never been in this position before. Last year, they were Navi's academy. They lost Makazi, he goes to the main team. They found a suitable replacement in Longs. But 4 of the 5, this is their first major. And for Longs, this is only his second. So it's not like this team are full of experience. They're the youngest squad at the major. And they're looking to make history today. how quick they went from the lessons of the academy to throwing out learnings of their own. The gun's in. Symmetry gets his ult for the second time, yet to get going. 0 and 6.
This is a big round. War in middle. Demon takes the head off of Flammer, straight charging for that opening duel and makes his opening incision immediately. You've got your advantage. Demon has provided. And Bytelabs provides a whole lot of information.
Oh, caught!
Spotted, and he still takes one.
Good value.
Yeah, Symmetry, rough start to an important game for him.
Yeah, didn't have head armor there. His head's just exploded at the hands of the M4. MagnaJez, if he throws, yeah, he's quick enough to this.
No,
he's hurt. He is hurt.
MagnaJez has pushed forward. Demon must be ready. And he will. MagnaJez forward proactivity's actually cost him and conceded into a 2-on-4.
Didn't read the situation well there. Zordi pressed up close towards ramp. This is all on Boomich.
What can Boom do? Can experience prevail? Up against 4 rookies.
Boom,
boom, triple. Shreds foot just like that.
Gotta get that bomb, Krabeni. Up and over the long way round. Smooth moves. He's going to be able to scoop this, but Zorti's rotated in short side with the AWP.
Picks himself up a couple of extra pieces of utility. Zorti's AWP will be smoked off. He's used his util well, but he doesn't wait for the smoke. Boomich delivers in the absence of MagnaJez, in the absence of Bytelabs. It's Boomich with the necessary triple. Brutal.
This is stunt on him right now. 7-1. This is a rapid showing. I said it's going to be a higher tempo. We're only 13 minutes deep. And, well, what looked difficult in a previous round with the over-the-shoulder cam looked casual. Flammus, loving what he's seeing right there. Getting that reaction. Loving that from the boss man. The big man has given them the lead of the half at a minimum. And it's another cobbled together situation from Foot. Now they've been able to find opening kills. They are winning out heavily in that department, 5-3.
Yeah, conversion's a different story. Oh, their boost doesn't pay off either. They set up Demon to try and find something with the AK-47. Long's equipped with one as well. Oh, bomb spotted. Flammus relays. That nade's got someone's name on it. Oh, it is
another one.
Why, man?
The stepping stool's gone. Jugs just vaporized by Flammus as MagnaJez does catch a bit of flack. They're playing stubborn, aren't they? They want to fight for this. Kraveni's hit a ding, punishes Flammus for this overextension on window.
You got the opener for free, but it feels like you give it back the same way with MagnaJez low. Opted to play double vent. So Kraveni and Lonks, also the walking wounded. Symmetry would love to get something else in his hands that isn't a Glock. So back around the world over towards A. Smoking spawn picked up. They might be able to use that to great success if they want to deploy it, but that will be the tell that they are coming. Zorti playing from ticket. His support, it is miles away. They are selling the A site. Zorti at this point is just a ward. He cannot go down. He needs to get the info, stay alive. If he can shave one off, that'll make this a whole lot easier on the retake.
You've only got a single smoke grenade. Zorti sweeps through. They're accelerating A. Now he's aware. Kraveni goes down. Bytelabs has actually taken down his teammate. Hang on, Zorti through the box, doesn't hit it. Bomb's getting planted. Lonks in the open. Hits one onto the head. Finished off by Symmetry. That's an important first, but he needs another, and it's still Boomich on CT. Too much. Oh, maybe not too much to handle. Knows where Boomich is. Heavy advantage. Again, Boom looking for more impact on the angle. Peeks in, catches Lonks. Denies what would have been somewhat of a fire starter if Lonks had converted. Instead, Boomich says, stay down.
8-2 for the big man. Back-to-back impact. And this is going to really set Foot back. They have to salvage 4. Does Coolio want to take another timeout? Yes. Okay. They need to be able to piece something competitive in this half. It's interesting, right? With the cat and mouse game, the bluff that was called in the veto, they've been more scared of Foot's Ancient than they were their Mirage, and this is their bread and butter. The two of those maps, they love them. It's great for aimers, explosive players, individuals who back their crosshair every damn day of the week, and they are some of the sharpest shooters in Counter-Strike right now, but right now, they are in a massive hole. They need to be able to claw themselves back into this.
Exactly, but guys, like we are playing like I don't know, fucking slow, and they are playing proactive, and they are moving on the map, and we are hesitating, we are ending slow. That's not the way we are playing. Like take your balls, please, and let's try to speed up. Let's try to
The guy
communicate.
just kill us 3 on B.
Yeah.
All right, with a back chat there. Coolio wants them to take the fights, wants them to set the tone. Mitch wasn't spotted, but he didn't see anything ramp with the self-flash.
Here's that proactivity. Got everything ready. HE right between two of them. Demon and Cemetery. Oh,
Why
Boom
me?
goes
Why me?
triple out of Boomich. Shredded. What little confidence they had has been sent back to Storm. They continue their City Hall.
They are getting
Putis gasvaro damčerოდა mარტო გამოვშტერდებოდი ესე რომ ეთამაშა Boomich-ს.
And the util damage starting to pile up on this CT side. You've got 300 for Flamish, you've got 174 for Magnajez. So it's not just the bullets. You're not getting the fights in the favor that you want. The first one lands, that shell shot. Boomich mollied out of position, swings in.
13 HP.
Playing like Boomich from 2021 right now.
They are in the flow state.
They're just going to run in and look for fights. This time, Foot try their luck over towards B, testing Diladez.
Everything's in the right place, that HE.
Another one landed at the doorstep. But I think this is what Coolio's not liking, right? They're not taking the mid control, they're not scrapping around the smokes, they're not taking their timings, they're grouped up to get mowed down. Hoping that the execute will do the job for them. This is a team that's done with the bullets through the smoke. They go. Magnajez is out of position.
Diladez has passed every test on B so far. Has Magnajez, has the opening. Again,
ადუხებენ.
Feasted upon by Bet Boom. And another clean sheet. This is getting out of control now. This is supposed to be their territory, and Bet Boom have already found double digits.
We've got 3 rounds in this half that are absolutely flawless for Bet Boom. One of them is that Diladez 4K against the Eeks, I think. Actually, it could have been the rifle round. I'm pretty sure he may have gone down in that round. Either way,
we've shut him down.
Yeah, I think shutdown is the key word for this half. This is the blue wall erected. This is Bet Boom making Foot look foolish. Foot, are you even going to warm into this 2-2 game? You were turning your fate around. Losses in the hands of Vitality and G2. Wins over Bay and Mouse to put yourself here, and you struggling to get anything done. Magnajez onto the opener. B-pop again.
Okay, at least Magnajez has been caught. Important from Jugs, but look at Diladez getting stubborn. Jugs has delivered him something to hold on to. With Cemetery's position, Flammer should be nullified. In fact, it's Zorti that's coming with him. Pressure onto one frag Cemetery. Important one here. Gets the head. Oh, he's lost control of that. Should be okay for your second. Does that mean anything in the grand scheme? Time ticking. Flam's going to be jumping out that window. You got Longs on bench side. Crossfire with D.
Why?
Now he drops out.
Why? Why, man?
Defuse as well. Foot collapse.
Why not
The best ban is denied again. Bet Boom are bullying them.
ესეთი რამე არ მინახავს ტიპებს ყველაფერი გამოდის. ვაიმე მარტო ფუტის გათვლა რომ დამჩენოდა და წაეგო ტიპებს შენ გავგიჟდებოდი. Wow. Easy, I poquito. ილიაზე იბადრე უკვე. რა არის საბადრობო? არაფერი არ არის. დოლა წააგოს, მეტი არაფერი არ არის საბადრო მაგაში. არ დანგრეულა მაგით არც მსოფლიო და არც ილიას ცხოვრება და არც ჩვენი. ნორმალური ამბავია, კიდევ ერთხელ ვიმეორე. ეს წააგო ხვალ მოიგებს. ჯო. ერიკაცია და იცის რაც უნდა გააკეთოს. ნახოთ აბა რავი. აქედან თუ და 12-0-დან ნახეთ უკვე კამბექი ამ მეიჯორს, ამიტომ არაფერი აღარ არის გამორიცხული. მანამდე ჩვენ სტრიმი დავალაგოთ, არხი გამოვიწეროთ მებო. აპინულია Bytelabs-ის Instagram-ი, გადადით, შეგიძლიათ წააფოლოვოთ.
We know where they are, we are waiting for them to come and kill us. Like, that's not the way how we wanna get out of this fucking tournament. Like, we are 100 times better than them, and we are playing like, I don't know, face it level 5 team right now. Like, we are first time in this fucking stage. It's the same game what we are playing. Like, we are playing the same fucking game. But you guys are thinking we are playing in a different, like, I don't know. I can tell you we can win this game still. Like, they are over.
That's Coach Coolio, and he's given some stern talking to because, I mean, yeah, they do not adjust your sets. This is reality. Foot-picking Mirage in a do-or-die affair, and Bet Boom have just brutalized them in that first half.
I'll have to change his name to Coolio Runnings, because should be asking if Sanka's dead right now. Footer just getting flipped on.
Okay. This is that conversation about pressure for major rookies in the server, and they are quaking in their boots. Maybe not in this pistol. This is a must-win. Krabeni controls the spray on the dual Berettas for one. Bomb on the back of Dilladez, still trapped on Tetris. He has got Zorti forward, though. Long-range clock fight, not ideal for Dilladez. Tries to get across, does so, but Demon has removed Zorti, and that plant is not going to happen.
Now they're running at him. Yeah, this is what you want to see.
This is confidence. And that's the start.
Opa.
A necessary round for Foot to shake what was a disastrous first half of play.
If they can turn this around and just make it competitive, even if it is just a cosmetic comeback, they need to be warmed up for Dust 2 coming in next. Coolio, that's a stern talking to he's given to his boys. They're young men. Let's see how they respond to that. In interviews, they seem to talk about it the same way. That in-your-face counter-strike, if you cop a Deagle bullet to the dome. That's one way back in, but one by one, that's what Lonks wants to see. It's going to be the eco. So given the good graces of consecutive rounds, they're only two so far as come on force. Now a pistol. And then the gun rounds will begin. And so will the That's gun round after gun round after gun round. This will not be easy. I've already seen in Cologne that anything is possible. Just ask NRG.
Coach How is Mo?
2-2 game. There's nothing
Coach is probably after that. I'm going to actually.
I like that, reminding them, same tournament.
Same game. It's the same game.
Falcon ითამაშებს 18-19.
You've been down at 0-2. You were cornered from the start.
Yeah, they dealt with Mouse yesterday. I think that's one that should definitely put hair on your chest.
ნაინზი მაგარი გასაწევრი იქნება.
Mouse, they've got the whole stand-in, new in-game leader, roster all over the shop situation. Another kill could be viable on the clock. The jumping burst will not land, and they keep 4 alive. Scavenge back the other M4, and they take.
არა ნაინზი მაგრად იგოს ხოლმე პლეი-ოფებში დაიმახსოვრეთ ჩემი სიტყვა. 3-0-ზე შეიძლება გასულიყვნენ ჯგუფიდან, მაგრამ ყოველთვის იჯვავენ.
Okay, equipped now for Bet Boom.
პლეი-ოფში ყოველთვის იჯვავენ.
No Galils, no Orb. So a 5-rifle call. How does Boomich want to proceed? Does he want to just go into something grouped up and explosive to see if you can still take advantage of this slow start from the 4 individuals? Players not hitting shots they normally would.
There's that proactivity, something that led to Bet Boom, such a strong CT side, already taking ramp. Jugs and Krebeni have cleared it out.
This is a tough call to make when you're up against a gun round on a knife's edge like this.
ახლა ესეთ რისკებს აიღებენ ძალიან ბევრს, იმიტომ რომ ისეთ ანგარიშს აგებენ, რომ ეს რისკები თუ არა იღებს აზრი არ აქვს, მაგრამ ორიანმა თუ გაჩეკამ.
Underpass for now, but Krebeni has taken so much space on the map. Jugs has to worry about the potential for the Palace League. He'll also be tasked with Connector because Cemetery is going to bolster that B defense. He's going to join Demon and Lonks. Boomich has no idea this is possible. Krebeni's about to announce himself.
He sees him. He's alone. He wants more answers than just the one. He wants numbers. Krebeni looking for that double kill, and he's got Bangladesh! Couldn't adjust to Boom! 4-on-4 accelerating into the B site. You got Demon and Cemetery here. Flowers down to a team Molotov, but the dink came from Lonks. Cemetery's got to find out on this rifle. That's the headshot. Can't find the follow-up. Demon can. Boomich last seen top middle. No secret as he charges forward to retrieve that bomb. 2 on the site. He's caught with a nade out. That's what you want to see from Demon.
Not playing the side, not playing the bomb, just putting the bullet between the eyes, and Big Bad Boom won't get him another. That push right there from Krebeni, inspired. I got those balls in both hands right now, and they are playing with it. This is 11-4, a long way up. The bomb doesn't go down. It will have to be a partial buy. Fierce gets an opportunity on the mic. This is the type of round where, because of the game state, I wouldn't even mind if they just go for Deagles on all 5, pick a spot and search. Right? Because of the way that Foot are now going to want to take fights. That conversation, that is, boys, I want you to swing. I want you to take Jules. I want you to back yourself individually. And that does mean that they are susceptible to fights that are not favorable. It's not going to be the case. They are going to go for a couple of Tech 9s. Just Flamus with the Deagle. Zorti holds on to his cash to bring out the AWP. So 3 mid-smokes to completely smother the sight lights. Connector, top cat, window. It's like a lot of pressure. He dumps his nades. Finds just a little bit of chip damage. This is going to be an A split.
It's going to go from 0 to 100. Angajaz flashed up Con. Info flows. Distraction works. Oh, Krebeni strings together 2. A third as well. On the swing from Magnajaz, he's on for the ace. He's in the server. Sits down the Tech 9 buy and 11-5.
Okay, we're quickly chasing 30 aces of the major so far. I'm pretty sure that's number 28. Add another one to the tally and shortly just against the line by. There's that form. There's that individual output that we know, the trade, the second one.
Bonus onto Dilladez.
You'll take it, and then one mag gets the job done. He's not just your regular in-game leader, is Krebeni. This guy hits hard.
Yeah, he's got hands. Pincers.
4 straight rounds now. Not a single bomb plant for Bet Boom. And that change into round number 17.
Light on the util already off the opening.
So his AWP is trending over towards A to look for a pick. He's got the support of Boomich and Dilladez. Magnajaz and Flamus now also starting to path back. This setup staunch on middle. So a good amount of control for Foot, which means a good amount of information. They are playing to clamp down once Bet Boom go for space. So that means Jugs playing out of position, not sight side. Magnajaz, can he get anything done here?
info for Longs. He continues his walk forward. Looking for Magnajez. Oh, caught out, who's turning for the flashbang. Magnajez able to profit. That's a big pick provided. Longs is going to be so frustrated. Things started to flow, and now it's a lot of pressure. You see those smokes, you get that sinking feeling in your stomach as they know the A-side's likely to be lost. Magnajez going for a late reroute. Will arrive on the flank con. Bomb's going planted, or at least a fake. And well done from Boom. Still goes down to Krabeni, but the trade is there for providing the overwatch. You've got 30 seconds, and those smokes are fading. You're susceptible now. Jugs will tuck in on stairs. There's Symmetry with a chip in. Bomb lose 24 seconds.
Comeback-ია, უეჭველი comeback-ია. Comeback-ია, უეჭველი, ბიჭო. Coach გაამაყიანა.
That is so touch and go. You lose that opening pick. You get made to look a little bit foolish on the turn. And they deny the site. Right, that kill from Krabeni, that bomb spills out. They can't get it down. The smokes are then faded. Symmetry plays in.
ჯაბჯაბიჩი მომენა, ტრაცმობა ჯაბჯაბიჩი არ მოგენა, ტრაცმობას გაფიცებთ. აყაყირვა ჯაბჯაბიჩი სპირიტის coach, იცით?
As part of this comeback. Foot know what they're up against, but if the bomb doesn't go down, you're in the tumble dryer. It's by partial. But know what they're up against again. It cannot be the full investment, or it can. It would just be Galils.
ეს ტიმოთი შალომეს რატო გავდა ეს ტიპი საფალეებიანი? ოღონდ ტემუნდან გამოწერეს.
Trade is there, but you can't cross the line. Symmetry. Beautiful work from him. Mandatory shots to hit, and they're definitely believing now. It's a 5-round gap with the partial.
ჯაბჯაბიჩი 6 თამაში აქვს მოგებული ზედიზით.
Takes one individual from Bet Boom.
Oh, it's a Spirits მაგარი win streak-ი დაუგროვდა სიმართლე ვგითხრა. ეს არის ტიპი.
He'd be brave to path into a palace smoke with that possibility for Jugs to spot you.
Squandered incendiary in middle for Longs.
It is just 2 on the side. The read is wrong for Foot. They've gambled 3B. Jugs and Symmetry will have to deliver. So they wait for Magnajez to join the party before they start to release the nades. They have to. He's got the lion's share.
Test for Jugs here. Can he remain vigilant on his site? Keeps his crosshair stable, blocked on ramp. Flammers searching. That's a headshot from Flammers. Jugs with empty hands. Pressure amplified. Symmetry catching bullets. Down low on ticket. Krabeni stands his ground for 2. Backs away, respects the flame, but hits the AWP against the Tech 9. Boom runs him down. A 3-on-3. This retake is all to play for now. Krabeni
so low.
Magnajez is holding for this. You can't play first, and he will. Oh, hang on!
Why?
Couldn't control it. Longs can. Can he take down Boomit?
Why? Boomicha კიდე რა გაუთია, ბიჭო.
The big man doing it all here on Mirage.
შეუჯერებელია ბებერიტო. აუ ეს რა გამხდარია, ლაუნს არ გაწმევენ არაფერს ბებერ, 40000 დოლარი გაქვს ხელფასი პაშტი.
Even Krabeni finding output on the smoke walk. Brutal.
They keep the intensity and the tempo. This one high flying. The fights will never stop.
Brutal.
And then Boomich just has to hit it on the Tech 9. Not an easy fight. Walks away with 8 points of health. Now on the knife's edge. It's an 8-player again. Longs, the short player, is over towards A. They've got 2 rifles here. Symmetry starting short. Krabeni to join in for this.
They just want to explode. They just want to throw that knockout blow.
მე რომ მინდოდა ბეტბუმის მოგება ბუმიჩას 1-24 სეკუნდა ზუსტად ფურიასთან. Ura, კაი კადრში გაჭედა.
Longs needs the multi, provides for 2. Still up for debate. A third out of Longs.
And
Zorti will back away, looking good for that 7th, but it looks like that molly might have Longs' name on it. Dips up the ladder, safe and sound.
Smoked off now, Zorti. This is tough. You can play around it if you'd like. You got so much time in the round, 1:10. I'll let the calm fall over Mirage and see if anything comes his way. They're not just going to charge at you with a 1v3 advantage. Now as they shore up, Zorti, you've got a tough choice ahead of you, son. Only need 1 round short. You're just heading for the hills for the save. Or are you going to give this one a go? over towards the B apartments, 40 seconds. He'd have to really make a move to be able to make this possible. And it could just be holding on to this and carrying it into the next. So Longs makes up for the previous. And that loose piece does play in to great success. He's surely got no chance in this now. Cemetery didn't hear the scope. Any extra damage would be nice. We will call this one 12-7 as, oh, Cemetery does walk into the AWP. Okay, that's not too shabby. That actually is going to make a bit of a dent. I think Longs wants to head over and see if he can pick up the AWP. I don't think it's going to be possible unless it's scavenged, and yeah, okay. He would have had 4.850, so could have dropped it, but then nades would have been the conversation. We'll catch this again, the Romanian. Tough position to be in. The flash work is good. And he just unloads, not expecting. The third is beautiful.
Listen
how the crowd is cheering for us, okay? Like, we are playing good, just keep playing like that. Keep talking, stay relaxed, let's go.
Stern words of Coolio. Gotten them back in the game.
So
now feeling warmed up for the moment. Plus two. The choice of BetBoom, that's next. Can they really pull off a comeback from 11-1 down on the first half? Scoreline reading 12-6. Now 12-7. This is doable. Remember, there is going to be difficulties for BetBoom on the T side. This is hodgepodge pieced together. It's a team that's only had officials with this 5-man in Cologne.
And look how far they've come. From 2-0 up into the 2-2 match. Couldn't handle it versus Vitality or Furia. Up against Foot, one round away from being just a map away from those playoffs. Silence falls over Mirage. A little bit of friction on middle, a couple of smokes exchanged. Sortie peeks on in, catches Krabeni in two mines between jungle and the window. So an opening casualty. Now someone from Foot has to overcome the number discrepancy. Jugs' position now given away by that smoke grenade. Cemetery's got two different targets. He's got some help from Jugs. Palace will activate. He puts one between the legs of Flammers. That's not it. That is Longs, puts it into a 3v2. Bytelabs gets that bomb planted. They are set to collect right here and now. It's up to Demon and Longs. Quiet Mirage from Demon. Can he find anything? Boom's timed it well. Gets the barrel, gets the head. Looking good. Set to collect on Foot's pick. Unless Longs. He's denied by Boom. He's got the experience and it's starting to show. A 19 frag. It's BetBoom's.
Showing up to this one too late. The first half, 11-1. It feels like an insurmountable comeback, but he got the response he wanted. Julio's boys for the second half. Just throw this one to the desk.
Bombardment from BetBoom as they bully Foot on their own map pick. Try as Foot might to turn the tides in that second half. When you end the first with one solitary round, Janko,
yeah, I did feel like today might be the day when Foot was going to graduate from that academy, but Boomich sent them right back to school after that performance on Mirage. I mean, absolutely shutting them down on the CT side. That clutch, you know, on the T side was really important. Seemed like Foot was starting to gain steam, come back into the second half, but BetBoom able to close it out in the end.
Yeah, just imagine a couple more rounds if they just got them over the line there. I believe there could have been a comeback here. Look, they were playing good towards the end, but it's just too little too late.
Yeah, it was indeed, and it's really unfortunate when you're looking at this and going, obviously the map video conversations, everything we were talking about, Janko, this was, you know, Foot's best opportunity to be really putting a statement in this series.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. It felt like maybe they lost their cool somewhat because, you know, you start off slow, your default is getting shut down, you're getting picked apart, the players probably don't have a lot of confidence, and yes, in that moment, you sort of have to switch it up a little bit, maybe go for some of your execute set strats that you have, so you take the you know, decision making out of the players' hands. They know what to do, but it felt like they overcompensated really in a way, and it just kept getting shut down. You know, BetBoom was doing a great job of reading what was coming next, and yeah, it was a very, very flat T-side 4-foot, uncharacteristically so.
And that's the thing, right? We go back to the beginning of this very map and I think, okay, maybe we've got a game. BetBoom, they get the pistol, foot, stop the conversion happening. Then round 3 happens, Ash.
Yeah, it felt like we were going to get off to another bad start. Looked like a nice for Boomich to get 2 kills and pissed around to shut me up instantly. But yeah, the first buy happens from foot and triple smoke happens in middle. When teams use lots of early utility, it's just a normal reaction. Let's use something back. And Dilla does at this moment in Biaps. He says, okay, you do 3 smokes. I'll throw 1 back as well. And Magna does even jingle peeking. So it's a little strange that he smokes him off. But the trade comes in 1 for 1. And foot have to make a new plan. So they leave 1 person in ladder and they go back towards a very slow ace split. But this is Boomich whilst the trades are happening. He has no intention of rotating whatsoever. So he's aware that the foot gameplay is lots of randomness and pushing. So he's not really buying the idea. But this is the activeness here from BetBoom. They brought their own foot play today to this game. And the boost into ladder, they break the setup up quickly. And they actually think it's a B split because of where they get the kill. But Boomich's advanced position, because he stayed there, he has a fantastic position. He gets an extra 1. And then BetBoom can trade the round down and can win that one. And for once, they can get off to a good start.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge for them, right? Like having the early conversion, we talked about it. You mentioned the pistol rounds statistics, right? And how important is the CT side pistol or the good start on the CT side, because foot, the way to stop them is to deny them momentum. And sort of when those first couple of calls don't work for them, what they want to do, that there isn't still a ton of depth. Like when they have to switch it up somehow, it doesn't come naturally to them. It's more difficult. They're not as good at that play style. So if you can get them to that point, that's where you will have the most success against them.
Yeah, and I think that in general, when I watched them play on T-side, they're kind of a little bit puggy themselves, I thought. And when kind of, they were playing against themselves almost in a way, the foot team, because BetBoom were playing in their faces. They were moving around a lot, and it looked like they were really playing to win. And foot just couldn't deal with it. I mean, it's a young, inexperienced team on stage. T-side rounds are always harder to win on stage for whatever reason. And when they lost a few rounds, which they definitely should have won, it just kind of snowballed.
Yeah, we can probably take a look at yet another example coming out of that first half from BetBoom to illustrate what you were talking about, Janko.
But this is where they really seem to have started to unravel, right? And this is still, I mean, you can still make it 6-6, 7-5, 8-4. These are all still decent halves. They find the entry kill, 5v4 situation. This is the confidence at this point from BetBoom. Dilla does with a very aggressive peek, gets spotted, goes back, gets 1 kill, gets traded, then Magna just underhands a smoke, goes back for seconds, trying to catch them off guard, but Demon, ready for this, will get the punish. And then in a 4v2, what's the rush here for foot? This underhand smoke still hasn't dissipated, and you're already using utility on B. You want to go and end the round here, and Boomich, who was full blind, but you had to wait out the smoke so you don't push with the flashes. He regains vision. He just mows you down from top van, like gets a triple kill, and then they finish off the round. It's like, this is like, what are you guys doing? Like, well, you just had 2 guys push. Why don't you wait around a little bit more? They can push again. You have a lot of utility. There's a lot of time on the clock. The pressure is on the 2 players. They're in a 2v4 situation, and it felt like a really lazy call, and this is where you're feeling, wow, like it just seems like BetBoom is going to run away with this game.
Yeah, I think that kind of shows the inexperience kind of there. Like, this is just a fundamental round. You play this round online or in practice, you do this properly every single time. Like you said, the smoke's just gone, and what I also kind of highlighted again, the BetBoom play style in this map. It was carefree. It was, yeah, I'm going to smoke and push through it. There's a teammate behind me. So what? Maybe it worked, maybe it doesn't. And Foot just couldn't handle this. They couldn't adapt. They were struggling, and there were some rounds, I think the last one of the half, Symmetry sees Flammus for 3 seconds from Biaps, and he still loses the duel. Krabani had a 1v2 that he's trying to shoot a guy in the back. He doesn't kill him. It comes to 1v1, and he'll lose that one as well. So Foot just completely lost their heads. Big time, need to go and reset and come back.
Do you think that, I guess, a stress-free calling approach helps when you're Boomich and you're just fragging out individually as well? Does it make you feel a little bit more confident in this one?
I think it absolutely does. Also having that 11-1 lead sort of alleviates some of the stress, knowing you have a ton of opportunities. Then also once you win the half buy and he has the clutch, like all these things matter a lot. And also shout out to Fierce, right, with some of the timeouts there in the second half, getting his team back on track. And just could see with the round Ash pointed out, you know, in the force buy, like to initially boost in ladder, then do it in the mid round. They just had these little things to counter Foot, and they worked extremely well on Mirage.
Yeah, that example even there. Krabini gets behind them. They're just whiffing and they're forced by as well. I genuinely started thinking, oh my god, they're going to win this here, maybe even regulation. But when you only get one round, it's just if you just eke it out while you're struggling, get 2 or 3, you never know what can happen in the second round. So I think we saw a little bit of foot warming up into the second map, and now they'll be talking outside of, guys, let's not get carried away. This isn't done yet. And Foot have actually beaten Vitality. They're the one that broke the streak on Dust 2 as well. So
with Coolio on the team.
With Coolio playing as well. So this is by no means is this over.
Yeah, just to go back to what we heard from Foot, I believe it was in that kind of halftime break. We were talking about it, Ash, right? They really go straight to the point. There's no two bones about what they want to be talking about. Is that the approach you think is right? Because I would look at that and go, okay, it sounds pretty critical. Everybody knows what's going wrong right now, but what's your take on it?
Yeah, I think he said something like, we're playing like face hit level 5 right now. So I hope there's no Elo on the line, because it could be demoted to level 4 after that. But I think what you need sometimes to do is you understand the map is kind of over. I think it was 11-1 when he says this already. You need to snap people out of it. Like, people at this moment, we're focusing so hard on the things that just do not matter, thinking about their opponents. And what you're saying by this is, you're making it clear that your game is playing so poor that this is the main reason why you're losing the map. If you don't really address this, you're kind of saying, well, I think the other team is just better than us right now, and that's not the approach you want to take. So it's kind of like an approach of, we've got nothing to lose, I'm just going to say something and snap my team out of it, and maybe a miracle happens, but the most important thing is let's warm up for the next map, and I think that kind of worked in a way.
Yeah, they got that effect, right? It's always difficult when you're losing by such a big margin, and to answer your question, Fred, depends on the players, right? Like, depending on which sort of players you have, Apex, we've interviewed them about it, talked about him and his players countless times, right? Like, some of it is just venting your frustrations in a way. Some of it is trying to get players to snap out of it, right? And for someone else, maybe the carrot works a little bit better. Mouse might be one of those teams, but for some teams, you definitely need that stick.
Yeah, better out than in, some may say. But our Foot out of it as we move on to Dust 2. BetBoom's map pick, of course, there was a lot of discussion about what they were going to be picking into this one. But in terms of that record from BetBoom, Janko, what are we looking at here that's going to maybe make it tricky for Foot?
I think it's similar to all the other maps. When it comes to their CT sides, like, they can just do a lot of different things in terms of aggression, mid-round reactions, right? They're going to be in your face. And then on T side, they have enough, like, on this map. T sides have been more of a struggle for them, as Ash pointed out, in stage 3. But on Dust 2, they have a couple of smoke combinations out of which they have different endings. So it's not all reliant on finding openings and please God, give us a long spawn, right? Like, they have enough depth where even if things don't start off well for them, they can still rack up a couple of rounds of T-side.
Well, it certainly isn't over until it is over. But BetBoom want to get this job done fast. And it's looking likely on the other side of this things if Foot can't battle back into this one. It's going down on Dust 2 with a spot in the Lanxess on the line.
is my first major that I have attended as a player. I think I have different emotion than the other events, but I think we are getting used as a team to play like these big events like Atlanta, we played Krakow and all these events, but of course major is different feeling. I don't know how to explain it with words, but it feels good to be here. When I joined with international player, my mindset a bit changed, like the way to speak with international player and stuff like this, because before like it's the mindset of like Albanians, it's a bit different how we speak. For example, Julio, when I started the IGL, it was hard for me because I was new, I didn't know most of the things, and of course he helped me like with most of the things, like he teach me. I don't feel any big of pressure when I play. We didn't play yet in big stages. We played only Pro League when it was like some people sitting like maybe around 500, something like that. For me it was all the same.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major, and we're booking those final few seats in the playoffs. We've got a barn burner for you. It's Foot taking on BetBoom, and we had Vintage Boomich on Mirage. He led his team by example, shut down in an incredible 11-1 half. That we did see a resurgence from Foot in that second, but now it is do or die.
It took a stern talking to from the halftime break to get his boys playing as he wanted. Now can they carry that through onto Dust 2, BetBoom's turf? Most impressive thing about Boomich right there, he was definitely the most influential member, the most influential man in the server, but he was doing it without the MP9 in his hand, so he's really not rolling back the years.
This is a big one. This is a big one. A Stage 1 team are a single map away from the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major.
We always have one, don't we? Didn't think it'd be the team that didn't even have a roster coming into the event. Xbox smoke. Another one there for Boomich to work with. Manages in through low up, flash over, he hides. Boomich is actually going to bring that smoke over towards B. Magnajez has to be very careful.
Wants his angle perfect.
Arama.
Oh, by the smoke and Jug stands for one. Flammer's down. They'll wait for the smoke. Rebeni's connected a couple of bullets there. Softened them up. They'll have their numbers for this retake, and it's going to be a smoke through the doors from the CT side to make things awkward. Boomich throwing a smoke, not really going to do too much because they're coming in early. Rebeni down to Boomich. Good work on the clock. Still flooding into the site. Is Dilladez spotted on the brick side. He's got two more on his screen, and Cemetery hits the necessary headshot to get Foot started with the pistol.
See if Foot can keep them to a slow start this time round. It was the Force by Wars in the first 3 rounds of Mirage, but BetBoom came out on top of that, and then they ran with that. They get the bomb in, they will be able to force. And they do like to take the eco, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see them go for the full eco and the rifles into the next.
X-play side,
the buys are starting to take shape. There's Galil's on the table, there's a scout in the hands of Zorti. There's 5 rifles for Foot to defend their honor. They need to hold on to this.
Oh, great tag on the cross. Makes that look easy. Jug's limping.
So they've gone rifle heavy. They're a little bit more limited on the util for the blocks. So you need the CT setup to be in the right place to be able to stall this, unless you want to play retake. And with the setup right now, that's not the case. Kribeni with this HE. It's deep. Not deep enough, excuse me.
Oh, spots Boom. Oh, he's going to go down. Kribeni with empty hands, caught by Boomich. Now pathing into the side, bit of a team flash, getting awkward, getting clunky. Symmetry's in trouble, gonna have to try and bail himself out around the smoke. It's easy pickings, Boomich, 2 on the way in. Just like that, again, your celebrations cut short. You win the pistol, and now you have all of those M4s taken away by BetBoom.
Yeah, Boomich is already heading for the hills, right? He's heading already straight through long doors towards T-spawn to try and take away Lonx's rifle. Flammer starting to surge through the mid doors, joined by Diladez. Magnajez will stay with the bomb. As Long's able to find a safe haven. Bomb still got about halfway to go, so they can really try and track this one down. Flamus is calling B clear, and they know it's likely tunnels or T-spawn, and Boomich has cleared out that, so it's just Long's now noted in the tunnels. He's completely pinned in. Player coming from each angle right now. Zorti, the only one not pushing the issue, but Flamus will deal with him. And that's 1,400 as the loss bonus. This couldn't go worse for the start of map number 2 for Foot. Brought back down to reality very quickly.
So how much did he see? Just enough. Fair play to Boomich, finding output. Krubeni's going to be very frustrated about conceding that death. And it got awkward for Symmetry. Molotov on site. By the time he emerges from that smoke, that Tech-9 is right in his face.
Okay, can they hold on to the Force Spy Wars with upgrades of their own? This one, not have a single rifle. It's 2 Deagles, 3.57s, and swinging to action in middle. Magnajez has been the highest flyer up to this point. Now the pressure's on. Boomich is going to take the wheel. Impact for him in the early stages of just 2. They're looking to remedy their fate from their last 2 outings. Lost to Mongols, lost to Furia, but before that they were just laying down the law against Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, M80 and Monty. See if they can add Foot to that list. So Smoke left in spawn to be able to block mid doors and channel them into A, where the stack of the CTs currently resides. Too long, Symmetry on the ramp. Flamus tasked with some info and every trick in the book right now to grab that. Keeps Demon and Longs planted for now.
Jiggle smoke defense for Jugs. And here comes a bit of an exec from Boom. Gonna try and throw him out. He can't throw the second piece of that without vision. So he manufactures it. Gets his lineup. Krubeni next to him and
it's a B.
Oh god, it is just Jugs here. Oh, and the hit shot through smoke. Symmetry doesn't even really get to use his deagle at all. Jugs alone with a 5-7 versus the entire squad. BetBoom know what's up. He timed it well. Finds just the 1 headshot onto Magnajez. Flammer's cut rotations with this position. Demon top mid, not going to be able to find it cleanly. Getting run at, making it as difficult as possible. Fight as a unit and overcome these sidearms. Nothing for Demon to do here.
Two-1 start confirmed, and we're getting tricky with it early. The short control make it look like an A explosion. Bullet in the back, a chance. Demon, no. Boomich knows he got away with murder there. Should have been dead to Demon every day of the week, and I think that's going to show some of the lows. Talking about the youngest team in the major, we're talking about a squad that was an academy this time last year.
Yeah, now, you know, we thought they'd graduated, ready for the big leagues.
I think when people
hear the time, a lot of this for these kids is mental, right? Yeah. Being in this position so quickly into their careers, I'm not sure they had this expectation. They definitely have this hope. This is what everybody wants to know.
That would have you feeling. We've got another ace. We've got another ace from Magnajez and on the Mag 10, so extra cash. He's got $8 in the bank.
You can add that one to the highlight reel. It's definitely not one of the flashiest, but it still counts a major ace.
სოციალურ მედიებს თიშავენ, ჩვენთანაც გასათიშია აუცილებლად. ეს მომეწონა ის წესი, რა ქვია. ანუ უბრალოდ რო შემოდის ტელეფონები საკრძალვად სკოლაში. ეგ აუცილებლად საკრძალია, იმენ აუცილებლად და ფორმები უნდა შემოვიდეს სკოლაში აუცილებლად. იმიტომ რომ ბავშვი უნდა გავდეს იმენა. სუპერ მოდელები დადიან სკოლაში თუ სასწავლო დადიან, მაგას ვერ ხვდები.
The good graces of that, but
ისინი რო აციათ რა ქვია. დუტის ისინი ესე შეყოფილი ხელები რო აქვთ რაღაცეები.
breaking for him. Nobody home on the corner. Crosshair was a little bit off, so potentially fortunate with that one. Now retooling towards short. Cemetery and Demon be set up by Krebeni's flash. He's still going to pick this.
Yeah, Magna just backing his aim on this swing.
Two
on his screen. Demon puts him down. Swing for the follow-up. Long's active on the door side. Boomich cognizant of that possibility. And Long's a dead man to Boom. Just crouches into the headshot.
6-1. Turning it on again is Boomich.
Yeah, he's not stopping. This Boom train heading for the playoffs, and it has no brakes right now.
Gamble stacking B, hoping that it will be a B pop or a mid to B play. It's just Cemetery over towards A. Let's see if Krebeni is reading the minds of the major champ Boomich. Too much. 35 seconds. Bombing up the tunnels. They're pushing.
Down. It's Jugs as well. He catches flak. Diladez will provide the trade as Krebeni, this unknown third piece. He's hoping to be completely overlooked. BetBoom have no idea. He's got to play this perfectly. They've got their knives out, mantling up right next to him. He's going to try and deny. Going to go for the double kill. Needs both. Needs both. Bomb goes down. Should be round. It's Krebeni to deliver. He was in the right place. He called himself into a 1 round, and that's going to close the gap.
Okay, so the stack pays off, but probably not in the way they were looking for. But they are staying active, so staying true to their identity. Some of their decisions, they're re-picking why they're walking into this after the opening kills. But at least they're playing the way that we know this team can and does. Right? You would hate to go out trying to be somebody else.
That one was necessary.
Tactical timeout call from Coolio, so I think this will be more of a strategic adjustment than a pep talk. We're in this one early, it's just a 1 round gap. Extra cash has been stacked, as you can see on our heads-up display here, so bomb going down again will mean that BetBoom can buy once more with the loss bonus of 1900. It's more Foot who would be in trouble.
მაგრამ ქალებიც ყუმარობენ ბიჭოს. მოსახლეობის 70% არ ამგონია ყუმარობდეს, მაგრამ 1-40% უეჭველი ყუმარობს.
Extra 30 seconds to find the plan. Hits on Demon and Longs, all for Cemetery. And Zorti has a long spawn to operate with right now. This is the part of Dust 2 that's in flux. Rounds can be decided just based off your spawns, and if you're willing to take the chance, well, Zorti is.
Orb sounds off. Goes for like a tiny shot. Demon's already across.
And not far off the mark, though.
Not far at all. Decision to be made for Cemetery. We'll respect the
რეგისტრირებული შეიძლება იყოს, მაგრამ რამდენი ყუმარობს ეგაა, ეხლა აკაუნტი შეიძლება მეც ქონდეს რაღაც გაკეთებული.
The first of the mid cross.
მე არ მექნება, იმიტომ რომ
Okay, Orb's fired off.
მე ის კანონი რო შემოვიდა გამიუქმეს ყველაფერი.
Only to force back short.
Important from Cemetery.
ჩემ ძმაკაცი იყენებდა ჩემ აკაუნტს, ფრისპინებს იღებდა თუ რაღაცას.
Now he drops in. Diladez takes the space. They've lost Long, and Cemetery peeks into Zorti. Good find. Krebeni's been spotted on the side. They're ready for him. Diladez easy on the uncrouch. Catches the headshot, and this is that worst case scenario you were talking about.
It's going to have to be the save here. We'll see if BetBoom allow it. Just want to make sure that they aren't attempting this retake, not going fishing to see if BetBoom overstepped the mark. But right now, nobody is really springing to action to rip away these rifles. Krebeni there left in such a difficult position. Sure, Cemetery gets that opening kill, but as soon as his long defense goes, he knows he has to press and try and take some space. Now going to be favourable fights. So 4th round for BetBoom. They continue to rack them up on the T side. And Longs and Jugs will be given the good graces. So holding on to these two. With 1900 loss coming into the next, likely to be a save behind these guns. We might have to really track the CT spawns. They want to try and be aggressive, right? Okay, if they're for A, jump up short, try and press up cat. If you get the opportunity to jump into lower tunnels, well, Zorti has been boosted in some of these rounds, so that's not going to be easy. And Coolio just took his timeout, so you're not going to see him take another off of that. It's going to be Krebeni having to make the call. Krebeni's actually made a decent level of investment here. He's got a scout and some Kev.
Seeing what this man can do with his scout on Dust 2.
Cemetery and Demon essentially eco. So there's a tag early. Krebeni Dishing out some damage on the break, seeing what they can catch.
Ooh, how about another one? A blow to Zorti. Magnajez returns fire with lethality. Krebeni, the opening death.
He's made it a whole lot easier for these USPs if they can find the targets of Magnajez and Zorti, and well, that scout can be picked up too. So Demon grabs that, and if he can take it back to A, can wield it like the AWP and see if they can cut them off at the cross.
ორბიტონე რო გაიზრდება ეხლა და თუ 5000 ლარი გაქვს ხელფასი, რავი 5000 ლარს თუ წააგებ, მაშინაც რა ვიცი, მაო რა აზრი აქვს შენი. ეხლა 1700 ლარი რო გაქვს რაღაცა 1500 ლარი რო გაქვს ხელფასი და არ ყოფნის იმ ყველაფერში რომ გადაიხადო შვილი ყავს, სოლი ყავს, ის რაღაცა გინდა ის და მე რა ყუმარობ რომ მეტი ამოაგდო რა ვითომ მაკონჩი ყუმარობენ და რა. ლოგიკურიც არის, მაგრამ ასამართლებელი ნახოთ არა, მაინც თამაში ეცავნა იყოს. წაგებას ის 1500 ლარი აუცილებლად ჯობია. მე ვალებში იჩეხებიან და
has to shave another one off. Can't just go to a side here. Understands that and is making the least likely rotation.
Could lead to a member of Foot being completely caught off guard by this repause.
Alex, he has a smoke and a molly. If he gets
back
up,
around.
Oh, timing. Oh,
spotted. Demon adjusts, nails it. Foot passer test there.
If he gets up, sector clear, drops the smoke, plants the bomb, has the molly. See Flamus going flame on in that one, but keeping it to a one-round game. And Krebeni's scout right there doing a whole lot of damage. See how easy that is, the conversion, and then the Save Dem 4 gets to erupt into action. Too much to consider here for Flamus. That was always going to be tough. No matter who makes it to the Lanxess, it'll be a first time for all of these gentlemen. Fierce during the last time out, guys. Never ever asked from each other, you're playing to win.
Ooh, Flamus gets away with a lot there. Krebeni got him down to 30, but will be allowed to elope.
Dodo's picking up that bomb. Standard CT setup here. Nothing aggressive towards short. Nobody pressed up close mid doors. Short smoke blocked in. And yeah, you can see this B setup just totaled up in the side. There's so many flashes. It's really hard to see how Symmetry's meant to contribute with this AXQ coming. He should be completely flashed off the line while they scale.
He can play this close wall for anti-flash, but he's in two minds. They're making their way across. He's missed the shot. Some damage inflicted short. From the defensive salvo, Krebeni's trying to get cheeky around the smokes. He's got his back turned and no, Sorty's just hit the no-scope.
ძალიან ბევრს რისკავს კრაბენა, კარო, აი ძალიან რა სოლო პლეიერია, ძალიან რაღაც კონჩი დავამუღამე რა, ძალიან აი სირობებს აკეთებს. თუ სადღაც დახეტიალობს რაღაცნაირი.
Extended pathing from the T smoke on top of their own.
თითქოს აი არ არის, აი IGL-ი რა. როლით ისვის, მაგრამ აი როგორც IGL-ი არ ვარ რა.
Try and go off the flash. Good find from Demon and Longs. There's another double. Through the smoke. That was difficult, but Foot prevail.
See, once they erupt out of the smoke there, the aim on display, some beautiful shooting, and that's a tough situation.
Boomis
didn't get blind there. He was actually looking straight down, so the flash didn't really catch him. It's going to be the first tactical timeout from BetBoom. So Fierce back on the mic. You just saw there in the transcription. Asking a lot from the team. So Magnajez has bought in. We'll see if that is the follow through. There's more rifles available. Zorti has enough for an AK ammo. There's a Boomichu choice. They want Khalil's, or they just want to go with Tech 9s. To have a surplus of util to make up for what Magnajez, Zorti and Flamus will be lacking. You have to be the pistol department. You think. Opening incision. You think at this point, 5-man on the side of Demon. Some sharp shooting off the back of that flash. It's enough to rumble the post plant for a moment.
ორი დღე მე უნდა დავისვენო კიდია კომპიუტერს ოფიციალ გავეკარებ. Paldaze
gimena no computer. Catch that.
Magnajez on his jaw.
But აი ამინდი მაინც იყო საუზზე წავიდოდი ჩემს რამას.
Still scaling fast.
Yeah, this is going to force Symmetry again. They're so consistently hitting him with that. They know he's got a preference. They're active, and you're right, they're already striding out long. No one home from the CT side. But you can't really fight for short. You feel like you're in a bit of a box.
They're coming fast up.
This is brutal.
This is rapid.
Kept at bay by the flame. Good pick from Jug, sure. But accelerating is Boomage. They regain control of short just in time to take shelter. Sight conceded. Krebeni goes forward, and Krebeni's found Flamus. Smoke, Krebeni's doing everything. Dilladez, though, should have him. Caught out, easy pickings. 4-on-3. Incendiary still not going to stop the plant. Zorti gets it in. Good pick back. Longs has used the AWP to great success. There's Cemetery with another one. It's just up to Zorti. Too many bodies on his screen, and Longs pulls it off with the AWP.
Had another smoke there on Dilladez. I think he was trying to be a little bit tricky with that and gets picked in that little 4-8. But the devil's in the details here. The difference could have been made there if it was deployed. Danny again doing a great job of just alleviating a lot of the pressure. Dilladez running up long. He's the late piece. Just preventing this one right here. So Long's playing brave, finds the gap in the smoke. Dilladez looks like a bit of a sore thumb sticking out there, and it is Boom. Their finances are humbled here on the T side. They get 2,900 lost into the next, but it's a 3-round run from foot. Can they make it forward to the longest streak on the map so far? It's going to be a B pop. So Jules and Cemetery are going to be tested, and the fact that it's the AWP as part of this is a little bit concerning. If Jugs isn't able to stall them out, and then Cemetery can take one off the pack.
Trying to sell it with the sound cues, a flash short, Magnajez steps lower, no one heard it.
No, but this is concerning because it's the AWP. Like, the AWP is going to be flashed off the line. There's so much util for this. The smokes are there, the mollies are not. Jugs needs to shut them down in the choke. Cemetery will be forced off of this.
Here comes the eruption. Pace change.
Here comes the rain again.
Jugs tries to control the spray, but they're just jumping all over his screen. It's impossible to track. Cemetery, good find onto Flammers, but a second is asking too much.
They've got an AWP in the post plan.
Okay, this gets awkward real quick. Zorti dips towards the tunnels, trying to use that time. Tasked with the plant as Magnajez in this awkward moment. You can see that buys more time for the CTs to close the gap and work out their plan on the way back in.
Boomage trained on Krebeni right now.
This late arrival tunnels. It's such a good angle for the AWP. It feels like a guarantee. Krebeni would have to go wide on an off angle. He's not going to do it. Just walks into his demise. This B site bomb ticking up to Longs and Demon. Feel like Boomage has set himself up to succeed here. Again, a power position for the AWP adopted. And that time ticks away, going late. Easy for Boomage. With only Tech 9s and a bit of Kevlar. Overrun on the B site, foot falter. Bedboom Thrive, 5 each.
Yeah, you can just see with the setup, it was the perfect call, and Bedboom aren't to know that, but I think once the setup is identified, Bedboom had Boomage, who must be either taking the prep from the boss man or doing the prep himself, but he went straight to tunnels, parked up, was ready for that. So assuming that they went a 3-rifle setup on A, that there must have been a push somewhere. So accounting for Krebeni, who did go around the world. We're going to lock horns again. 2 rounds left of this half. Magnajez ahead of the flames there, scaling forward. Dodging the damage mainly from the util. Flammers does it, and Zorti finds Cemetery.
On the break. Good pick. Krebeni's playing a forward disruptive position to try and find a way back in. An equalizing frag would be everything. There's a flash for Longs. He's in trouble.
Not cleared.
They haven't cleared him. Longs has no idea. They're behind him. Hang on a second. He gets one nearly the second. Jugs, so much work to do. Same corner. Zorti plucks Krebeni from the sky, and it's just the B anchor left. And they've found him. Bedboom will post a 6th. Crazy moment for Longs there. 2 players parred through while he's got the white screen, but are unable to find that double kill. Jugs needed more help.
For the final round of play of the half. You can see how premeditated that was, right? The back's turned, ready to pass through the smoke. Longs is able to shave one off, needed the double. Jugs was already under so much pressure, and then Zorti, a great round from him. Patrolling the rotations, he also found that opening pick.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Going to exploit late long here with a pop. Demon is not playing it at all. They've played 3B.
Look at Flammers go.
They've lost a B pop to essentially an eco and then a B split, so they do not want to have that happen again. They spring into action, they take full upper tunnels control. That's information, but information that you're in the wrong place.
It's just how quickly Bedboom can accelerate this.
You don't really have an awful lot to block with. Magna just throwing out an Xbox smoke. Excuse me, it's a mid to B.
Yeah, but still, Symmetry's just in the open. He's been booked by the Zorti flash. Not only has he opened up a storm, he set him up for brilliance. Breaking through the defenses. Foot getting torn limb from limb. Piece by piece, falling into place. BetBoom 4-7 on this T side. Only Krabeni, he's been putting up a good fight. Some impactful frags, even if it is only 4. And it will stay that way on the halftime break. BetBoom in the lead, in it for the knockout blow to Foot.
Omiro დაიწყო რამოდენიმე ხანში გააგდეს ელექტრონიკა და პერფექტო. ჯერბუმი ჩამიაყოლეს. ჯერბუმი ჩაგაკიკეს, მერე ელექტრონიკა და პერფექტო. დაწყალი პერფექტო, то როგორ ჩაიჯვა, ჰა? Varki გამოიწერეს სტრიმი და ლაიქით. პოლიტიკა ეხება ყველაფერს. Cum çayqo ki online şova xeyr. Moigis major machine xova xeyr.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet!
Can you believe it?
Go.
Like, let's try to chill a little bit, because we have panic attack every fucking time, and we don't know what's happening the map. And
I have to say, don't scream so much. You are repeating inputs 3 million times. We are repeating things 5 million times. We know we have to clear this thing. We don't need to pressure us.
Stress high, understandably, the cortisol spiking as BetBoom are in the lead as we come to what could be the final half of play for Foot at the Major playoffs. So tantalizingly close for BetBoom now. A CT side who've already got the lead. A pistol would be another leap in that direction. We've got Magnajez, who's playing well throughout the series, continuing to immediately apply pressure. Spotted towards middle. Demon throwing out that smoke grenade. Understandably, 4 major rookies on that foot roster. You've managed to fight back from a 0-2 up to like a condemnation start stage 3.
I think that pressure is something that's hard to define, but essentially it is stress.
It affects
everything, your decision making, your aim, your grip on the mouse. Suddenly that chair doesn't feel right. He's primed for this. He sees that one tap on the swing. Hasn't been able to find that first bullet accuracy, but they're starting to advance. Launches already in the sight. Cemetery hits it on the long range P250. And Magnajez gooshed. Flammer's caught on the jump. Good work from Krabeni. Patient in the lower tunnels. Has got foot set up to succeed. A must-win pistol for their campaign back into this game.
No reason they can't do it. It looks like BetBoom are calling this off. Magnajez heads for the hills to hold on to the Kevlar. Zordi has nades, Kevlar and Julies. It's just Boomage here who's going to look for a couple of frags to add to the coffers. So this pistol round will go to foot.
He's just begging for a little overstep. He might get it. Found by Longs.
Okay, so that one is going to fill them with confidence. It's going to have to come with a conversion. Both pistols for foot in the map. That's what they were unable to achieve in the first half of play. So sixth round comes with just 3 kills. And it sounds like a tech timeout has been called. We'll see how long that lasts. No molly for back plat, so you have to win that fight. That's very important for Cemetery. That wasn't easy. Just dealing with pixels. But once the site is overrun, BetBoom understand it's going to be tough to get in. So with headsets off, we'll refrain from talking about what the buys could be looking like. And this is not the moment you want to be having issues with your in-ears, but we'll see if they're able to fix this for Cemetery. Krabeni told to put his headset back on, and that's just the way she goes. Still nothing, so might be a little bit longer for us to be able to sort this. Moment for everybody to take stock of the situation.
These are the kind of situations I can't help but assume would favor those with experience, and there isn't many of those in the server.
Yeah, you're really just looking at Boomage, aren't you? Zordi's been on our screen for a while. Magnajez popping off as a pug man. A couple of majors ago was a very exciting prospect. And then Dilladez, who back in Copenhagen with 9 Pandas, was denied his first major opportunity. He has been making the most of it as the official substitute. One of the starting 5. He's just been plagued with roster issues throughout the season. It ended up with Zorti Flammers coming into the team. Flammers the man on screen. He's technically the stand-in. On loan, also benched.
On loan
and then on loan again. So it is a weird scenario to say the very least.
And yet it hasn't stopped them from putting up a fight against stage 3 teams.
And they are hoping to avoid squandering a 2-0 start to the stage.
I found Boomage's interview regarding that really kind of interesting, intriguing. Just talking about how he's like not visualizing playoffs, even when he was 2-0. I think the interview was after that 2-0. And he still talked about the fact that a 2-3 was possible. I guess maybe, you know, keeping things realistic, but...
They've had tough opponents, right? They've dealt with the Mongols and Falcons.
They lost to
Furia and Vitality.
Understandable.
And 3 of those 4 names are in the playoffs. So it looks like there's been some assistance from Krabeni. And we should be getting Cemetery sorted in a moment. Always good to have spares.
Tell you, I wouldn't want to be untangling a pair of headphones in front of thousands.
Well, especially knowing that you just converted that pistol, and in the first half you were unable to convert off the back of it.
Yes, right.
You need to do that again now. Would have been impressive throughout the season. Last year in the late stages, they started to make a name for themselves. I don't think anybody questioned the firepower output of these players, and they are young men. They are only going to grow in their experience. I think to have expectations for them, as with 4 of the 5 at their first major to go to playoffs, is insane. But both teams would be quite happy to have drawn each other in this 2-2 game.
That's a fair summation.
Yeah, someone's going to make it, and well, the bracket in tatters, but that's a conversation for the desk. That's a conversation for the conclusion of play. So it's plugged in.
NAVI G2 as the battle for the last spot upon the conclusion of this.
Yeah, that's the main course, that ain't dessert. All right, the headset's on. Just checking to make sure everything's working. He's given the nod, he can hear what he needs to hear, and Cemetery looks happy. Okay, thank you for bearing with us. And now that headsets are back on, in Israel, we can start talking about the potential of this bet boom force. So we know that 2 players save the Kev. That's going to make this a whole lot juicier. Doesn't sound like a lot, but the fact that you can now focus on the weapons in hand. There's a Famus on the board. Image with a CZ, a couple of 5.7s, and an MP9. Starting 4 strong on A. And plug the first hole that is this long control. And they've got it. There's been no contest for that. That's nothing that Foot can just erupt off the back of. Lurk smoke towards B. Diladez questioning playing ahead of this. That's been thrown in quite early. Strong the rotation of Boomich back over towards the B site. Magnajez making his way as well. It looks like they are just going to sell the short play. And if they go short to A, that's fine. They can have this. We'll hedge for long. We'll hedge for B. And right now, the gamble appears to be in the right place. The biggest problem is the Famus ain't here.
Wow. Up close, a 5.7 and a CZ. They can shred.
This is everything. The full beans. Tall box molly about to come in. The flashes, the smokes. They're going to have everything to try and breach this site.
Can Betboom really win a second round conversion back to back? One does 2. Into the trap. Diladez snaps 1 head. Awkward for Magnajez. Gets no output on the MP9. Some damage. CZ can't find a follow-up. And that Famas, as you discussed, is on Zorti.
40 seconds begins now. If they want to give this a go. Oh, the nade. Yeah, they're definitely giving it a go now.
Surely, because he's just dunked on Jugs up close. It's into the head. Krubeni counting on Cemetery to save Foot. Or is this just going to be another Foot fault in that second round conversion? They're going to unify. They're going to strike exactly in unison. Flammers through the smoke. He hits that first headshot, presents his back. Zorti swings. Zorti clutches. Betboom deny the Foot conversion again. That is brutal. What a call from Boom. How little information was given. How did he know? He started immediately moving Magnajez and himself over to B right at the start of this round.
That nade couldn't have been any better placed. The bomb, it goes down. The time, it's against them, but Zorti doesn't have any problem finding the trade. Cemetery into mines, expecting the windows swing. And now they know the buyback on the other side. Fortunately, extra $600 for Foot. Cemetery looking to take this long spawn.
Zorti's got the orb. Zorti's got the opening kill. Krabeni gets an empty hands for the scout. Cemetery charging to try and find something on the side. And look at Magnajez.
Demon's hearing this.
Yeah, Demon's got the scout. Demon's got the bomb. He's hit the shot. Tags up Magnajez. Information. Pulls Longs away to try and lend a hand. The whole squad, in fact, completely evacuated.
Look who's on the line.
Zorti's AWP. After all his hard work, his clutch. And now he can make another incision. Just walk into their demise. Zorti removes Longs. Oh, even the spray from Magnajez inflicts heavy damage to Demon. They are in jeopardy.
Man, არაფერს რა, მე ყველას რაგაც შეუნები, არ ვფიქრობ არაფერს, რა უნდა ვფიქრობ, ბრძოლა არ დაწააგო რა. მაგრამ კიდია ხა ილიას რაცია აგება ანუ იმ პონჩი რომ ვაფშე არ იცლება ჩემთვის არაფერი, ჩემთვის მაინც მაგარია რა ტიპი, ანუ წაგება არის ჩვეულებრივი სპორტის თემა და მithumetes მაგ სპორტში წააგებ რა. ვერ იქნება ისე რომ ვერ წააგო რა. მაშინ დადგე და დაანებო თავი. 38 წელი და 40 წელი რო იჭხუბებ მაგ სპორტში და არ წააგებ რავი, მაშინ შეუძლებელია ეგეთი რაღაცა რა. ანუ 29 წლისაა უეჭველი კიდე ერთი მაგნეს მოაგდებს. ერთი 20 მოგება ზემოდან რომ მოარტყას იდეალური იქნება.
Last time he did this on the CT side, found a couple of
tags. Просто ეხა მაგის გამო არაფერი ტრაგედია ეგ არაა რა. დავა და გადააბავს კიდე 17 ზემოდან.
Gets away with the room. Scout tags onto Zorti. Needs to get out of there now and hit through the doors as well. So Zorti needs to turtle up. Magnager's taking space.
კაროჩე, მე ბევრჯერ მაქვს რა წაგებულია ცხოვრებაში რა. თუნდაც ჩემს სპორტში და ზოგადად ბევრ რაღაცაში რა. აი ვაფშე არასდროს არ ყოფილა ისეთი მომენტი, მაგ წაგების მერე რომ უკეთესი არ ყოფილიყავი რა, არასდროს. ეხლა წარმოვიდგინე ამ წაგების მერე რომ კიდე უკეთესი გახდება ილია, მერე რა იქნება ვაფშე იმენა.
This is that position we were discussing. Magnager.
არ ეკუთვნოდა წაგება ეხა ეკუთვნოდა მაგას უკვე არა აქვს მნიშვნელობა რა. შეიძლება სულ იმ ტიპთან წაეგო რა ერქვა იმ ტიპს. ფეხი რომ მოხდა. შეიძლება მაგ ტიპთან წაეგო პირველი წაგება. რა, ანუ შევიდა კაცურად წააგო რა. არაფერი არ არის მაგაში არც სამართლო და არაფერი.
He's lost the ball. Magnager takes it away. Brutal. Nice from Jugs. He's given him hope once more. Boomich is up close with Flammas in tow. Recovered weapons. That's the bomb. Needed that from the window. House Boom stabilized. Demon couldn't finish it on the Deeg. Nade hurts. Flammas push it through. They group up a bit more damage. It's the AWP on Longs. He's going to have to go down to the FAMAS. It's into Jugs.
Why?
Hand on Flammas. Crazy round. So much output from Foot, but it's still not good enough.
Just an eco right there, and that's still damn close. Foot take their second tactical timeout. Coolio back on the mic. It's now or never. They want to extend their major hopes and dreams.
და უეჭველი მე გადავები ტიპნა რავი რამდენი წელს იყო თავი რომ დაანება მამა ჩემმა მითხრაოს ვაღარ ეგ არის მამა ჩემს პირობა მივეცი აღარ ვიჩხუბებო და რაღაცა ის სისულელე რა ეგ არის просто რომ თავი არის და რომ აი ნოლიანი მაქვს ძმა რა ნოლიანის დედავატირე კაცი იყო თავარი და
they just have to break through.
მე ვიდა თავის საქმე გააკეთა მეტი
რა can wipe those woes away.
I saw the bomb here.
მაგ ციფრებს უაკვირდება კამანდა მაგიტო არის ეგრე ყველაფერს უდედა
Lethal from Flammas.
ჩემპიონი იქნები 18-0-ზე გექნება ჩემპიონი იქნები თუ 24-ზე გექნება ჩემპიონი იქნება მაგას არ აქვს მნიშვნელობა თავარი ჩემპიონი რაც მთავარია ის უნდა იყო რა მაგ სპორტში არის მთავარი რომ კამარი გქონდეს ჩემპიონი იყო ფული გააკეთა და ვსო ყოველთვის იქნება ისეთი მომენტი რომ წააგებ არ არსებობს რომ არ წააგებ
Magnager could punish over the top of that smoke.
It looks like it's puffed up just enough.
ისეთ თამაშები წამიგია რომელიც მეგონა რომ საერთოდ როგორ უნდა წავაგო ესეთების მომიგია როგორც შეიძლება რომ მე ფიქრა რომ აი ეს როგორ უნდა მოვიგო
Which comes over to lend a hand.
არაფერი არ იცვლება რა
Does he want to call a gamble and stack over to wall?
წაგებით უფრო კაი უფრო ბევრად წინ მიდიხარ ვიდრე მოგებით მე ჩემი გამოცდილებით ეგრე მივხვდი
There's more where that came from. Boomich throws out a HE.
ბევრს სწავლობ უფრო მეტად აი ბევრ რაღაცაში მე შენ თავს უფიქრდები რომ აი ეს რა ტოკენი ის რა ტოკენი დაფიქრდები მაგაზე მიხვდები რომ აი სხვა მხრიდან უნდა შეგეხედა რაღაცეებისთვის და ასე შემდეგ რა აია წაგება არ უნდა ჩვენთან არ ვიცი რატო არის ეგ მენტალიტეტი რომ წაგება ტეხოს ვაფშე არ ტეხოს წაგება Uçumete soța am de 17 ჯგუფს მოიგებს ედიძებ და ერთ წააგებს საერთოდ არაფერი არ არის.
Applying pressure is Jugs towards B, keeps the attention drawn. Now util for Zorti to relay. That's the fight Magnager was waiting for. Krubeni crouching. Patience on the shot. Zorti removes Symmetry's jiggle.
Red Bull მე მგონი უფრო იმსახურა და
play-offში გასვას. Imminent for Bet Boom. Jugs has been spotted by
Bytelabs. ხა მთელი საქართველოს იმას იძახეს აქვია. ირიან და არაფერი არ არის სატირალი მაგაში საერთოდ. საწყენი არის ბაზარი არა, მაგრამ მაგაზე მაქსკელა იმ ყურადღების გამახვილება არ შეიძლება რა. იმ ბიჭისთვისაც არ შეიძლება და ზოგადად ჩემთვისაც არ შეიძლება.
Another multi-kill for Boomich, and that one was a whole lot easier than what the eco was, wasn't it? Boom.
Show what I go.
And now Foot have no choice.
ცოტა თუ არის ბლატავე, ცოტა ის თუ არ ქენი, ცოტა თუ ის არ ქენი, მაყურებელი მაგით უნდა მოიძიდო რა.
Very tell the fact that they have made the run from stage 1 all to this 2-2 game. They're not going to squander the stage. Wins against Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, Gamer Legion, Monty, Mongols, Falcons. And looking to add Foot to that list.
Playoffs worthy. Overcoming the hardships,
0.3 ჯობია. რავი, 120 და 320 და 310 ჰერცი ძალიან დიდი განსხვავება არ იქნება.
And all 5 of them will see the Lanxess Arena for the first time.
დაუმარცხებელი სტატუსის სხვა ბაზარი არა ის, კაი რა.
Individuals from BetBoom just don't seem to have been consumed in the same way Foot have.
ვისთვის არის?
By this moment.
ისევ ხალხისთვისაა და ხალხმა დაიკიდოს პროსტო ეგ და ეგა. დაუმარცხებელი სტატუსი რა. ვინც დაუმარცხებელი არის რა, ანუ მაგრეგორა დაუმარცხებელი იყო, მაგრამ დღემდე მაგრადევასება ტიპი და ძალიან ბევრად თესლი ტიპი არის ბევრზე. ხალხს მაგრად კიდია შენი დაუმარცხებელობა საბოლოო ჯამში. საბოლოო ჯამში ევასებით როგორც პიროვნება და როგორი მოჩხუბარი ხარ და როგორი შოუმენი ხარ და არა ის რომ 23-0-ზე მაგრად და რაღაც.
Yeah, you get blocked. If you run past, you're going to just be flooding into Flammus. Boomich and Flammus combine. Jugs and Demon gone, accelerate into Zorti. He's not missing those. He's not missing any shots.
Გავჭედავდი გუში რომ ნავიდა მესა და
BetBoom has such a good read on the situation. Boomich again towards the top of the scoreboard. This man is hungry.
კონორ წარმოიდგინე კონორა რო არა სახელი არ იქნება და იოსის სვეჩი იმენა. მე კონორ მაგრეგორი რო გავიგე მაშინ გავიგე იოსი რა იყო. არა არც მიყურებია ქართველების კლუბის გარდა არადოს იოსის მაგრამ.
Always in the right place, always with that info ahead of the play. And again, they find themselves cornered. Foot with margin for error reduced to 0.
Oh, they're in a tougher spot back on Mirage.
But
it's easy to witness.
იპი ქართველი წავიდა და თეთრ სახლში ამერიკის პრეზიდენტის წინ ჩაატარა ბრძოლა. ეგ სურო ხელი ვერ მოექნია და ისე წაეგო უკვე იმხელა მიღწევა ამ პატარა ერისთვის რომ მაგისთვის უნდა ვიყოთ მადლობლები რა ის მოგება წაგების დედავატირებს გადავადე ხორებაში ვინც არ აგებს იმენა რაო აშევაგინებინოს თავი
Zorti gets the info on his strafe
flying ahead of the smoke. Oh, they called it off.
If they were to, Boomich would have just racked up a couple from the car position.
Limited util.
Oh, the pressure is at its highest right now. Round 19, will it be their last round at the major? Boomich caught with that smoke out, throws it down just in time to replenish, and now he's got a fight with Demon. Another one. Triple kill from Demon when cornered. Trying to fight his way back into another round of play on Dust 2. There's a chip in from Cemetery. Diladez alone up against 4. He's already found the first 2. A headshot available. Denied by Jugs. Demon has done what was required of him to extend play.
Okay, with Zorti finding that opening pick, it's hard to believe they've just clawed that one back.
აი ბავშვები არიან ფუჩი, მაგრამ მალე მოუწიათ ძალიან მეიჯორის თამაში და პლეიოფისთვის მაინც არ იქნებოდნენ მზად. ამიტომ შემდეგი სეზონისთვის სინგაპურისთვის მოემზადებიან.
Here's that opening pick. Said Zorti's not missing. He's hitting absolutely everything and continues to add openings to the tally.
აღარ აკეთებენ ბიჭო ამ გრაფიტებს, თორე იმ ყუთზე მენა ბოქსიკას გრაფიტი უნდა იყოს. მაგრამ ეგეთ იმებს აკეთებენ ხოლმე ძირითადად მაშინ აქ პლეიოფში.
Just trying to throw that uppercut like that. Demon caught looking the wrong way on the top of the card. Then they recede. No trade available.
ამის მერე ნავიჯი თუ. ამის მერე 9 საათი.
For overcome another man discrepancy.
კაი, ლუკა, გარეთ არ გახვიდე bro. მაინც რამე რო იყოს. მე ფიქემი რო წავაგე. ეგეც ხო წავაგე, ფიქემიც წავაგე.
All you need is the round and the
ეს დაგების დღე. დავაი დედაცვატირე მაგისი წავაგოთ რა პრობლემაა. შეყარეთ ყველაფერი წავაგოთ. ვაი მე რო ეგ შეიძლება match point-ი იყო. გაპრეფე ხაცი, ჰა? დააგდებინეს მე. დებილია რა ზორტე რა იმენა. შეყავი თავი და გაპრეფე შეჩემა მაგის ერთი გატრეიდები და დატოვებ 3-1 ტიპს იმენა იდიოტია პროსტო. მან იმენა სიკვდილი ზღირდა ძმაო. აი ეგრე პროსტო სიკვდილს იმენა შესლა და სიკვდილი ჯობდა. როი გაეპრეფა იმენა უმარტივესი პრეფია. მან ყოველთვის 4-2-ზე როცა იქნებით შედით გაპრეფეთ.
Using every second that bomb timer gives them, they're going to try and flood out the window. He has to track the moving targets. Longs can't handle it, and they've done it. Bet Boom to the playoffs. A first time for all five. Boomich has led his team all the way to the playoffs from stage one of the Cologne Major. A Cologne champ in 21, but it will be all of their first time in that stunning Lanxess arena.
That's hard work for Bet Boom, having to cobble this together throughout the major. The playbook starts to run thin. They think they're going to squander that 2-0 from the Swiss in the stage, but for Bytelabs, this man was one of the 9 pandas, denied the opportunity to play back at Copenhagen.
მაგრამ მიხარია, აი ამ ტიპის გამო მიხარია. 9 პანდა არ გაუშვეს წადრე მეიჯორზე და მაგის სტიკერები ამოიღეს, მაგრამ შემეცოდა და ეხლა გააღწია მაინც პლეიოფში. ბრავო.
Footer eliminated.
A journey that began all the way back in stage 1 through every twist and turn. Bet Boom have come out the other side, and that is exactly what is so admirable about this squad. Despite their fair share of challenges along the way, despite them fielding a standing record, they still make it to top 8 at the Cologne Major.
It's absolutely impressive stuff from Boomich and the squad, and props to him and their coach as well, from dealing with so much uncertainty going back to even making the major. Like, you have to remember, they were going to these regional lands, tier 2 tournaments, just to accrue enough points. They had 2 standards. Like, Zorti isn't even the main opera for this team. It's hard for us to just someone had to give up, you know, the slot once they qualified with a 5-man roster with 2 stand-ins. So it started long time before stage 1 really for Bet Boom, and then showing up and just being so dominant against lower tier opposition, you know, not doing so well against the top 5 teams, but you don't need to. Like, they earned their spot here in the 2-2 game against Foot, and they absolutely dominated today for a spot in the Lanxess.
Yeah, absolutely. And you cannot even argue that they didn't deserve this. They played against nightmare opponents here. Mongols starting off with, they beat Falcons, they played Vitality, Furia, then even Foot as well. These are teams you really do not want to play against. It's like a playoff run just to get to the playoffs. So fair play to them, and I've got to shout out as well the coach, like you mentioned. This team has really evolved and kicked on the stage this year, and it seems like he's been the biggest change.
Yeah, against all the odds, despite every single challenge they faced, Bet Boom make it back inside the Lanxess. Of course, it's a place that Boomich might have been a little bit familiar with. Congratulations, Boomich, making it to the playoffs. Tell me your emotions right now.
It's crazy emotions to be back on the major, and with standing we got the playoff right now. It's amazing feelings.
And in playoff
That first map, it just looked like you could do nothing wrong. You were having a great game individually. How much easier does that make calling when you have that individual?
After 2 lost matches versus Vitality and Fury, I understand, like, I'm an experienced player, and I should prove it in the last match, because it's 2-2 and really stressful for everyone, I think, and the Foot is a young team, and I understand I show myself, you know.
Boomich, huge congrats. We were mentioning how, you know, just to make it into the major, you were going to tournaments with stand-ins. You were able to get it done. The uncertainty around your roster, you know, even in Atlanta, on such a high level as a team with all these different players coming in and out.
Oh, you know, the first thing, it's don't feel the pressure because of the result, and just trying to evolve day by day with our coach, and a lot of work, you know, that's all, nothing special.
I have to ask you about the veto today, because it was a weird one where you both banned the same map and you're both struggling on overpass. How was this for prep, and who decided which maps you were going to risk? Because you played very risky today with the veto.
We understand, like, both teams not play Inferno, and they should ban it, or maybe we are ready to play if it will be the third map. And we understand, like, they will ban Nuke because it's shaky map for them and the win percentage. So we was understanding, like, we will pick just 2 because Nuke is banned. So everything was going like on our plan.
So you expected the maps that were played today?
Yeah.
Okay, and I have to ask you as well, because Magno Jez, he joins the team last year. He was a very aggressive player, to put it lightly. How was it been for you trying to call on a player who was that aggressive? Because he doesn't seem as aggressive now, and it seems like it's more controlled.
The Magno Jez is really like star player. He can do a lot of work, and he's have a really good understanding on, like, CS, like what is happening. But I think today he was a little bit like, I don't want to say stressed, but I think, like, he really wants to win and do it to the playoffs. So sometimes I was feeling on T side on those 2, we was a little bit stressed because some situations I think we lost, like it was half 7-5 but still
ეხა იწყება ბენგერი ძმებო 9 საათზე 40 წუთში კაროჩე რა გავალ მე და 10 რო დააკლება 5 რო დააკლება 9-ს გელოდებით NAVI G2-ს ჩაუჯდეთ ერთად საკაიფოდ მაგარი თამაში აიწევა წეს
obviously buy a lot of utility. So was this just something that in your prep you knew, like if you had a round like this, if you do a B exec with a lot of utility, it can just work against how they play?
No, it's just our B-pop, but at the start of the round I say like let's do eco guys, win one scout, and let's play full buy round on next. But Magno just like say, okay guys, we can buy a little and try to do the B-pop, you know, and it works.
Yeah, and you mentioned about Magno and maybe a little bit stressed today. Did you have that feeling about Foot as well? That they were feeling the pressure a bit on the server?
Yeah, I think they have really a lot of pressure. It was feeling like on the server, you know.
Unless you guys have any more questions, I just wanted to ask you one more, Boomage. We've been talking so much up here about your redemption arc as a player. It's amazing to see you back with this team as well. What does it actually mean to you to prove it yourself, to make it back to a major playoffs?
It's everything for me because, you know, I really love Counter-Strike and this is like life for me. And it's great emotions to be back on the lands, big tournaments, a major, and right now play of the major. So I'm just happy. There's nothing I can add.
Boomage, we absolutely love having you back. Congratulations. We'll see you in the Lanxess in a couple of days. That is right. It's BetBoom locked and loaded into the playoffs. Of course, only one more spot remains today, but BetBoom are going to be advancing at the expense of Foot. And this was, I mean, obviously map one goes without saying, statement way to start off the series, Janko. And I think the insight that he was providing us there for that Dust 2 as well. I love that he's talking about he's got to remind himself he's an experienced player, right? You take those 2 L's, but there's so much knowledge and depth underneath Boomage that, yeah, super impressive to make it there.
And you just love that from a leadership side, right? Understanding like, hey, I'm a major champion, you know, like I know how to do this. I've been here before. I have some young guys who maybe now where we're 1 game away from the playoffs, now they get nervous, right? Even though you have a stand-in and you're not really expected to make it this far. So realizing that and wanting to take more stock on the server and then delivering with the game that he has had today is just really amazing stuff from Boomage.
Yeah, I think you can't undervalue that experience. It's really important at this stage. When the game is this close and there's pressure, he will know what to say in the right moments. He knows when to calm them down, when to fire them up. But you have to have this. And this kind of, I think this is where Foot was struggling quite a lot. They relied a lot on the coach to do this. And I think the oldest player is like 19 years old or something ridiculous. So it just felt like they were far from their best, not only in this game and the others, but they need experience, need to learn from this, and next time they'll come back stronger.
Yeah, of course, with BetBoom advancing into playoffs, unfortunately does come with the expense of Foot. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Krabeni and Trace.
Foot might have had some of the crowd on their side here, but for Foot itself, they are going home. It's been a long, long journey here for Foot at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. It comes to an end in stage 3. You guys got destroyed on map 1. Were you missing, or was it that BetBoom played better?
I think we just didn't show up on the first map. I think also on the second, they were shooting much better than us. I think today was the day where I felt, since I am in this team, that we had a lot of pressure. I think everyone had a lot of pressure. We couldn't do any moves. We were just waiting for them to kind of fuck us, to be honest.
Which is what it comes down to. I mean, look, you guys grabbed the last 3 rounds of that first half on Dust 2, 7-5. You win the second pistol. And at that point, did you feel that life come back? Did you feel like this is it? We might jump back into it.
Of course, we had hope after we win pistol, but hopes kind of insta shut down after we lost the second. Like also in Mirage, we lost, I think, 2 anti-forces, which fucked our economy so hard. So after we lost this anti-force and we couldn't win the third round, it was so hard to get back.
So it's one of the roughest rounds to come back from. And it's not necessarily the results that I think Foot would have hoped for here in Cologne Major, but tons of growth. Youngest team at the Major. Tell me, Krabeni, what happens next?
I think now we will have maybe some weeks off, like 2-3 weeks off. After, I don't know what will happen with team. Not sure. I don't know.
There's no telling who's sticking around, maybe not, maybe someone's going.
I don't know. There is no info. I don't know anything. But let's hope for the best after this season. Of course, maybe we had rough practice before coming here, and players, coach maybe were expecting maybe how we played now. Like maybe this was the minimum, but for me, player was at least like the minimum, and of course not happy with his results.
Yeah, and it's got to hurt in this moment. I can understand that. I can totally see and understand. You guys had 356 rounds of Counter-Strike played here in Cologne before this match started today. Is there anything you want to say on behalf of Foot for the time you spent in Cologne for the major?
I mean, it was great in this tournament. First major for 4 of us as a players and the coach also. Of course, it was amazing tournament. I think we enjoyed so much, but I think for the next months, probably we will have less pressure because this was like the maximum of pressure that I felt the team has.
Commiserations, my friend, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that is such a rough one to hear. Krebeni, just echoing your sentiment, Janko. They felt the pressure today and they just collapsed under it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They've been probably the most entertaining new team sort of in the Tier 1 circuit to watch this year. Provide us with a lot of entertaining moments, great results, also lifting the trophy over there in Bucharest. So, yeah, I think we'll see more of them. A bit of foreshadowing maybe or uncertainty regarding the roster. I mean, we'll see if they get picked apart. Last offseason they were talking about how they decided to stick together no matter what, you know, and even if people had offers. So we'll see if that's the case moving into the second half of the year.
Yeah, I definitely won't get picked apart. I've never experienced that before. It's been a great season from Foot. They should be happy with how they played. Maybe there's some slight tweaks need to make to the gameplay overall. I kind of have them as around the top 10 level, and I think today, if they played against like a NAVI, for example, I think they might have had a better chance because I feel like they had expectations to win because it was BetBoo and they saw an opportunity, and their level today was really off.
I guess if we just kind of contextualize this from the beginning of the year to now, obviously we're talking about the disappointment that they're feeling in this moment because playoffs was right there. It was within touching distance, right? But at the beginning of the year, we weren't exactly sure what these guys were going to be delivering. Of course, picking up a trophy as well back at PGL. So there's a lot to be proud of, but you can identify with the emotions that Krebeni is feeling right now when it's that close.
Yeah, and you're always having like those expectations. I mean, a lot of people, including myself, had them making the playoffs, albeit it was a tough run, faced some tough opposition. They were the favorite in this matchup, and the inexperience in the end was the reason for their demise, right? And there's no shortcut to that. There's no teaching experience. You just have to go through it. And I'm sure next time, you know, they're in a similar situation, this loss today will help them to overcome that final hurdle.
Experience is one thing that obviously comes with time. You can't take a fast track to that, right? But during this off-season, Janko, if you were in charge, if you were pulling the strings, would you be making any changes here?
Well, I mean, I'd probably try to upgrade on Symmetry if I could. I think he's just been a liability. He's been inconsistent, right? And finally, the tournament that they win, he's the MVP. So, like, once he had, like, a good run at the tournament, it really elevated them. But for the rest, I think, you know, they're in a pretty good spot with the players that they have. They have good talent there. I don't know if, you know, Demon might be another name that they're thinking, could we get like more out of this? But you also shouldn't underestimate a group that's been together for so long. They're going to be, you know, it's going to be more difficult for them to make really any changes. And still there's, you know, the inexperience holding them back somewhat. So maybe they want to ride it out for another season and see if that's going to be enough for them to hit the next level.
I think as well, like if they look at the experiences perhaps even of Game League when we changed Slend and Mousesports when they've changed the players here as well, they might think, unless there's like a real massive candidate to take over for someone like Symmetry, where it seems like that's potentially the biggest upgrade, you're scared to do that in case you kind of lose what you already have. So I think I've seen flashes of Symmetry to see like the player that he could be in the future, that he needs to just keep evolving his game. But I think for now, I would do my best if I was them to keep everything together, build another season and see kind of what it's going to be like when they are the favorites in a lot of these series, when people do know about the team.
That's the thing, right? There's two sides to this. One is, you know, can they do this by their choosing of staying together? But what you were alluding to, Ash, obviously, what if somebody else comes in and tries to pinch a player or two? Do you think that could happen in this off-season?
I've seen it before, so I would say yeah. I mean, this is going to be the hardest test for Foot as an organization and for the players as well. Are they happy being at this level? Maybe they think they can get a better chance. Some teams are looking at them as well because they're so young, thinking this could be Demon or Jugs could be like the future anchor for the next 5 years of my organization, or Krebeni in-game leader, or even Lounge. So it's going to be difficult, and if they really want to stay together, that's the main thing that will keep them together, because I'm sure Foot will be getting some good offers.
Yeah, I think it gets a bit tricky in that department, because if you're looking at a Kerbeni, a guy who definitely can frag from that in-game leader position, but it's also, can he talk the same way to maybe a team that has more veterancy on the roster, right? And like it's also a matter of having the right fit. Probably if you had to name one guy most likely that to be getting offers about, it's probably Jugs at this point in time.
Well, I know we have one more game to be rounding out today, and it's a big one, so stay tuned for that. But we can take a bit of a preemptive look at the playoffs bracket, because with the Buckout system, whatever's going on there, we do have some of the matches cemented. Most of them, oh my gosh, the top side of that bracket, holy hell, Yanko.
That's brutal. Like, that's absolutely brutal. The pairings are locked as well, so whoever wins out of NAVI and G2 in our final game today is going to be facing Team Spirit, and then Falcons and Vitality also on that side of the bracket is, yeah, brutal.
So both 3-1 teams are playing each other?
They have two 3-1 teams have to play.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yes.
I mean, this is going to be a crazy sort of bracket. So there is an underdog potential to fly through, but maybe Fury go into this thinking the same way perhaps Foot felt today against BetBoom, that they're going to make it through, and then we could have even more upsets on there.
A BetBoom breathing a sigh of relief at that draw. Like, it is arguably much easier than well, not much easier, but objectively, you look at the names, that is easier than being at the top, right?
I don't think BetBoom would be considering the playoff bracket. Right? I think they're just thinking about, winning the game and getting into the playoffs, and then whoever comes next, right? Like, you're playing with house money at that point, but obviously they're going to have their chances. Fury had a similar situation, I mean, in Budapest and in Austin, right? Where on paper, their side of the bracket was easier, right? Especially they were the #1 ranked team in the world going into Budapest, right? And
they also haven't played in so long as well. We have 2 days off as well. This is going to be 5-6 days, maybe?
Yeah, and they're going to,
into a hot bet boom.
Have a similar thing where that can be, very risky. It can be difficult. They're also going up against 9Z, right? The other South American team, Brazil versus Argentina. That's going to be absolutely crazy. But yeah, the main favorites are all in the top side of the bracket, right? Vitality Falcons in the quarterfinal. Honestly, that's probably one of the better teams that Falcons could have faced, because we talked about them playing up to the level of their opponent. Yeah, Vitality is the #1 favorite to win the whole event, but Falcons are the team that has had the most success against them in the last 6 months or so.
It's true. I love how you're framing that as well, because I look at that if I was Falcons and go, oh my God, as if I've drawn Vitality.
Believe me, they would rather play Vitality than they would BetBoom or 9Z or any of these teams, right? They don't know how to play against.
Is this just Cope?
I think he's just the biggest Falcons fan in the world, from what I know. So I think Vitality will win that one.
Well, either way, we do need to find Spirit, their quarterfinal opponent, and I think we might have just saved the best game until last day. That is because NAVI arrived back to try and book their spot in the Lanxess, but they'll have to take down G2 if they want any hopes of achieving that. It's going down after this break.
A 2-2 match here for G2. I've got Saul, the coach, over there for G2. Talk to me a little bit before we get into this one. Now, for the 17th major appearance for G2, only making playoffs 5 times. It's all too familiar matchup for G2. In the last 2 majors, you guys found yourselves in the 2-2 matchup at the very end. Why are you the way you are, G2?
We just like to make it close, right? Make it for the entertainment. No, but for sure it's also the best teams in the tournament, and it's going to be tough always. So it's going to be a good fight today again.
Yeah, it absolutely will. Let's ask the question if you can run back to the Aurora game as a 1-1 game. How did they get that 2-0 over you in the best of 3?
I think they were just sharper on the day. Like, we didn't show up exactly how we wanted, not in terms of like energy communication, just basics in the end. But they showed up and played a good match of CS, and 2-0 for them. We didn't really have a position in the game at any point, so it was a tough match that day.
I feel like we see flashes of brilliance and sharp play from the side of G2, and then other times it is G2 back to normal business. As a coach, how do you kind of harness these guys and make them play correctly, properly? We hear the coach of Foot approaching it one way in his comms. What would you do?
I mean, in the end, it's about consistency, right? And you just need to push the team. You need to figure out what's the right way in different days, different approaches. So about motivating, about pushing, making sure we do the right things on the server and we stay focused. So it's obviously hard the longer the tournament is to stay consistent in that way, but we just gotta find it somewhere and then push towards that consistency and reach the playoffs here now today.
Yeah, on the day that nobody wants to find themselves playing Counter-Strike, well, at least in this manner, tell me what makes that NAVI team a threat in the server.
I mean, they play good team CS, and lately also they've been showing good form. Not necessarily here in this tournament so much, but they will always be a dangerous team with the basics, the fundamentals they have in the game, and the map pool they have. They have good basics, good individuals also, but not so much the star player as some other teams. So team CS, I would say.
Anything you could tell us you looked at before we got into the game today from the side of NAVI?
Nothing special.
I don't know. The smile says otherwise. Thank you very much, Saul.
Thank you.
Strategic genius. He's also known as Blade. You can call him anything you want, but you're going to have to call it a 2-2 match for either playoffs or elimination. Blade, you guys are no strangers to this situation. Hell, you've been here several times. Let's talk a little bit about some of the road up to this point at the 2-2 elimination mark. Can you tell me about that game versus the Falcons? Let's start there.
It was a tough match, very close one. I think that we were really close to winning it, 11-6. But then we were struggling a little bit. I think we could play more confident. And this kind of team, Falcons, if you give them space to play, they are playing different. And I think they're not so good on this map, and we gave them too much space to play.
1916 overtime loss on map 3 of Anubis. You guys won out on clutches there. How do you think Anubis fell apart?
Eventually, they got in this state where they let's say, peak their potential. Their strengths is individual firepower, okay? And we allowed them to be activated. That was a mistake, because at this point, when it was OT, this is where they where they hit the hardest, this is a real power for them.
Which is a scary thing once you get into OT, who's really in control, who's driving the bus at that point. Navi's an org. You guys have been here 24 majors now. You made playoffs at 18 of those 24 attempts. Out of your 4 series in Cologne this go-around, which one do you think benefited Navi the most? Which one did you guys learn from the most here in Cologne this year?
You mean matches? Was it played in Cologne? Maybe Legacy? I think Legacy, because we needed to bounce back with something, and it was an important match for us.
Last time Navi missed playoffs was in Perfect World Shanghai 2024. I can imagine that was a bad feeling, right? I imagine that's a haunting feeling. Tell me, how do you avoid that today, Blade? How do you stay away from that feeling again?
And it was Nerds and So also in Shanghai. 2-2, heroic. They were there. So, who knows? Maybe it's a revenge. I don't know. We don't think about this. We just play our game,
But you know what it feels like on the other side of that. Hey, Navi fans around the world, they appreciate you. Blade, anything, one word you want to say before we go live?
Abdog?
Before we go on, yeah.
Okay. Guys, thank you for the support. And let's see who is the best team today. Cheer for us.
That's Blade, and that's Navi.
One final place remains in the Lanxess, and one final battle will decide the victor. Given their trophy runs this year, it would be less than satisfactory for Navi not to make the top 8. And as Trace mentioned, it would be the first time since Shanghai that they missed out on the major playoffs. Bit looks hella locked in, but what about G2?
I'm scared, Freya.
On the other side of things, I would be scared as well. They're going to have to stare at him all game long. And for G2, it's been a bit of a rocky road. And if we go back to Budapest, this was the exact position that they would be eliminated into 2-2, stage 3. Hunter eliminated by his cousin, but can they course correct today? I'm Freya Spears, we got Yanko, we got Ash to be diving into the final game of stage 3, and this, I have a feeling, Yanko, is going to be a big one.
Yeah, I loved your intro there because it truly will be a huge test of the progress that G2 has made since that game in Budapest, right? Yes, different opponent, but now they're in the same exact scenario, final game facing a really good opponent on the other side. And that has been the problem for them ever since the massive roster overhaul, right? It's beating these other contender teams. Like, they've done a very good job of beating the teams that are below them, but teams in the top 5, they've struggled to take them down.
Just to touch upon that, Ash, can you get flashbacks in those moments? Sure, it's not against the same opponent, but if you've been in a situation before where there's been so much pressure and you have failed to deliver, do you reckon you get flashbacks in those moments?
Well, you'd have to ask Aurora and Mongols in playoffs, because I think they would heavily agree with that, and many other teams out there. So for sure it will come in at some point where they'll be thinking, oh no, not again. So,
and I'm sure there's moments from that Falcons game, you know, where they messed up because they were too stressed and they were overcoming, or people were taking matters into their own hands too much. Like, that has to, I'm not going to say not happen here, because it's always going to happen to some extent, but it has to happen less. Like, that's the thing with, you know, experience and these games is like, unless you're learning something from it, unless there's actual change, or like, unless there's actual progress, then it really doesn't mean much.
I think as well, like the way that the G2 roster kind of looks on paper, it feels like kind of a win now kind of team with like the ages of the players, and like they're all mostly established, except for maybe Mattis as well. I just feel like G2 needs something to, they need to do something here. I haven't been impressed at all with them in nearly any game that I've seen them so far.
Maybe we can bring up the results again and you can put some words to that, because why has it been not impressive in terms of the G2 results thus far?
It's just the performances. I haven't been convinced at any point. The game against Aurora felt like it was kind of a blowout. The Legacy game, I considered putting Legacy 0-3 there, so I don't take much stock about that. The Foot game was a brawl. It was a close one, but it felt in that one that I was worried that Foot weren't good enough, and today we've shown they're not quite at that level right now. And the Falcons game, I think they kind of had that there. The momentum was fully in their hands. They got a great start on Ancient on both sides, and just kind of nothing really happened from it. So, I don't know. Heavy God for me looks like one of the standout players of the major, but I don't think they're going to make playoffs.
Yeah, that's the problem a little bit when you talk about G2 is like clearly they're going a different way with no superstar players on the team. Yes, like a strong rifling core. Hunter can frag from the IGL position, but you have to do it a bit more by committee.
Yeah, so this is a big fall off that particular Mattis and Nerds are having right now. Like, you see Heavy God, it's not like they're all losing, so they're all kind of underperforming. Mattis and Nerds, they're two aggressive riflers in this system who came into the major in red hot form, and now it feels like they're really struggling, a pair of them, and you can see it also in the game when you watch it.
Yeah, let's bring up some examples, because stats, you're right, Ash, they're one thing, but the eye test is another one. You've got a couple of examples for us.
Yeah, and it's not only just about those two, but it feels like they are the culprits quite a lot of the time. So we have a round here against Aurora. From this position, Aurora will win 11 of the next 12 rounds and going to win the map, right? So the round happens on. mid taken by the T side, an entry kill comes in, and I think they're going to find a second one here towards the camera. So now I think in this situation, Nerds has full utility. You can smoke this off, you can wrap towards B, you can jump down towards the water, run in together and trade them out. It's also worth noting that Xantara's died on B, so you know it's 3 towards B, right? So let's see the quality of this ending. So Hunter bounces a flash in, but then peaks 3 seconds nearly after the flashbang. He goes down easily. Nerds actually risks that Moxic isn't there and goes across again, so whatever for this one. Heavy God trades out his teammate, this sort of thing happens, and the smoke grenade that was thrown towards Temple, look how long this sits there. This is on full fast forward, by the way. It's just about to die. There's 20 seconds left, and then Nerds decides, you know what, now I'm going to walk through. If you keep an eye on the smoke right now, that's the exact moment that it dies. Soulfly wasn't aware of this. He saw that Nerds had the time, and he sneaked past the AWP. He didn't throw the utility, right? He goes down. This is just one of the examples where I feel like that is where I expect Nerds to shine, have the experience. You've got full utility. Hunter's there as well. Bounce a flashbang, run together, smoke them off, fall back. Let's end the round together as a team. On T-side and Anubis, you have to win every round that you get a chance in. And a 5v3, you can't lose it. And like I said, they lose 11 of the next 12 rounds and lose the map.
Yeah, also, it seems like he was aware that the AWPer is there. That hence the flash. They killed the A anchor, but it would be kind of strange if he was the only player towards that side. I think Nerds had maybe a smoke even.
You had smoke, Molotov, flash, and nade.
Utility belt, so you can just use it and wrap together. Or you can just put some more pressure and hold, right? In a 5v3, your opponents need to make the next move, and those rounds are always going to, be such a gut punch when you lose them.
And Ash, let's be real, you're not being nitpicky here, because this wasn't the only instance, right? We go back to the map before this, Overpass is also another example, right?
Well, if we had like an hour for pre-show, I could go through all of them, so there's not quite that long time, but this is another example of an idea that's kind of working nicely. So Heavy God gets boosted, and he's going to find the kill. This isn't on the monster player, by the way. This is Wicadia. And Mattis then shifts through a smoke he sees bouncing with Sumpire stood behind him who has a flashbang ready as well. So he gives that back up. Then Heavy God decides, you know what, I'm going to peek a bit deeper. He dies as well. So this 5v4 on T-side Overpass, another map which is very hard to win rounds, ends with Xantara's boosting and killing Hunter. And now they just have no chance in the 2v4. So man advantage. I don't know who's in control of this. This is like a... just Mattis in the moment thinking, I have a timing, I'm going to go now, and thinks he has the space, but where's the flashbang from Sampaius? Where's the cancel from Mattis? Where's the hesitation from Heavy God? Make a plan together and do it, because this is making Hunter's job as a new in-game leader significantly harder.
It could be also a protocol, like, oh, if we get a kill and a player is there, then you just go for this.
Where's the ready
but then it's also like not nearly coordinated well enough as it's supposed to be, and it's the first gun round T-side Overpass, hugely important.
And it actually ended again with losing lots of rounds in a row.
Yeah, unfortunate signs for G2 there. I mean, you know Hunter better than both of us, Yanko. I'm sure he's not satisfied with players making these kind of mistakes pretty consistently so far.
I think it's still work in progress in some sense, because when he started IGLing, was leaning a lot on SAW and SAW's system, and it's more structured, right? Like even if it's default, it's sort of step by step in terms of how you're doing it. Like players still know for the most part how it's going to look like, and I think then there was a switch when Hunter couldn't play Rio, and watching the team play and hearing the comms and how much more initiative the players were taking and how more free-flowing it was. Like they saw something there that could be good for them in the future, right? So then it's been trying to do more of that from that point on. Obviously, the roster change too, bringing in Nerds, who's a lot more of a vocal player than Malbs was, and can take more space, right, and give more input. Like that's just been a work in progress, as I said, to put all those pieces together. And sometimes it clicks and it looks really good. Sometimes, it looks like in the examples Ash pointed out.
What's your take on how G2, or how likely G2 are to be able to put up a fight versus NAVI? If these kind of issues are happening, where do you see them falling?
Honestly, they have to put up a fight, because if they don't, it's like how much faith can you as an organization have in the roster, right?
Where'd you go as well? Like I was thinking about this earlier. Like they brought some Pius with SAW. They've just brought Nerds in. Mattis has moved positions. Hunter new in-game lead. Heavy God's performing and signed a new contract. Where do you go from it? You need to win now.
And you also made, you said you're open for offers for Klim, right? Who's had a good event for MRBR. Sure, maybe more highlights on the rifle than the AWP, but still, like, it's a vote of confidence in some Pius who getting up there. Yeah, a lot of questions. There'll be a lot of questions for G2 if they end up losing this game, and even more so if it's, not even a close series.
I think maybe not equally so, but after the game last night versus Falcons for NAVI, Ash, maybe we're also left with a few questions of our own for them, right?
Yeah, I've been very underwhelmed by NAVI, because they came into this tournament as maybe the best informed team here. You could maybe make an argument for this. And I've seen the game so far, and it feels like they are just not even close to the level right now. I think they're kind of more in the 7th to 8th best team from what I've seen performance-wise. It's been kind of all over the place. However, I would say when your best player suddenly becomes your worst player in this randomly in this event, like he's been so consistent from Makazi, and now he's just absolutely nowhere. And this makes things different because you're used to him getting the entries, finding the multi-kills, having the impact, and suddenly, well, this doesn't work randomly at this tournament. Everything looks different. I'm sure you've experienced it before as a coach, Anka. You think something's going to work, it has been working, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think the problem is also the title of Alexi B's HLTV interview is now we have the firepower to win some of these rounds, right? And he, you know, pointed out Makazi and Wonderful being the main reasons for that, and why they were able to get better results. And yeah, he picked the worst time sort of to have a bad tournament. It's been bang average, I think, 1 rating so far for the major. You can see how good he was. Obviously the MVP of ESL Pro League season 23, right? And in a lot of these contests, he's been leading the way for the squad. Didn't have to do as much in Atlanta where they lifted the trophy, but it really hasn't been anywhere close to what we're used to seeing from him this year here at the major.
Yeah, EPL was truly that kind of breakout performance, right? So many highlights in that grand final as well for him. Ash, this is kind of, I mean, this is $1 million question, right? Like when you're looking at an individual that has had such consistent form, has had so much impact, and then they seemingly fall flat. What can you do from the outside? How much can you actually help somebody to get comfortable and get back in their groove again?
Well, I think the main thing you need to do is have a conversation with him one-to-one, because you know he has the skill, he has the quality. Is he maybe giving too much impact on the major? Is it too much of a big deal for him? Talking with the sports psychologist, because you know he has all the skills. He's got a consistent game, he's a fast headshot, he's a great entry fragger. Suddenly something has changed quite clearly. What is it? Because when we saw all these tournaments, when he has a good tournament, Navi win or come second nearly every single time, and now he's down there 1.00 rating. This has now become the bit and Wonderful show with Imma chipping in and just hoping that Makazi comes back at some point. And this is potentially the last chance for him to do that.
Obviously not the only reason that cost them that potential victory versus Falcons yesterday. We'll dive into that one now, shall we, Yanko? Because I love that we got to hear a bit of a pre-match interview from Blade, because the faces that he was pulling behind the teams today, understandable to say the least.
I've been there, Freya. I've been there where, you know, you can't really cry on camera behind the team, so you can just have maniacal laughs and then you're sort of not believing what you're seeing sometimes from your players. And yeah, he was visibly frustrated in that game. He was incredibly vocal during the timeouts, and he heard it in the interview. Like he feels like they were just giving too much space to the Falcons. They're not playing in their face enough to disrupt them, right? And that's not sort of what they talked about before the game.
Yeah, I think he's a very particular type of coach. He isn't the guy that's going to motivate them, he's going to hype them up when they're down. I think he kind of puts the onus on the players. If they're struggling, it's on them to use the techniques that they've talked about with the sports psychologist and bounce back, and he's going very directly with the play style, and the game gets a little bit hectic in there, so you know, you understand why he's getting a little bit frustrated.
To be fair, there was plenty of reasons for that frustration in the tournament, but also just in the Falcons game. Like, this is, you know, the last bye for Falcons. They were 5-0 down, Navi won 2 clean rounds, and it seems like they're taking control of this game at this point in time. 3-man short setup, right? They get 2 kills here. Kerrigan's gonna get 1 and get traded, but now it's like Tessis is still alive. You know he's the long lurk, and they're falling back from short, you know, wanting to maybe reset the setups. Like, what is Wonderful doing here? Like, he's completely oblivious about long, right? And that's a 2v4 where you would have forced Falcons on an eco that you end up losing, and they regain control of the half. And then even in the second half, like, they lose pistol. Right now it's even going to be a 3v5 after this aggro play from Falcons, but somehow Navi sort of finds a way to reset a little bit. They have long control. Wonderful hits a nice shot here on Nico, right? Bit is already towards B. You saw him, Kyosuke on this lurk, gets punished on the flank rather, and you know, Tessis is now making noise because of that kill. Bit hears him, run into CT. He's gonna take the space on mid. The teammates are already running back towards B, finding the kill on Tessis. Now it's a 3v2, and Bit just lingers a little bit too long around mid with the time. Like, he's not really cutting off rotation, and he's not running up B to help his teammates. And Carrigan just books it, him and Monacy, right? Trying to deny the plant so that the time runs out. He isn't able to do that, but they still get the kills, and Bit is too late to the party. Monacy wins the duel in the end, and they lose this round as well. Like, these are just mega frustrating rounds to lose, and NAVI is the third worst team at this tournament at converting 5v4s, which is something that you would almost never see with Blade's squad.
It looked like Bit there maybe missed the smoke, it gave a gap. This is the kind of round where afterwards, when the CTs lose this round, which they should do, you go, guys, why are we even trying for this round? And they win it. Like, I thought there was a point there you were going to cut off and go, great job, Navi, nice round, let's go to the next one. And it's incredible to even lose that there. So I understand these facial expressions at times from Blade, because that is kind of unforgivable at the Major.
I just want to really emphasize the importance of this matchup, right? Of course, last chance Loon to be making it through to the playoffs. We can bring up that playoffs bracket to see the winner of this, of course, going to be facing Spirit. We had slightly wrong dates when we showed it earlier, so this is the correct dates moving forward. Yeah, obviously it doesn't get any easier. Even if you win this, you're going to be going up versus Spirit. But if we're looking at Navi and we're looking at trying to get those uncharacteristic mistakes fixed, Janko, are there almost too many for you to see them getting back to their former selves?
I mean, it's crazy because it's happening in almost every game. Against Spirit, it happened on Dust 2. Against Mongols, it was happening on Map 1. They just had these slow starts. Like, they don't feel like themselves. I don't know what it is, because, you know, they finally beat Vitality. They win a trophy at a tournament where Vitality is at. They had plenty of time to rest and then do a boot camp. Like, this should be Navi peaking, and instead they're struggling, right? And there's not much a coach can do. You know, you can't be instilling protocols to, I don't know which depth in 4v2s and 5v3s. Counter-Strike, there's just too many different situations. Who's low HP? Who's high HP? Which nades do you have? How quick is the rotation? How much time is left on the clock, right? Like, you can't make a plan for every single possibility. Like, you just need to be good at the fundamentals, that the players need to take stock of these rounds, right? And realize what the situation is. Someone who is, you know, the IGL or the secondary caller should maybe coordinate the players, right? Say, okay, let's peek together, let's do this, hide, play for time, right? Like, it's up to the players, and they need to step up if they're going to win this game.
Yeah, I think there's clearly something going wrong right now, because they win this game, they play against Spirit. Spirit dropped half a round against them maybe or something. It was one of the most one-sided games you're going to see. Yes. And then also they played against Falcons, I believe 13-3 they lost. They should have got absolutely destroyed by the Mongols, but the Mongols fell apart as well. Like, I'm really worried, because it just feels like this Makazi problem, is it the main one? Is it the 5v2s? Is it the arguing? This looks like the most frustrated team I've ever seen in my life. If we did a tier list, they would be S tier, absolutely right now. Even Blade's jumping in with it. So the vibes seem off, everything seems weird, and they came into this tournament red hot, Janko, and it's just all going wrong at the wrong time.
And I mean, also, just quickly, yesterday was, you know, the first time in a long time, or where I even remember, I felt like Blade messed up the veto, you know, banning Nuke over Dust 2, letting it go through. Like, it just didn't seem like it was a good idea, and it backfired. So today is going to be a bit of a different scenario going up against G2. They do have the map pool on their side, I feel like, in this particular matchup.
What do you think they should be going with?
I mean, that overpass ban is a huge advantage for them, and especially as well, G2 can't beat this sort of team. I already feel like that's a massive advantage they've got instantly.
Yeah, Navi are not loving Nuke at the moment, and that's G2's permaban, right? Anubis is open for Navi if they want to go for something like that, but then also Mirage and Ancient, both of their staples still in the pool, right? For G2, it becomes a little bit limited. Do you go for Dust? Do you go for maybe Inferno? I think it's one of those two maps that we'll see as their pick.
I think G2 will go for Dust 2 because Navi are on a 5-loss streak, and I believe Navi will go for Ancient because G2 are on a 4-loss streak. So we could just see some punish picks going in, which could seem some one-sided games. So here's the Dust 2 pick, and I believe it will be Ancient. Navi very good in it. G2 normally are quite good in it, but recently form's gone down, going for the Inferno pick.
Wow.
Do you know that seen something we've seen with Blade? Blade likes to go for the pick that isn't as obvious sometimes, so he can have that prep advantage. So maybe this is something that they're going for here as a different angle.
I wonder if though G2 would have expected it as the decider, then you're not really winning out on prep as much. I was expecting Navi to pick T-side on Dust 2, because their CT side starts the last couple of times on Dust 2 have just not been
something different.
Yeah, not been good whatsoever, and just to maybe take a bit more stock of it with your game plan. And yeah, in the end, Navi after yesterday's game, they're the ones that veto out Anubis. I think G2 probably surprised by that and will take it. And between Ancient and Mirage, they go for Mirage. I think that's really beneficial for G2. They avoid Ancient somehow in the series.
Yeah, I had Ancient downs 100%, and I like to see Mirage last because both teams are in great form on this map, so we could have a great one there. Expect maybe one-sided Dust 2. Blade's going to have some tricks up his sleeve, though.
Yeah, I would expect that at the very least. If we're looking at these two organizations, obviously super storied in CS, and it's a bit of a shame that we have to see one of them eliminated. Who is the pressure on more, in your opinion, Janko?
I think on NAVI, they are one of the contenders coming into this tournament, right? Like they had their eyes on the prize, but for me, this is going to be a really cool matchup because I think it's a bit of a clash of styles. Like NAVI on their T side, Blade's system is all about taking zones, taking map control, sort of cutting noise, punishing their reactions, making your opponents play in the dark. And G2 is a team that is very active on the CT side. They have set aggressions, they have set mid-round aggressions, right? So it's going to come down to who's going to do better, NAVI at punishing those reactions or G2 shutting down NAVI in the mid-round?
Yeah, I think for me, I think the pressure for sure is mostly on NAVI, but like I said, the G2 pressure, they have to do something. I think it's not acceptable to come to this major, perform the way they kind of done. The results have got some of them just over the line. It hasn't looked encouraging by any means, and some star players are kind of missing. What is the future here going on? There's some storylines of the coach counts. I'd love to see
Ratsudi bracket iżdeba, bicho.
throwing the PC at someone.
Sashineli bracket iżdeba, ay sashineli.
This is a big one. Who are you going with?
Blah 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 blah.
2-1 because of Dust 2.
I'm gonna say G2. Like with the map pool, I think it's a bit surprising how they took it with the decider. I think G2 can surprise here and get into the playoffs.
The stylistic clash is ready to get underway for one last time in stage 3.
Au, ratsudi bracket iżdeba, რა არის ეს თო? წარმოიდგინე, ფურია, ნაინზი, ბეთბუმი ან აურორა იქნება ფინალში. აუ, ratsudi ფინალი იждება თო. აუ, ratsudi ფინალი იждება, ბიჭო. Au. Sashineli ფინალია, მე გადავედი. დედა ბრეკეტში არის სპირიტი, ნავი, ვიტალიტი, ფურია. ისა ნავი თუ გავა, რა თქმა უნდა, ანჯი თუ თქვათ ნავი, ვიტალიტი, სპირიტი და ფალკონსი, ანუ რა არის? აი კიდია ქვემოთ ნაინზის ფინალს ურავ. იმენამ კიდია ქვემოთ ნაინზის ფინალს ურავ.
Over the last 2 weeks, we've seen a total of 32 teams here for IEM Cologne, all chasing the dream of hoisting the Cologne Major trophy. 23 squads have been eliminated, 7 away in the playoffs. The maths really is quite simple. There's one spot left. Is it going to be G2 or is it going to be NAVI? Let's find out.
It's a 10 start straight out long here for G2, and they're bringing the pace in this pistol. 2 for the 1. A strong trade, and they've got mid control that NAVI need to worry about. Looking over their shoulder.
Au, ratsudi majori გაიწურა, ვერ ვიჯერებ უბრალოდ, ბიჭო. რანაირად, просто რა ფინალი იქნება, კაი, რა ფინალი გატეხავს, მაგრამ ჩააჯვესო რა. ნაინზი სპირიტი იყო ფინალისო, მაგაზე კაი ფინალი არ იქნება. ან ფალკონსი ფურია რო იყო ფინალი, ეგეთ ნახევარფინალი, ეგეთ თამაში იყოს, ანსო.
But his teammate is all that stands here for G2.
He's known for his precision, but got to get past Bit, who waits. And a clean tap seals the deal on the turnaround in this pistol.
Reassuring shots of a bit, who struggled yesterday in that match versus the Falcons. Come the end of Anubis, he really had disappeared. We saw so much frustration from Blade across that game. Frustration I've never seen before. Because NAVI from 11-6 could not close that gap. And now have to play again today, but a well-earned pistol.
გატეხა მაგრად რა, რაც უთი ფინალი დაждდება და ნაინზი ბეთბუმი ფურია ანის გადის ფინალში, ვერ ვიჯერებ.
And this is G2's first opportunity to secure the Lanxess this event.
აი ჯანტაბას ფურია რამე თუ იქნება ფინალი კიდე არა უშოს.
Pistols go up short again. But more group this time. G2, lots of utility. NAVI with a site setup. Wonderful hiding in Goose.
Vitality mogo 9Z.
This isn't the type of round where G2 are content with just a couple of kills. They've put money in. Now looking for results here. Flashes are good. They'll knock Ema off the angle. Bear wonderful in mind because he's waiting out here to play on Ema's contact. Trade in this fight. Wonderful helps keep it very, very clean for Heavy God. Getting sandwiched. They're closing in on all sides. And Makazi going to get rid of him. No bomb plant. No reward on that round for G2.
Yeah, clean against a force fight, which is reassuring to see. Obviously, so impactful. That's why teams go for them even without bomb plants. These second rounds can absolutely flip the script in MR12. We've seen a lot of comebacks this major. We've seen a lot of teams struggling to close from strong halves. So you can never let your finger off the pulse here in this matchup.
ფური ახდება 9Z-ს მე მგონი. აუ 9Z უსტურავ მკიდია რა. 9Z-ს უსტურავ იქი და ქვემოთ და მკიდი underdog-მა მოიგოს მეიჯოი მკიდია რა.
G2 Eco.
დიდი დავაი. ტვინი წაიღეს ამ ტოპ გუნდებმა უკვე. დავაი underdog-ი გავწუროთ უნდა.
Charging the smoke. Do catch NAVI out of position for a second, but only a second. G2 go back. And NAVI burn more util, but the gun advantage is significant enough. NAVI don't need to worry, even in only a two-man B hold.
ფალკონები უნდა გავწურო, დიდია. ვიტალიტის მოგებას დავწერო, ჩემ იმის რა ქვია.
Well timed.
Coin-ის თემაში დავწერ ვიტალიტის მოგებას. მაგრამ ფალკონებს გავწურავ. Crouch სხვანაირად სამსებს ყველა გუნდი. Просто 9Z-ს გაუჭირდება რა. აი მაგას ვფიქრობ. ინდა მაგრად 9Z-ს გაწუვა, მაგრამ
Ema gets the spot off, flash high. Wonderful lending a helping hand from out towards long. It's one kill for Sampius. But that bomb is out in the open and he's not going to get any further than this. NAVI 3-0.
ნიკო ცოდუა მოიგოს მეიჯორი, დაგვანებოს თავი წავიდეს, მოიგოს მეიჯორი და დაანებოს ხავდეს.
Has been problematic for this squad to say the very least. But on a string of rough losses, event to event.
It's true. 5-loss streak for NAVI, but at the same time, let's contextualize, right? A loss to the Falcons, a loss to the Spirit, 2 losses to Vitality. Seems a little bit better when you put it that way, but I think it's how dominant the losses were that make you worried for NAVI. Only one of those games getting close. The rest, absolute blowout. So NAVI still need to play their best game here on Dust 2. G2 come through with the rifles. Sampius, AWP, and what Sampius do we have today? Because, my God, this guy is hit or miss. He is either the top or bottom performer, it feels like, for G2 on any given map.
Wow, მადლობა დონაციის პირველ რიგში. Wow,
The importance of a strong AWP in this matchup. So Wonderful was even beating out m0NESY in head-to-heads, but that still wasn't enough yesterday. m0NESY still found a lot of impact.
ოღონდ რომელზეა მაგას არ ვიძახი რა, პროსტო ვიძახი. მე Arni და Space. ან Space ან Smax.
Looking to try and pull off this A split. With 2 players out here towards
დალში
long,
უკვე თქვენ დაალაგეთ ხა ვინმე პირველი, ვინმე მეორე, ვინმე სამი, არ მინდა ეს.
Curious and Alexi with a clear in the long doors.
კარგია, ნაუჩიკებო, მიდით ხოძებებრებო.
In to Ema, who holds on too long. He got dead right away, and now the short split coming through, but Alexi in the right place. Flashes from Ema, meant to try and help out, leave him dead in the open. And with Alexi blind, Mattis gonna clean up. G2, they'll get in. Now V might have had the right idea, might have pulled off a sick little bait and switch to get the round started.
No, ისე თქვენი აზრით რეზი არის top 10-ში საქართველოში.
G2 say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you can't fool me twice. Double long lurk is the perfect counter as NAVI run away, back turned. 2 kills for Mattis, beautiful flashbang onto LXCB as well, and that stops any chance of this retake happening here for NAVI. So G2 get on the board and they do it quick with Sampius finding his first AWP frag. Mattis, a lot of impact. And no waiting around for G2 on their map pick.
Ara rezimena kuona.
Seeing a very cool head for G2.
With the
AWP coming out now, opening pick onto the captain. And Mid-Smoke gives a wonderful open season on this AWP. I'll scale past him, sure, but they've paid quite the toll here. 2 players dead just to get this space out towards the catwalk. Will it be worth it for G2?
Open fights there for Sampius, who won't opt to take them. Regrouping on the mid to B, looking for the weaker of the 2 bomb sites. But Ema's here with an HE. He could break any smoke in this CT sport. Sampius peeks before it, absolutely off the mark. And that's a left side smoke. They do have another to get into this spawn, and Ema's already used his nade. Do they just want to take that fight? Smoke eventually thrown in here for G2. Nerds goes back to upper tunnels, and Sampius will join him. Heavy God is the lurk. G2 might just leave him for later, hoping they can find this entry into the 2-man hold.
All right, that's a great catch for Heavy God. Still 2 to get past, though, and Bit not been in a forgiving mood this tournament. Across the major, been a force to be reckoned with, but he's gone right away on that swing. Sampius able to punish. So G2 breaking through the B hold.
Might need a blade cam after that one. A frustrating 5 versus 3 here for NAVI, where they have all the advantages, all the info, and all the clock in their favor. But G2 pull off a perfect read. Getting Heavy God right out middle.
მე ჩემი გადმოსახედიდან ეგრე მგონია რა. ანუ სკილით რაც ჩამოთვალე ეგრე მგონია.
I feel like we're not far away from having our
first
calls
for
NAVI.
That's a
3v5 that gets away from them. And you saw a bunch of these frustrating rounds come in the way of NAVI yesterday.
Was very keen on getting involved whenever he could.
Saw a lot of frustration from him.
More than usual. And in retrospect, the sort of shame that he showed at 11-6, dropping that first round.
იმეს უოჭველი უშვებენ რა 90% იმე თავისუფალია.
That point onwards for NAVI. Nice openers, but they don't matter much come the end of the round.
G2 have broken NAVI's money down, so it's just his 2 saved guns in round number 6.
High boost here for Wonderful. And keen to be involved. The double opener last round, not enough. Here with a hero AWP. Knows he's got to force some fights. Gets involved early. Nerds sent out of the round before it even really begins. So again, G2 always having to pay a cost for any map control they go looking for.
Love how involved Wonderful is getting early in this game, right? He's just forcing issues, forcing advantages, looking for kills. Oh dear, okay, caught off guard in middle. Good flash here from the top of mid. That might get G2 out.
ესე მარტივად ვერ გამოდრება ნავი, გეუნებოდით მე თქვენ. სად არის ილია, სად არის ილია?
They still are faking out this A play. Will NAVI fall for it?
Cross in mid, Ema's handed away this advantage, and with Heavy God Finding a kill out towards the A site. Alexi, no wonder he's up and left B. So much noise made by just one guy on this A play, and it's pulled the whole thing into uncertainty for NAVI.
Pick your site. You've got them both.
They're still going to follow through with this by the looks. Sampaio walking that bomb in. There's a backstab for Bit, but doubt he commits, honestly. 2 versus 3. And with Alexi living on borrowed time in towards the spawn, Bit's best course of action might just be to hold on to this AK.
I don't know.
One advantage going his way is he's here very quickly and very quietly. That's a feat that's usually hard to pull off. Sampaio's eyes on the tunnels. And hasn't budged. This flank is coming through. Now they get the spot. Does he really want to attempt this? He's done big damage. Have he got still a long ways away?
გადაობის გარეშე გეუნები, ანუ აზრზე არ ხარ, არავისთან არ გითამაშია. მაგ მოთამაშეებიდან რომელიმესთან თუ გითამაშია, ერთი კავაისთან ერთი თამაში მაქვს ნათამაშები და ერთი სიტყვა არ ვთქვა ზუსტად თამაშის დროს. გეხვეწები. ნუ მასწავლი ვინაა კაი მოთამაშე და ვინ არა, გეხვეწები. ხო, მადლობა.
It has to save. G2 3 in a row off of their first buy round. Worth the wait. And now everything to play with here for NAVI. Alexi can drop over that AWP to Wonderful that definitely has come through today. Another opening kill in this round, 2 in the round prior. NAVI need to help him out here on this CT side. Even just the patience to not overcommit to give Alexi a kill back in CT spawn, just waits in A, trusts his team to clear that B site for that rifle.
აზრი არ ყოლი ფინანსების ყრა არის რა.
Yeah, Saw didn't do a lot of talking there though. I think he's feeling fine being hands off right now. I think G2 showing that they've put in the prep work already. Some of these setups to deal with the NAVI solutions have been nice, thinking back to that double push out the long doors. Knowledge of when and where you can find these fights out towards middle as well. It's looked very polished thus far from G2, and I think if you saw, you don't want to get in the way of that.
Oh, it looks like they're really planning on punishing this B-bomb site in this game. No, nothing fast, nothing fancy. Just nice, cautious.
ჯვაკედან არც ერთის რავი. კიდია რომელი მოიგებს.
They attempt something at long. Sampaio looks for that kill, but NAVI don't make mistakes. They don't give away that frag. Smoke and Flash comes in, pushes the AWP back. It's back to middle here for G2.
It's all time-აც და იმ დროს ეხლა კავაი როცა თამაშობდა counter space-ა საერთოდ 2 ლეველი იყო ძმა. ვაფშე არ თამაშობდა counter-ს. კავაის როვე თამაშებოდი counter-ს. მაგას თუ მეუბნები. თითქმის ყველასთან მითამაშია counter-ი გუნდში და ვიცი ვინაა კაი მოთამაშე და ვისთან ვითამაშებ და ვისთან არა. გეტყვი, Space-ას კაი game sense-ი აქვს, იდეალური teammate-ი არის, ნებისმიერ დროს შეუძლია თავის და თავის ეგო გაწიროს იმისთვის, რომ გუნდმა მოიგოს. Barnex-ას იდეალური game sense-ი აქვს, იდეალური თამაშის ცოდნა აქვს და ძალიან მაგრად იცის, როდის რა უნდა გააკეთოს და როდის რა უნდა სად უნდა შეეტენოს, სად უნდა გაპიკოს, სად არ უნდა გაპიკოს, როგორ უნდა აიღოს აი იმ დუელი და ყველაფერი. და მსგავსი რაღაცები მე სხვებთან არ გამომისდია და მაგიტო გეუნები.
Hiding in this while the B players
get ready. Მიკიცებ რაღაცებს, რაც ჩვენ თვითონაც არის. სტატისტიკას მაჩვენებ რაღაცას HLTV-სა, რომელიც რა ვქია, ანუ ვაფშე არაფერს არ წარმოადგენს.
And so everyone's super wounded, everyone's super low. NAVI on to know this.
თორე აიმში ეხლა შეიძლება ნებისმიერი ჯობდეს საქართველოში, ვინც არ ვიღაც არ ვიცი, შეიძლება 10 ლეველი იყოს და ჯობდეს ყველას.
Sampaio not going wide. Locking down tunnels, and Wonderful is on the other side of the map. This is a locked-in round. This is another man advantage for NAVI. And I want to reference a desk, because Yanko brought this up just coming into this map, saying NAVI, how much they've struggled at converting 5v4s. They are the 3rd worst team coming into this game at 5v4 conversion rounds. That is not what you expect from a tactical team like NAVI. With the smarts on this squad, but we have seen it round after round.
ეს მე რამდენი ხელი ასეივებს.
4v5s in 3v5s.
Oh, Blade agis-გავს.
Another here on the T side
of Major play-off-ში ვერ გადიან.
Wonderful picks a man. They go right out mid to B. They leave.
ცოტა რაღაც ენერგია დამანახეთ ნავიტო. რაცა ჯაჯმულები ზიან ესე ნავის და ისიც რა ქვია ჯიონის. Ყველას KAK ვინა ჩემთვის. ანუ პროებიდან მეუნები სულ. პროებიდან რა თქმა მაგას თქმა რომ დონკა არის ყველაზე კარგი. თუ საქართველოზე მეუბნები
Now just a B-pop.
არ ვიცი
Back
რა
and
ვი.
spawn through the late smoke. They
მე
need
არ
their
ვარ
entry
ყოველ
going,
შემთხვევაში.
because he's not looking back. He doesn't turn in time.
ოპა! რა შევა heavy bochka გიჟივითაა თო.
Work around for G2.
წააგო მილენიუმა სამწუხაროდ. რითერთი.
Brutal. NAVI don't even get shots off in this B-bomb site.
გადაუარა heavy
It's a
bochka.
single kill when all is said and done, and G2 just run through it.
The alarm bells should certainly be sounding. This is starting to be a very concise lead for G2, starting to run away on the T side of Dust. And it doesn't matter, opening kills or not. When they get them, it's a bonus. When they get them, it's a super clean round like this one. But even with advantages, NAVI haven't been a threat. 5 in a row for the G2 squad.
Such a big round to pick up because NAVI found all those
აი ანუ რაიფლი ავეპები ყავს IGL-ი გვინდა? აუ IGL-ი ბიჭო IGL-ი ჩამატე და ორ ქართველს დავიმატე. ჩემს თავს და ერთ კაც დავიმატე.
Laugh it off here, Sampires. It doesn't matter you die because G2 have your back.
ჩემ თავს დავიმატებდი და პრაიმ ბარნის. ერთი IGL-ი დაამატე და ეგ არის. ან ჯანდაბას კაი ჰა ვიქნები IGL-ი. ბარნის ან სმაქსას ან ვენდოს დავიმატებდი და ეგ არის. დახურულია ბაზარი.
Happy to see if NAVI want to be the initiators
მაგრამ
in
უფრო
this
სმაქსას. იმიტომ რომ ვენდეტა ტროლია.
They have not. Trying to trust in their setups, but well, that's the one thing that's let them down.
დაფრინავდა მე გადავები. ეგეთი რაღაცეები რა ვინმე.
Continually abused here by G2.
მაგარი არის ბარნექს. Onostan არ მითამაშია.
Hang around and try and fight this. You weren't expecting the AWP to be there. Sampires caught by surprise and Nerds dealt with on his mid lurk. The bomb lost.
არა ერთი მენა ცარიელი აიმი იყო იმენა. მადლობა დონაციის.
Now NAVI have given away some
ერთი მენა ცარიელის როლა იყო.
But this would be the worst defender yet.
Bicho.
They've got 25 seconds if they want to make a miracle happen. Chase onto Alexi, nets you another. And at this point, you've got to scrap. At this point, you've got to fight that bomb in enemy hands.
Oh
my God, wonderful, dead as well. And now it's only Ema. 10 seconds.
They need the kill.
Getting it with the bomb, but really they need the fight. Ema's going to take this to time. That is the most nerve-wracking round. And Ema just has to sit there shaking in the corner. Somehow, some way, save themselves from a 2v5.
You do not celebrate that round win, NAVI. You do not cheer. You are not feeling good about that in the slightest. That is a hollow victory. A 2 versus 5 that comes down to the clock falling short for G2. And you know they would have hit that shot if he was on their screen. So Ema lives, but at the cost of his entire squad. And even Blake calls a timeout after that because, my God, you need a slap on the wrist, don't you, NAVI? That goes very, very wrong very, very quickly. They throw everything in. Double AWP again. G2, these individuals, when they are feeling it, are so threatening. One of the very few teams to be able to beat Vitality in a BO5. Saw them last year, what they can do when everybody is online. And this is a renewed roster since that point. More firepower, more experience in Nerds. Wonderful again. He has just been so reliable in this CT side.
You're NAVI, you really can't waste the performance that Wonderful is giving you, man. He has been unmatched in these opening fights. No one coming close to him yet.
I want to just go back to this B site again, right? That round was a departure from their B hits. They got
მაგრესი მომენტი აქვს და რასის რო დაავეპეს ბიჭო რა ერქვა ტაიერდა თუ რაღაცა ხო
So yeah, again, you lose your advantage, but it's the Wonderful, it's on the orb, it's on the A site. G2 know the remedy to the situation.
ასნია ქართველები ვართ რაც ვთქვი.
Difference is Bits brought a new gun to the round.
გაფანტულები ვართ ხო? გაფანტულები ვართ თორე ერთად რო შევიკრიბოთ.
Explode from G2. This time Bit gets to watch over the mid to B, but if the bulk comes
არა აზრი არა აქვს მა აზრი არა უქუაჩოთ ჩა იმა ჯაბჯაბიჩას დავიმატებ ჯაბჯაბიჩ მოეჭვენ მოეჭვენ ჯაბჯაბიჩა მადლობა დონაცი უიმე ევიგო და მოგვიკლე ცენტრიზე შედის ევიგო და უკვე ისეთი გახსნილი აქვს
შეხედა Makazi with the catch on Nerds and some pious. He can't give this one a go. 2v5 in the last came down to the clock, but this 1v5 asking too much for the Sun Pious Orb.
A well-timed swap of positions on B. Bit was watching mid.
Major გავდოდე ვინოთ დავიმატებდი. აი მე ენქორა წავიდოდი, ამიტომ დონკა, ეიპექსა, მონესი და ზაიუ რაიფლა და მე ენქორა წავიდოდი.
Just as important double. And G2 saved that Sun Pious Orb, but
მე და ეიპექსა ვიქნებოდი ენქორები.
Don't be surprised to see G2 force this up. They can get 2 AK-47s, 3 if you remove helmets, but it's a messy buy. Depends on what the call wants to be here for G2. Whether they want to fight for a winning half, or if they're fine splitting at 6-6 apiece. I'd say that's a disservice to G2 with how well they played these last few rounds, so they go all in.
ასე ძახმანეს ერთ-ერთი საუკეთესო აუტია.
Very exciting game to close out stage 3 of the major. And still, an even score. Uncertainty.
რა იყოს All-Star-ი ერთ გავისწორებდი
Where
ერთ
does 2 is
Majors.
going to land?
I think it would be very impressive for NAVI if they can stumble back to their feet. What with some of these rounds that have gone against them, or even come close, can be hard to mentally get back in.
No surprise on this call.
არ ვიცი, თაერ დააწერია იმ ტექსტს და არ ვიცი, ქართველი საიდან არ
under the
ნახევარ.
microscope.
ვინ ყავს ქართველი
He
დედა თუ
held on to
მამა.
that smoke. Goal of just trading it out with G2.
Oh yeah, it feels like he has to move. That's a really strong position, but now after shooting, he's going to have to go back to bomb site.
Why-me?
Good bit of damage, but G2 are coming in.
ვიზე იმენა გავუყარეთ.
Considered
Wah,
in these
kadra.
fights. That helps. First shot, one tap.
ვაიმე.
Another bit AWP.
ვაიმე, ბიტა რეფშება ბიჭო. ბიტას გაეცნა, მოდი თაქ. ნაუ რა ამაყინამასავით უყურებს ბიტას იმენა.
That's not his fault. Finally gets a win rounds with it.
Podcast likes yavudut რა ბარი მძმე.
But Bit shows up with a big hold in that B bomb site, hopping around with the sniper. Finally, NAVI find their answer on B. And it's not too late to win this half as G2 are put down on pistols in round number 12. But why would G2 stop now, huh?
რა გინდა რა დაგიშავა ძმაო. ავისიანებს მოაგებინა კაცმა მეტი აქნას მოგაწურა თავის ქვეყანა ბოლომდე.
It's clearly been the object of their desire throughout this game. It's what the game plan's orientated around, just trying to exploit these B players. It's working, and yet they're still sticking to it as they look to tie this up. It does a bunch, a lot of damage. Makazi on this reposition, buying more than enough time. Teammates out towards the window. Wonderful. You know, eventually they've got to try and plant this bomb. That's going to take one player's eyes off the server. Nade connects on a heavy god, and now Sun Pious boxed in. Gonna have to scrap his way to this round. NAVI are not jumping the gun.
This
is a one-out half right in front of them. One hell of a turnaround. Off of the 5-round dominant streak from G2. And as the seconds tick by, the chances for Sampaius really do start to diminish. Molly, at least, feels like it buys him a little bit of room. They don't go in on that bomb plant. Instead, just looking to split this. Sampaius with the first. Dancing around, wonderful.
Nice half, nice half.
And so NAVI, against all odds, are able to recover on this half. Wonderful, strong start.
მე ასეთ უძახი უკვე ფურიაზე. არაფერს არ ვფიქრობ საერთოდ. ნორმალური ამბავია წაგება და საერთოდ არ არის გასაკვირი არაფერი მაგაში. არ უნდა ჩამოგვენგრეს ყველაფერი თავზე მაგის გამო, კაც. ხუბი არის, ხან შენ მოხდება, ხან იმას მოხდება. მაგისთვის ყველა მზად არის. ყოველთვის ვერ მოიგებ, შანსი არა მაგის. ის გასვლა და ბიჭო მე ხო პირიქით ვარ ხოლმე მე არ იცი რომელ გუნდთან ბალეში კოფის უაგებს მე ვერ გასავლე აზაი ხო ეგ თემები Bytelabs დაჯდაო. აუ, ყოცმაო, ყველაფერი გააკეთეს მაგის. კონერ მაგეგოლს მევასებდა და ეხლა უფრო დამევასებინე ლეგენდა ეკაცია. აი კომენტარი გააკეთა ხო რაღაც. მადლობა დონაციისთვის უბრალოდ იგივე. მე ვერადოს ვერ ვაჰეითებდი მაგ ტიპს, რატომღაც უმევასებოდა. Arrogant ტიპი არა უხდება. All time საუკეთესო გუნდი რო და კომპლექტო პლუს მწვრთნელი. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციისთვის. ყველას. უცებ ტაიმაუტის ანამარი all time საუკეთესო გუნდი. All time საუკეთესო გუნდი. IGL Apex-ა Encore supporti Zipnixa AWP Monesi Entry Donka და მეორე ანქორი რობზა კოუჩი ბლეიდა მოჭრილი ბიჭო AWP-ს თუ ვიყვან, ზაივოს არა ვიყვანდი AWP-თ, კაცო, მონესი მირჩევნია. მონესი ჯერ არ არის თან თავის პრაიმში. დაელოდით 1-2 წელი და ნახოთ მაგის პრაიმს. ოუჩი სტიკლა. ოუჩი ლაზა, ჯაბჯაბიჩი კოუჩი. აუგებელი სერია. All time.
The fight for the Lanxess continues. For NAVI, one of the most decorated orgs in Counter-Strike. 10 times in the Cologne playoffs over the years versus G2 looking to continue to punch up and steal that spot. A G2 who haven't made a major playoff since they lost Nico and Monesi. But they took trophies at the end of 2025. They look to level up come the end of this season.
Let's get the energy up. I don't know. It went down when we lost 2 rounds or what?
No, it's fine. Guys, just have eye contact with each other, okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
We played 5 rounds without pistol. It's fine, guys.
One round, bro. He killed me.
Can they get back on their pistols here? G2 dealt a long pop. NAVI come charging, G2 concede. We've got the 4th and 5th best pistol players of the stage on opposing teams in Sampayas and Ema. The former dead. Ema as well. Got through the scraps. Mattis handles them. Bomb spotted long. P2K holding on. Nerds has the cover. Doubling, tripling his kills in this map. Nowhere to go.
No worries, just playing clean up. Seen this long flank punish a lot of squads here across the Cologne Major, but you trust Heavy God in those positions. Doesn't go too early, doesn't go too soon. Waits till it's just right.
Split pistols here. And NAVI, as G2 did in that T side, decide to force without the plants.
Nice moves! Let's go!
Heavy God tries to bring that energy back in as G2 look to pull this game back. The lead is right there for the taking. That tells you G2 are fighting tunnels. So NAVI might need a lurk smoke. That or a wonderful pick. No better man for the job, but Nerds is ready for it. And Nerds' recovery is not what NAVI wanted to hear after a 1-kill first
opening of this round though, and so now trying to come in on this mid to B. That seemed to be their grand idea. Now it's ready to shut it all down. Him and Heavy God combining for all the kills in this round. He's trying to go ahead of this smoke. Now 2 players softened up. Really giving him another fight. Nerds just on the spam, keeps it contained.
And 2 multi-kills in a row for Nerds. Could not have come at a better time here for G2, and they're going to be able to convert this pistol, you'd like to think, with just Glocks and Deagles in this 3rd round for NAVI.
It's very, very promising to see a Nerds recovery at least beginning in this 2nd half. Not been a stranger to rough games out here at the Cologne Major, has Nerds. Occasional flourishes of the heights you know he's capable of, but for the most part felt a little underwhelming. And so you want to get him switched back online. The multi-kills to give way to this split scoreline are a welcome sign, but you need this to keep up into the rifles. There should just be a shutdown for Hunter. And support nearby, Sampayas moving in to lend a helping hand out from the spawn. The Eagles are going to find him. Don't let this get too weird, G2. Hunter trying to wrangle this bomb plot. Deny it, but not able to do so. That's a bit of extra money for NAVI at the end of this. Still, lead handed over. G2 into pole position.
Big picture for NAVI, it's all okay. They expect this when they lose pistol. They still get out with a bomb plant to allow everything to come through in this 1st gun round. But things have to start soon here for NAVI. You'd usually expect Blade maybe timeout to come into this, but he's already used 2 in that 1st half, so it would feel almost wasteful to drop it now when there will be many more rounds here in this 1st map. Wonderful's AWP in play. This is where you need Makazi to get going as well. Warmed up with a couple of solid B holds by the end of the CT side. But he is your opener on this T half. He will have to bail you out.
Manti mi nazım diğer araya. Bak counter istemaş.
throughout this whole round, they've been playing with just one man on this B hold, so maybe a little nervous with this lack of mid info, but still no rotation. Bats might start beginning it soon. Walking across, just been a little too quiet here. Gets spammed back from the catwalk, and that will keep his attention honed in on middle. Eventually ending with him cycling over to the right side of the map.
Did it very loud though, almost feels purposeful. NAVI throwing their util. Nerds tries to block as he trusts his own smoke. Out long, Matty steals onto Bit. Flashed in on that long door, G2 5v4. It feels all too obvious now where NAVI are going.
Flash might have been good, Sampire still gets his. Orb to open things up. Next in line to the chopping block. IEM gonna find him. With rotates moving over in a stack here from the start of the round. NAVI are fighting an uphill battle. G2 swanning into the lead quite comfortably now as that first rifle round goes their way.
Oh yeah, NAVI are looking stuck in the mud. They're looking frustrated as well. Come to expect it from this team. Definitely at times have trouble with the mental. Holding themselves to a very high standard. A standard they set.
It also just makes you a little bit nervous as to how NAVI is able to deal with pressure, right? I think out of all their major runs since they went international, this one's evoking a feeling almost similar to Shanghai, where there are some expectations on this team.
Yeah, it came off right. An incredible year into that major and absolutely let themselves down.
And right before this one, you know, they win the trophy out in Atlanta, besting Vitality in a head-to-head. Even before that, trophies in at EPL. It was one where, you know, it felt like NAVI were having this big uptick, moving in the right direction, looking at peak in time for the major, and with that comes a certain pressure to perform.
Things change week to week, but people were calling NAVI the second best team in the world coming into this major. Actually, the results certainly set them up for that. G2 onto double digits, just 1 kill away.
Nikita Rachodze out.
I mean, what's Alexei even supposed to do here? Wants to die. It's going to help level out the money, but Sampayas on this line will give him that wish. Orp arrives on a perfect timing for G2. Double digits now. And they almost can't believe how easy this has been since getting into the second half.
Yeah, nothing too explosive for Sampayas, but steady is he on the AWP. And there is Blade's final timeout.
If he doesn't like what he sees, he will get involved.
არა, ალექსა უკვე წასასვლელია რა. დიდი ალბათობით გაუშვებენ ამ ტურნირის მერე. აი, ჩემი სიტყვები დაიმახსოვრეთ, რომ ძალიან დიდი ცვლილებები იქნება ნავიში.
G2 on their map pick are causing a ruckus. This is where you expect NAVI to step up.
იმეს რაღაცნაირად ჩაძინული სახია.
Looking for short control and Hunter awaits him.
Blade უკვე გამწარებული, ანუ ისეთ რაღაცებს იძახის უკვე გადაკეტილი აქებს.
G2 have tried to have this kind of constant trade of pressure. Oh, you throw the CT smoke, we'll block you in mid and play around it, but they didn't have access to that in this round. B players playing within the bomb site, so it's a little bit more restricted. I don't think Nerds likes this, all the uncertainty that this one smoke causes, so gonna move in to clear it manual mode. Gets the spot that this was nothing more than a ruse. That's a nice reaction for G2. Lowers the nerves of these B players, tells the A guys to prepare for a fight. And so a reblock from Hunter at 40 seconds. That is a bit of a problem for Na'Vi. They might just have to go right through it.
Yeah, they have their wall down. They have every reason to. Charging into this bomb site. It's a bit late lurk, 30 seconds for Na'Vi to find this entry, but it falls in Hunter's favor. He is buying a lot of time on this site. Time that Na'Vi can't afford. They're getting cut down.
Aranai kholi ar mushao saumbedurebis
We've seen G2 make this look possible. Na'Vi are not in a position to do so. And G2 are playing with their food. They'll tuck in. Wonderful 1v4 and nothing being given up. This is a G2 who might punish at the end of the clock. Wonderful just has to try and hold on.
Knew that Mattis wasn't shying away from this fight, but
Nikita Mazepin.
That is a disaster for Na'Vi.
I mean, they had nothing but loss bonus, but now he only has $200. You can't even buy a pistol. Disaster strikes for Na'Vi. These cat executes have looked very weak, very predictable. They found no entries on this T side when they need them.
The whole foundation of this Na'Vi Dust 2's felt so shaky because even with the advantages in that first half, you saw it with your own eyes. It wasn't enough for them to win rounds. And so here, when you're not even getting the entries, you know, what's supposed to happen?
Kasi hasn't had a kill since Rifles have come out. Wonderful's not exactly in positions to do anything with this AWP, supporting the pack, throwing in this util, the one guy who was showing up on CT side before we eventually had Na'Vi hold B. And they won the half, man. 7-5.
Vitality შემოგეს კაი ტურნირი ქონდა, მაგრამ ეხლა იმენა ჩაძმულები არიან ყველა.
G2 want to make it so.
Pushing wonderful imena soloze khera. So
a tricky fight that one, jiggled by Ema on the Tech 9, gun gifted over. This risk from Nerds on the top mid push, has it just handed Na'Vi a way in? Missed shot now for some. And these misses are going to start to cost you. The A site is shrinking. Na'Vi move in, looking for a breakthrough with pistols. One locked across, never open to that Sunpius AWP. Your G2 though, you're telling yourselves any round is winnable from any position. This one though might be asking too much.
Na'Vi stealing around right at the end of this map, it feels like. A push Nerds will regret all the way up top middle on his own with not an ounce of support. And Na'Vi pop that head off. They find their first entry in some time, and they don't waste that opportunity. G2 offer Na'Vi a way back into this game. They will take it.
აი დედანატირები იმას ნაქვია. ნავის და ნაინზის ხო არ უთამაშიათ ერთმანეთს. შეხვედროდნენ ეგენი ერთმანეთს. არის რა.
Made an unnecessary move, an unforced error.
არა, აზრია ნაინზი ამოტენიდა იმენ. შორტზე როგორ ააცილა იმენ ტოტყვია.
Yeah, I mean, this is a similar scoreline to the comeback the Falcons showed against Na'Vi yesterday on Anubis. It was 11-6. Felt like a lock-in. So very quickly, can that compound and get out of control here for G2?
Get out of here.
Can they put it to rest? For long.
ნაინზი გააგდებდა ნავის იმენს.
Everyone loosens up a little bit with the tension broken, winning on the pistols. And so far quicker out towards short this time.
არა მოლოტოვი აქ ხო გამოიცხენით გამოივლის კაცი მხელა გაპიდა უტოვა რანაირ უტილიტის იძლევა ეს ბიჭით AWP-მ რო უტილიტი არის ის ყველაზე ცუდი AWP-ია იმენა მსოფლიოში
Worried about a mid control round here, but it doesn't feel like Bit's entirely given up on these long doors. So wonderful, try and go for the pick there to start this round, and as that smoke fades, they'll group over towards long, looking for this A split. This triple B might be very poorly timed for the G2 squad.
მაგრამ გაკრანჩავენ ორივე შორტის დაკარგულია ლონგის ეგრე ვერ გამოვა რაღაც უნდა აიღოთ
Wonderful still very much at the back of the pack with this bomb. Actually alone right now out in middle. Won't get caught by the cross. NAVI do want to go with this. They've got to take advantage of these positions soon. And it might just start happening now on the back of that Makazi entry. Handing him a 5v4. They set their sights on this A play. Sampaius does what he can. The rest is in Hunter's hands. The captain of G2 overwhelmed. NAVI back-to-back rounds. And a game that is closing up.
Team Ace gets them there. Everybody does their job. Lurk shut down in middle. Perfect util to stop a potential clutch with low time on Hunter in the site. And even that nade on the long smoke catches Nerds repositioning. Everything that can go wrong does for G2. And can you believe that that is their first time out this late in the game? They've been happy with how this one's gone so far. Finally, that gets drawn into question as G2 put all in this integral round. And a game that felt it could have been finished off of that half buy for NAVI. That would have granted G2 12 rounds, but Nerds had other ideas, gave them a gun, gave them a way back in.
And I think, you know, the thing you really hope that doesn't happen now for G2 is Nerds was on a recovery. He got one kill in that first half. But he's given away the swing round that has led NAVI back into the game. And so you kind of don't want him to get in his head again. It was his recovery that held so much promise.
We are fully in control of the game. Just breathe and you are fine. Everything is okay. No stress, nothing.
Give him molly.
G2 trying to stay calm. Can't hide from the fact that these back-to-back rounds have put more pep in the step of NAVI. They are going for a spawn call. Pressure on this B site. Two players lurking mid to B. G2 shuffle over just in time.
He got with the catch on the first. Hunter arriving on a perfect timing. So the B play gets shut down. Two players out here towards middle. They've only got Wonderful back in the tunnels with that AWP to actually draw fire, draw attention. Bit with an important catch. Nerds there to instantly trade. And it's Wonderful tries to come in. Wonderful's been given a bomb plant. Doesn't know it yet, but he's got great time. Sampaius dead. And now a 1v1. The fate of NAVI on this map in the hands of Wonderful. And he's up for the task. Idols turned rivals for this guy. NAVI onto double digits. It's a one-round game.
Despicable 1v4 clutch out of Wonderful with 2 health to do it. A Tech 9 tap headshot and Sampaius jumping through the smoke. Do you not know what you're up against? A Wonderful who has to make a play. And boy does he, the play that might send NAVI into the playoffs. From the brink of defeat and NAVI now favored here in this first map. That was going so very wrong. What a time for Wonderful to stand tall. Player who's been waiting for his flowers.
Arigana amaz gulshin zustad ესეთი კლაჩი არ მოიგო ერთი ხუთზე? ფალკონის წინააღმდეგ დასტოში რა მაგარი კლაჩი მოიგო ჩემ.
Saw that Woxen clutch, made him feel inspired maybe. Had 2 phenomenal clutch rounds out towards this B side from Orpis now. At the tail end of the Cologne Major, stage 3. But this one has massive ramifications.
Oh, look at the gap. Kazi has been very quiet in this T side, has had 1 kill since Rifles came out, but he still finds this space.
Looking
to assure NAVI that nothing will go wrong. Dealing with these pistols.
Just
stumbling into crosshairs.
მომენტია ძმაოს იმენა ტიპმა ჩემი რა გაქლა ჩაკავ.
Just what kind of,
He's got this იმენა ყიროდი ხალხი აქ იმ. კაცი ხმა ხო არის, მის მერე ყიროდნენ კამანდა.
They've got nothing solid to hold on to. Feels like they can lose from any position. It's a complete tonal switch from the squad that were playing earlier. And you've certainly seen some of these nerves setting in. You even heard it somewhat in the halftime. Getting their wires crossed with where their heads are at. Some folks feeling the pressure, feeling like the energy was drained. Others saying it's fine. And now all that uncertainty looks to swallow you up. This 4-round streak for NAVI. A tie game at 11-all. And one final buy round for G2. If they don't do it here, Dust 2 goes against them. They lose their pick in the series. And at that point, everything hangs in the balance. NAVI will be going on a comfortable ground, feeling like they recovered a map. They almost felt destined to lose with some of these rounds in that first half.
Just very impressive resilience. They did this with no timeouts. Blade called it 4 rounds ago. 4-round streak. NAVI stay in this game, ready to write them off. You can feel the difference in NAVI looking a lot more comfortable on this T side, taking a lot of space early in this round. No threat from lower, no threat from short. G2 wouldn't possibly dare. So NAVI get to call the shots. This last mid to B was a bit messy. It comes down to
მერვე რაუნდზე კოპექს ვიტრო არა მერვე რაუნდი.
Two players sat in their own mid door
smoke. Არიგან რჩება 1-4-ზე კლაჩი ნახე ბიდორი და რეებს აკეთებს.
Such an advantage in shutting
down
that
City-ზე მოკლავს ორკას სპრეითი, ტრანსფერს გადმოატარებს საიტზე და მე ტუნელში ვანტაპს გაართავს.
Reblocked in middle. It might just come down to a 4v1 of this B bomb site. G2 hedging their bets on A. They've read it wrong.
At this point, it's heavy goat or it's nothing. Guy needs to deal with all of NAVI single-handedly.
Heavy goat.
Looking up for the job right now. Makazi just hands over that second.
Heavy goat-ას დაეხმარეთ ბიჭო. არა, არ
Now it's on the nerds to try and play. Try and
Manchester
follow through. The rest of
არავინ არ
G2 still
ეხმარება ძმაო, რა
hesitating in
გააკეთე
these
სამკაცს.
rotates.
რა გააკეთე სამკაცს ამეტიტო.
He swings this window.
ამ რაუნდსაც თუ წააგებენ იმენა საგინებლები არიან სათითაოდ ნერძა იმენა განსაკუთრების საგინებელი
write this round off, but if you go for it and you come up short, you're broke.
You almost feel destined to go for this, and that could be the undoing of G2. How hard is this B bomb site? We're about to find out. This will cost them everything.
All 4 players arriving from the mid side. They've got one flash.
ის აკაცია დავსემო.
To try and begin this retake. Pull it off before it even begins.
Run away.
Hunter is gone. And the save call. They lose their captain. They lose their edge. G2 run away.
It hurts. It really hurts. But it's absolutely the right call for G2. They cannot afford to lose these guns. NAVI go hunting. They won't find anything. G2 keep 3 rifles, they keep themselves on this map, but make no mistake, this is NAVI on the street, 5 straight T rounds.
აი ესე თამაშის ყურება რომ იგდეს ჩემს წინ ვიღაცა ადგეს და ნავი ყიროდეს იმენა დავახჩო.
Heavy God does so much and it is not enough. You could not have asked for more on that hold.
And you can just see how, it's reinvigorated this whole team as the game's gone on. The cooling's gotten better. They've so often been in the right place. They've dodged these stacks. They've had the right reads. Communications flowing. Smiles all around. G2, it's nothing but stress. NAVI, one by one, have worked to inspire each other and got themselves switched back online just in time. Think about how animated Blade was yesterday in that Falcons match. The look of disappointment on his face. Well, now it's determination. Maybe a bit of pride that the guys have been able to build back from such a one-sided game. Job's not done yet, but Wonderful's helped them out. In this final round of regulation, Heavy God's got to do it at low health.
That hurts. Hey, outlaw quick for NAVI. But look at the change. Through the smoke. Is he going to commit and die for this position? Nade on the smoke. Six to line them up. And what an admirable effort. It's put them in the 2v2. It's given G2 a fighting chance. Despite the double entry for NAVI, they're still here.
G2, NAVI, G2.
For G2.
აი მოლოტოვი არავის არ დაწავს შენ თავს ვიცავ.
They've got to try and claw this one back against the might of Wonderful's AWP. Try and sneak across with that smoke down. Some Pius knows you don't get many shots, you don't get many chances. Burns himself down low. Wonderful just took his eyes off. Comes in on the perfect timing. And now Makazi, not exactly been his strongest game here. 11 and 20. A struggling match for Navi's explosive piece. But still a world where he can end this with a bang. Knows where both players are. Feeling very claustrophobic. Know that one pixel straying too far can give this away. Makazi's got to be so careful and considered in these fights. Sampaius gives up the aim of the game. Don't tell me Makazi is about to clutch up big and take this for Navi!
Cudები არიან, ძალიან ცუდები არიან ჯიტინი, ძალიან. ამ ნავისთან რო აგებ, ძალიან ცუდი ხარ იმით.
Back in Cologne, he showed up in the playoffs last year. He looks to get Navi there again today. Makazi moment, 1v2 clutch, and Navi steal G2's map pick away.
ხერს ვაფშე არ ჩამოვართვედი ნერძას, იმენა გატროლა თამაში. შევიგო და არ დაეხმარა სამი კაცი მოკლედ კაცმა იმ ბიზე. აი თამაში წავიდა, იმედია ინფეროშიც კაი ესე თამაში წავა.
Navi on the brink of defeat, but they do not let it slip away today. After what was a dire start to the second half, they course correct on their T side, and thanks to some wonderful individuals, they steal this one away from G2. And what a way for Makazi to clutch that one out, Yanko.
Yeah, stepped up at the final round, but that was just a monumental collapse from G2. 11-7 up, you're going up against a half buy, and then some questionable aggression from their individuals, and everything falls apart from that point on.
Give Wonderful a pay rise, that's what I'm saying. That's incredible. Makazi, can this kickstart his tournament? They've needed this so badly so far, and there's nothing going on from that T side, but it closes the game out in the end.
Yeah, a fantastic form to be fighting back into it. Obviously for G2, there's going to be more to be desired. Hopefully they can bounce back on what will be the second map of this series. But going to be a tricky one, considering this was their map pick. They chose this for a reason, Yanko, and it felt like just slipped away from them.
Even more so than the map pick, just the fashion in which they lost. I mean, that was absolutely horrendous. You had full control, you had everything going for you. You had a great...
Kudr, მარტო ეგ დაგჭა? მარტო G2-ს მოგება დაგჭა? აი თამაში იყო, როგორ მოუგო 4-1-ზე 2 HP-ით ბიჭო, რა მაგარი ისტრანი თამაშია მართლად. ვერ წავიწით ხე თამაში დაგჭა მარტო და ჯდება ბილეთი? თავისი მაპი გატროლეს თან ინფერნოზე ისი იმედიღა უნდა გქონდეს გადაულიანდეს. 2-0-ია წესით. არა მგონია მირაჟამდე მივიდა. ნახე ბიჭო რა ცოტა ერთი ტყვით მეტი რო ქონოდა თო ერთი ტყვით მეტი. ეს რას აკეთებს ეს ვაფშე რატო გამოდის ეგრე ავეპია ხო იცი ბიჭო რატო მორბის ეგრე ტოვე ვერ ხვდები ან ამას სმოუკი გაქვს რაღაცა ფლეშიში აგდე რამე რა ვიცმო ვერ ნახე კარიგანის კლაჩი ბოლომდე განადგენ და თუ არ ვერ აუდი ნახე და დაიფრე აი ძმა არ არსებობს კარიგენა რომ და აი ეს რაუნდი კიდე როგორ ვერ მოიგეს ნახე აქაც როგორ არ გაუმართლა არა და თავში გაარტყა ბიტას და არა ხუმრობ ბრო რა ის კარიგანას კრაჩი კარიგანას კლაჩი თვითონ არ აქვს ნანახი ვაფშე 1-5-ზე აქვს 1-5-ზე აქვს მოგებული კარიგანას კლაჩი ოღონდ იმაში 1-6-ში 4-4 უნდა ქონოდა სვეჩი და გაჰოლდავდა ყველაფერს რა ის A1 თვა ეკორი რო ხარ რა ის A1 ჩემი იმენა აი რო არიცის რა მიბაძოს გოუთს რა გიორგი კოშაძეს აუ ეს ისეთი ბანანი არის ბებო თუ შევჭამა გეფიცები რა იმენა მწვანე ბანანი გააძრეს მე მოჩი იცი როგორი ბანანი აი რო უნდა ჩაკბიჩო ხო იცი რო არ იშლება ობლეიდა და ბიტა რამ სიმაღლეები არიან აუ ბიტა რა გაწვთნილია ნახე მარჯვენის ქნევაში აი ამაპის გაწურვის რა გითხრა თითქმის შეუძლებლად მიმაჩნია ეხა ისეთი გატილტულები იქნებიან მით უმეტეს
Seven, 11-8 at this point, right? Okay, oh, we're winning against this.
არ 8 წუთი როგორ დარჩა კიდე რა ვაკეთოთ 8 წუთი ეს შეცვენებები ვინ მოიფიქრა ეგრევე უნდა იწყე არა მოიტანა ქეშაუთი გამოიტანო $9 დადებო და 10 გაგაგ ძმა პლეიუში ხარ შეირგე რა ძმა სანამ ზუთა
My opinion.
I don't know. Is that?
What the?
Oh dear. Vitality caught sleeping on the new update.
Apex here, hoping to find cover on a map they usually avoid.
Cancel boost. Get a storm.
Aura lamazia, bicho.
Something in the middle. Robin, careful. There's a thingy in donut. Calm, guys. Let's relax. Adapt. Play inside. Focus on your crosshairs.
Sorry, ნაითუჟერები უყენია და აურა კარგი რაღაცას აკეთებენ ბიჭო. აი ესეთი ფილმი რო გადაიღონ არა?
Tech. It's back on. Round still live. Focus on your crosshairs. Flashlights, guys, flashlights. Guys, I've got nothing. What the fuck, guys? You have to listen to me now. We are fucking playing shit CS. We are the best of all time on this map. There's nothing we cannot overcome. Let's fucking go, boys.
Ouch, that rafted. Aura lamazia. Bicho!
Finally, they turned this shit up.
You say that history is written by the victors. Well, that makes Apex the author of modern Counter-Strike.
Putain!
What the fuck is going on with this game? There are holes, tornadoes. There's not good yes and not enough us. Fucking man. I just hope it's the yes and last fucking major, mate.
Bravo, yes,
Well, you may want to beat Team Vitality, but you can't do that unless you make it to those major playoffs. NAVI lock in map 1 of this series against G2.
მე რო არ თამაშობ პროცენტის პოზიციაზე ეგ არის პლეიმეიკერია იმე bro, ვერ ჩაანაცვლებ. აქ პოზიციის. მადლობა დონაციის. მინუსალე კოპლუს კრაბენიც კიდე ცუდი გადაწყვეტილება, უკეთესი აიდიარი შეგვიძლია გააძროს, კრაბენი არ მოხდეს.
Have they fumbled their best opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, that is just the feeling, isn't it? At the end of Dust 2, multiple chances where they could have looked to close. But if there's one guy who really, really wants this for NAVI right now, you're looking at wonderful, man. That clutch to keep the dream alive. Been in phenomenal form all tournament. You're just getting the best games out of Wonderful you could ever ask for.
And I'm so glad that Makazi jumped on that train as well, because he had a very quiet second half of that map, but he showed up to win the 1v2 on low health against G2 to steal it away in regulation. Very impressive showing for Makazi. His first event in this team was last year. He had a great group stage. He had an even better playoff, a 1.21 on the stage, and they lost to Spirit in a semi-final. Makazi was no problem in that matchup. He showed he can hang on the big stage. So let's see if NAVI can get there. Second map of this series, their pick, Inferno, and an opportunity to go to another major playoff.
აბა დონაციებისთვის ყველას მებოჭიგრები ხართ გაინგენაცვალეთ. დავედით წესით. წესით მესამე მაპიც უნდა იყოს, მაგრამ ნახოთ რა ვიცი. თან ჯერა თან არა.
G2 trusting nerds to hold down this B site.
ნო, ესეთი ვიწყებთ, გვინდა რაუნდები. მესამე მაპი გავწულოთ მირაჟში. კარი განაწარბებით რო ისვის ეგ არის იგიჟე CS:GO-ში ის რო და ეგრე აქ არ ვიცი. ვაიმე.
That's one hell of a way to get things going. Dink down range on a heavy god. You'll take that if you're NAVI as you just try and ease into this T side. They know the G2 have been reflecting at the end of that devastating loss. Prepare themselves for a G2 that are looking to bounce back. I set on an A play and a stack here for the G2 squad. Smokes come in, so do NAVI. Util to get this one going. Molly's to try and clear out the pit. Mattis up close. He's in the pit side alongside his captain.
Nice.
A lot of eyeballs over here on shore.
NAVI
try and change their mind. Here towards this A play. So expect the reaction from G2, but Nerds hasn't bitten down upon it. NAVI look like they might reset. There's still more twists and turns in this one, but with 20 seconds, NAVI have got to go.
He would have been valuable there. Mattis has fallen. Hunter hiding out inside of the site. Needs to hit headshots. Wonderful the trade. Just enough time to put that bomb down. And Nerds is late to this party.
Looking for a giveaway round back on Dust 2. Let NAVI into it. Is Nerds up for the task of this clutch, or is he feeling flustered? Two players in front of him, and they face him right away. NAVI, start as you mean to go on. Well, they'll pick it up where they left off. Another victory to kickstart this second map.
Decisive move there in that 2v1. They just chase him down. Absolutely fearless game out of NAVI. On the cards here on Inferno after picking up an impressive comeback on Dust 2. Looking to charge into the playoffs. Split pistols last map. NAVI take the first here. G2 go for the force on the CT side. Questions as to this banana hold. We've Seen some highlights from Nerds in this position at this major so far. Got to be required in this first half.
ფურცლებზე გაუწერია ტაქტიკები, ანტისტრატი.
Enough time for NAVI to keep you guessing. Even with these smokes, it doesn't tell you a lot. Sampires tries to commit ahead of them, confirming position clear. NAVI are grouping for this B site. G2 actually decide not to rotate. That's a big kill as well. It's going to free things up. Hunter's moved away with that smoke. He's uncertain. There's a gap. And so NAVI just walk right in.
That's with the first, but now more needed from these pistols. Oh,
nice.
To contain the spillover, they'll manage it.
Nice.
And so an early bounce back from
Furia versus
G2.
Spirit ფინალი, მაგას მიშონე 9-ი გავიდეს ფინალში. მაგრამ ფინალი მინდა Falcons-ი Furia მინდა ფინალი ყველა ვარიანტში. გამეორება მინდა PGL-ის ტურნირის. ძალიან მაგარი ტურნირი იყო. მაგარი თამაში დაუშვეს.
Very hard to get through.
Raisi ბრეკეტი შეხვდა Furias ფინალამდე გასასვლელი ვერ ვიდგა.
Upgraded pistols, G2 winning the force by. And now Bits hero Galil. That's all NAVI have to work with.
Look at the gap he's found. Bit one to trust his read of the game. NAVI trusting it too.
Whoa.
Carrying them through to a double set of entries. That's all the space you needed. Bits provided more than enough.
You were not ready for that. You're on Moto. You're getting peaked and short at the start of the round.
And that's a save call for G2. They're writing this one off. Resmoke Moto only sells it even further. They're out of there.
I don't even know how you justify that to yourself. Bit just walks out mid, he finds the gap. Is that prep? Is that you finding space and just walking with it? Who knows? It is perfect for Bit. Just walk straight into the empty position as G2 gamble B. And the read of dreams here for NAVI has put them right back on the board.
I mean, if Dust 2 ended up becoming all about wonderful, time for Bit to remind us what he's made of, because he's been the other guy hitting tremendously hard at this major.
Yeah, that's why yesterday felt like such an anomaly. Why it couldn't have come at a worse time. But all can be forgiven today. Saw didn't use the timeout till about 20 rounds into the game, back on Dust. G2 force up. They did save 3 rifles. It's not a bad buy.
All good, guys. Just focus, please, okay? Stop fucking being perfect with smokes, with AGs, with touch. It's not you, Nikita. It's not your mistake. All good, okay? Just don't tilt Nikita because of it, okay? We are talking so much bullshit without reason.
Stress getting to G2. Understandably.
Nikita's really out of you.
Been kind of one of the reigning mantras that we've heard in these G2 timeouts. Doesn't have to be perfect. We just have to be on the same page. Sadly feeling a little disconnected when you lose a round like they just did. And so again, NAVI gonna try and play with this A space. At least that's how it looks from the offset. They keep Makazi over towards Banana, so they still have the option to bring this one back if they want. Smoke's fall in the way of Sunpius, and now Hunter, a decision to make. Does he want to try and brave a mid-fight? Goes looking for a scrap.
Unlucky.
Gives away the opening. Sunpius thinking maybe he wanted to come through there, decides against it. They are waiting in this long smoke. They've heard him on that jump, and so not getting out of this one alive.
Not sure what he was hoping for there.
There we go, the goal for sure.
And now you're in a really potent position. You know, at most, it should just be one guy in the site. That's about to get confirmed with this spot over long. Still, Nerd's good for a double. They need to clear Heavy God. Got to keep their wits about them, because that SMG up close is a problem. Heavy God falls.
Nice. Main შემოbrუნდა რაუნდი.
And G2 going tit for tat with NAVI to start Inferno.
რაუნდში მიყვარს ესეთ თამაშები.
5v3 straight up for NAVI. Double entry. They concede long. They regroup on the short hit, but no moto smoke. It actually fades by the time they get out short. It's a perfect line for Nerds. Look at that bloom just disappear. An easy lineup, baits him into Heavy God. NAVI just get turned to mulch. Shockingly easy for G2 when you consider the man disadvantage. NAVI caught looking a little silly there. Left with just AKs. Is Bit going to try and look for a gap again? Ahead of the smoke. Ahead of the smoke. Sunpius doesn't know. It's not peeking wide enough.
Can't have Bit find this gap twice over. No. Again, an entry from Bit as he leads the pack. Rest of NAVI were going to follow through behind it. They've changed their mind, putting pressure on long. Now falling back for the short commit. Heavy God nearly swings out there blind, ends up recovering, but you're going to need more from Heavy God before this round is over. Hunter getting himself stolen away, tucked into this corner hard.
Nikita Mazepin position
now for Wonderful. This isn't an AWP and a post plant anymore. This is a rifle seeking 3 entries. G2 here have the site reinforced. Looking to win out in these forced by wars. And Wonderful's hoping so much that they're the ones to make an error, but they count down, they swing them together. That's G2 on the same page to shut out that clutch.
Oh, these rotates are so quick, and that's why these B players just keep punishing on Moto. NAVI are getting entries into A. They're trading out well, but then G2 just have an open sight line, and they are knocking NAVI out as they go for this A hit. I won't even call it an execute. It is lacking the smoke. And G2 are bringing it. Winning out despite a lost pistol, finally putting NAVI on eco. That save a couple rounds ago, well worth it. As by the end of it all, G2 will sit with a 2-round lead. It's a bit of a kick in the teeth for NAVI. And one thing that seems really reassuring here for G2 is how good Heavy God is today. He showed up on Dust 2. He was doing all he could. Okay. It's just pistols, right? What could go wrong? Heavy God falls with no one else will. G2 know they're in the pit.
Nades have just whittled Bits round away. He's still been able to provide something, but at 11 HP, armed with only this Deagle, there's a limit even to Bit and what he's capable of. So here's your kind of delayed gratification of these conversions if you're G2. Blade immediately gonna hop on in. Feel like surely he's noticed in these first few rounds just how fast and loose G2 are playing with the rotates.
And maybe NAVI the same, because you know, they're getting into good positions. They're getting out of mid-space for free, and they keep finding picks in A, and so you kind of understand why NAVI are committing to these executes. But now, you know, in back-to-back rounds, they've done exactly that, and G2 have shut them down from disadvantage. So maybe the call is to cool off, you know, play the round out, use the clock more. Haven't seen any presence on this B site yet for NAVI. No banana control taken in this game. And so there are a lot of options that NAVI haven't utilized in this T side, and maybe breathing a bit more is one of them.
I mean, it's sort of one of the go-tos for NAVI, isn't it, right? Take the pace out of this a little. If You get those openers, just let the, 5v4, 5v3, whatever it may be, speak for itself.
I mean, it's something we saw back on last map, right? These man advantages lost. Lots of early picks for Wonderful and CT Dust 2. Not a lot of rounds from those moments.
Well, G2 are expecting a change off of that timeout, and they've kind of correctly preempted
this. This round is G2 კარგი რანია უკვე, აი მე იდეალური. მაგრამ ჩატალახებს კაი ინფერნო აქვს ციტი საიდი რო იცოდე. მე არავის არ მინდებს ფული არ ბეთავ.
Great util. They lock NAVI out of this position. It's a reassuring sign, despite this not being a B round. The G2 have the protocols in place. They have that banana control back. And so, minute on the clock for NAVI, and they don't have anything to show for this. Some low health, barely getting util out of G2. Are they going to walk right back up banana late in the round silently, hoping G2 have perhaps over-rotated, but Nerds still has support in the form of Mattis. Chasing.
The reload, they hear them falling back from that aggression, but now blocked in at top banana. Feeling like you really have to go through it. They will get an entry. Nerds getting burnt out, but it's Keen double. And G2 still in this round.
He gets barren. He hunted Mao. What ჩამომიწერთ ხოლმე, მაგრამ ბიტა იგებს ამას ახლა.
8 and 4, but the fate of this smoke hangs him out to dry. Sandwiched by G2. No miraculous clutch.
უფრო mესამე მაქვს გულ შემატკივრობ.
All right, Captain Hunter delivering the goods here for G2. That's a 3K
უკეთეს ფორმაშია ბევრად.
A shutout on that bomb plant, even with smokes down. NAVI not trusting it, going for the safe plant. Anything but with coffins open, and it feels like G2 have a third player in every position. Fourth player in A, third player in B. That is a rotate back for Hunter. It is so well timed.
Yeah, he's putting himself in positions to succeed. It's reflected in the scoreboard, sitting right up at the top by quite some margin. This is Hunter trying to lead by example.
Trusting his read of the game and having a great one in this map. Knowing where NAVI are at all times. This is always a scary setup. If you miss the shot, they don't. Could have trapped Heavy got in. Instead, both players get to leave with a killer piece.
I mean, just think about how much of a nuisance.
Finger grip-ი რა თემა, ან მაუსი როგორ უჭირავს.
Towards the apartments, had that one round here with the Deagle where he's able to get the harass off. So just go and get rid of him. Don't let him long the round out. Don't let him find these timings. They deal with him early. And that feels like it gives you so much freedom. Now sat pretty in a 5-on-3. And the one guy that's had you looking over your shoulder is dead.
Oof.
Well, where that came from, Sampires connects onto Makazi. 5v2, just got to walk it over the line. Now Hunter is here to support. Now, absolute heroic step up here from the captain of G2, the Cologne winner in Hunter. The surviving piece of that roster back in 2023. And playing with pieces of the very team he beat in that grand final in Sampires and Nerds.
არ უხდება, ლურჯი არ მოუხდება, მწვანე უფრო უხდება ორადიანოს. აი რომ მწვანეს რო ხედა, მე რო ვამჩინო ხოლმე და ლურჯი შეიძლება არ შევამჩნიო. უხდება მწვანე.
Even though major playoffs may be a different conversation for this G2 team, stage experience is not. We've seen a lot of these guys pop off in arenas over these last few years. But as many have learned this week, getting there is the hardest part.
Hunter just has a very calm demeanor in and out of the server, and that translates very nicely to these high-pressure moments. And you got to find it inspiring, I think, if you're the rest of the G2 players, right? You hit tab, you see where your captain sits on the scoreboard. You kind of tell yourself, look, if he's willing to do all this, surely we can. The shutdown at Banana, NAVI. And their attempt to take this space quickly was locked out. Attempted trade back for bit, but Sampires Orb able to rid him from this round. Leaves an unlikely 2v4 attempt on the cards for Wonderful and IEM. They're split up here in their approach. IEM going alone out in a top middle. And this is Hunter's domain. Right round that corner, ready for it. Hunter with the killing blow. That's the bomb dropped out on long.
G2 just setting traps all over the map right now. That double lap set up in a couple of rounds. This one, they burn Na'Vi back into the swing in B. I don't think Na'Vi wanted to jump the gun on that B hit, but they get forced to by that molly. Alexi says, swing with me. 2 players dead in the car. Wonderful in another clutch. Is he really going to be up for the job? Orp on this shot will connect. And so Sunpius does not let this one get out of control. G2 making up for their mistakes of dust. This is 6 rounds in a row, building out of control for G2. And Na'Vi have not had many rounds up B. But that's one they'll remember. We've seen very strong utility from G2 on the CT side.
I think it's one of the brutal things about this map, you know, when you feel like you're running into the wall, when Banana is just closed at the hands of convincing util, convincing gunfights out of the B players. It kind of puts you in a real box, doesn't it, right? If you can't take Banana, you don't get to go play for this B site. That's why we've seen just a rung of these A hits constantly for Na'Vi. It's the only space they're getting. It's the only space they're being given. And even then, they've struggled at converting even with the openers. So again, it's back to this A play. And Alexi classic, an apps pop for Na'Vi.
Oh, we're digging deep. We're getting desperate now because G2, with only 1 flash in their face, have no problem locking this down. Missed shot won't cost you as the rifles come in. But wait, it does. Double entry from Alexi. Suddenly, Na'Vi are in the conversation.
Akasi on the AWP. Shot and Mattis with that pickup. Now they start closing in. Alexi thought he'd done enough with the double, but more is demanded of Na'Vi's captain. Both players there. Here's them. Lines up the first. Gets to long this one out. And maybe on the back of it, Na'Vi can make something of this T-side here.
Perfect there for G2. That's a 2v5 with the trades from Alexi. Heavy got Sunpius and Hunter all get a kill apiece. 1 missed AWP shot and then
ერთხელ კაროჩე პრაგზე ვარ TV-ში რა და ტრეინია და აფერიდან გადმომიხდნენ კამანდა რა. ერთი 3 კაცი გადმოხტა და ერთი დგას მარცხნივ, ერთი შუაში, ერთი მარჯვნივ და გავაქარე და ამათ შუაში ვესროლი იმენა, ვერცეც ვერ გავარყი. აი ჩემზე ცუდი გავეპე რავი იმენა, არ შემაგინებინოთ, ეხა ჩემზე ცუდი გავეპე ვინც ხართ ვიდეო.
And as we've already said, this B site has been on lock. Na'Vi have not put a bomb down there yet.
მე ვარო ითხოვს ის. ლექციო შენ გაგიქანებ თუ გინდა.
This round is everything. Lose it, and you're destined to get stomped out of your T side.
თუ გასოს ვენატოს კაფი რო იყო იქიდან გიცი.
Win it, and we have a game of Counter-Strike.
ვენატოს კაფი. ვენატოს კაფი. ჩატარდა ვენატოს კაფი არ მახსოვს. გპ-ში? ლექცუსაც იყო ვენატოს კაფზე. Looks
like he wants to come through this. Flash is deployed, no one fires off, and so maybe the attempt at an info flash there doesn't commit to that engagement, just holds the other side of the smoke. Alexi's going to try and break this. Waiting for this exact move, but a backstab for Alexi. Hunter needed that trade, couldn't secure it. Again, entry kills from Alexi B. Now they leave it off to IEM in this clutch. Can he make it look as easy as Alexi did in that last round? A string of clutches to try and pull Na'Vi back into the conversation. It's facing first from the long side. Util out, IEM doesn't pounce yet. Knows he's about to get delivered a fight, and he's clinical with it. And now IEM buys himself a few more seconds, dancing around these side boxes.
Ai, me bicho, ჯითუ რა ტროლები არიან, ვერ ვიჯერებდო. რა ტროლები ხართ, ბიჭო ესეთითო. შეუძლებელია უბრალოდ ესეთი კლაჩების წაგება.
1v4 on Dust 2, being Mikazi closing that map with a 1v2, Alexi the same. Now IEM enters, everybody's getting in these late round situations, and NAVI are staying alive. Fourth round will not break G2's money. So nothing will come easy for NAVI. But G2 would love to just get back on the board. Not feel like they've once again let their opponent back into a match.
Have to contend with this deep banana aggression yet. Mikazi still good for the clear entry.
Well, we finally get a proper B execute here because G2 don't have the resources to refight Banana. Even this rotation just has one flash on Hunter, so if NAVI throw everything in, G2 can't stop them. NAVI get the choice to explode.
Ooh.
Smoke. Oh, that cost you. Alexi and Mikazi both get farmed, and that bomb is out of there, hoping to link back up with an A play that Bit has to provide. Locked off in the apartments, that's forced a redirection. And G2 are closing in real quick on this backstab. This door about to close. Wonder even if they saw a glimpse of Bit there crossing in top middle. G2 playing it forward. No, they have NAVI in a box right now. Some pious AWP on this line. Hunter with the backstab, one missed shot, but not looking to cost them this time. Some pious makes up for it, and G2 stop the string of clutches on Inferno.
ორი კლაჩი წააგეს. ეს რაუნდი, მაინც 7 რაუნდი აიღეს, ხო? არა, 8-4 დაჟე, ბიჭო და ორი კლაჩი წააგეს, 10-2 უნდა იყოს. მე ბარხი გამოიწერე სტრიმი და ლაიქეთ, ვისაც არ გაქვს გამოწერილი და დალაიქებული. ხონა იქნება. ვალეკო რას ნერვიულობს, უეჭველი იცის რომ იბენჩება და რა ცუდია ესეთი შეგრძნება რო გაქვს. ავარა და ბოლო დროს კარგად გამოიყურებოდა ნავი რა ჭირტო რა ეტაკად. რა 3-2-ზე როგორ უნდა გადიოდნენ პლეი-ოფში. არც ერთხელ არ დაუბენჩი ვარ არავის. მე ვბეჭდავდი ყოველთვის შენ თავს. აზუ და გიზმი მოყავთ. აზუ, გიზმი და ვინმე ბრიტანელი, ერთი მეზი და ეგ არის ბრიტანული ორგანიზაცია ხდება ეგრევე, კიდე გუნდი ხდება ნავი. ტომასა მოყავთ კიდე, ტომასა ქოუჩად. პლეიდასაც უშვება. აუმაჯოს წაგებული ვარდება? კი, ვარდება. პირდაპირ რეისით მიდიან სახლში.
Surviving here with clutches on NAVI for the most prolific system team in Counter-Strike. It was begging a bit of a question. How would they fare with the heart-racing, adrenaline-pumping style of getting by on individual brilliance? And the answer, well, it was a T-side that felt a little jittery, a little jumpy. Giving away that final round of the half sees G2 with an 8-4 lead.
I don't know what to say. What are these rounds that they are winning, bro?
It is crazy. But it's fine, boys. There might be a couple of more, but don't fucking crack. Don't let them get to you. It's all fine.
I cannot believe actually what is happening.
G2 is shocked the rounds are coming so quick and so easy because it's NAVI, Giddy, and jumping into their crosshairs.
Man.
From disadvantage after disadvantage, G2 stave off NAVI. But NAVI now look for both pistols in this map. Entry for Alexei, G2 surrounding the A site.
Gabenches Krazi, why me როგორ მეწყინა? Кайხანი და გაეკეთებინეთ, რა. მერტო მაპატია, მაგრამ არ შეიძლება ეგეთი მოთამაშის გუნდში გაჩერება რა, ძალიან ცუდია. არ ვიცი, ვის დაიტოვებენ, მადლობა დონაციისთვის. ანუ ვის მოიყვანენ.
Hunter looking for space out, long bites off more than he can chew. That leaves it on Heavy God, and NAVI come in quick with a pistol victory to begin this second half.
Right, something, but again, we can't afford to get ahead of ourselves. They won the first pistol, and look how that ended up. It was a back and forth affair till G2 finally broke them. So NAVI need to keep a cool head on their shoulders in this CT side. As we heard G2 in that halftime feeling very happy about the opportunity they've been given to close this game out. Couple of slower, quieter players here in this map for NAVI, and it is incredible Dust 2 on 2 frags now, and Makazi not far ahead. They will be called upon come this CT side. G2 ready to charge it in.
This one's meant to be a gimme. Chance for Alexei to make a bit of cash out towards the spawn. They do lose Ema.
Here we go.
Been itching for a fight.
That's
make another appearance for G2. We've not seen a whole lot over towards Banana. It was an area of the map largely neglected by NAVI in that first half. And G2 going to keep this an A-focused game, or do they try and cast a bit of a wider net in their first rifle round?
Got to keep them honest in Banana. Both teams hesitate to throw much in. Second molly for G2. Just to make sure NAVI aren't ready to swing, but they are. Ready for the retake nades. High HE, Makazi swings as Navi look to stop G2 at the door. Panics off the flash. G2 don't know numbers, they can only guess.
Wow. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციისთვის, მაგრამ მეეჭვება bro. მეეჭვება ამ ნავი. რა პლეიოფში ვაფშე სხვა გუნდები იჩნდებიან ხოლმე, რა ვიტალიტიმაც ეგრე იცის, ერთ თამაშს აგებს ჯგუფურში და მე დაფრინავენ. თან მით უმეტეს ბოლო თამაში რაც ქონა ვიტალიტის ბეთ ბუმთან ძალიან მაგრად ითამაშეს. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციისთვის ყველას მეგობრები ხართ. ლაიქი თქვენ ჩემგან.
Most neglected bomb site all game, finally going to get some action.
There's
the entry that brings you in. Dealt with straight away. This is an instant save call for NAVI. 2 clean entries, all it takes to end a round on Inferno. Might not believe that after the first half we had. But this more standard round, G2 just reaping the reward of a smoke spam out of some pious.
Just heard Navi use so much util in retaking top car very early in the round, and G2 were nowhere near. They weren't under threat. They didn't lose any health to that utility, so they're just fine to wait it out and then recommit to a B execute, something we never really saw happen for Navi. Just one attempt to the end of that first half, shut down by a single flashbang. Navi had nothing to stop them here. Perfect entries here from G2, put them on the board come their gun round.
I hope it's a bit of a realization for Navi when this round ends and they hit tab, they look for that utility damage, they see they didn't do a lot. They might need to rethink the pace they imagine G2 are operating at, because that was a slow banana take. And so none of that early util finding damage. Even said it during the round, it was a lot of resources and they did not get a lot of bang for their buck on that banana take.
Final one. Here for Blade. And again, I mean, Navi have dug themselves out of worse spots, that's for sure, but...
I mean, look, you like that Wonderful's keeping some residual money to try and bring out that AWP. You feel like it has to be a big focal point of this CT side, because he went from being the guy that saved their life on Dust 2 to now 2-11 here on Inferno. But that almost comes with the territory. You wait for the second half. You're a CT player with that AWP. Hasn't had the chance to dom one yet. I might only have, you know, one proper go at it if things don't change soon for Navi. Is at least making sure he can. This won't be an AWPless CT side for Wonderful. Oof. It's fine, great damage. And if there was one guy you don't want brought down low at the start, it's Bit.
Now confined to back pits for the rest of the round, even off the M4. Trying to keep Banana. Damage through the smoke onto Hunter. They're getting very close here, RG2. Nerds just called the bluff. He's walked through the smoke off the wall back from Makazi, maybe counting ammo. As Makazi reloads back in spawn, he has nothing but smoke flash. And again, it could just come down to this single entry. Pop through the CT smoke. G2, they're running in. Makazi, he doesn't call their bluff. He doesn't believe it. G2 just charge. A single flash wins them that entry. And they put the bomb down. They find a 10th. That is quite a pace for G2. That is not what Navi were expecting.
I mean, you talked about, you know, coming into this game, Makazi's kind of debut in Cologne is outing in the jersey. A troublesome note there, but it was one you thought he'd kind of started to figure out, wrap his head around, but he's just looking kind of out of the game right now.
ზოგადად მე ბანანს რო ვყიდულობ ყოველთვის ჩემი ზომის ბანანს რა მე რა მიხდით ეხა რა ხოდა ეს მაგ აქცია რა ანუ ხო ხვდებით ეხა უკვე როგორი აქციები მაქვს ამიტომ 450 ლაიქამდე. ყველას ეს 8 სანტიმეტრი. დავსო, დღეს აქციები აღარ იქნება მეტი. იმიტომ თქვენ გადაწყვიტეთ.
Იდა თუ არ გინდათ მოვა. Budapest was also great for him as an individual. That's his highest rated playoff with the exception of the trophy they won back in Pro League.
საკმაოდ კარგი ბანანი არის.
He's had some really good games in
არა
arenas.
მარტო 450 ლაიქამდე მეტი არ
Navi are not there yet. G2 are slowly but certainly steadily.
ფინალზე მაგარი აქცია იქნება და ფინალზე 1000 კაცს თუ დავდეთ. ფინალზე 1000 კაცს თუ დავდეთ, ისეთ აქციას გავუშვებ, შეიძლება გაგიზეთ.
At 2-11, it's all eyes on him to try and recover. But I think one of the hard things, one of the bitter pills to swallow on
15 იქნება აქცია ფინალზე. ყველა ვინც დაალაიქებს სტრიმს მაგათვის და
he's got no util in this round. So
1000 მაყურებელზე კარგია რა.
And he's going to go hunting for this opening. Orp with a swing and a miss, but he will make up for it. More ready to come around the corner for G2.
ბაზარი არა ზოგს გენაცვალთ, ნო. თავარი ეგა ბედნიერი უნდა იყო. ვანძუშას და მაკაძეს მაგარი თამაშია.
But in this downtime, G2 making a move on the other side of the map. That is creeping out. Have he got holding for any swing out towards mid? Trying to lull them in to a false sense of security. You hear that util for the long. Down for IEM. And the bomb was coming in to link up with these A players. Now the round restarts for Hunter. Knows about the pit player. How much time can IEM buy?
Great molly. It's going to give a few seconds. Hunter has to make noise to get through, but he still finds that entry to the back of the pit. We have 2 smokes and a post-bomb potential here for G2. Caught off guard is Nerds. Makazi redeems himself. 2 bottom performers of NAVI to stop the clutch against the top of G2. The captain cut down. Wonderful hit is, and these 2 quiet NAVI players arrive just when they're required. NAVI trying to believe that it is not too late in the day to save this game. An explosive 2v4 down to a winnable round. But win it they do not.
Faster up here towards this banana fight. Nerds trying to lead the way. The util punishing, but they get their entry. Makazi dealt with after the first. Alexi might need to start calling for rotations. IEMA's trying to arrive. This take is coming in. Break on the smoke for IEMA. Really wanted to try and pressure, get something from that util. Instead it falls to Alexi, now trapped by the Molotov. IEMA lending a helping hand, but this scrap is won out ultimately by the captain on the other side of the circle.
ისინი რას არ ეთეიქებენ ეს ვიტა და ვანჯუშა რას არ ეთეიქებენ
space as well. He's just taken back into CT. He's got a great line. He can tell his teammate they're coming from banana. This is so late for NAVI. You've got to hope they can find this kit with ease in the B bomb site because G2 have all the advantages. Some util to re-execute. But time not on their side, and NAVI playing silent. Hunter already knows they're coming from the banana.
Really have to move quickly, and as you move quickly, you often get sloppy. Hunter in position, ready to cut this down. Him and Heavy God trade the contact, and Hunter is putting G2 on his back.
Four massive frags from Hunter in another messy round, but these are the rounds where G2 are excelling in this series. Scrappy, through smokes, flashes in your face. Hunter saw Nico do it yesterday to NAVI. He wants to join him in the playoffs.
Bravo, arcet, super G2's ra.
Games like this that remind you just how
მოგეკოთ გუშინ თქვენ დებილებო თქვენ 11 ჩვიდიდან რო წააგეთ აბა წააგებ თუ ეხა 11 ჩვიდიდან არ წააგებ ესენი
one day looking to become captains Now performing like he's the star rifler at the heart of G2. Opening in this round. So a 5v4 in a low economy spot for NAVI. This would be a very unlikely round to pick up, but weirdly, that's where NAVI have done their best work. Heard it from the G2 comms earlier. They can't believe some of the rounds that NAVI have won. Is this going to be the latest? It's aggression for Alexi. Makazi hoping a bait for him with this spam. The G2 check this corner, because if not, Alexi's going to chew through them. There's the first. Now left to scrap and fight on his own devices. Alexi operating entirely alone. That's big damage. And for G2, everything called into question. Heavy got it. Set their sights on finishing what the rest of the team started this B play.
Shouldn't have to ask for more from Alexi. Surely his team can get him through the rest. One more man back at the site. Heavy God clears him out. He is looking for an ace of his own. With 10 seconds, he's got to stick it. And Wonderful comes through this smoke. Heavy God down. And so NAVI barely by the skin of their teeth. Alexi 2.5 kills down Banana. Captains showing up in this map for both squads. And the ticker does go up.
G2 must be having the worst type of deja vu right now. You know, these were the kind of rounds you were giving away on Dust. You held a lead, a very similar position to this one.
That is the exception to the rule. This B site has just been brittle for NAVI. They've lost it numerous times. They've mistimed the Banana retakes. G2 did a lot better at that at the CT side, so I think G2 know they can go back into this B bomb site and they can try it again. Sure, Alexi, a lot of space. G2 don't use their util correctly. They don't clear him out. Something they'll learn from. Give G2 that car position and they will ride it all the way into that B site for a round win.
Alvaro Morata.
Very tense game now. Money on the line for both teams.
Oi, 9-10-ია ეს რაუნდი თუ წააგო. თვითონ. დაიძაბა.
That's how G2 have to think about this. This is the round that could win them this map and keep them in the conversation for the playoffs. Alexi decides he doesn't want fate to decide this. Any type of luck to come into the conversation. He falls back atop Banana. Spot for Wonderful. Over on the long side. And Ema in position in time. They get baited into this crossfire.
Here we go, Jim. Here we go, Jim.
Can't control the spray. So the A site withstands. Bit hasn't moved a muscle all round. Sat pretty down in the pit. It's a powerful position. Molotov is unsung pious. Can be used to try and flush him out. For now, you've got to get past Ema, the one known quantity at this A bomb site.
დაეხმარეთ. Longs დაეხმარეთ.
You're ready for him to reappear at a moment's notice from the library side. That smoke forces a fight out of him. And Big gets pincered, caught out in the open. Down to this, a 2v2. It's the struggling B site duo, Alexi and Makazi.
Molotov შემოუგდოს ფრთხილად.
Clean up. What NAVI couldn't finish. And even the smoke being here is a real nuisance. It's wasting a lot of time on the clock. Makazi being loud on his reposition. Sampaius very informed. Molly forces a reaction, forces a swing. Sampaius might have the info, might know where they both are, but has to deliver the goods. 1v1, Alexi can't find this. Sampaius sees it through for G2.
Finally, the clutches fall in G2's favor. It is about time, say them. Map point here on Inferno, and the 2-for-1 hanging over the head of NAVI. They have nothing to stop G2 in this second map. Right there for the taking is Inferno. G2, some very difficult rounds levied against them. But this time they survive.
And with that clutch, Pius has delivered them one hell of a chance just to close here and now. You said it at the start of that last round. Whoever loses it is broke moving forward. Pius's 1v2 is meant to have handed an easy round, but they get chewed up in top banana. This util will be punished, and still they can't break through. Locked out by the util, hiding in a smoke alongside the enemy. Walking in, goes to his demise. Every time you're willing to write Navi off, they spring back.
And that has massive ramifications. That's G2 broke as well. They came into that round victors in a clutch. They have nothing left up. And so 3 rounds will go by in the blink of an eye now for G2.
No balls.
You felt like getting 12 was the harder job of 2, but now closing this game will not be much easier.
And G2 have forced.
They had to. Their players on 1400.
This means if they come up short, their next bye is in round 24.
Well, let's finish it with a bang. They're almost expecting to come up short here. Nerds walks through a smoking banana. Trusting his top car one, but they are over that. That Makazi multi-kill with the FAMAS in the previous round. Will it be something that haunts G2 in this series? Jumping at the chance to close this map and take us to Mirage. Oh, careful, Ema. That is ugly.
That's a really, really rough entry to just kind of give away. Will be helped out by an attempted backstab.
They've got a
man in spawn.
Feels like that's dawn on G2 now as well. That is clearing ground. Some Pius looking to join him.
Will the rookie realize Makazi's got to go back?
And so he will. That B site gets reinforced. G2 looking to end this where it all started, back at the A-bomb site. Wonderful and Bit waiting to receive. Util to try and kickstart this whole thing. You're really hoping Navi give this away, give you the entry. Swing from Bit does exactly that. Wonderful has to hold on. He can't convert this spray. It's down to this. G2 have a clutch for the map to stay alive at this major. Nice on the reposition. Makazi got the spot. Nade goes in. Nade finishes the job. Makazi with back-to-back massive rounds. Navi are still in this thing.
More clutches coming in for Navi to keep him alive in this game. I cannot believe the amount of 1vx's that Navi have squeezed out in this series. Still struggling, still dangling in the balance, still here on Inferno. Beautiful nade. And that never should have got so close. G2 with pistols after all. But now Navi get a freebie.
Mow down for Makazi, who's really started to snowball into a big problem. Originally, it was Navi's problem, but now quite the thorn in the side of G2, multiple times thwarting them from securing that third map. Not the hardest hitting guy in the server by a long shot, but when it counts in these final couple of rounds, Makazi's been good for it. Gonna have to survive without him here, but you're only up against this one gun entrusted onto Heavy God. This isn't around G2 supposed to make competitive. They're going into a crossfire if they commit to be smoke on Hunter. That will lock off one of these players. So have to try and find some comfort in this 2v1 onto Ema at the back of the site.
Will he get nades in? Is he just going for this fight?
Money
because
talks.
G2 are walking in, so
Money
no
talks.
early warning sign for NAVI that allows Alexi to play. 15 seconds as G2 try contact. It should be no contest. Smoke comes down. Ema feels the pressure, but he holds strong. And Heavy God just wants to save this gun.
Here we go.
Don't die after time though.
NAVI are really trying to hunt this golden opportunity to remove the rifle, and they take it out of the round.
Alexi pushes back down Banana for the top of the car. He kills Heavy God after the clock. Nightmare mode from a man who would have had the loss bonus to get an AK anyway, but he wanted more. Now he's on a Tech 9. That's what it's going to cost you.
It's a timeout from G2's side, but you know Blade appreciates it. He's going to use the full length of this to talk through round 24 with his team. Sora's now watched the G2 throw away 2 massive leads. This round decides whether we get overtime or not. Is another NAVI comeback.
You can feel the shakiness of G2, but you must remind yourself they've not had the best buys in these last few rounds. This will be the best one yet, albeit with Heavy God weakened.
იცი როგორი ხმა ისმის Heavy God-ა რომ მოდის 200 იმაში რო იყო CS:GO-ში რო იყო მისიებზე რო კაცი იყო დიდი კაცი ხო ის მძიმე კაცი რო დარია
Yeah, I don't know how G2 bounce back from that. I really don't. You know, there's kind of just a limit baked into all of us how many times you can give away big leads.
All
right. It's one hell of a way to get going. Needs to big damage, but Nerds is still a threat. They've got him pinned in and they're looking for that trade to get it. 4v4 secure.
See his position, they double nade him, he even blocks his teammate in to look for that fight, guaranteeing the 4v4. Goal for G2 in the short term should be get Heavy God this gun. Get back in Banana, get that rifle in your hands, give yourself the best opportunity to win this one. And Alexi trusts in his young star, leaving him alone.
Smoke comes down. And in the downtime, they're grouping, re-clearing middle now. How far do you take this aggression?
I thought they wanted to go for it. They would have found an entirely empty middle. They still can.
It leads that side of the map. Meanwhile, Alexi begins his rotation back.
You can just spam flashes from the cars and give his teammate the best possible chance to hold this site. 2 more available for the captain as G2 go for the full punch.
Alexi sees the barrel. Some Pius gives away the opening. Slow down as G2 grinds to a very jarring halt in top Banana. Bring the fight to them. Matt is cut down. NAVI get us to overtime.
They do better when they're underdogs. Favored against Falcons 11-6 up yesterday. They crumbled in the pole position. NAVI today pull it back against G2.
აი რახან ოვერტაიმები წავიდა 500 ლაიქს ავიდეთ ბარემ ძმებო მაშინ
forced FAMAS and you are now feeling the burden of that. The single rifle that Makazi had kept NAVI in this game. They don't waste that opportunity. We go to overtime.
არავის მოგება არ მაწყობს კაცი
Universe does just love finding ways to be poetic. From losing out on a big lead
მაკაზის მა 2 კილი ქონდა 14 კილი აქვს უკვე დაანები წად დვანძუშასთან ხო ხედავ აცილებთ ყუიებს
But now digging deep to try and get revenge versus Hunter. And this would be not once but twice over for NAVI.
And look at how they're getting him, man. Alexi is 22-16. It has been a captain's game for sure. Both squads having their leader stand above the rest. Wonderful silence. A couple of moments in this CT side. Iced out some clutches for G2. But all in all, it's not been the usual stars of NAVI standing tall. Because he's recovered, there's no doubt about that. Don't let the KD tell you any different. But Wonderful still playing with the confidence that NAVI need him to. 40 seconds, he re-clears middle. That will free Alexi to stand back on B, but G2 are coming in.
Wonderful, finally getting an opening kill on this
G2 forgot the bomb, it's in ramp. The timing is kaput.
Oh my god, Nerds has to start running. Even then, you're meant to be in the site already for this type of a timing of work. Rejoins the gang for this A hit, but this just throws you through a bit of a loop. Suddenly everything's scrambled, everything feeling awkward. Matt is with a missed timing. The wonderful AWP is lighting you up. G2 can feel that this one's got away from them. It was written on the walls, a bad omen the moment that bomb is left behind. And even now, as they try and save, NAVI are relentless.
Disastrous rounds for G2. You can feel this game slipping through their fingers. 5 straight for NAVI, massive mistakes for G2. And no one has it in him to re-swing. No one had it in him to bail that situation out. Heavy got in apartment, scared of the balcony, doesn't take the swing. Some Pius on the line just walks away with his. And NAVI, it's flowing now. Not even having to require to wipe G2 to win these rounds. AWP is saved, that's something. But NAVI in the lead for the first time since round 3.
Wonderful tried to force the opening fight. His shot from his AWP, but he hangs around.
Ollie falls short.
Here to play in tandem with Makazi. Feels like he can't hang him out to dry. All that util might signal the fallback, and at least they've been able to block. No punish, no chase. Banana ends in a stalemate.
Makazi's just looking for fights, popping shots through the smoke, ADing in the open. Trusting his aim with that AK-47. G2 don't want to tangle it. Alexi starts his rotation back, bringing more supportive nades. G2, once again, more of the same, out middle. Wonderful, he hit his last time. Full blind now, 40 seconds as he retreats, and G2 come running.
Bit on the line, that's a lot of damage. Hunter dead first. And it all starts to grind to an awkward halt again. They're waiting for Mattis. They're waiting for this player in the apartments. G2 have to find a way to get on the same page very, very quickly, because as they enter this hostile territory, injuries will come through. Bomb now planted. 3 versus 3. Best position you've been in a long while. What feels like an eternity to the G2 squad. Nade even connecting. Wonderful. Iced out of the round. And Alexi and Makazi with a question to ask themselves, how much do they value this AK? 2 versus 3, you've won some impossible rounds. In fact, that's where you've looked your best, so they're going to try and play this one forward. Low time, and that might just get the better of them. Alexi, no reason to give him a fight here. No reason to make this easy. G2 finally stop the bleeding.
Finally, G2 played a win. They put their life on the line. They come through some smokes. They look for trades. They brawl. How they got on the T side in this first place. Heavy got swinging out the apartments. That's what we wanted to see from G2. Think about how they started on their T side, bashing on that B bomb site. Coming through the util, not respecting NAVI. It puts them back on the board.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Be confident, guys, okay? Trust, believe. And take risk when it's needed, okay? Let's take risk. Let's play ballsy. Let's go.
Take risk, play ballsy. That's exactly what got G2 here. Good to see them remind themselves before it's too late.
Yeah, it'd be one thing to fall out here on the dreaded final day of play. Be another to do it feeling like you weren't even playing your own brand of Counter-Strike by the end.
So G2 looking to take more risks because they know without it, you're making a very desperate grasp at victory. No one's ever won by playing safe. Again with the banana util. Again with a fast pace, Nerds.
ბიჭო, რატო გინდა თამბანა წადით ეიზე, ხო ხედავ გამოდის ესე იტო. რამდენჯერაც ეიზე მიხოდით მოიგეს, რა გინდა.
Running that banana smoke into a crossfire.
Could not tell you whose flash blinded them there, but it felt like a team flash here for G2. Grey screen, white screen, back to black screen.
G2 don't see a thing in this round, they just get destroyed. Alexei continues his stellar form. ილიას არ არის ერთი ნავის ფანბოი რო არის. 20 ლაიქით მივარტყათ მებოდა გამოვიწეროთ არხი. Bytelabs-ის Instagram-ით წააფოლოვით აპინული რაც აუ როგორ მეძინება ჩემ.
Sending heavy got in. Wait a second. He's walking into him. Hold your breath.
All right. We will see this. We will see what's happening here. Heavy God.
Don't say a word.
Great positioning. No one is any the wiser. No way! That's a lineup, but they don't clear the boost. Alexei still drops the bomb. That big flank might not be for anything as Heavy God trapped between a rock and a hard place. Bomb out in the open. Nowhere left to go. NAVI just rounds away from those playoffs.
A very nice try here at the end for G2, but it might be exactly that when all is said and done. The end on Inferno. NAVI 2 rounds from securing top 8, from securing the Lanxess again.
City კაია კუფრო, cheers. ამიტომ არ ენერგიულად.
And one hell of a recovery in the second map for NAVI, and knocking G2 out.
Pushing mogego, თქვენ თუ მოგება გინდოდათ, ეხა რო იგებთ, თო. რა მოხდა, რაზე გაჭედა? ვერ ვიჭერ. რა უნდა? წინაზეც ეს ექნება. თვითონ მოიგო პირველი რაუნდი.
To regulation form. An 8-round CT side all that time ago. And NAVI just holding on to what little they have.
Just a great time for Nerds to deliver that. I feel like, you know, this is one of the guys bearing a good chunk of responsibility for that last map, getting away from them, so hoping to make up for it, hoping to have his redemption in overtime. Gets things off to a rip-roaring start for G2's CT side with this play here.
Carsey given the trust to make that play. Up Banana uses spawn, come through the smoke, but I wonder if we see something more standard now for NAVI. Had trouble getting into Banana in that initial T side though. So a risk worth taking, but bearing nothing. And NAVI play a little bit more standard now. G2 will not. They charge down. They look for the fight head on for Nerds.
They started Triple B. The Sampire Orb is here. They've even fumbled the boost as they went looking for info. Now the A side of the map a little weaker. Sampire on this orb, hoping to force an opening fight right in to Wonderful's orb.
I wonder if he knew that was an orb. He only saw an arm there from Wonderful as he came around the corner. So Sampire fancied his odds against a rifle. Did he know what he was signing up for? 5v4 for NAVI. And we won't get ahead of ourselves because we've seen the struggles from this team in this series in these advantages. And G2 haven't wavered on their A-hold. 3 strong still as they wait for NAVI to approach.
This is one hell of a read, one hell of a gamble. The only thing you've seen all round was that attention at the B bomb site, and yet still Hunter has put his pieces in the right place. Smokes are down. Chips on the table. This is what it's all for. Heavy God makes it into the big pit. Molly raining in, keeps 2 players trapped. It's very, very tight in the site, but they can't get past Hunter. In comes Heavy God to lend a helping hand. And this Crossfire's doing it all. G2. They won't be able to stop Wonderful from getting this bomb down, but they have him trapped. He is in a cage right now. Nerds from the long side, Heavy God in the pit. Wonderful is working with inches. Picks his battle. Thinks the Heavy God's going to give him something first. Nerds is still closing in from the long side. Got to pick a fight very carefully here. And with Nerds arriving, have another chance at extending play.
Heavy God and for Hunter for a moment, but both of them stand tall in this round. Hunter 2K from middle of nowhere in the site, and Heavy God almost got caught getting into pit by the long player, but that millisecond of difference makes exactly that. His presence is pressure on Wonderful, going searching for those kills. G2 lock in map points.
ოფშია კი შევავსოთ ძმებო გადასარიცხია. უღრმესი მადლობა ჯერ ჩანკსონ მადლობა ძალიან დიდი. Yes, ნომერი 2 ფანი.
They can take this after all. 4 chances in regulation were not enough.
ие, დავაი ძმა. დავაი შებერე. მადლობა ყველას დონაციებისთვის ჟიგრები ხარ ძმებო. უღრმესი მადლობა.
But G2
ერთი რაუნდის დააფინიშეთ რა.
3B. Warp on short.
Throughout this CT half, G2 have just had such a solid idea of how much of the game plan feels open in NAVI, that they've been one step ahead in terms of the rotates. Feels like NAVI are always walking into a stack. The few times they could have avoided it, they kind of took just a little too long for it to matter back in regulation. So even now, all this fake attention down towards Banana hasn't done enough to pull more resources to that side of the map. In fact, it sent them away. Hunter leaves.
Well, they're going to have to go soon, Navi. They've just thrown double molly. G2 are currently scrambling at this B bomb side, but Nurse has just pushed back through on his own with no flash dry. It is such a ballsy play. It has given so much information to G2 at 30 seconds. Surely they know.
Sampire is all the advantage in that head-to-head. Wonderful peeking into the angle. Opening kills come raining in. And a 3v3 for the side control. This is a picture-perfect chance to take this series the distance. Makazi shut down. G2.
Nice. შეუძლებელია. ითხარით შეუძლებელია თქვა ჯერად. ვახ. შენ თამაშები როდის გასტრიმავ? ბრო 21-დან მე. მეიჯორსო ჩავამთავრებ, მე გავსტრიმავ. უღრმესი მადლობა დონაციისთვის. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. გულში ხართ ყველა. აკონცეპტ რო გნახავთ. ბიჭო, ერთი დღე რა მინდა, იცი რისი გაკეთება მინდა, ძალიან თეს ლიდია მაქვს რა. აი, ერთი 100 კაცი ვერ შევიკრიბებით, რომ რამე, ანუ დიდი დარბაზია, კინოთეატრის დარბაზი რომ დავითრიოთ და რომელიღაც ან ტურნირის ფინალს, რაღაც მეიჟორის ფინალს ჩაუჯდეთ იქ, როგორი იდეა? მე მგონი კაი იდეაა რა, თან ერთმანეთსაც გავიცნობდით რაღაცა. კინოთეატრი უეჭველი გვათხოვებს რა, რომ დავითრიოთ, რავი, ხა რა უნდა დაждესგან. თან ერთმანეთს გავიცნობთ რაღაცა. გვათხოვებს რა, ანუ დავითრიოთ რა. Wild, have we got message? Shout out to Gio. Ai, ხა ბანი დაადე. Wild-ას ბანი დაადეთ, სად არის? აი, პროექტორი და ნამა შევბეროთ. ბათუმიდან ჩამოვალე გახოდეს. ფინალის ყურება გაასწორებს, რომ თან რაღაც პოპკორნი რაღაცა წვენებს დაითრევი ქვე. და თუ რამეა ჩაუჯდებით რა. კაი გამოვა. просто ჩემი ის რაღაცა არ ერთება სტრიმი ეგ მაქვს მე პრობლემა. რატო გამომაგდო რა. აი, შემდეგი მაპი იწყება 14 წუთზე. ანუ რა 14 წუთზე? არა, გავგიშდი. შემდეგი დაიწყება 41-ზე, ანუ 11 წუთში. ატრეკ, ავაქრა გამო. განმანათებს სახეზე? ასე. რა დაემართა, არ ვიცი. უღრმესი მადლობა, Wild Look, CS ნომერი 2 ფანჯერა და Thankson დონაციების გრიფინ შენს მადლობა ძმებო. თუმცა დაადონატეთ უღრმესი მადლობა ყველას.
Let's refocus a little bit, right, and try to get back on track.
რასაც შევასრულე daily dose-ა იმენა, ანუ გაუთები ხარ ჩეულებრივ.
Mistakes, but it's such like a minor mistake anyway. Like it's the sort of thing that only hurts you if they did exactly what they did, where he went instantly up middle. Yeah, in an ideal world, some players should be jiggle peeking. It was kind of interesting because that's probably the worst case scenario because Heavy God is the guy dying the side and it loses the bomb side. So it kind of set Heavy God off in a bad way and it was good CG2 bouncing back.
იქაც გაუშვა დონაციები, ხო? ძალიან დიდი მადლობა
that's important. Like you need to believe, right? They saved 3 guns, so it's not terrible. Like the hunter has an AK and he's trying to, you know, maybe do a little bit too much. Sort of they lacked info, so he tries to go and make a play. And now there's only 2 guys on A at this moment. This is where NAVI, because of the smoke, they slow it down. You can see the rotate coming in from the B players as well. 3v5, it's looking.
The ending is just ugly. Like I don't understand at this point. Like you kill the long player, run together a shot and trade him out. Why is this smoke going in the library? I'm not sure. Instead of smoking Moto, instead there's no smoke, and now they can just hold this. It's just overcooking. It feels like leaving a long lurk for some reason. The 5v3, just run and leave it. They're worried about long in this moment.
They're worried more about Heavy God, who this time the 1 round almost that you saw in this half was not pit. He wasn't on the right side, sort of when you're pushing shortest T. He was on the bomb side, and everyone is sort of everyone's expecting Heavy God to be there. He has to peek or he has to do something, but he was inside. Yeah, that was obviously not well played. It shows you like just the mentality of Hunter and how it unfolded in the following round, and then it doesn't matter round 3 that you lost, right? Like you were back
yeah, this is like a nice little idea, I believe, here from NAVI, where it just felt like we talked about the last game, how none of the individuals showed up. And here's a nice little B-pot from deep, really far back. Let's get some auto down. Hunter even gets pushed back in a moment. Oh, sorry, Matis goes down. So Nurse is a good job. On CT side on both overtime and regular time, he was really good. He got 2 kills here. And again, I just feel like the lack of quality. It feels rushed, it feels messy. The guy.
რა მოხდა ვინ მოიგო ის რა ქვია ჩემპიონატი? იგა. უი ბიჭო დაბადების დღე გქონდა ხო შენ? უკვე.
They're just running and bit is like sort of shocked how what the hell.
просто რიცხვი არ მახსოვდა, ვიცოდი რომ ამ დღეებში ქონდა რომელიღაც დღეებში. გილოცავ რავი დოგვია დაგვიანებით თუ დღეს გაქვს თუ როცა.
Just hide and wait for that
to
come in. So yeah, that's still the sloppiness that we see from Navi, but Hunter was definitely on a mission on Inferno, right? Like maybe realizing he needs to go for more of plays like this to give some momentum to his team so they can start believing again in the comeback.
It totally makes sense, right? We know Hunter to be
აკარი მთელი დღეა, მაგრამ ალი ჯობია იასნია. იასნია ბებერულად ყალი. აბა რა, იდე გაჭედა შეხ. იდე გაჭედა. რა გინდა ქალო, რო ლაპარაკო, ჭედავს ხო ხედავ, არ ილაპარაკო. ოპა, მოაყარეს ჯუჯიკ ნავის
We just see them really wanting to put the hurt towards Alexi and Makazi.
პირიქით, მაშინ ნავის მოგება თუ გინდა პირიქით ჯითუს უნდა უბალეში ყოს, მაგრამ ეგრე ხდება
Makazi at that point. And if he gets a kill, he's going to get traded.
ახლა გაკოს 27 წუთში.
We were talking about Makazi and his tournament here. Like it went from him being the star player on his team to just sort of being abused now.
აი, მაშინ 27 წუთში მოგილოცავ. კაკრას გაიწელება მაგამდე და. ყველა მოგილოცავთ ერთიანად დაბადების დღეს. გაამრგვალე თუ რამდენის ხდები. თუ გადაამრგვალე უკვე.
Whatsoever.
Yeah, there's a young guy, and I'm wondering as well, is this because well, we can see Navi very frustrated at the moment with all the pressure on the back end. I wonder if he's struggling being that rookie. I forget how young he is sometimes as well. And he kind of hard getting abused the game. He did kind of bring it back towards the end, but...
რალამაზი დღე. აუ რახმა მაგ 12 წელი დავდიოდი ამ სიმღერაზე, იმენა სპეციალურად დაბადების დღეებისთვის ვემზადებოდი. აჰა, საღირა კიდე არ მოისვენა, რა უნდა საღირას, აბა?
Definitely not the Makazi we've seen. He did come and have a bit of a resurgence, probably one of the reasons why we managed to see this one pushed to OT. Any kind of final thoughts on how GT were able to get this one?
რა თუ არ გაცემენ? ის დაზღვევა.
Much better. The thing that kind of made this game so close, in my opinion, was that GT just couldn't close a lot of the
მადლობა ყველას დონაციების
Navi on their T side, they were lucky to get 4. They have Alexi 4K and a low buy. They win the force buy.
24-ში მაქვს მეც დაბადების დღე.
It felt like they weren't really
29 წლის ხდები ბლეა.
They were struggling to close them out. So this was a really risky pick from Navi.
კაია 29 წელი და შემდეგ წელს დავამრგვალებ ამის დედაც ჯეკ და წავიდა ახალი თაობა წავამნერე მანდიდან უკვე 30-იანები. მე 30-იანებში.
Fair play to them getting over the line, but this could be something they look back on and go, why didn't we go to Ancient?
Yeah.
Hopefully now we're getting the best of this series, which I know sounds crazy because we had 2 really entertaining close maps, but this is where
რიანებში ვარ, მაგრამ შემდეგ წელს დედას ვუტირებ სამიანზე გადავალ. აბა რა ეგონა ბიჭო მაგას რო დამაგდებდა ორიანი?
A lot, both teams coming into it with a lot of confidence and hopefully we see a better level in some of these clutches from the side of G2 and just with everything else from the side of Navi.
It's been entertaining.
პროჭა გაიჩითა წოსაღი. აუ, პროჭა რეალური ყოფილა გადაო.
To win some rounds. That would
be nice. არ გაგშოს ამერიკაში ბები.
I wanted to, I've got the same haircut, so it makes sense. I'm hoping to see
აბა ძმებო და he's been great on the CT. გადაცილებულები ვინც ხარ დაპლეუს ჩაჩი.
And he's just so important for the way they play. So him doing something there, I want to see like a close first half because this Mirage both for good form. That actually is not a punish pick at last. This should be a really good game. So
მე სხვათა შორის იმას რომ ნახო ხოლმე ანალიტიკას, აუ იქ რა კაი ქერები ზიან, ერთი გამოიხედეთ აქეთ ქალბატონებო.
Somewhat even because this has been his staple map, right? On T side also being able to sneak around and bit on CT and in Palace, right? It feels like he's gonna have to win a round or 2 for his team because they're struggling to sort of connect really on the T side, and they will need some of that individual prowess, I think, to get them over the line.
It quite literally all comes down to this. The final map of stage 3 here in
William როგორც აღგო დანაპირსა. მაგას არა უშავს. ეგ არის ნორმალური ამბავი. სანამ ეგ იცი როგორ უნდა მივიღოთ? აი როგორც არაფერი, იმიტომ რომ არის ეგეთი რაღაცები ხდება ცხოვრებაში. ანუ არაფერი არ მომხდა რა ჩათვალე რა. ანუ ჩაულებრივი დღე არის. просто ვერ მოიგო რა ტიპმა ეხლა და რა მოხდა მაგის გამო ეხლა ირიქით გვერდში დაუდგეთ ეხლა იმას რომ გადაიტანოს უცებ ეს ამბავი მოიხოდოს და დაუშვას კიდე 17 ზემოდან აგება არაფერი არის, აგების დედავატირე ბიჭო. გადავედი. მე რომ მაგ წაგებული ცხოვრებაში მაგდენი. Counter-ის მოთამაშეები წაგებას გვასწავლიან ბიჭო. თემი იმენა. ხურდებით იმენა ერთი დღეში ერთი წაგებაზე ვხურდებით ჩვენ იმენა. აგება არაფერი არ არის ჩვენთვის. იმენა სტრესი გვაქვს იმხელა რომ აი კორტიზოლის ლეველი იმენა გადაჭიმული არის იმენა F90-ის რო გააწურინე ბოლომდე. დავდივარ, კი, მაგრამ ეს მეიჟორი რო იყო ეხა დღეს და დილით სტრიმი რომ მქონდა მილენიუმის ვერ წავედი, 4 შაბათს წავალ და მე პარასკევს. არა, ჩემი დღეები არ დავდივარ. თუ 19 წუთში იწყებოდა, თუ 11 წუთში იწყებოდა. ანუ იმაზე რა ქვია, 12-ზე. 42-ზე ბლედ. 4 წუთში. ფანატიკიდან კრიმზა გაუშვეს საწყარი. ბიჭო, ვინმე ხართ საქართველოსდან მანქანით რამე ევროტურში ნამყოფი? მაგრად მინდა მაგის მუღამი მაქვს იმენა დიდი ძალიან თან. საქართველოსდან რო დაადგე და წახვიდე მოიარო მთელი
I don't know if you noticed this. That you do have a bomb in this round.
I'm entry, I can already tell probably not because I'm entry, but
and you're going in CT. Despite your you didn't know that. That's what I thought as well.
Now people were screaming, Matush, bomb, I remember. And I was like, oh, okay.
We are going to be watching some clips from your Mirage against NAVI. This is very interesting because you make a bomb plan and you take CT with this kind of a smoke, which is it's not meta really to throw like smoke in this kind of a zone, but you also understand it's coming from spawn. While the smoke is up,
მანქანაც დასათრევი მაქვს რა ჯერა რო იცოდე რა.
Going through the smoke.
მარა ლექსუსის დათრევა მინდა არ ვიცი.
They can go 3 to 1, but I said to I don't know, 100% I said to be anti-flash, and I just risked it.
მარა რამეს თუ დავისახავ მიზნად ხოლმე მივახცე.
It was weird, you know.
თუ რამე ჩემზე არის მარტო დამოკიდებული რა თქმა უნდა.
Happened and now we had a
adloba dedasa mamasa.
Yeah, the smoke is not out of meta, not out of epodoid, but it makes sense because a lot of times when you go for execute as T, if they don't fight you, it's not
LFA მინდა, LFA ვიათ. IC მინდა. ან 2-დან 2, ან 2-დან 5.
That's the reality how it usually retakes.
არა 3-დან 2 არ არის.
Also predicting these kind of flashes is kind of important skill to have. Like you kind of read the situation when the flash is coming and you play accordingly to it.
Exactly, because when you see like there is, I think it was 5v5 or 5v4 when we went to execute, and there is almost 100% chance either they have smoke, dualis, I mean some or flashes always.
Ясня გივარ არის ეგ ჩემზე დამოკიდებული და მაგითო თქვი ხდები ჩემზე რაც არ დამოკიდებული თქო.
For sure. They will have some plan for the retake. They give you the site and you play the after.
2-დან 5 არ გიჩე 2-დან 2 ან 3-დან 2. ოპა, აგეს სოც მანქანები ჩამოყვანია კაცი იცის ყველაფერი.
Involve some kind of flashes. All right. We're thinking about these things very deeply, and I like it how you're sharing it with us. Here I have a note that
F-Sport-ით შეიძლება რო რამე რა თუ ძალიან გავიჯვი თავზე.
Because when you're executing A,
ვე მაგასაც არ მირჩევ.
Probably not because I'm entry, but
and you're going in CT, despite your you didn't know that. That's what I thought as well. When I was looking at this,
people were screaming, Matush, bomb.
Праვა ვიღე COVID-ის დროს 2020 წელს და
the city guy, you know, like there was like
ის იყო რა ქვია, რიგში ვიყავი თვენახევარი. Правაზე რო დავრეგისტრირდი თვენახევარი, წარმოიდგინე, დავრეგისტრირდი და მერე დავიწყე სწავლა. მე ჩამოვყავ ჩემთვის. ბიჭო, არ მინდა, ვაფშე არ მინდა. ჯერ ეხლა რო უყურებ, საერთოდ არ მინდა მანქანა, ანუ იმის თემაში რა, ანუ ერთადად სტრიმავ და 12 წელი დავდიოდი გეიმაგას. მანქანების ჩამოყვანას დავდიოდი 12 წელი. არა ვერ ჩამოვიყვანე ვერც ერთი სამწუხარო და გამოვედი. კი, არ გინდა დამიჯეროა, კაცი. არ იცი, ის ყავს მანქანა და არ უნდა. შენ რო ყავს კაია, ხო? არა, მე მარტივი პრავა ავიღეც, მაიგრევე გავედი, დამსოს მარჯვნივ შედი, აქ გადი, კრუგი გააკეთე, რუიანი და მომცა პრავა ეგრევე და ეგრევე ავიღე. 150 ლარი მივეცი, მეთქი გამატანეთ პრავა თქო. მანქანის ყიდვას ბაითის ყიდვა ჯობია. ბიჭო, ბაითს არ ვიყიდი პირდაპირ ეგეთ ჩავს იცდები რა, მაგას უმიზნებ. აღარ ტეხავს უკვე. ბიჭო, სახს თუ ვიყიდი, თბილისში არ ვიყიდი სახს რა. მარტივად რო ვთქვათ. იმიტომ რომ არ მინდა რომ თბილისში ვიცხოვრო ოჯახთან ერთად. თბილი ცოლი რომ ეყოლება, თბილისში არ მინდა ცხოვრება. ამდენად არ ვიცხოვრებ თბილისში. Play-off-ამდე.
But this is not what you had in mind. It was a
Why?
massive fall-off
Gioris
on
Gaswada,
Inferno.
here we
Has
go,
to
the
find his
Sputnik
form
here we
again,
go.
or else NAVI could be in
Why?
jeopardy.
Უღრმესი მადლობა, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა დონაციისთვის. ჯიგრები ხართ ყველას, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. მოაყარეთ მებო დონაციები? თუ ჟლო მიხარ 6 ლეველი Facebook-ი როგორ
with a bang. They're going straight towards this B-bomb site.
აი კიდე მაგას არ უყურო რა, აი პროსტო რა ლეველი ხარ და ხარ თუ გევასება თამაში და გინდა რომ წარმატებას მიაღწიო, ბევრი ითამაშე პროსტო რა. ძალიან ბევრი ითამაშე და თავისით მოვა ყველაფერი. ყველაზე მარტივი პასუხი რო გაქცე მაგას.
Shut down by NAVI in seconds.
Oh, whatever G2 had planned, forget about it. Hunter doesn't even get to choose where to take that
Was
it a B into a mid into a B? We'll never know. G2, they lose on all sides of the map. 1v4 for Hunter after a great game of Inferno. But surely someone on NAVI can stem the bleeding, shut this down. It will be Makazi.
Oh,
Walking in a pistol for NAVI.
Opa, კაი გემონება გაქვს 3 და 5 იყიდეს, სხვა არ განიხილოთ 3 და 0 მაგ უზავში არ არსებობს. 3 და 5, 2 და 5 და 2 და 0
winning the pistol game across this
series. 3
series.
და 5 საუთარი მანქანებია. ვა, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა იდეებისთვის და რჩევებისთვის. 3 და 5 კარგადაც დაწვავს. მაგრამ ჩემი კი აოპტიმა 2 და 0 ტურბოთ 15 ლიტრს მიწავდა და მაგაზე მეწვავს დავიჯერო? ქალაქში მიწავდა 15-ს ეგ ჩათლახში. ალბათ რაღაცა აპარებდა. ლევზე მეჯდა ვიღაცა. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ძმებო დონაციებისთვის, ჯიგრები ხართ. გამრავლდით იხარეთ. მილიონი მოგცეთ კიდევ ღმერთი.
I mean, 4 out of 5 pistols. Right, that does kind of somewhat recontextualize just how close this series has been. G2 even in that winning position on map 1.
საინტერესო თამაში არის. პირველი მაპის თუ ჩავთვლით და მეორე მაპს ჯერჯერობით საინტერესოა, მაგრამ აქაც მგონია რომ რაღაც ეგეთი დაძაბული თამაში იქნება, close თამაში.
Treating this as just a round to talk things over.
ეგრე ცოტა 15 ლიტრი ცოტაა ქალაქში. 5-6 წავდა ქალაქ გარეთ, მაგრამ 15-ში მაგრად იმენა გიждდებოდა. მაგარი კონდენციონერი მქონდა, მესი კონდენციონერი მქონდა სერიოზული, ეის მქონდა.
And a full 24-round game. So what does that mean for Mirage? You know, it might be a long road. So G2 decide they've had enough of hashing it out in the spawn. Now look to make their move.
Not a lot of time in that Deagle, lost to the wind. Makazi farming with 4 beautiful kills. Doesn't need the ace, he wants the round and he wants it cleanly, so sending Na'Vi in to swing in and do that. Emo no helmet, bit of a problem, but Na'Vi still do avoid maximum damage. Someone got a bit hungry there.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ძმაო ყველას და ძალიან დიდი მადლობა დონაცი. ვინ ხარ დაწერე? მადლობა, უღრმესი მადლობა ყველას, თითოეულ არის ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
He definitely woke up come the end of Inferno as well, right? He was absent in that first half alongside Wonderful. Wonderful never really got back in that game because he certainly did. The T-sides were still troubling here for NAVI today.
Bravo. უღრმესი მადლობა W community. სიტყვებიც ამყოფნის. Bravo. მადლობა.
So you have been for most teams at this major.
დასწავლები ხართ იმენ.
So G2 from the back foot.
გიჟია ჩა. აი რამე ვასება იცი? აი ხა განა ჩემ თავს ვაქებდა რაღაც პროსტო აი რაღაც აი ამ დონაციის მხრივ მარტო დონაციის მხრივ არის ზოგადად ყველანაირად რა ანუ კომუნიტის რო საკაიფო შემეკრიბა უკვე რავი რომ იფასდება კიდე შრომა და აი უღრმესი მადლობა ყველას ჯოი ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ბრო დაამრგვალე და ეგ არის სო მადლობა ყველას ძალიან დიდი მადლობა დონაციებისთვის ეხლა უყუროთ თამაშს ჩავუჯდეთ და გავისწოროთ ჩვენი რისთვისაც ვარ შეკრებილები წავედით
G2 try to play right through.
Hunter გაუწუროთ.
It's Makazi down in connector.
გაკეთა მაკაზე მე ხლა მოიხოდება და.
For G2. He got Hunter do a lot of damage, but the job far from done even with that nade kill raining in on Alexi. Not given a lot of time to get comfortable here. That bomb plant not a guarantee. Ema could swing out right now and stop it, but never plays his timing. A little late to this.
Didn't hear it.
And that could have made all the difference.
მაკაზე ხლა მოიხოდა ეს რითეიქი გვინდა უეჭველი. მოდი შეცმებო დონაციას ავიკითხო ხლავე. არ მოვიწყდება.
Hunter and Heavy God.
Nice. Ბარემ გაწურეთ.
Only then to shut it down.
Nice. Შვენიერი.
On that spam and Heavy God collects him and Hunter combining the save G2.
Oh, desperate round for Emo. That spray is just ballistic through the box.
Თვის მადლობა დონაციის, მაგრამ ეგეთი რაღაცები რავი, ნაკლებად მეეჭვება რა, ეგეთ აი არ მაქვს მაგის ის რა ქვია. ეგნება რომ ეგრე იყო. უბრალოდ ცხოვრება რა, ხან ხდება ეგეთი რაღაცეები, ხა ვაფშე არ არის ეგ ტრაგედია რომ წააგო კაცმა რა, 17-0-ზე იქნება, 17-1-ზე ილია და მაინც გვიყვარს ყველა ვარიანტში რა. ვისაც არ უყვარდა არც აქამდე ეყარება და არც მე 5 წააგებს თუ 10 წააგებს, ამიტომ ჩვენი გასაკეთებელი გავაკეთოთ და მხარი დაუჭიროთ იმ ადამიანს, რომელმაც საქართველოს ასახელა 4 მილიონი ნახევარი ვარ და თეთრ სახში იჭრება ამერიკის პრეზიდენტის წინ. მეტი მაგაზე დიდი გამარჯვება მან სულ რო არ მოიგო, რავი. არაფერი არ იქნებოდა. რა ხდება? ბიჭო, გიგები ხართ ჩემი კარგი მოვტყან? ეს ფერი დღე არ შემიგინია, მაინც და მაინც უნდა მაგინებინოთ.
Blades given Navi the chance. It's been 2 rifle rounds before he's looked to get hyper involved.
გულითაო, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. ვაი, დრეც აკეთებ.
Very tight series.
აუ, იმენა გიგები ხართ თამაშს მაყურებინეთ, კარგი ძმობას გაბცეთ. ძალიან უღრმესი მადლობა, მართლა იმენა რა. მას აღარ ვიღებ, წყნარად ვარ მე. ჯიგრები ხართ. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. W community იმენა W. რავი, გულში ხართ მე.
About this mid control and no one from Navi within earshot.
აბა ეხა გუდურაც გაუწუროთ ეს რომ ფერი დღე წურავს კაცი და ნაისი G2 გაუწუროთ. კაი სტარტი აქვს ჯერჯერობით. უღმესი მადლობა მე მოჯიგრები ხართ ძალიან. აქედან მეც ვერაფერს ვერ გეტყვი და სადმე თუ შეგხვდებით გადაგკოცნით კიდევაც. და ხელსაც მოგიწევთ.
Easy grab for Emo.
ნეტს კარგი რა.
Could have been Hunter, could have been anyone. But Navi sit back with the 5v4. No util, no kit. This round is no guarantee.
გულში ხართ ყველა.
Options for G2 and Navi will not initiate another move. They have great position on the map. They have ramp control, retake on A, spawn side.
მილიარდი დაგიბრუნდეთ მე ცხოვრებაში რასაც ადონატებ და ვინც ვერ ადონატებს იმათაც დაგიბრუნდეთ ცხოვრებაში რაც გაგიციათ არა. არ არის პრობლემა არანაირი.
So for now it's just saying a bit how much damage can you do? Wreak some havoc on this cross. Not even firing off from the side of things.
უიმე დედა მატისა მარცხენა ხელით რას იცვრის ბიჭო?
Both players ramp side the ace up the sleeve.
რა რაუნდი შემობრუნდა უცებ?
Dealt with in an instant. And Wonderful just slinks on out of there. No place in this round.
ემოციურადაც ვერ გამოხატა 4 საათი მეძინა დღეს და იმენა
And another disadvantage round 1, man. That's a 3-on-5 when Navi after the window boost kill, and G2 have great position. They make use of it. They put that bomb down.
მაკაცმა ეს კურსასმენები მაჩუქა მაშინ როცა 30 და 40 კაცი მიყურებდა სტრიმზე. მაშინ მაჩუქა რომ აი ეგ გინდაო მოგიტანო და მომიტანა ძმა. არასდროს არ დამოვიწყდება ეგეთი ხალხი მე ვინც.
Disastrous rounds here, and the eye test. I'm just gonna say because we're 4 rounds in. Ema, his POV Navis have looked actually dirty in a bad way in these A-holes. He has been shaky on his aim, unable to land shots, pre-aiming wrong positions. Frustrating start to this map for EMA. Can't believe Matter stays on that angle after one. So G2, a very clutch round indeed, leaving just one to full saved orb.
Oh, Jimmy. აი რა ვიცი, მო სიტყვები ზედმეტია, უღრმესი მადლობა, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
Wonderful's got to be the initiator.
გავერთობთ და ჩემს სახელზე გავერთობთ.
Fast with that orb, but a good flash from G2 give up the game. Know that he's probing on this AWP out towards mid and so wonderful has to reposition. Gaps just all across the map here with only that orb to work around. So for G2, it's just a matter of finding them.
აჩექ კარგი გასვლა გარეთ. უღრმესი მადლობა. ხვალდაზე გვისვენებთ მებო, ვერ გავსტრიმავ, იმიტომ რომ ერთი კვირა გადაბულოთ, სტრიმავ 10 საათზე მეც და ხვალ უნდა დავისვენო და ზეგ უნდა დავისვენო და 18 და შევბეროთ პლეიოფი, უმაგრესი სტრიმები გვექნება და კარგი მეიჯორის პლეიოფი გამოგვივა. უფ! აკაზი. ეს wonderful-ას ეგეც უნდა მეცის რა მაინტერესებს ხოლმე აი ეგეთი რეინჯზე რო დგებიან წარმოიდგინე რა ეგეთი რეინჯზე რო დგებიან გიკისრებ ბრო გიკისრებ და მომწერე დისკორდში გამოგიძახებ ეგეთი რეინჯზე რო დგებიან 250 და ეგეთი რაღაცეებით რა აი რა პონჩი დგებიან მე მაგას ვერ ამუღალებ თავაიც მე მოლექსუს წურავდო
And so they think twice before going for an audacious swing.
Das ist gut und don't quite draw Schlanski. უღრმესი მადლობა თქვენ ვინ ჩახართ ახლა აქ ყველას მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ.
Bodyguarding the AWP on the save as G2.
კითხვები არ ყოფს. უღრმესი მადლობა და W community ნამდვილად.
3 alive last time, 4 in this one, building a bit of a bank. One that EMA can't stop on the exits.
რა დავაი ერთი კანუ მაგიჟებს ბიჭო გაჩუმდით თამაშს უყურეთ გეხვეწებით რა აი მართლა ყურება მინდა რომ გუდურას გაუწუროთ G2 კარგად მიდიან ჯერჯერობით ამის ხურზე ბიჭო სულ ეჭვი მეპარება რომ რაღაც რავი ესეთი სწორი ცხვირი რანაირად აღწევს და
some pious heavy god and Mattis would be their first time versus a squad major winners and a Makazi who at his first major already pulled up into the semi-final in Budapest.
Hey we bochka. Magari purakatsiya.
Talked a lot about the legacy of these organizations, the multi appearances in the Lanxess for Navi across
look,
the years.
Look, Daily 50-lას დავაყენებ თუ 100-ლას. გუდურას G2 და მე ნავი. ორივე გავწუროთ, ხო?
But this would be one way to put
აი, ფიქემი არ აუშავს, მოვაგებინოთ თანხა.
right at the end of this season.
ყოველებო, სანამ ერთი წელი მოემატება, ასე კი მოვასწროთ დავამგვალოთ.
In these final stages ahead of the playoffs, falling out of both majors in this exact game. Since Nico and Monesi left.
გაუღრმესი მადლობა რა. აუ კარგი, ერთი წუთი ძმებო თამაშს მადლობა ძალიან დონაციის. ენიგმა საღოლ ბიჭებო რამე თანხა მოიხო და იმსახურებში უღრმესი მადლობა ძმებო აი მილიონი მოგცეთ რავი რამდენიც გაგიხარდებათ იმდენი მოგცეთ ღმერთმა ესეთი ესეთი კარგი community რომ ყავხართ და მართლა მასაპორტეთ ბოლომდე იმენა ერთი წამითაც ეჭვი არ შეპარვია მაგაში მადლობა და ყოველობო ალბათ გიგა არის მადლობა დონაციის გიგა
they found kills in this position before Makazi and Connector grouped up with Bit they go for the clear this is really well timed for Navi if they can empty this position right now at 40 seconds they'll know the G2 are going for this execute they'll know it's only Mattis at top middle.
Hear all that util, you get cut off by this smoke that falls blocking vision. Didn't get the info fast enough, and with Ema dead,
არა, ხოძი არის ნავი. ხოძია ნავი, კარგად ადია.
Trying to give this one a look in at a sheer desperation, but nothing being found. No joy in this round for NAVI.
I love that pick up the pace from G2. They realize that NAVI all that information, sees multiple players, just calls to go. G2 jump right on that MTA bomb site. I felt like NAVI hesitated just a little bit too much in trying to hunt Mattis. He was just a distraction. Finally lost his position, killing Alexi on the way out. By that point, G2 have already won the round. They've got the kill, they've got the site control, they've got smokes down. NAVI, the idea was right.
Somewhere in G2, everyone's looking quite comfortable doing their job. These have been clean finishes to these rounds.
ესეთი მაგარი ხალხი შევკრიბე გოვერდი თიმინე კაუნტერი მარტო კაუნტერი სხვა არც ერთი თამაში კაუნტერი და კაუნტერი არის ურთიერთობა 1-6-დანვე ურთიერთობა 1-6-დანვე ურთიერთობა მაგრამ მაგას ხალხი თავიდან ისე უყურებდა რა ქვია აი კაი კომპიუტერული თამაშია და ის არის კარ არის არა კომპიუტერული თამაში ურთიერთობაა კაუნტერი ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ყველას მეგო თითოეულ არის სიჩიgreb ხარ და აგიფასდებათ აუცილებლად ცხოვრებაში.
Clearly feeling some pressure to be involved. Tries to play it forward from shore. Ends up out of there once they go for this
mid-control util. Counteri არის ურთიერთობა.
It's taking up so much of your thought process right now if you're NAVI. You never know what G2 do with this space, but you've lost it in almost every one of these rounds. That's just flying blind. There's so much room open here for G2. This is a world of possibilities. Zima waits.
აი რა კარგი პოზიცია ქონდა არა დამადგენ თავისუფლად შეეძლო 5-7 თორი კაცი გაყოლება. არა კარგი ტისაიც უბერავს ძალიან. G2 საღო. ნუ ალეკო ნახე რა დღეშია. გაიხსნა უცებ.
He's just looking for a save. And that's what all these kills for NAVI have been, saving players in desperate moments, trying to hold on to their guns.
You got it, bro. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
Well out of control.
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ ყველას.
G2 just keeping it very simple.
ბოდიშ გიხდი მეტი აქედან არაფრის თქმა არ შემიძლია მეტი. ერთადერთი მადლობა არის ისი თქმა შემიძლია და გაკეთება შემიძლია.
Comebacks in second halves. G2 making the most of this T-side of Mirage and just punching NAVI while they're down. These quiet starts from multiple NAVI players starting to feel like more and more of a problem, and Blake can just see these rounds passing them by.
While we're talking about the eye test on Makazi looking real good, Mattis is certainly showing a lot of form to open up on this third map. Had that gnarly sequence onto the two round players.
რა ვიცმებო, აი ხელები ამიწევია. უღმესი მადლობა, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
Which have been a real threat at this major.
Debichujho,
I've looking straight broken at times. G2 keeping it simple in this round. They know they've done so much conditioning about this mid-control.
გაგაკატავებ. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. უღრმესი მადლობა ძმებო. არ ვიცი ვინ ხარ ძმაო, რა ვიცი. ვერ ვარ შევეგრე 200 სახელს ვინ ხარ, მაგრამ უღრმესი მადლობა. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ყველას. აი კაცი ხარ. მადლობა შენ. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ძმებო.
Wonderful smoke spam connecting.
არ ვიცი просто. გაჭედა დეივიდოზე, მაგარ არის მებო, სმორჩ დაიხურა. ტელეფონში მესიჯები მოდის და მოდის, ანუ გაჭედა, всё. გაიჭედა. ანუ 60 მესიჯია ტელეფონზე მოსული.
NAVI knocked them out cold.
არა, აქ გაჭედა ჩარიცხულია თანხაც მე არაფერი არ დავსკამულობ, ყველაფერი ჩარიცხულია. თამაშის ყურებ. გიგა ერთი წუთით ჩემ ძმას გიგას, რომელმაც როცა 30-40 კაცი მიყურებდა ეს ყურსასმენი წავიდა და მიყიდა და თავისუფლად გამომიგზავნა 800 ლარი მისცა მაშინ. უღრმესი მადლობა გიგას, მიგულოცოთ ყველამ დაბადების დღე და გულები გაუსპამოთ და არ ვიცი რამდენის გახდა, არ მეუნება, მაგრამ ეთყობა ძალიან დაბერდა და აუტყდება და მიგულოცოთ ძმებო და ყველაფერს საუკეთესოს გისურვებ ცხოვრებაში და ღმერთი იყო შენი მფარველი ძმაო. მეტი რავი, მეტი არაფერი არ გჭირდება, ღმერთი ყავდეს ცხოვრებაში გვერდით და საყვარელი ადამიანები, მეტი არაფერი არ გჭირდება დამიჯერე. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
Okay, Makazi says my performance will not be in vain on this map. 14 frags now. He is up the scoreboard and still storming for more, pushing up the top of middle. Came in wonderful. The highs and the lows of this series for NAVI.
და ყველას უცნობი მადლობა დონაციის ენიგმა დონაციისთვის უღმესი მადლობა სიგიჯია პროფესორ საღოსიძე ყველას გულასაგია ძალიან ძალიან WHG ეკუთვნის ბრო კარგი ადამიანი ხარ ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ძმა აი ხა დავაი მართლა იმენ აი გულით ვთქვათ აღარ გვინდა მეტი არაფერი თამაშს უყუროთ გავისტოროთ ეხლა ბოლომდე უღმესი მადლობა
frustrating for G2 about Makazi showing this form as he's the guy given a bit more freedom linking up now with these A players part of this defense IEM
ყველას კომენტარს ვერ ვკითხულობ და მაპატიეთ ურამე ისეთი გაკუთაკითხავი ან რაღაც დასაწერი
some space out towards the spawn space he can't hang around and contend for you know that NAVI are going to be coming from this position so plays his life, plays with Hunter, they try and do this play together, looking for a stairs kill, Makazi doesn't give it up. This guy wants to go to those playoffs. The one NAVI player from the get-go who was performing, and now a tie game, 5-all. NAVI getting their second wind just in time to save this CT half.
This time Bit has no support in spawn, but that is an excellent double from him and damage to Mattis. He sets him up so well in that round back from CT. Full execute for G2, mostly pistols, but Bit still shuts him down before it gets problematic. G2 went from winning some more disadvantaged rounds to now NAVI waking up. And that bomb plant allows for another buy here for G2, so they'll take it. First time out for Saw. Even game.
ბიჭო, გუდურას ყავს გასაწური, პროსტო იმას იგებს, თანხას იგებს და მაგას G2-ს ტურავთ მაგ პონჩში. აკოცით გულში ყველას ესეთი კარგი ხალხი რო ხარ და ესე კარგად რო ხართ ერთად. ზერო უღმესი მადლობა bro. ენაცვალე შენც ასევე. გამით რო ერთობით ასწორებს. გამით გართობა, ჩვენია გართობა. დავქნა ძმაო, ეს თამაში გვიყვარს ახლა. შეიძლება ყველა არ თამაშობდეთ ამ თამაშს, ვინც უყურებს, მაგრამ გვიყვარს ეს თამაში და ამით ერთობით ნერძა რა იდეალურია ბიჭო. არა და მთელი ცხოვრება ლარკი იყო, მთელი ცხოვრება ლარკი იყო და ჰევიგო და საკაი ტაიმინგი აქვს, იდეალური ტაიმინგი. წავიდა ეგრევე ყველა ბისახში, ბომბი წაიღო. ანდერიდან კაცი ვერ დაადგება, შანსი არა და ბიქლი არის რა ეგრევე უნდა გარაშო. არა, ნერძა ჩააკვდა და. აი ხა შეიძლება დაიჭიროს ტაიმინგზე, wonderful. ჰევიგო და უნდა დაეხმაროს ყველა ვარიანტში. ოპა, სიტიზე გადადის ის.
Will be able to manipulate these rotations. Well, I hope you deal with the wonderful orb from this concealed. Yes, it will. Heavy God catches him stepping out wide. And so the one shot that NAVI had, as long as shot as it may have been, dealt with. No worries, no issues here for G2. No chance to stumble in this round. NAVI is still going to give it a look in. They're buying in this final round of the half anyway. And so they feel like they can risk a 2v4.
ზერო მართლა გულით გეუბნები თუ რამე დახმარება გჭირდება მითხარი და დამამატე მომწერე დისკორდში და დაგეხმარები თუ რამე ისე გაქვს სიტუაცია ამ მომენტში დაგიზიარებ დონაციას
Lead retaken right at the tail end of the half.
Yeah, I love the reaction. Reactive CS is what G2 do best.
Lori
And
Larry
Evergod just
Qualgam
realizes how much space he
Alamuri
has there.
Pirata
Jumps out of the
Pirata.
big apartments, runs right past that Opa, because the
bro.
coolest Navi are pushing middle. Lot of resources, lot of eyes.
არა 78 მაქვს რო დაწერე მაგიტო რა შეიძლება გქონდეს ეგ ისეთი მომენტი
But Nerds makes a heroic play through that Molotov.
ხორებაში არა ხდება ეგეთი რაღაცეები არა უშავს
It's those moments of brilliance why you love Nerds, but it's still in a sea of very red games.
არა მაგიტო თქმა რა შუაშია კაცო
4 and 10.
მართლა გეუბნებ
That impact of
ურამი
the
არ და
double
ისეთი სიტუაცია
keeps
გაქვს
G2
ხო
in the half.
იჭირს არ არის პრობლემა რავი არ ტეხავს არანაირად უღრმესი მადლობა ძმებო მეც ახლა რავი რას ვაკეთებ არაფერს просто ეხა ისე გამოდის რომ просто ეხა ისე გამოდის რომ ანუ ზივარ просто counter-ს თამაშობ და ნახევარ საქართველოსზე მეც ხელფას ვაკეთებ ეხა просто არაფერში ჯდომაში ერთ დღეში გავაკეთე მაგდენი просто ანუ არ მინდა რომ რაღაცნაირად ისე გამომივიდეს რა ქვია ტვინში ეგ თემა რომ ტვინი ისეთი რაღაცაა რომ ოდნავ თუ გადაგიტრიალდა და ისე არასწორი ფიქრი დაიწყე მე ეგრევე გენძრევა და არ მინდა რომ ის თავში ამივარდეს რაღაც პონჩი აბა მე რატო შემეცი ვალზეო შეჩემა ვალი არის რო ნიკო რატო ეგრევა გამონდეს ლარიანი 2 ლარითა შეგიძლია bro ეგ რომ ხონჩაში დაწერო გამაგებინე ვინ ხარ რომ ვიცოდ რომ მადლობა გადაგიხადე
It's going to be difficult with this open wonderful. Can he just stay on this A site and lock down
უხრებესი
the
ძალიან
line?
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა რა ვიცი მაო არ ვიცი რაღა გითხრა თამაშ ვერ უყურე იმენა ვერანაირად ნიკო რატო ეზღება კამანდას და იმიტომ რომ დიდი ყველა დიდი თამაში და ტურნირი წააჩოუკა და წააგო მაგიტო ეზღება ყველას რა ძირითადად მაგიტო როცა ქონდა შანსები რომ მეიჟორი მოეგოთ ყოველთვის წააგო ტურნირები რა ორი მეიჟორის ფინალი აქვს დაგებული ერთი ნაღდად მაგის დამსახურება იყო რომ უკრინდან ვერ მოკლა კაცი და მე რაღაც ტურნირებზეც იგივენაირად აჩოუკებდა და მაგიტო არ ევასება კომუნიტის რა ну ყოველ შემთხვევაში უცხოეთშიც არ ევასებათ მარტო ქართველებს არა ბევრს არ ევასება რა მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ აი გულით გეუბნებით ყველას მებო თითოეული ლარისთვის ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ბიჭო 10-12 საათი ჯდომა არაფერი არ არის როცა კაცი დილით 8 საათზე გადის იმაზე 6 საათზე გადის და დილის ასუფთავებს მაგალითად მაგასთან შედარებით ჩემი საქმე არაფერი არ არის მენა ფუფუნება მაგიტო მაგას ვიძახ არა 12 საათი ნებისმიერი ტიპი დაждდება და გასტრიმავს რო უთხრა რომ დღეში 100 ლარს გააკეთებო დაждდებიან და არ ექნებათ პრობლემა მაგრამ მე მაგიტო გეუბნები რომ არ უნდა მივიღო ისე თქო რა ნუ ადამიანი რო გეტყვის რო გეტყვისო ფული მასეცხეო და დაგიბრუნებო ამა და ამ დროშიო და არ გიბრუნებს ლექსის რა ხარ ანუ ამერე მეუბნები აღარ გასესხებს ხო და წინით ადამიანი კი არა ეგ არის პროჭი ვაგენიკა პროჭა ხარ ლექსის თო ზერო ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ძმაო ჯიგარი ხარ წარმატებები ცხოვრებაში რასაც არ უნდა აკეთებდე თუ რავი კარგ საქმეს აკეთებ რა თქმა უნდა და იქიც არ მეპარება აი საბა ნუ შლი დაიგიდე ის კონდეს დაწერო სკოლები რა კი არავის არაფერს არ შევ. ნუ კიდევ ერთხელ მადლობა ძალიან დიდი დონაციისთვის და წარმატებები ხვალ გამოცდაზე ასევე შენ inconvincible თუ როგორც იკითხება იქ მაპატია. და მანქანის ტრანსპორტირების დახაჭერე. სოსო ისე ანუ ეგ 3 და 5 რამდენში ჩამოიყვან აი იმენა კარგ მდგომარეობაში რო იყოს რა. просто თემა ისა რომ ერთხელ ვაცეცხე ვერ დამიბრუნა და ვაჩუქე, მაგრამ მეორეთაც უნდა ჩემი გადაგდება, შეჩათო ახოშე. აი, ისე ვიტახე, აი, ეს 3 და 5. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ და წავედით ბოლო ჰალფი 7-5 იგებს G2. თითი საიდი წესით უკეთესი უნდა ქონდეს G2-ს. მოსიგიჟია ჩემ. ჩუჟოის რომელ სტრიმზე უყურებ სიმპლას? სიმპლას რა სიმპლას ბრო არ ყოფილა ამ ტურნირზე სიმპლა. ეგ იყო ნახე ჩემ სტრიმებში შეგადახო უნდა ნახო IEM Atlanta. მაგ ტურნირზე უნდა ნახო Vitality versus BC game. ეგ ის თამაში არის კრონკაბრო სმოუკი ააციო. Mouse. Bicho, ეს მაუსი რაც არის G Pro 2, Super Light 2, ამაზე მეტად არც ერთი მაუსი არ დამევასა რა, იმიტომ რომ ძალიან ის არის რა. მაგაზე პასუხს ვინცებს არ ენდო დამიჯერა და ყველაფერი შეიძლება 8-ში მოიგო, ან შეიძლება 11-ში, აჰა. გასაგები, სადღაც ანუ მაქსუალეთში რა, ანუ 10-დან სადღაც 13-მდე ხო?
And it is a NAVI lagging behind with everyone quiet except Makazi.
And you're just left with this horrible feeling. It can't afford to be a one-man show now. You need more support if you're NAVI. You need more of the usual suspects getting online. The side of G2, it's been heavy god leading the way. Had a number of high-impact kills. Felt like he kept hitting timings on Wonderful, especially in their head-to-heads. And it was a game in which G2 seemed to just have all the space, all the room they ever could have wanted. Now it's NAVI's turn on the T side. Will G2 do them the same privilege of free mid-control? Because from the setup right now, it looks like G2 for this mid-control. Makazi mid-air. One cheeky entry. There's a second. Heavy got brushed aside. Some Pius gets dealt with. It's Ema coming in big in this pistol round. Before as it gets going.
სიტყვებიც აღარ მაქვს პროსტო.
Looking to make an incision. Creeps up close right around this corner.
იმიტომ ჯობია რომ კაბელი არ დაკვება და კაბელი მაუსს უიყიდი. დამჭერიც უკიდე, ანუ მაუსის დამჭერი არის, რომელიც კაბელს იმაგრებს, რომ არ იგრძნო. თუმცა მაინც კაბელი ან მაუსი გინდა და ფული არ გაქვს იმის საშუალება არ გაქვს რომ wireless იყიდო. მაგრამ wireless თუ იყიდე მინიმუმ ეს. ან Razer. არა ვიცი, ხელები ამიწევია რა, სიტყვები.
After a pretty cold half, comes through with a massive triple kill, spams that smoke, clears out some Pius, saves that bomb on the pickup there for NAVI. Heavy got so overwhelmed at the balcony, doesn't know where to turn. And so G2 to rely on a force buy.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა რავი, W იმენა გულები. Წაღულცმა. შეასრულე დღეს ჩემი დღე იმენა როგორც 3 საათ 4 საათიანი ძილი მქონდა დღესდღეობით დღე განმავლობაში და ყვინთავობდი სტრიმზე და გამომოყიზლა იმენ ყველა ძალიან თითოეული არის თიზმებო უღრმესი მადლობა ჯიგრები ხართ მაგარი კომუნიკი.
Heading into the solo hold, Mattis gets wrecked by the util, and so no worries up against this G2 force.
Just love how Makazi's playing right now. He just runs in, does his job, jump shot with the Mac-10. Makazi's had 2 kills in the half, and they're both mid-air. I'm sure it felt weird that he was the only guy performing on that CT side, but if he can keep up his endeavors on the offensive half.
მაგარი მახსოვრობამა კარჩე რა, არაზოს არ ვივიწყებ ესეთ რაღაც, არა აქვს მნიშვნელობა ეხა დონაციაზე თუ რაზე, აი რო ვიცი რომ ჩემი ხალხი ხარ და ჩემი კომუნიტი ხარ, იმენ არაზოს არ დავივიწყებ მაგას რა, არაზოს. რაც არ უნდა მოხდეს ცხოვრებაში და როგორც არ უნდა მოვიხოდო და რაც არ უნდა თესლი ტიპი გავიჩითო, ვითომ თესლი ტიპი, არაზოს არ დამოვიწყებ.
find their form.
მადლობა ძმებო, ღმერთი იყოს თქვენი მფარველი ყველას. გეხუტუნე, მეც გეხუტუნე ძმო. კარგები ხართ ძალიან.
But absolutely,
იგრები
for
ხართ
his
ძმო.
standards, quiet series, not a quiet mirage.
აი ეს კამანდა ვარ ზუსტად აი ნამდვილი ქართველები და არა ისინი ვინც სახელს უხუჭებთ ერთმანეთს ყოველდღე. აი ესენი ვართ ქართველები იმენა რომ ვისაც მართლა იმენა ერთმანეთის წარმატება გვიხარია. უღრმესი მადლობა ძმო, ჯიგრები ხართ, გაიხარეთ, გამრავლდით. დავიწყოთ გამრავლება, თორე მოვცოტავდით რაღაც. კაუნტერის კამანდა უნდა შევკრათ, ბიჭო, მეიჟორი გვაქვს მოსაგები, თო მონღოლებმა როგორ უნდა გვაჯობონ ფინალში გასვლა. მაგის დედ დავატირე, ხა? ტურნირი აქვთ მონღოლებს მოგებული, ქართველებითაც უნდა მოვიგოთ. კი, ძალიან საწყენი იყო თოფურიას წაგება, მაგრამ იმენა ეგ არის ჩაულებრივი ამბავი ცხოვრებაში, აი მაგაზე არავინ არასდროს არ უნდა გაამახვილოს ყურადღება რა. წაგება, როგორც მოგებაზე, მიულოცავდი და რაღაცა, წაგებაზეც ანუ არაფერი არ ჭირდება. უბრალოდ უნდა მიიღო ისო წააგე და გააგრძელო ცხოვრება. ანუ არაფერი არ შეიძლება მაგით. აი საერთოდ არაფერი არ შეიძლება მაგაზე დარდით და იმაზე რომ აი ესე რომ მექნა, ისე რომ მექნა, არაფერი არ შეიძლება საერთოდ. უნდა გააგრძელო უბრალოდ წინ. როგორც ეხლა 17 ბრძოლა მოიგო, ისე მოიგებს ზემოდან კიდე 17 და მეც ვარ. სამოვიდა ჩემი გიჟიკაციც. ეს თელი დღე. აუ, ოცა უღრმესი მადლობა bro. ჯიგარი ხარ. ჩვენი ემიგრანტი ძმა, მადლობა ძმაო. 1800 ლარი არის დადონატებული, უღრმესი მადლობა ძმებო, ეს გაბაგული არის. 1800 ლარი გვაქვს დადონატებული. არ ვიცი, ხელები ამიწევია, ჯიგრები ხართ, კაცები ხართ, იმენა ჯიგრულად იმენა რა. всё. ეგ არის და იყოს დამრგვალებული ხელი აღარ და 1800 ლარია დაანებეთ თავი. всё. თამაშს უყუროთ ახლა, მაყურებინეთ თამაშს ეს დედა. ო, საუბრმესი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ. ამი აღარ დამეძინება, რას მიკეთებ? დოპამინს ნუ მიწევთ. რა ორიკა გავწუროთ, კარგი, გიხვეწებით. დაანებეთ თავი, არ მართლა იმენა.
Bit of spam maybe. Whoa, but that was close. Where does this series lead us?
არ სიმსახურებს გენაცვალე ჟიჟი გვერდკაცი ბიჭი ხარ. სვიშ, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა bro. აი, აქ ხარ. მადლობა. აი, შეიძლება ესე პირადად ბევრს არ გიცნობთ ახლა აქედან, მაგრამ იცოდეთ რომ სადაც არ უნდა გადაგეყაროთ, ყოველთვის შეგიძლიათ მოხვიდეთ ჩემთან და ჩემი მედი გქონდეთ. რომ მეთქვი რომ აი შენთან ვარო, ლოქსონი.
Opens here with his AWP, a 5v4 for G2.
Top mid smoke blooms quite late. I feel bad for Wonderful there. Felt like he got a bit robbed.
Luixon.
Some pious, thankful for it.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა bro.
Two of the bottom performers clash. Boost is nice, but
ლუკა ძალიან დიდი მადლობა, ლუიქსონ, უღრმესი მადლობა. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ძმებო. იმენა
you just feel very cushiony, don't you? Like everything's just on rails.
ვერაფერს ვეღარ ვიტყვი იმენა. ძალიან
Some pious going to make it even more one-sided, and this has gone pretty disasterfully for NAVI. 3 players dead in the mid-skirmish. Didn't even really get to fire a shot back.
ამცხა ჩემი იმენა
isედაც one-sided as it gets.
ისედაც ხელატო, რას მიკეთებ?
They might just write off the round entirely.
რას მიკეთებთ ჩემი? ოსა, ბიჭო, დამრგვალება ეგ არის გაიწურა.
Still walking through the apartments, but G2 have no reason to make this easy for you. There's no one going to come hunting, no one going to come knocking. They're looking to keep 5 players alive at the end of this one. So safe calls for NAVI. G2 immediately applying that pressure again.
Active stance out towards middle.
Get great results from it. I think it always feels a little bit worrying when you go into your first gun round, you lose those mid fights so decisively. You don't want to feel like you kind of lose the ability to fight for that part of the map.
დავით რამე მომაფიქრებინეთ ვინმეს დავეხმაროთ ამ თანხით რაღაცა ვინმეს თუ იცით რომ დახმარება ჭირდება ჩატიდან დაწერეთ ან რამის გამოძახება კიდე დისკორდზე მოვწერეთ ჩვენ
control over mid in both halves.
всё მორჩით კარგით, გაჩე. ორჩა ბაზარის, და. ლევან შენ არ ლექსუ შენ არ გამოგიძახებ შენ. უშენა შენ. შენ უმიგზავნი მაგ წრებლიან თვალებს შენი.
It's a very slow game for NAVI.
ჩემი ძმა უღრმესი მადლობა ძმაო შენ იყავი რო გადაამრგვა. ეს ოფშია კი ფული დაუწერე. ოფშია შესაგზავნი ფულია. ჯონას ოქრო კაცი თავისი კილო ოქრო გაიწურა. ორი კაო.
Mirage not feeling the same.
იგრები ხარ. ჯონას ჯერო მადლობა ძმებო. просто ვეღარ უყურებ თამაშებს ესე უნდა
NAVI with the mid control.
თან იქით უნდა მქონდეს თვალი თან უნდა უყურებ.
Pius floats back in CT spawn.
იოშიო იდო შემგანაც ოქრო კაცი ხარ ჩუში.
Bait and switch on
ეთე გადამდებია.
NAVI don't look interested.
იოში უღრმესი მადლობა ძმებო. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
I mean, this almost feels like G2 kind of feeling like they won mid so hard last time. No way NAVI looked to instantly go back to it. Playing instead for a push out towards the outer edges of the map. Pius with the spot.
Discord-ში დამიკავე, Discord-ში დამიკავე და დავესმარ.
Gets the better of Wonderful. Caught off guard by the break.
So
Pius again, a key opening.
Zero,
He's ready to punish Ema as well, and as Makazi tries to play his timing, he gets dealt with.
Can Bit keep it up? It could sell something.
Trying to force another kill. 20 seconds. G2 don't see it. That keeps a player in position. That keeps Heavy God hanging on 15 seconds. I don't know if that's save called away with AK. G2 pick it up off the back of their Spanish orb. Massive double entry here for some Pius. Perfect break after showing top ticket. Wonderful. So, არა გადავდი bro, მაგას ის იყო რა ქვია, hole-ზე კი არ ვიძახდი. ანუ გადავდი ისეთი სტიკერები ეკრა რომ იმასი.
Not afraid to force more. This is a Sun Pius who had 3 kills at halftime, but he knew that wasn't his half. He knew that no T-side orbs, no chances to perform. He was waiting for this half of Mirage.
The scoreboard's actually quite telling here, right? Coming into this second half here, Wonderful 4 and 6, which doesn't scream to an orb that's been Alexi 3 and 4. These are multiple players who don't even really feel like they get to play in these rounds. Come down to your riflers, having to provide, having to get the job done.
Yeah, just throwing nade sets. Hoping your team can do the rest.
ვეღარ გეუბნებით ვერაფერს მადლობისგან, არ ვიცი რა. მართლა არ ვიცი რა გითხრათ მემბო, რა ვიცი. თუ რამე იდეა გაქვთ მითხარით რა შეიძლება გითხრათ. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ. დავი, საღო.
That's waiting.
მართლა ვერ ვფიქრებდი რომ დღეს ესეთი სტრიმი გამოვიდა და უღრმესი მადლობა გითხრათ. პლუს ადამიანმა
just on nameplate Counter-Strike, what to expect here. You're always going to be looking over your shoulder. Sometimes that fear that Ema puts into the enemy is worth its weight in gold. Nerds gets sandwiched out in the connector for the rest of G2 playing it forward. Cover wasn't there. Makazi with an important trade. Trying to plug it in. That spam connect.
ვაიმე, სად მოკლა? შეიძლება ამ რაუნდი შემოbrunება. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ.
Have tried to get this bomb planted. It's not panned out for anyone who's attempted it thus far.
ვაიმე, 2-1-ზე, სამპაიუს. შეგიძლია ბებერ. Εν თავს ვიცავ. უდუროს გასაწური აქვს, ხო? არ დაინახა ბიტა.
Bit closes the distance and he's not ready for this.
აღარ წაკითხავდი აღარ
No idea
არის.
that anyone could be here.
შემოულის ბიტა კიდევაც და დაარგება ზუსტი.
Goes the way of Bit. NAVI, a step in the right direction. A team effort. And in spite of all the pressure that G2 apply, the stress you're under when that bomb gets dropped twice, they still recover that round.
Yeah, and they even clear out the hard flank as well. G2 are actually buying so much time with those bomb drops for Matis.
არადოს აწარმოებდგინა რავი. ან პროსტო ესე counter streaming-ის და იმ თუ ესე ამ დონემდე ავიდოდით და ესე მოხდებოდა რამე. ოსო დავამგვალე მე ჩემს სანგარიშში თქვენება. გაწურე ანგარიში ბოლომდე ხო?
All the pressure on G2.
მადლობა. ვებო აქ რაც წერია, ეგ არ არის, უფრო მეტი თანხა არის. დამრგვალებულის არის და გადამრგვალებულის. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. ეს გაბაგული არის უბრალოდ. 2000 ლარზე მეტი არის, 2100 ლარზე მეტი არის დადონატებული. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. და ჩარიცხულიც არის უკვე. სვეჯ, მოკითხა ქუთაისიდან არ გიცნობ, კაი კაცი იქან ხარ, მე რატო არ დავადონატოს. ადონატოს სვეჯ, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა, bro. უღრმესი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ. ქუთაისში არ ვარ ნამყოფ, მაგრამ აუცილებლად ჩამოვალ ერთხელ. არა ერთხელ მარტო.
We are late in the series now. 9 all.
დიდი მადლობა.
Money on the line for both of these squads.
დონაცია გამოსირებულია უკვე, გაჭედა უკვე, აღარ არის, ანუ აღარ მუშაობს. მორჩა, დაიხურა უკვე, всё,
That can begin the downward spiral.
Bravo, აი მენა საუკეთესოები ხართ.
Someone's got to do it.
აგერ ჯეიც დამამატებს და თქვენი სახელით ყველას ძმებო დავეხმაროთ იმ მოხვდა თავშესაფარსაც ბარემ. აქვე არის თან ჩემთან არის ექსანზონის ეკლესია და მე და ჯეი Discord-ში მეტყვის ამიხსნის სიტუაციას და წავალ და დავეხმარებით მოხუცებს რამე პროდუქტს უყიდით, ან რა ვიცი, ან დედაოს მივცემ თანხას. უღმესი მადლობა. ლაკისო, კიდევ ერთხელ უღმესი მადლობა იმსახურებ ყოველ თეთრს ამდენი ხანია სტრიმი. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. ეს კიდე ისეთი სტრიმი არ არის, bro, არაფერი, რა მე ძირითადად არაფერს არ ვაკეთებ ლაპარაკის გარდა და ვზივარ просто. თამაში რომ მიწევდეს ამდენი ხანი მაინც ვერ გავსტრიმავდი. ან რესტრიმინგის ის რო არის, მაგრამ რა მნიშვნელობა აქვს. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციით.
He just knows what would I do. What an incredible check from Ema. Now that B site looks tantalizing indeed.
კირაჰაკი დავამატე მომასკენ Discord-ში დავამატე.
It's going to be a save.
It kind of has to be. You almost want to gamble in this spot. Hunter's going to recommit, try and do what he can, but he's one guy up against the entirety of NAVI. He's picked his battle here. Stick around, the flashes leave him out in the open, out in no man's land, and Heavy God just wants to survive. That is a brutal round from opener to close. Neither Nerds or Hunter ever had a chance. NAVI into the lead.
მე დაგიწევს, ყველას დაგიწევს www. და სერგი, OG, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა სერგი.
Beautiful backside flash as well. It's not just lobbing high flashes over B. Purpose made for that doorway. Hunter has no chance. He cannot fire back. He doesn't see a thing. The round just ends.
მართლა ცუდად, არ შეიძლება მართლა.
All Ema in this
მართლა არ შეიძლება, ჩემი არ გიმოტყან იმენა არ შეიძლება. It's просто
this is where you expect NAVI to show up. I think we've been somewhat doubtful of them in this series because they've shown weakness, they've shown shakiness, they've shown a choke against the Falcons yesterday, a game they couldn't close out from the advantage in that third map. But NAVI are now looking very calm, and this is the experienced squad. This is a 4-man major winning roster. Looking very comfortable late in this game, but clash in middle and G2 love to brawl. Happy to meet them there. Advantage back the other way. NAVI can't celebrate too soon. G2 offer an answer, and they don't stop there.
მადლობა გმ არ ვიცი, ან მართლა არ მაქვს, უბრალოდ მადლობა ძალიან. და აი ღმერთმა მაგდენი კი არა, რამ აი მილიარდი მოქცეს მაო. ეგეთ კარგ საქმეს ვაკეთებ.
Saw that work for the early advantage. Now reduced to this 3v3. NAVI have plenty of time to work with. They're not feeling the stress right now. They're relying on a read out of Alexi. Might be out of the round in the literal sense. Still call them out of this spot. Directs them back over towards B. G2 trying to get ahead of this. They'll leave Nerds alone in defensive A.
Under would be so cheeky, you wouldn't, would you? This late in the round,
არ შემიძლია უბრალოდ ეხლა ფეხებს შევად მოკვეთილი ვარ უკვე.
This is space that G2 aren't considering.
გუდურ ხო და შენ წააგ ამდენი წვალების მერე იმას ვიზოთ რა ქვია ხო
Bit knows what's up and he whiffed that shot but wonderful follows up. Bomb spotted in middle. NAVI mid rounding.
მე მოგცე მაგასაც წააგ არა მე 600 ლაიქიც გავწუროთ მეგო არხიც გამოიწერეთ და Bytelabs-ის Instagram-ი არის გადადის და აფოლოვეთ მანდაც ბიჭები კარგად თამაშობენ აპირებენ სამომავლოდ და რა ვიცი მართ Absolut cinema იმენა დღევანდელი სტრიმი ჩემი. Absolut cinema იმენა. ბოლო 1 საათი იმენა და საათ ნახევარი იმენა სიგიჟე ხდება ჩემ სტრიმში. ესეთი რამე მართლა არასდროს არ ყოფილა. არ ვიცი მორჩი პროსტა იმენა. 3183 ლარი არის გაჭედილი აქ პროსტო არაჩვენებს 3183 ლარი არის მანქანა გზაშია უკვე მოდის მეგო W დონაციები ბრავ
They will have a very difficult decision to make with no loss bonus available. G2 those three guns kept them in it. And now NAVI they don't have that luxury on the T side. They don't get that.
ერთ-ერთი საუკეთესო სტრიმი ნამდვილად. იმენა და მთა როგორ ვარ, ისი გათიშული ვარ იმენა. Why this it's not just a game. აუ გიჟი ხარ ძმაო, მადლობა. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. ითოეული არისთვის არ აქვს მნიშვნელობა რამდენი დაადონატეთ მეგო გულში ხარ. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა, იმიტომ რომ ჩვენი ნაშრომი ფული არის ეგ და მაგ ფულს რომ ჩუქნით მე უღრმესი მადლობა. არ ვიცი რა ვარ.
Everything on the line, this major run hanging in the balance. Sampaius with an opening, Heavy God striking alongside him. Answer back for Ema and Wonderful. That all finally dealt with. Wonderful's clawing this one back. Dead to the spawn. And so now it's left to Ema. Bomb out in the open.
გაუწურეთ გუდურასაც პარა მიდი. ჯითუს გასვლა უფრო მიჩვენია მიდი და.
Pressure is dialed to 11.
ჩანსი არა იმეს არ მოაგებინო რომბი არ გაქვს 20 წამი აქვს დრო ამის მერე პულიც არა აქვს უნდა დაასეივოს ესკალაში უნდა დაასეივოს ასეივოს ოსა რანაირი ციფრია კიდევ ერთხელ არ ვიცი მადლობა უბრალოდ მადლობა რა so მე მართლა ამომეწურა სიტყვები თო ერთი საათ ნახევარია მადლობის მე თუ ვერაფერს ვიზარ იმენა უსუსურად გწევ თავს ცხოვრებაში პირველად просто რატოა დასაფასებელი ძმებო გეტყვით, იმიტომ რომ მე ცხოვრებაში არ მიმუშავია რა, ანუ ვაკეთებ სულ ამ საქმეს, აკაუნტერში ვარ და ძირითადად e-სპორტის თემებში ვარ, როცა ანუ არ ვიცი, მუშაობას ვერ დაუძახებ რა. ეხლა თქვენ შეიძლება თითოეულსაც რო ადონატებდი რა, მიდიხართ დილით იხვიძებ, სამსახურში მიდიხართ, შრომობ და მაგ ფულს მიდონატებთ. მაგისთვის უღრმესი მადლობა ძმებო და დასაფასებელია ნამდვილად და ღმერთი მილიონი დაგიბრუნა და მილიარდი დაგიბრუნოთ უკან. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. იგრები ხარ სვეშ კიდევ ერთხელ მადლობა ბარემოთ ანუ ანდრეი ერთმანეთს როას არ ჭამდეთ ქართველები ერი გაჯობიდან მიყარხართ ქართველებო მეც ძალიან მიყარხართ ქართველები ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ანდრეი კიდევ ერთხელ მადლობა დონაციისთვის
Well this must be the most stressful last couple of rounds on a T side available You know this one is hopeless.
შეიძლება დამიკავშირდეს ბანკი რა ხდება, ვინ გირიცხავსო ფულსო. შენო ბიჭო ეხა ვარ დამიჭირონტო.
Just in the nick of time.
We're going to try and lead the way here. It's one rifle, a sea of pistols around him, hoping
to მე 12 რაუნდი და აქ ოვერტაიმები გაიწურა შეიძლება გავგიზდე კიდე. რა თამაში აიწია ბიჭო გასვლაზე, მე გადავებ იმენა close თამაში არის ყველანაირად იმენა. მეტი close თამაში რაღა უნდა იყო.
Two chances to lock in a playoff appearance. They've been in the lead many times over. They've failed to capitalize. You can't be making those same mistakes now.
არა TBC მაქვს მაგრამ
Two chances for G2 to waltz into those playoffs after a nail-biter of a series versus this NAVI squad.
No, it's just crashed there, but it was a 4v1, so luckily it doesn't come to cost anything here for G2. They hold on. They stop that hero rifle from getting anything. And NAVI On the borderline of nothing, 2 Galils, a Tech 9. This is one stressful series.
I mean, where's your head at a time like this?
Osa.
Making possible comeback back on Dust 2 to start this series. Wonderful with what felt like a series-defining 1v4. Maybe it matters not. G2 were the truth all along. Because NAVI had their chance. They had that opportunity back on Inferno with the come back into overtime. G2 snatching it away and then just holding their composure. No matter the scoreline.
I
mean, that's been the protocol for NAVI across these last couple of rounds. So going to move away from these 5-man exits.
Heavy got shuts it down. That was not what NAVI were relying on. They have nothing left.
G2 are right there. All that's left to do is cross that finish line and lock in the playoffs. NAVI dealt a rough hand.
ანუ მართლაც უდად გავხდები ძმაოს არა ოსა გუნ რა ვიცმებო ვინ ახართ რა გინდა ჩემი კარგი მოტყან არ მინდა რომ ვიგინო
They've just got to stick the landing. They've just got to finish this off.
ხართ ბიჭო ანგარი გავწევ ამას სავი ეგ არის მორჩა და გავთიშავ სტრიმს თორე გაგიჟდები თქვენი მე
No trade yet. Bit's going to pick it up. It comes down to a retake.
Never stop trying.
ეგ არის
Not what they wanted, but that bomb goes down.
ეგ არის G2 გავიდა და ნავი გავარდა და გუდურასაც დაუჯდა ბეთი ბრავო G2 ეხა წავიკითხავ კიდევ ერთხელ ოსა კიდევ გიჟი ხარ ძმაო არ ვიცი გუნ ოსა ძმებო რავი W MVP რავი ყველაფერი თქვენ ჯიგრები ხართ რა სასწაული ოსა გუნ MVP-ები ძმებო საღო იმენარი number 1 და ყველა თითოეული ლარისთვის კიდევ ერთხელ ჩემთვის იმენა თითოეული ლარი ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია უღრმესი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ დონაციებისთვის მადლობა bro მადლობა OG გაიხსენე ხო პაპა და
Under immense pressure, G2 do
კალიტყემლიდან გახდა სველი ტყემალი, იმიტომ რომ ოსამ დაადონა და 274 ლარი და საბოლოოში რავი. ბიჭო, რავი, წყალს შევისხავ, რავი, მაინც სიზმარი არ იყოს ამის დედავატირე.
I'm really impressed by their mental fortitude in this series. I mean, Dust 2 was there for the taking. They end up losing it. Go to Inferno, grind it out in overtime. Right that they were supposed to close out in regulation. You come to Mirage. NAVI historically successful on this map, but G2 just took the game to them, despite losing both pistols. When it came to the gun rounds, they just got it done, and Sun Pius, incredible impact in that second half.
Not just that, but the ერთად უყურავდით რავი იმენა ხან დავისურვდით ხან იმას ფუტს ხან იმას იმის გარეშე
Yeah, we think back to Inferno the moment it gets pushed to overtime and we think okay this could be done for G2 the fact that they had as you said the mental
მადლობა 603 ლაიქისთვის არხის გამოყენისთვის რავი დონაციებისთვის ავულა ჩამოყვე პროსტო ეხლა და 1 საათი შეიძლება გამიგზელდეს
amazing. Also lights out this tournament individually. You know, Heavy God was like sort of carrying everyone else in a way, but it's crazy how they're back in the playoffs for the first time since Shanghai, and it was the same tournament where Saw and Nerds
the night playoffs for Blade and the Navi squad, right? So a lot of similarities in that round compared to this one.
And I'm sure a lot of celebrations on the side of GT. We have Hunter joining us up here on the desk. Congratulations, you've been through a lot of stressful moments in your career. How stressful was this one to close out?
Oh, it was very stressful. Compared to before when I was a player, it was a bit different, where you can just focus on yourself and try to be focused on crosshair at all times. But now it's a bit different. When you're an IGL, you need to think about the whole team and about the whole picture, so it's even more stressful. But we were prepared, we were ready, no matter what, and I think we deserve this win.
Hunter, congratulations on making the playoffs. I just wanted to ask you, after Dust 2, what was the conversation like outside with the rest of the team? You guys had such a big lead on that map.
Yeah, I mean, we trolled so many rounds in Dust 2, we lost so many bad rounds at the end of momentum, and we were a bit down, especially after this 1v4, and before that we lost the eco. Then we wanted to force a bit on City side after those 2 rounds, but our coach said no need to force anything, guys, you played amazing. It was just unlucky some rounds, a bit of more concentration needed, but we played really good as a team overall, especially the City side. We had a good plan, and yeah, just the deal about Inferno was to play as a team like we were in Dust 2, and to reset as fast as possible.
We also heard your little speech after you lost that round to Bit. How important was it for the team sort of to reset after that early round you lost on Inferno?
Yeah, to be honest, there wasn't so many stupid rounds, even on practice.
You're used to it now.
For default, and we know that we need to reset. And I said after before Mirage, let's like we are good at resetting after the stupid rounds, but let's not use any more of those stupid rounds. Let's just try to focus a bit more during the round, during the game. And yeah, I'm pretty happy that we won. NAVI is an amazing team, and I think we deserve this win. Even on Dust 2, I think it was just our map. We just failed it.
ღმერთი თქვენსკენ ძმებო და არაფერი არ არის იმაზე მნიშვნელოვანი რომ ერთმანეთი გვიყვარდეს მაინც დღეს ვარ ხვალ არ ვიქნებით ეგ არასდროს არ დაგვაუწყდეს და ხოიც ადამიანს რო ეგავიწყდება რომ გარდაიცვლება მე უკვე ფსიქოლოგიურად ერთხევა და ავიწყდება რაღაცები ამიტომ გვიყვარდეს ერთმანეთი არ არის არაფერი მაგაზე მნიშვნელოვანი და წავედი გაკოცეთ ღმერთი თქვენსკენ შოთა მადლობა დონაციისთვის წავედი და ხვალ კი არ და კარჩე 16 არა 17 არა და 18-ში აქ ვარ კარჩე ხვალ ზეგვისვენებ და მასზე გაქვართ თქვენთან ვარ და შევბეროთ კაროჩე რა
And yeah, we understood it pretty fast.
And
the heavy god, why is he so good? What makes him so special? He seems to be so consistent for you.
I'm really happy to have that kind of a player in my team. There is not so many players like heavy god like Bit who are really amazing in those roles. Let's call them shit roles. A lot of maps.